In the early morning, I sat in a small diner near the Ninja Academy, managing my time with the precision of a master. On the surface, I appeared wholly absorbed in my meal, but in truth, I was watching the crowds passing by on the street with the corner of my eye. My attention only shifted when a child, dressed in the iconic attire of the Uchiha clan and carrying a school bag, walked into the Ninja Academy with an expression as cold as frost. Just then, a familiar system notification echoed in my mind. Copy successful. You have obtained a small amount of Indra's chakra. Would you like to merge it? Silently, I thought, merge, set down my chopsticks, left the payment on the table, and stood up to leave. The moment I stepped out of the diner, shadows in the distance stirred. Members of the Umbu, as if teleporting, swiftly retreated into the darkness, heading off to the Hokage's office to report my movements. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Yen had breakfast in the diner across from the school, as usual. Once Uchiha Sasuke entered the academy, he left. Nothing unusual to report. The Umbu ninja reported calmly. Thank you for your hard work, the third Hokage replied, his tone serene as he exhaled a stream of smoke. My punctual appearances at the breakfast shop every day had left the third Hokage completely perplexed. I could imagine what must have been running through his mind. What exactly is this man after? Is he targeting Sasuke? Or perhaps Naruto? Why does he always show up the moment the Ninja Academy opens? His wariness had only grown, and he'd even assigned the Umbu to shadow me. Unexpectedly, their surveillance had dragged on for half a year. You can take a break now, and call Shursui over while you're at it, the third Hokage mused aloud, setting down his pipe after a brief pause. Understood, Hokage-sama, the Umbu replied, bowing before vanishing swiftly. Truthfully, I had no idea my daily routine had made the third Hokage so unsettled. At that moment, I was stretching and strolling unhurriedly towards the police force headquarters, mumbling under my breath. Looks like today's another day of extraordinary luck. It's been half a year since I was transported into the world of Naruto, and I still haven't figured out how it happened. The last thing I remember is working late at the office, helping the boss print documents for the next day. Then, everything went black, and when I woke up, I was a member of the Uchiha clan. To make matters worse, there are only 3 years left before the Uchiha Massacre, and the Night of the Nine Tails attack is already in the past. Perhaps because I spent so much time printing documents before I crossed over, my cheat ability could only be described as out of this world. It had just 2 functions. Each day, I could make 1 copy and 1 fusion. When I used the copy ability on others, I'd receive a random reward, sometimes the dojutsu of the Sharingan, sometimes experience in taijutsu or swordsmanship, and occasionally, if luck favored me, even critical hits like Indra's chakra or Azura's chakra. Thanks to this, whenever the Ninja Academy started a new term, I was always there on time, making Sasuke and little Naruto my copy targets of the day. Captain, I pushed open the door to the police department's second-floor lounge. The people inside, who were drinking tea, immediately stood and greeted me. Relax, everyone. Rest if you need to, unwind if you want, just don't get caught by the clan head. I flashed a gentle smile and waved my hand casually. By the way, has the personnel department assigned any new members to our team yet? I asked. The personnel department says the newcomers are still under review. Once they're approved, they'll join our squad, they replied. All right, carry on then. Just remember to head out for patrol on time. With that, I made my way into my own office. As one of the squad captains in the police department, I had the privilege of a private office, a small sign of leadership. Once I entered my office, the team members outside quickly slipped back into their easygoing mood, continuing their tea and conversation. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the police department, another squad captain, Shursui, was making his way to the Hokage's office, his nerves a tangled knot. Ever since he'd become a double agent between the clan and the village, he hadn't had a single day of peace. Some days he worried the village might take drastic action against the Uchiha clan. Other days, he feared the clan's hardliners would stir up trouble. Every meeting with the third Hokage, or other village leaders, felt to him like being hauled in for interrogation. In his heart, he silently prayed, "Please, let nothing major happen today." Reaching the Hokage's office building, Shursui took a deep breath and knocked on the door. "Come in," came the third Hokage's voice from inside. With permission granted, Shursui entered the office and bowed respectfully to the busy Hokage. "Lord Hokage." Upon hearing Shursui's voice, the third Hokage set down his papers, his previously calm expression turning instantly stern. Seeing this, Shursui felt his heart sink. Every time the third Hokage wore that look, it usually meant the clan had gotten into trouble again. Shursui, the third Hokage, paused, then continued. "There's something I need you to explain in detail." Shursui immediately bowed his head respectfully. "Please, Lord Hokage, give your instructions. The third Hokage was very satisfied with Shirsue's attitude and nodded approvingly. According to the Umbu's investigation, your police force squad leader, Uchiha Yen, has been frequently visiting the Ninja Academy and has even tried to approach Naruto. The third Hokage had always been a master at investigating others. He would begin with a reasonable excuse, then delve deeper with practiced skill. He had grown quite adept at this sort of maneuver. What? Yen? Shursui was taken aback, his face quickly filling with surprise, as if doubting whether he had heard correctly. Yen had gotten into the habit of eating near the Ninja Academy. It had become a part of his daily routine for the past 6 months. The Uchiha clan had grown completely accustomed to it. At first, Shursui himself had worried that Yen might cause trouble, and had even tailed him for a while. But in the end, he discovered that Yen truly was just there to eat. As for why he always happened to go there when the academy was in session, Shursui had no idea. To say that Yen was deliberately trying to get close to Naruto was groundless. In fact, Yen even made a point to avoid Naruto. If he happened to spot him from a distance during patrol, he would intentionally take a detour. Is this something arranged by the Uchiha clan, or is it simply Uchiha Yen's personal behavior? The third Hokage asked. Hokage-sama, Shursui replied, clearly nervous as he hurried to explain. There's no such arrangement within the clan, nor has anyone been assigned to approach Naruto. Yen goes to the area near the academy for breakfast. Purely out of habit, he's been doing so for half a year now. I've looked into it myself. Besides eating, he hasn't done anything else. Shursui would never falsely accuse his comrades. What was, and what wasn't. Is that so? The third Hokage frowned slightly. He could tell that Shursui was telling the truth. In reality, Yen had no reason to approach Naruto on purpose. His abilities allowed him to act from a distance, so there was no sense in risking attention from the higher-ups. The third Hokage had called Shursui in partly to sound him out, to see if he could glean any useful information, and partly to gently remind Shursui not to cross any lines. With a heavy sigh, the third Hokage suddenly leaned back, startling Shursui with the weight of his emotion. Ever since the Nine Tails incident, the relationship between the Uchiha and the village has grown increasingly strained. Shursui, I hope you understand my intentions. Everything I do is for the sake of the village's stability. Hokage-sama, I will look into it further and remind Yen to be cautious, but I trust he wouldn't do anything to overstep his bounds. Once again, it was time to take a stand and make a statement. As always, Shursui chose to align himself with the village leadership. After leaving the Hokage's office, Shursui felt a heavy weight settle over him. The third Hokage had asked him many questions about the inner workings of the Uchiha, and had even hoped he would continue gathering more information. And that was exactly where Shursui's dilemma lay. The real reason he became a double agent was to ease the tension between the village and his clan, not to betray his own family. With a heavy heart, Shursui returned to the police force headquarters. Faced with the ever-escalating conflict between the village and his clan, he found himself with very little room to make a real difference. The higher-ups regarded him with suspicion, and most of the clan elders offered him no support. Even the clan leader, Fugako Uchiha, was wavering in his stance. Forget it. I'll go talk to Yen first, Shursui muttered to himself. Unfortunately, his arrival was anything but welcome. When he knocked on the door, he was met by the towering figure of Uchiha Yen, who blocked the entrance with a stony face. His voice, low and unfriendly, rumbled out. What are you doing here? Feeling the hostility from his clansmen, Shursui sighed inwardly. Ever since he had begun speaking up for the village and suggesting various proposals in its favor, dissatisfaction with him had grown steadily within the clan. Some even openly mocked him as a traitor to his own family. Suppressing the bitterness in his heart, Shursui kept his tone even. I need to speak with Yen. Are you planning to block my way all day? You're not welcome here. Jian's expression remained dark, showing no intention of backing down. The two stood there in a tense standoff, neither willing to yield. At that moment, Yen, who had been resting in his office, opened the door and stepped out. Are you two planning to start a fight? Leaning casually against the doorframe, Yen watched the pair with an amused smile. As a squad captain in the police force, Shursui was not someone who would back down easily. Jian, on the other hand, harbored a personal grudge against Shursui, and every time they met, sparks seemed to fly. Consider yourself lucky, Jian growled, shooting Shursui an unwilling glare before finally giving way. Yen stepped forward and asked, Did you need something from me? Can we talk somewhere private? Shursui tilted his head slightly. All right, Yen agreed after a brief pause. He was curious about what Shursui wanted. Could it be related to the ANBU or the third Hokage? That seemed unlikely. After all, he hadn't been anywhere near Naruto lately. Was there really a need for such secrecy? The two of them left the police headquarters together, with Shursui remaining silent along the way. Suddenly, he spoke up. Jian has changed a lot lately. He's not bad now. After some of my advice, the guy finally learned a bit of sense, Yin replied coolly. They walked on until they reached the edge of the clan's territory, slipping into a secluded patch of forest, and stopped at a hidden training ground. The range still bore the marks of use, with battered targets scattered about, clearly a place Shursui used for secret training. Shursui bent down to clear away the broken stumps and targets, while Yin stood quietly by, watching him in silence. After tidying up, Shursui wiped the sweat from his forehead. A genuine smile appeared on his face, hands on his hips, his eyes filled with memories. This is a place Itachi and I used to visit often. Yin nodded gently. I heard the young clan leader has already passed the solo chunin exam, and even set a new record. Shursui's lips twitched ever so slightly. He knew Itachi didn't like being called that. Yes, he's graduated. He's already left his ninja squad, but as for what comes next, we'll have to wait for the clan leader to decide. He didn't linger on the topic of Itachi, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Yin, what you're doing is dangerous. The village won't allow us Uchiha to get close to Naruto. Besides, the ANBU have had their eyes on you this whole time. So it was true. A trace of amusement flickered in Yan's eyes. Pretending to ponder, he raised both hands, pinching his chin between his right thumb and forefinger, and replied in a slightly provoking tone. Because of the Nine Tails incident, the village is on high alert with the Uchiha, always keeping us under surveillance. That's common knowledge by now. But here's the real question. When have I, Uchiha Yin, ever actually gotten close to Naruto? Are you saying it's because I had breakfast at the restaurant across from the Ninja Academy? Shursui was at a loss for words. He nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. The excuse was flawless. He couldn't think of a single rebuttal. After all, there were no rules in Konoha about who could or couldn't go near the Ninja Academy, let alone just to have breakfast. Even if Yin wandered the halls of the academy every day without doing a thing, no one could officially object. All that would happen is that ANBU would tighten their watch even more. For a member of the Uchiha clan, being shadowed by ANBU was practically routine. But did you really have to show up every morning when the students are arriving? Yin, are you truly just there for breakfast? Or is there something else you're after? Shursui pressed on. You know as well as I do how tense things are between the clan and the village. The smallest action could worsen the mistrust between us. That's why I hope you can. Are you trying to teach me how to behave? Yan's tone suddenly turned cold, his gaze sharp with displeasure. What I, Uchiha Yin, do is none of anyone's business. That's not what I meant. Shursui tried to explain, but Yin cut him off. And you'd better remember your place. You have no right to order me around or tell me what I can and can't do. If you want to command me, wait until you become clan leader. The conversation ended in frustration. Yin left, and Shursui sat heavily on a tree stump, scarred and worn with age. He raked a hand through his hair, forcing a wry smile as he muttered to himself. Itachi, am I really such a failure? In the woods not far from the training grounds, Itachi, who had arrived some time ago, had kept himself hidden. Now, he finally stepped out slowly from the shadows. Shursui, maybe the Hokage is just being overly cautious, he said. Itachi understood Shursui's concerns all too well. After all, they stood on the same side. He had also heard whispers about Yan's recent odd behavior. Although Yan had never tried to approach Naruto, the village leaders still turned their attention to Shursui because of it. Caught in the middle, Shursui felt truly troubled, wishing that a candid conversation could resolve everything. Unfortunately, things hadn't gone as he'd hoped. Let's hope that's all it is, Shursui replied, forcing a wry smile. He quickly composed himself, regaining his usual cheerful demeanor. With a friendly pat on Itachi's shoulder, he teased, Young clan leader, you've been impressive lately. Breaking records and all. Are you planning to join the police force next? Itachi had always regarded Shursui as both an older brother and a friend. Hearing these words, he could only roll his eyes in exasperation. I still have to wait for father's arrangements. As a member of the Uchiha clan, born both a prodigy and the son of the clan leader, Itachi didn't have much say in his own path. He could only follow the decisions laid out by his family. So, are you going to keep training today? Shursui asked. Yes, Itachi replied. After his unpleasant conversation with Shursui, Yin made his way back to the police force headquarters, his mind racing with thoughts. He realized that the time left to act was quickly running out. Now that Itachi had passed the Chunin exams, the day he would join the Umbu was drawing ever closer. Suddenly finding himself in the world of Naruto, and as a member of the Uchiha clan no less, anyone in his shoes would struggle to feel at ease. What troubled him most, however, was the point in time he had arrived. It might have been easier if he had appeared earlier, but instead, he found himself several years after the Night of the Nine Tails. Only 3 years remained before the Uchiha clan would be wiped out. If he did nothing, if he allowed events to play out just as they had in the original story, the night of the massacre would be inevitable. Even if Obito changed his mind or decided not to act against the Uchiha, Danzo, always scheming in the shadows, would never let the clan go. To change the outcome, someone would have to step forward and break the deadlock. After more than half a year of contemplation, Yin gradually understood the Uchiha weren't doomed after all. They just needed someone to lead the way and make real, meaningful changes. For example, by initiating reform at the clan assembly. If he couldn't change the higher-ups' prejudice against the Uchiha, then he'd have to start from within. Yin believed that if the entire Uchiha clan could unite, even Danzo wouldn't dare make a move lightly. If the Uchiha truly stood as one, not just Danzo, but even the third Hokage would have reason to be wary. "Captain, that guy didn't say anything, did he?" Back at the police force, Yin hurried over to greet him. "It's nothing, just a casual chat," Yin replied. Yin smiled as he patted Yin on the shoulder, signaling him not to worry. "All right, everyone, today's patrol is starting. There'll be a family meeting tonight, so let's finish our tasks as quickly as possible. Also, someone needs to keep pushing the personnel department. They're dragging their feet on picking someone. What are they even up to over there?" The patrol went smoothly, and no one came to make trouble for Yin in the area assigned to the third squad. Once the patrol was over, the day's work came to a temporary close. As night fell, Yin washed up, changed into clean clothes, and made his way to the family shrine. Ever since the Senju clan had faded into the background, leaving only the Sarutobi clan trying and failing to fit in as a civilian family, the Uchiha had become the undisputed leading family of the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet even so, only a select few were allowed to enter the family shrine and attend the clan meeting. Compared to the lively atmosphere in the clan's residential area, the surroundings near the Uchiha shrine felt especially cold and deserted. As usual, the seats reserved for the clan head and key members remained empty, while most of the other seats were already occupied. Shui was among those present. It was clear that the younger generation's strongest members had no desire to sit with him. "Captain, over here." Seeing Yin arrive, Yin, who had come early, waved him over, surrounded by several companions. Shui merely nodded slightly, but Yin paid him no mind. Yin headed straight for Yin, making his feelings clear to Shui. "I'm still angry about what happened during the day. Don't think I'll forgive you so easily. You know exactly where you stand right now. Did you really think you didn't know your own position within the clan? Captain, that guy's about to become a complete outcast." "Yeah." Yan's thoughts weren't on Shui. He just replied blandly, showing little emotion. He was busy contemplating how best to lay his cards on the table later. As was customary, once the elders in the clan had arrived, the Uchiha's monthly clan meeting would soon descend into heated debate. Although the Uchiha were just a ninja clan, their internal conflicts and factions were especially pronounced. There was the general faction, led by Shui, the hardliners, headed by the chief elder, and the neutral group, represented by the clan head, Fugaku. These three main factions were always at odds during the meetings. The hardliners accused the moderates of betraying the clan, while the moderates countered that the hardliners were plotting a coup, risking disaster for everyone. As for the neutral camp and the clan head, they usually stayed silent, observing the situation from the sidelines. Noticing that Yin had no intention of joining the discussion, Yin soon quieted down and began whispering with the others. Before long, the elders arrived one by one and took their seats. Finally, the clan head, Fugaku, entered with his entourage. Fugaku sat in the clan head's chair, looked around the modest shrine meeting room, and began to speak. "Since everyone's here, let's begin today's clan meeting. If anyone has something to say, now's the time to bring it up." Clan head. No sooner had Fugaku finished speaking than the sixth elder was the first to rise, launching into a string of complaints. This month, the Uchiha police force has received more and more complaints at the Hokage's office about the use of excessive force. If this continues, the relationship between the Uchiha and the villagers will only worsen. This problem had been around for a long time. Excessive force had always been a chronic issue for the Uchiha. Even when the Uchiha tried to show restraint, the number of complaints never seemed to decrease. "I'll assign people to look into this. Everyone, please trust the Hokage and squad leaders. Do your best to discipline your teams and keep complaints from the villagers to a minimum." There had never been a real solution to this old problem, so Fugaku could only continue deflecting the issue. The sixth elder nodded in satisfaction, but the members of the police force found little comfort in his words. Shui was the only exception. He had always urged the clan to be gentler in their enforcement, hoping to change the villagers' negative perception of the Uchiha. Many in the room wore gloomy expressions, full of discontent, though none dared speak up, forced instead to accept the situation in silence. But, in truth, when the meeting was over, they would still go about their duties in their own way. To expect the entire Uchiha force to change the way they worked just because of a few complaints was simply unrealistic. If it were truly possible, the issue wouldn't have dragged on unresolved for so long. Well then, seeing the conversation shift, Fugaku was about to move on to the next topic. Why should we? The sudden challenge caught everyone off guard. Even Uchiha, who had long harbored resentment toward Yin, was stunned, staring at him in disbelief. He couldn't believe that his own captain would openly question the elders and the clan head at a time like this. Fugaku, too, paused as he was announcing the agenda. The elders all turned their eyes toward Yin. For a moment, the attention of everyone in the hall was fixed on him. Yin, are you questioning my decision? Fugaku hesitated briefly before asking. Under the scrutiny of the entire room, Yin replied calmly. Yes, I just have one question. Why should we? Normally so quiet, Yan's sudden, resolute challenge left everyone in shock. Yan's voice grew even firmer. Everyone, the police force is an institution under the Uchiha's authority. Our clan members serve here as law enforcers. As officers, our top priority should be to respond to emergencies, not to devote all our energy to avoiding complaints. Nonsense. Then tell me, how should we deal with these complaints? The sixth elder's eyes were wide with anger. Why should it be our sole responsibility to fix this? A cold smile curled on Yan's lips. These complaints should have been coordinated by the Hokage's office in the first place. Why are they all being dumped on the police force? We've always held ourselves to a standard of restraint and discipline, but do those who make mistakes or even commit crimes do the same? Or does the sixth elder believe that, as law enforcement officers, the very first thing we should do upon arriving at a scene is not to handle the case, but rather to prioritize being gentle with everyone else? Otherwise, we'll risk getting complaints? Should we start by giving the suspect a friendly smile when we show up? At that remark, a ripple of laughter broke out among the crowd. The sixth elder, who had been stubbornly defending his own stance, turned crimson with anger. He pointed at Yin, but couldn't get a word out, clearly infuriated. Unfazed, Yin went on. As a squad captain in the police force, I believe my team and I have already fulfilled our duties. As for complaints, that's not something we should be overly worried about. All the difficult, troublesome, and thankless tasks always end up falling to the police force, but we're also the ones who get the most complaints. I just want to ask why. Yin slammed his hand against the floor, raising his voice. These coordination tasks clearly belong to the Hokage's office, so why are they being pushed onto us in the police force? Well said. I support the captain. I've had enough. Today we're told to restrain ourselves, tomorrow to hold back even more. If that's the case, maybe we should just stop doing anything at all and wait for the complaints to roll in. Jian was the first to echo his support. The feeling quickly spread through the room. Everyone here worked for the police force, and the pressure they endured on a daily basis was already immense. Now, emotions were running high. With Yin leading the charge, everyone's pent-up frustration and grievances erupted all at once. Many people cheered and applauded Yin. The sixth elder's face went ashen, and he fell completely silent. Even the clan leader, Fugaku, looked grim. Because, in truth, Yan's words were a veiled accusation against Fugaku himself, suggesting that as clan leader, he had failed to win fair treatment for his people, leaving them under constant injustice. That's enough. Seeing the growing wave of support for Yin, the third elder finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted to stop them. What kind of behavior is this? Bickering like this? Do you think you're the only one suffering? Do you think the rest of us are at ease? Uchiha Yin, leading this kind of talk. Haven't you considered that the clan might be punished by the Hokage's office because of it? As expected, those who push for compromise are always too soft. Yin made no effort to hide the dissatisfaction and contempt in his gaze as he shot back. Elder, may I ask, what exactly have we Uchiha done wrong that deserves punishment? Yeah, what have we done to deserve this? Why should we? Why should we? At this moment, even those who had originally advocated for compromise were feeling indignant. Everyone was simply doing their jobs, with diligence, yet they were constantly misunderstood, complained about, and punished. How was anyone supposed to tolerate that? That's right. The usually unyielding great elder seemed as though he had finally found a kindred spirit. He looked at Yin eagerly and voiced his agreement in a booming tone. The Uchiha clan has done nothing wrong. Why should we accept punishment? If someone has a complaint, it should be handled by the Hokage's office, not us. Am I right, clan leader? Fugaku couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He hadn't expected that even the always tough elder would stand up and support him so wholeheartedly this time. As the clan leader, what more could he say? Oppose them? Given the current situation, did he even have room to object? Though he felt nothing but helplessness inside, Fugaku could only nod and say, "I'll report this to the Hokage myself at the office tomorrow." Does anyone else have any other questions to raise? Because of Yan's sudden intervention, all the matters originally set to be discussed at the clan meeting have been set aside for now. The monthly clan assembly thus ended in a rather hasty fashion. Well done. The clan needs people like you, who are determined to act and unafraid to speak out. Come find me for a chat when you have time. As he was leaving, the great elder even made a point to show goodwill toward Yen. Whatever his true intentions, at least on the surface, his attitude was extremely positive. "Ha ha, Captain, you were amazing. Everyone admires you now." Jien was so excited he could hardly contain himself, like a child. Within the Uchiha clan, many of those holding important positions were from the younger generation, and they shared one trait. None of them were willing to swallow their frustration in silence. This seemingly chaotic debate at the clan meeting had changed the way many people looked at Yen. "Stop grinning like that. You should go home and get some rest." Yen told Jien to head back first, while he remained waiting at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Before long, Fugaku emerged with his guards, tilting his head slightly to signal Yen to follow. Fugaku then dismissed the guards, leaving just the two of them. "What happened at the clan meeting put me in a difficult spot. But this is my duty as clan leader." "You're right. This is my responsibility. I will personally report to the Hokage's office." "It's true. Our clan members have suffered a great deal these past years." Fugaku did not shirk his responsibilities, even though he knew that going to the Hokage's office might mean facing cold treatment. As the head of the Uchiha clan, he had to shoulder the clan's burdens. At this point, Fugaku stopped walking and fixed Yen with a serious gaze. "Have you considered that doing this might draw the suspicion of those in power? Does that really matter?" Yen smiled. The hostility of the higher-ups toward the Uchiha had long been clear and was only becoming more intense. Every time the Uchiha gave a little ground, the pressure from above only increased. Are the hardliners truly plotting a coup for no reason at all? In truth, it's because the third Hokage and others have pushed them step by step to a dead end. I just hope you won't regret this in the future." With these words, Fugaku turned and walked away. He didn't blame Yen, nor did he show any anger over what had happened. Once today's events spread, Yen would inevitably become a prime target for the village leadership's close surveillance. He was no longer the quiet, unassuming Uchiha who kept to himself. In the eyes of those in power, he had become a key figure who dared to challenge the status quo. Watching Fugaku's figure recede into the distance, Yen shook his head softly. All of this had been forced upon them. If it were possible to live peacefully and thrive, who would willingly step forward into the storm? But if I don't act now, it will soon be too late for anything. Come out. You've been following me this whole way. Standing at his doorstep, Yen turned and peered into the shadows of a narrow alley. Shui emerged from the darkness, his expression conflicted. "Yen, what you did tonight was too risky. Are you planning to join the hardliners?" At the clan meeting, the elder had tried to recruit Yen, and Shui had seen it all. He'd been surprised by Yan's public challenge at the meeting, but what worried him more than the challenge itself was the possibility that Yen might join the hardliners and walk the path of rebellion. "I am myself, with no allegiance to any faction. Everything I do is for the Uchiha, for our clan members who serve in the police force." The AMBU had already been watching him for half a year. No matter how much they tightened their surveillance, it wouldn't change a thing. For now, as long as Yen didn't openly confront the village leadership, even if Danzo wanted to deal with him, the third Hokage would not allow it. After all, the third Hokage feared that such a move would provoke a fierce backlash from the Uchiha. Besides, on Uchiha territory, assassinating a Jonin was no easy feat. Yan's daily life and work followed a strict routine. He was either at the clan compound or patrolling with his subordinates. No matter how audacious Danzo might be, it would be difficult for him to find the right moment to strike. If Danzo truly had the power to dispose of anyone as he pleased, he wouldn't need to be so cautious. He could simply depose the third Hokage and claim the title for himself. If protecting my clan and my people means stepping into danger, then so be it. With that, Yen pushed open his door and went inside, closing it behind him and leaving Shui standing outside. Shui lingered in the darkness for a long time, then let out a gentle sigh and quietly slipped away. He didn't go home to rest, but headed straight for the Hokage's office. He had to report to the third Hokage about what had transpired at the clan meeting tonight. Such was the duty of a double agent. As for how much village intelligence he would actually share with Fugaku, that was something only Shui himself knew. In Yan's eyes, rather than calling Shui a double agent, it would be more accurate to say he was the village leadership's spy embedded within the Uchiha clan. Shui's heart had long since drifted away from the Uchiha. Like his predecessor, Uchiha Kagami, he had thrown his lot in completely with the village. Upon learning of this, the third Hokage canceled his plans to go home and rest. Instead, he stayed in his office, brow furrowed, pondering how he would respond to Fugaku the following day. The very next day, news of what had transpired at the clan meeting quickly spread throughout the Uchiha. Many people were both excited and relieved by it. This, in itself, was a testament to the heavy pressure and grievances the Uchiha had endured over the years. What was truly frustrating was that, despite being well aware of these circumstances, the clan head and the elders had never taken any real action, nor had they even tried to make the most basic efforts to fight for their rights. The clan head kept backing down, while the elders focused solely on winning people over and consolidating their own factions. Yen, good morning. Haha, you did a great job last night. To be honest, I support you, kid. There were no classes at the Ninja Academy today, so Yen didn't need to go to school. On days when he couldn't watch over Sasuke or Naruto, Yen would use his daily copy ability on others, like Shursui or the clan head Fugaku. While the rewards he gained from copying them weren't as impressive as those from Sasuke or Naruto, the abilities he obtained were still far more valuable than those from ordinary clan members. With the news spreading, more and more people actively approached Yen to greet him. It was clear that once word of these events got out completely, Yen's reputation within the clan would soar, and that was exactly what he needed. The more influence he wielded, the more hesitant Danzo and the third Hokage would be to make any rash moves. To change the Uchiha clan, one first needed sufficient achievements and a reputation people could trust. If an unknown figure suddenly stood up and declared he would lead the clan to change, he'd be dismissed as nothing more than a delusional madman. It seemed there was no need for him to deliberately create opportunities anymore. Just as Yen was preparing to head to the police force headquarters, he unexpectedly ran into Sasuke, trailing behind his elder brother on the road. Apparently, Itachi was taking advantage of his free day to train Sasuke outside. Since they crossed paths, Yen wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. He decisively used his copy ability on Sasuke. Copy successful. You have obtained partial Sharingan ocular power. Would you like to fuse it? Fuse. Yen pondered. If there were no intense emotional shocks or great swings of feeling, would his Sharingan, with steadily increasing spiritual power and ocular prowess, be able to evolve smoothly into the Mangekyo? So far, this was a question he had yet to answer. Over the past 6 months, he had already absorbed and integrated a considerable amount of Sharingan ocular power and spiritual energy. Even the chakras of Indra and Ajura had become partially fused within him. Perhaps his ocular power, spiritual strength, and chakra had not yet reached a critical threshold, which was why the changes remained subtle for now. But Yen was certain that as his accumulation continued, the day would come when he would undergo a qualitative leap, perhaps even experience an unexpected breakthrough. Meanwhile, although it was quite possible that his efforts would be in vain, Fugaku nevertheless made the decisive choice to come to the Hokage's office. Whether or not the issue could be resolved would depend on the outcome of negotiations, but whether he actively pursued a solution was a matter of his own responsibility as Uchiha Fugaku. If the members of his clan discovered that, as their leader, he had made only empty promises without taking any concrete action, it would deal a significant blow to his prestige. Inside the Hokage's office, Fugaku set aside any lingering doubts and addressed the matter directly. He was convinced that the third Hokage had already anticipated this conversation and might well have prepared his counterarguments in advance. After all, Shursui was always quick to relay any developments up the chain. Regarding the ongoing complaints against the Uchiha clan, Shursui had already provided a detailed report the previous night, and the third Hokage had given the matter his full attention. Even if Shursui hadn't spelled out all the details, the third Hokage understood that over the years, the Uchiha's grievances had been steadily mounting. Only, no one had ever voiced them publicly before. Now that someone had finally brought the conflict into the open, the third Hokage could no longer avoid it. In the past, he could simply feign ignorance, but that was no longer an option. Fugaku, I see very clearly the situation facing the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage began, his tone heavy with concern. You know as well as I do that ever. Since that incident, the village has been shorthanded. When it comes to handling all these complaints, I find myself powerless despite my intentions. Dealing with the issues was one thing, but how they were handled was another matter entirely, deserving careful consideration. The third Hokage reverted to his familiar way of deflecting responsibility. I want to help, truly, but with so few people available, I must ask the Uchiha to shoulder a greater burden. This isn't a matter of me, as Hokage, being unwilling to assist. There simply is no one else to turn to. At the mere mention of the Knight of the Nine Tails, Fugaku's expression darkened visibly. It was the single worst incident of blame the Uchiha had ever suffered in Konoha's history, and yet they were powerless to clear their name. After all, suspicion against them was overwhelming. The masked man had used the Sharingan to control the Nine Tails, which led to Kushina's death, and indirectly to the death of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. This accusation was something the Uchiha could neither admit to nor shake off. Faced with such obvious evasion, Fugaku found himself helpless. He had anticipated this outcome before he even arrived. In fact, this could almost be considered a relatively favorable result. If Danzo had been present, the accusations against the Uchiha would have been direct and far harsher. Even so, Fugaku knew he could not afford to give up so easily. Lord Hokage, I understand the village's difficulties, but the Uchiha clan has always been striving to improve our law enforcement methods. The number of complaints has dropped significantly. With just a few clerks, we could handle this work much more efficiently. I hope you can also understand the position we're in. Under your leadership, the village is thriving more and more, and we hope to progress together with everyone. The Uchiha are responsible for an ever-expanding patrol area. The police force has already been increased several times. We truly can't spare any more hands for these additional tasks. Fugaku voiced his support for the third Hokage concisely, while once again highlighting the Uchiha's predicament. In truth, he was not exaggerating. This was the pressure the clan genuinely faced. After all, not every Uchiha ninja chose to join the police department. Many prefer to serve in various squads, taking on different missions. With family members scattered across so many assignments, even a powerful clan like the Uchiha could still find themselves shorthanded. Everyone enjoys hearing words of praise, and the third Hokage was no exception. Even though he knew Fugaku's compliments were somewhat deliberate, he couldn't help but feel a bit gratified in his heart. After all, under his leadership, Konoha really had become more prosperous. You make a good point. The Uchiha do seem a little understaffed. What did he mean by that? Hearing the third Hokage say this, Fugaku tensed up, thinking the Hokage was about to once again urge him to expand the police force and bring in ninjas from other clans or even civilians. He immediately responded, Lord Hokage, though the Uchiha are a bit short on personnel, we have no problem maintaining normal operations in the police department. Please rest assured. If Yen were here, he couldn't have helped but curse. How foolish. Is clinging stubbornly to the police department really in the Uchiha's best interest? Aren't they really just trying to plant their own people inside, accept their offer, and, at the same time, put forward some conditions? As an exchange, what harm is there in letting other clans, or even civilian ninjas join the police force? The police department would still be Uchiha territory. As long as the core members remained, those new recruits would ultimately just be minor characters following orders. All the drudgery and trivial tasks could be handed off to them. Wouldn't that be a good thing? Yet, as expected, Fugaku remained firm in his grip on the police department and refused to give an inch. The third Hokage let out a soft sigh. In that case, I'll assign some people specifically to handle the complaints. But as you know, the village's budget is. The police department will cover their salaries. If you don't let others get involved, you must be prepared to shoulder the cost. That's simply inevitable. Fugaku quickly agreed. As far as he was concerned, as long as the complaints didn't end up being blamed on the Uchiha, everything else was negotiable. The Uchiha clan could easily afford to hire a team of full-time staff. All that mattered was that these people focused solely on handling complaints. With this, he had fulfilled his promise to his clansmen. This little fellow has certainly brought me no small amount of trouble, he thought to himself. After wrapping up his rounds of negotiations with the third Hokage, Fugaku stepped out of the Hokage's office building and let out a long, weary breath. Although the whole process had its twists and turns, the outcome was, fortunately, satisfactory. Now, all the Uchiha needed to do was concentrate on managing the police force. As for the complaints, there would be dedicated personnel to take care of them. At last, Fugaku felt a great weight lift from his heart. The third Hokage, in turn, had successfully eased the village's financial strain. Though he had always hoped to gradually diminish the Uchiha's power in a gentle manner, he never intended to push them too far. After all, when cornered, even a gentle rabbit would fight back, let alone the most formidable clan in the shinobi world, or at least, so it seemed on the surface. The third Hokage murmured to himself, Uchiha Yen? It seems I'll need to keep a closer watch on him. Yan's recent appearances at the Ninja Academy gates had already drawn the third's disapproval. Now, Yen was making a name for himself within the clan, which was exactly what the Hokage wished to avoid. While Yen had not openly aligned himself with the radicals, there was no guarantee about the future. To prevent any further complications, the third Hokage decided to tighten surveillance on Yen. After returning to the clan, Fugaku immediately summoned the core members for a brief family meeting. The attendees were few. Fugaku as clan head, several elders, and a handful of police unit captains. Upon receiving the notice, Yin put aside his work and made his way to the clan leader's residence. As usual, the elders were among the last to arrive. Everyone's attention converged on Fugaku, their eagerness clear. They all wanted to know the outcome of his negotiations at the Hokage's office. Even Yin was filled with curiosity. Would the third Hokage reject the Uchiha's proposal outright, or would he continue to restrict the clan's power through more subtle means? Once everyone was present, Fugaku dispensed with any preamble and went straight to the point. Everyone, I have already conveyed the demands of our Uchiha police force to the Hokage. After a round of negotiations, the final result is this. From now on, all complaints concerning the police force will no longer be handled by us, but by a newly established department. However, since the village is facing financial difficulties, the funding for this new department will have to come out of the police force's own budget. In other words, the Uchiha clan would have to pay out of their own pockets to sponsor a dedicated group to handle complaint matters. This was certainly no small expense. But the Uchiha clan was never short on money. Their real concern was trouble, especially the endless stream of complaints. If they couldn't settle things by force, having to deal with these unreasonable people became a true headache. And if anything was mishandled, they might even face criticism or punishment from the village. Wonderful! Whether it was the squad leaders or the elders, everyone broke into delighted smiles at this news. Even the spy, Shursui, looked genuinely pleased. For the Uchiha clan, this was undeniably a good thing. This is a victory for the Uchiha, the Grand Elder exclaimed, unable to hide his excitement. Watching the Grand Elder's animated display, Yin silently rolled his eyes. You say this is good for the Uchiha, and I'll admit that much. But to call it a victory? That's more than a little exaggerated. This is clearly the Hokage weakening the Uchiha's influence, just in a different form. Looking at the beaming Grand Elder and the others, Fugaku could see right through their individual schemes, but he had no intention of giving any of them an opening. Yin, Fugaku called him out directly and said, about your proposal for handling complaints and the relationship between the clan and the police force, do you have any other thoughts? All eyes turned to Yin. Their gazes were less than friendly. Yin realized that Fugaku was deliberately shifting all the issues onto him, but he didn't shy away. Instead, he pretended to consider the question for a moment before replying. I think we should reconsider the scope of the police force's duties. The police force is responsible for maintaining order throughout the Hidden Leaf Village, and is often called upon to apprehend criminals or investigate spies, matters of real importance. As for those trivial issues like catching cats or finding lost dogs, we can absolutely refuse. Let the villagers post those requests at the mission office and have the ninja handle them. That's right, he was talking about those little odd jobs like catching cats and dogs. Although the mission office often received all sorts of strange requests like these, as long as someone was willing to pay, no matter how trivial the task, the ninja would take it on. After all, ninja had to make a living too. Those who could afford it could have their problems solved through the mission office. But what about villagers who didn't have money? Their only option was to turn to the police force for help. Just as Yin said, all kinds of petty troubles found their way to the police force. If the police didn't step in, the villagers would undoubtedly create a commotion. This had already become routine for the force. Dealing with these minor issues every day wore anyone down. I don't think we should turn away these villagers' requests. This is a perfect opportunity to improve relations between the Uchiha and the rest of the village. Taking the chance, Shursui voiced his own opinion. He clearly did not agree with Yan's suggestion. In the eyes of the villagers, the Uchiha didn't have a good reputation. These small, troublesome chores, though inconvenient, offered a rare chance to bridge the distance between the two sides. Shursui believed that, even if it required extra manpower and resources, the effort was worth it. Shursui is right. I don't support cutting back on these tasks, either. Even the sixth elder, who'd quarreled with Yin just last night, voiced his support. The great elder's face clouded over with displeasure. Hearing these arguments, he didn't lash out immediately, but let out a cold snort, watching Yin with keen interest. He wanted to know if Yin, the man who'd suddenly proposed these reforms, could actually convince those who opposed him. Suddenly, a sharp, scornful laugh sliced through the silence. Yin burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. Shursui frowned, clearly displeased by Yan's behavior. The sixth elder was beside himself with rage, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Yin and shouted, Uchiha Yin, what's the meaning of this? Are you mocking me? Sorry, I just couldn't hold it in. Yin rubbed his face, struggling to stifle his laughter. Waving his hand, he reminded the sixth elder, Please don't say things like how could it be? I am, in fact, laughing at you. Usually, your sarcasm and barbs toward others could be overlooked. Even if the sixth elder was annoyed, there wasn't much he could do. But this time, you humiliated him in front of everyone, showing him no respect at all. Not only that, you pushed it even further, trampling on his dignity for all to see, mocking him without restraint. The sixth elder's face turned bright red, then ashen. Shirsue's mood soured even more. Yin, even if we disagree, isn't this a bit much? If you have a problem, take it out on me. There's no need to disgrace an elder. You call this a difference in philosophy? Yan's laughter, barely suppressed, erupted again. Things seemed to be escalating. Fugaku felt a headache coming on. He simply couldn't understand why Yin, who'd always behaved properly, if a bit eccentric, had suddenly become so aggressive. His words were sharp as knives, and no one who crossed them escaped unscathed. Not even Fugaku, the clan head. This is downright disrespectful to your elders, completely lacking in manners. The sixth elder was so angry, he could barely get the words out. Yin cut him off impatiently. Enough already. I have no interest in making trouble for you. As for you, Shursui, you say our disagreement is just a difference in philosophy? I'm sorry, but I don't see it that way. This isn't about philosophy. It's that you're hopelessly foolish. The villagers' prejudice against the Uchiha stems from the Night of the Nine Tails. It hasn't always been this way. And what is the police force anyway? It's a department meant to keep the peace. Of course it's bound to make enemies. In this situation, you still naively hope to restore the Uchiha's reputation by sacrificing vast amounts of manpower and resources from our clan and department just to handle trivial matters. If that isn't foolishness, then what is? Instead of wasting our resources on outsiders, why not use them for our own people? Pay higher salaries, offer better benefits? Isn't that a better choice? Or is it that, as a member of the Uchiha, you believe your own kin don't deserve better treatment? I do not. Shursui grew flustered at once. This had already touched on the well-being of the clan's members. If he admitted to it, he'd be even more disliked by everyone. As things stood, he was already unpopular within the clan. If he were saddled with such a burden, he wouldn't need to continue his work as a spy. He'd be kicked out of the Uchiha outright. I support Yan's proposal. The Grand Elder clapped his hands, his voice full of satisfaction. It's good to see that there are still young people in the clan who care about our own. I support you. Why squander resources on outsiders when you could improve the treatment and welfare of your own kin? In short, as long as something displeased the Doves, the hardliners would support it without the slightest hesitation. When personal interests were involved, all the squad captains fell silent. Even those who were closely aligned with the Doves had nothing to say at this moment. When interests are at stake, principles can be set aside for the time being. As the saying goes, everyone needs to live. You may stand on your high ground, but don't give up what rightfully belongs to me so easily. Worst of all, even after all these sacrifices, there's no guarantee you'll reap any benefit. That's what truly makes it so hard to accept. And now, new trouble was brewing. The hardliners voiced their support, and the captains of the police department offered no objection to improving pay and benefits. Seeing this, Fugaku immediately realized the matter would once again fall to him. After all, he was the clan leader. This was his responsibility and duty. If he pushed every problem onto others, what would be the point of having a clan head at all? Now it was the Dove's turn to feel the pressure. Fugaku cut Yin off, stopping him from saying anything more that might put people in an awkward position. After all, the Night of the Nine Tails was taboo in the village. It wasn't something to mention carelessly. Yin, improving our clan members' pay and benefits isn't the issue. But have you considered this? All these tasks used to be handled by the police department. If the police department steps back now, how do you think the villagers will see us? Their opinion is their concern. The Uchiha's standing comes from our own strength, not from how the villagers see us. Yin was unmoved. In his view, the Uchiha clan might not even last much longer, so why bother caring about what outsiders think? Select a few administrative staff to specifically handle these matters. If any difficult problems arise, just leave it to them. In short, my squad will no longer get involved. Whoever wants to take charge, let them do it. There's one more thing. Yan's tone grew even more serious. Let me say this on behalf of my clansmen working in the police department. The benefits and compensation for the police have not been improved for a long time. Clan leader, do you really want to see everyone tightening their belts just to get by? And then there are those who collect their salaries without doing any work. One rookie assessment has dragged on for half a month without a result. What's the point of keeping them around? Whenever these issues came up, Yin couldn't help but get angry. His squad members all had difficult personalities. He'd spent considerable effort getting them to work together. Yet the personnel office couldn't even pick a new recruit in half a month. They hadn't even met the candidates. At this rate, he might as well resign and go raise pigs at home. Fugaku's face, already stern, darkened even further. After all, the administrative staff were under his management. Problems like this were, in truth, a failure on his and the department head's part. I'll look into it myself and make sure they correct things. When the meeting ended, some people felt satisfied, while others left dejected. The hardliners were pleased, but the moderates had nothing left to say, and even Shursui seemed at a loss. After Yan's fierce criticism, he'd nearly become the villain of the clan. If word got out that Uchiha Shursui opposed raising the clan's benefits and compensation, it would be hard for him to find his footing in the family again. He would become everyone's target. Even those in the clan who favored peace couldn't help but feel disgruntled. Shursui followed the sixth elder back home. The elder downed several cups of tea in quick succession, yet still couldn't calm his nerves. In a burst of anger, he hurled his teacup to the floor, where it shattered with a crisp, sharp crack. He then exclaimed in frustration, "That Yin boy from the Uchiha clan has no respect for his elders whatsoever. Completely out of control." Shursui remained silent. There was little point in discussing these things right now. The most pressing issue was how to improve the moderates' position within the clan. After Yan's outburst, their situation would only become even more difficult. What pained Shursui was that Yan wasn't deliberately targeting the moderates. He was thinking of the clan as a whole. Even if he was blamed for this, and his own position grew more awkward, Shursui had nothing to say in his own defense. "Shursui, even if you and Yan aren't close, at least you can still talk to him. What do you think that boy is really after?" They'd gotten along fairly well in the past, but after their last conversation, they'd begun to drift apart. Shursui sighed inwardly, carefully weighing his words before replying. "Elder, Yan's intentions are actually quite simple. His proposal is meant for the entire clan, not just us specifically. We just happen to get caught in the crossfire." At that moment, the aging sixth elder could only mutter under his breath, "What rotten luck." Things had come this far. There was no turning back. Fugaku found himself in a dilemma, and his only option was to announce an increase in the benefits and compensation for the police force members. This news instantly sparked a heated response among the clan members. After all, the salaries for the police force weren't high, and serving there meant you couldn't earn extra money by taking on commissions and missions like others could. If you relied solely on that modest wage without any savings, life could get pretty tight. The improvement in benefits tugged at the hearts of every Uchiha clan member. Yan's name, as a result, once again became the center of conversation among the clan's people. In just one afternoon, quite a few clan members came to Yan's office to visit him, some even hoping to transfer into the third squad. Unfortunately, the personnel department was already overwhelmed with work. The human resources department, which had once enjoyed a relatively easy workload, now found itself swamped and stressed. Fugaku, his face clouded with displeasure, scolded the crowd, instantly throwing the personnel office into chaos. Everyone was now working with all their might, no longer daring to slack off or shirk their responsibilities. On the whole, Yan's standing within the clan rose significantly. He gained recognition from many, though he also made a few enemies along the way. Still, this was nothing more than a minor episode. Those who resented Yan posed no real threat, and didn't even dare voice their complaints openly. Additionally, the police force would no longer handle petty chores. These tasks would now be handed over to the mission department. Once this news was made public, it caused quite a stir, and naturally, the clan members strongly supported it. In the past, the police force was often overwhelmed by these trivial matters. Now things were different. Such affairs could be transferred directly, either by issuing a mission or simply finding a way to resolve them on their own. They couldn't rely on the police force for everything anymore. After all, the police force's duty was to maintain order in the village, not to take care of everyone's every little problem. Most of the Uchiha were pleased by the change, but there were also some who grumbled in discontent. Previously, they could ask for help from the police force whenever they wanted. Now, if they wanted to post a mission, they'd have to pay a considerable fee. Ordinary villagers could accept this, but the groups who were used to getting the police force's help for free found the change hard to swallow. Why is it so noisy downstairs? Even seated in his office, the commotion from the first-floor lobby could be heard loud and clear. It was easy to imagine how lively things were. Jian was leaning against the corridor, watching the spectacle with a grin as he replied, "Captain, it's a few of the livestock farmers from the village. They're demanding that the Uchiha take down the announcement and return things to the way they were." "Who's handling the reception?" Yin stepped out, curiosity written all over his face. If ordinary villagers only troubled the police force on occasion, these livestock farmers were regular visitors. They constantly gave the Uchiha clan headaches, yet there was little anyone could do. Because of their livestock business, whenever an animal went missing, seeking help from the police force was the most effective solution. But now, with the introduction of this new regulation, they would have to shoulder an extra expense. Nobody was pleased about such a change. As a result, the farmers came straight to the police force headquarters, demanding that the Uchiha clan withdraw the announcement and reinstate the old policy. And who else could it be? Of course it's our great hero, Shursui. Jian burst out laughing, a note of pride in his voice. Once, Shursui had been a hero to both the clan and the village, but now such titles sounded more like mockery. How could it be that a decision the whole clan supported was the very one Shursui insisted on opposing? Yin shook his head in resignation, sighing inwardly at the enduring influence of the will of fire. Down in the first-floor lobby, the receptionist wore a look of helpless frustration. They had patiently explained the situation multiple times already. Still, the farmers refused to accept it. Worse yet, as squad captain, Shursui had come out in person to try and calm them down, explaining earnestly again and again. Instead, the crowd only grew more defiant. What's the meaning of this, Uchiha? We lost our stuff. Of course it's only right that we ask you for help, isn't it? If you won't even help with something so small, then what's the point of having a police force? Am I right, everyone? Faced with the villagers' rising emotions, Shursui grew anxious, sweat beading on his forehead as he hurriedly raised his hands to pacify them. Please, everyone, let me explain. Our police force is short-staffed, and there are many matters we simply can't cover at once. We have to prioritize the safety of the village as a whole. Don't make excuses. You're just shirking your responsibilities. You never used to be like this. The Uchiha really are getting more and more insufferable. Some among the crowd grew so agitated that they started hurling insults, making those in the lobby clench their teeth in anger, yet powerless to respond. In the past, anyone causing a disturbance like this would have been hauled off to the surveillance room for some reflection. But ever since that fateful night, with the Nine Tails, the Uchiha's reputation had taken a nosedive. Stirred up by the so-called Dove faction, the police force now acted with extreme caution. Muralang took the lead, shouting abuse with particular relish. In the old days, who would have dared openly insult the Uchiha? But now, he could, because no matter what he said, the Uchiha no longer dared to retaliate. Today, he was determined to make the Uchiha pay for issuing such an announcement. If we lose something, why should we have to spend our own money at the mission office, hiring a ninja to look for it? What exactly are you and your police force doing? Who else are we supposed to turn to? If you refuse to help, that's on you. Murang's words grew increasingly harsh. Seeing the Uchiha clan members shaking with anger, yet not daring to fight back, only emboldened him further. Even when some couldn't restrain themselves and wanted to take action, Shursui held them back, making Murang's attitude even more arrogant. The conflict became ever more intense. At that moment, Yin walked down from upstairs with his men, instantly heightening the tension in the hall. This is bad, Shursui thought as he saw Yin appear, knowing things were about to get out of control. Yin was nothing like him. He wasn't someone easy to reason with. Suddenly, a thunderous crash cut through the commotion in the hall. The hall, which had just been filled with Murang's jeering, fell silent as Yin struck Murang with a powerful blow, sending him hurtling into the wall. The police department hall went dead quiet in an instant. Where do you get the nerve to come here and stir up trouble in the police department? Yin demanded coldly. What are you all standing around for? Is the police department your stage for putting on performances? When outsiders call you incompetent, why haven't you arrested them yet? Or are you waiting for the new year? The Uchiha clansmen were already seething with anger, but without an order, they hadn't dared to act. Meanwhile, Shursui kept urging restraint. But now, with Yan's command, the pent-up clan members surged forward as one, pinning all the troublemakers to the ground. Ignoring their shouts and struggles, they dragged them forcefully toward the monitoring room. Once those people were inside, they were in for a hard time. Yin stopped. Shursui finally couldn't hold back any longer. Seeing Yin not only punish the ringleader, Murang, but also have the others rounded up, Shursui shouted out. In a flash, Yin appeared before Shursui, his tone full of disappointment. Shursui, I'm truly disappointed in you. I used to think you were simply kind-hearted, but now I see I was wrong. Your kindness is reserved for outsiders, and never for your own clan. I've said it before, he isn't to be trusted. Jian's anger boiled over as he accused. These people came here to make trouble, and not only did he refuse to arrest them, he even stopped us from acting. Even when we were being insulted, even spat upon, right in front of everyone, he did nothing and wouldn't let us fight back. There had always been tension between Ji Yin and Shursui, and in the past, their disputes were mostly ignored. Even as Shursui's actions grew more disappointing, people only whispered about it in private. But this time, Ji Yan's words struck a chord with every member of the clan. Uchiha Shursui, whose side are you really on? You ask us to be gentle and respectful when enforcing the law, to accept all sorts of restrictions. We have complied. Even the clan leader and elders supported your proposals, and we obeyed. But now, when outsiders come to the police department to cause trouble, not only do you refuse to act, you stop us from intervening. We are insulted in public, yet all you care about is preventing us from retaliating. Some even shout at us, spitting in our faces in front of everyone. Sure, Sway, are you still in the Uchiha? You can't arrest me, you can't. I'm going to file a complaint against you. Let go of me. Seeing that the Uchiha were truly beginning to arrest the troublemakers, panic spread instantly among the crowd. Afraid now? What were you thinking earlier? Yin sneered and said, take them all away. Lock them up in the surveillance room. These people have incited a disturbance. They must be dealt with. The crime of inciting a public disturbance is no small matter, especially when it happens within the police department. That alone would be enough to keep them locked up for quite some time. Take them all away. With Yan's support, the Uchiha no longer hesitated. Regardless of who it was, each and every agitator was dragged into the surveillance room. I meant no harm. I only wanted to prevent things from getting worse. Sure Sway tried to defend himself. Yin shook his head, disappointment in his eyes. Save those words for the clansmen who were insulted and now feel let down by you. As for your conduct, I'll personally report everything. To the clan head, I'll also recommend to him that you be removed from your position as captain of the police department squad. Back when Yin watched the anime in his previous life, he thought Sure Sway was a man of deep feelings, perhaps a little naive, deeply influenced by the will of fire, yet someone to sympathize with. But now, it seems that those we pity often have their own ways of letting us down. Can anyone tell me what exactly happened here? With such a commotion erupting in the police department, Fugaku Uchiha, who had been resting at home, hurried over at once. The clan head had arrived. The clansmen, who just moments ago were agitated and loud, instantly fell silent. Among the Uchiha, Fugaku's authority was absolute. Especially when it came to managing the clan, he was known for his strictness. For a moment, no one dared utter a word. Even In, who had intended to speak, fell silent at Yan's subtle glance. With no other option, Fugaku turned his attention to Yin and Sure Sway, who still stood in standoff. Yin didn't give Sure Sway a chance to speak, answering directly. Because of the new regulations, some people refused to accept them and gathered here at the police department to cause trouble. Sure Sway kept trying to explain, but failed to take effective action, and as a result, the situation only escalated. Even our own clansmen ended up being publicly insulted by those making trouble. Sure Sway, is this true? In some matters, Fugaku could seem hesitant, but when it came to the dignity and authority of the Uchiha, he would never back down. Now, there had been a public disturbance, and the police department failed to act immediately, choosing instead to explain. Even worse, members of the police were insulted in front of everyone. We are enforcers. Just what was Uchiha Sure Sway doing? Under the angry stares of his clansmen, Sure Sway felt a deep sense of shame and lowered his head. Yin went on. In my opinion, Sure Sway is not suitable to serve as captain of the police department squad. I recommend he be relieved of his post, or perhaps transferred to the complaints department. He might be better suited to handling those sorts of issues. Since you enjoy being the peacemaker and calming disputes, then you can take charge of handling those complaints that require mediation. The role of squad leader in the police force isn't right for you. Fugaku gave Sure Sway a long, searching look and said, I'll consider it. Although he had always valued Sure Sway highly, in a moment when every clan member was feeling humiliated, Fugaku had no choice but to agree for now. Otherwise, the anger of the clan would be impossible to quell. Everyone, Yin paid no attention to Uchiha Fugaku's current feelings. He raised his hand, looked around the room, and spoke loudly. I urge you all to remember who we are, not just members of the police force, but proud members of the Uchiha clan. We are the greatest clan of ocular jutsu in the shinobi world, and the dignity of our family cannot be trampled. No matter the circumstances, the Uchiha will never bow or beg before anyone. The Uchiha pride will never allow us to submit to anyone. Taking advantage of this moment, Yin made his stance clear without hesitation, seeking the support and trust of the clan. Well said, Captain, you are truly formidable. Ji Yin exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. He clenched his fists and was the first to break out in applause. The applause grew louder and more fervent, and the clan members gazed at Yin with newfound passion and respect. Those who had just felt aggrieved, now stirred by Yan's words, found their spirits soaring. We are the most powerful clan of ocular jutsu in the shinobi world. We have our own Uchiha pride. We will never bow to anyone, nor grovel in submission. Clan leader, I hope you will convene a clan meeting to specifically address the issue of the dovish faction within our family. In my view, the doves have outlived their purpose. They only make us weak, force us to lower our heads, and in the end, strip away the dignity and pride of our clan. By building prestige, uniting the hearts of the clan, and addressing the conflict between the doves and the hardliners, Yen was taking a crucial step towards strengthening the unity of the Uchiha. The dovish faction, smallest in number and weakest in voice, had become Yan's first target to be eliminated. Besides, the actions of the doves really had become intolerable. The hardliners, at least, had the courage and drive to attempt a coup. But the doves? What were they good for besides constant concessions and compromise? Clan leader, we support this proposal. The members of the third squad immediately voiced their approval. Spurred on by their example, more and more clan members joined in, demanding a clan meeting to discuss how to deal with the doves. Fugaku gazed at the squad that used to be the most unruly in the entire force. Now, with Yen as captain, they had become astonishingly obedient, and Fugaku was filled with emotion. Once, no one dared provoke these men. They were all troublemakers. But now, under Yan's leadership, they were more disciplined than anyone could have imagined. Faced with the many requests from his clansmen, even though Fugaku was reluctant, he could only force himself to nod in agreement and send someone to invite a few elders to the clan leader's residence. Shirsue's figure seemed especially lonely. At this moment, he had become the clan's acknowledged outcast and the center of their scrutiny. Even his own squad members didn't dare approach him, afraid they too would be shunned and targeted by the clan. Who could have imagined that Shirsue, who had only meant well and wanted to solve the problem, would see things spiral out of control like this? Had Yen really done something wrong? No, in truth, Yan's actions were for the good of the entire clan. When you compare him to Shirsue, it becomes clear who is truly thinking about the clan's best interests. Shirsue had focused all his efforts on easing the conflict between the clan and the village, on finding a way for the Uchiha to integrate into Konoha. But he failed to realize that the problems between the Uchiha and the village needed to be addressed at their root. It wasn't enough to simply listen to the empty promises of those in power, nor could he rely on the so-called will of fire. News of trouble at the police department spread quickly. Soon, many within the clan began openly criticizing Shirsue. Everyone felt that, though Shirsue was one of their own, he always seemed to put outsiders first, neglecting his own people. In contrast, the harsher the criticism leveled against Shirsue, the higher Yan's reputation soared. Inside the clan leader's residence, the same elders had gathered, but the atmosphere had grown heavy and oppressive. Now, someone was about to take action against one of the factions within the clan. Uchiha Yen. This name had long been familiar to the elders, but it had never truly caught their attention. But ever since the last clan meeting, he had come fully into their sights. In just a few days, he had already taken actions that had a profound impact on the Uchiha clan. Now, with the disturbance at the police department, Yen seized the opportunity to begin settling accounts with the dovish faction. Confronted by the requests of so many clansmen, Fugaku, as clan leader, found himself unable to refuse. He didn't even have the chance to speak privately with Yen before being thrust into the center of the storm, with nowhere to retreat. Always thought that boy was restless. First, he questioned both us and the clan leader. Then he demanded the clan leader go to the Hokage's office to negotiate complaints, and now he's meddling in other affairs. What exactly is he after? The sixth elder shouted angrily. Does he even respect us elders anymore? The grand elder tried to calm him. Sixth elder, there's no need to get so worked up. The grand elder smiled and said, in my opinion, Yen is quite a remarkable young man, very much to my liking. And tell me, when has he ever questioned the clan leader or ignored us elders? Besides, everything he's done has been for the good of the clan. Don't you want to see the clan become better? The sixth elder fell silent, though inwardly he thought, could I even argue against that? If I object, I'll be criticized to death by the whole clan. His expression grew even darker. The other elders were long accustomed to the clashes between the dovish and hardline factions. These arguments were almost inevitable at every meeting. However, with Fugaku's arrival, the debate came to a temporary halt. This time, Yen had also come along with Fugaku. The captains from the police department were absent, clearly because Fugaku had no intention of involving them. He had brought only Yen. Although the quarrel between the two factions had quieted for now, that did not mean the doves would let Yen off easily. As expected, the moment Yen sat down, the sixth elder immediately launched an attack. Uchiha Yen, do you even respect us elders and your seniors? Who gave you permission to sit here? The hardliners merely sneered, making no move to help. They were all eager to see how Yen would respond to the sixth elder's questioning. Sitting at the head of the table, Fugaku also remained silent. Questioned before he even settled in, Yen only turned his head slightly to glance at the furious sixth elder, a mocking smile. Curling at the corner of his lips, a flash of disdain in his eyes. In an instant, his Sharingan, 3 Tomo spinning, came to life. No one had expected Yen to act so directly, confronting a clan elder without hesitation. His movements were so swift, the others hardly had time to react. Before anyone could respond, the sixth elder had already fallen victim. Just moments ago, he had been bellowing with rage, but suddenly he froze in place, as if rooted to the spot. Then, clutching his head, he leapt up in terror, as if he had seen something nightmarish. He screamed at the top of his lungs, frantically clawing at his own clothes, as if something horrific was wrapping itself around him. Utterly foolish. What gives you the right to shout at me? Yin spoke coldly. If the one sitting before him had been Uchiha Shursui, Yin might have shown some restraint. But the sixth elder was nothing more than a frail, aging man whose strength had long since faded. Apart from his title as elder, he was essentially insignificant. If Yin wished, he could deal with him easily at any moment. Over the past 6 months, Yin had relentlessly honed his mental fortitude, the power of his Sharingan, and fused his chakra with that of Indra's brothers. His strength had reached a truly terrifying level. Yet, he had never displayed this power in public. Facing an old, weakened sixth elder who was far from his former prime was, for Yin, almost effortless, no more challenging than slaughtering chicken. If he chose, he could end the sixth elder's life in an instant. A single jinjutsu was more than enough to settle the matter. In fact, Yin had learned many jinjutsu techniques and insights from Shursui. Now he had the perfect opportunity to put them into practice on the sixth elder. Yan's actions caught everyone off guard. Just moments ago, the elders were laughing merrily, but now their smiles had vanished. Only now did they realize that Yin was no obedient little lamb. He was a hedgehog bristling with sharp spines. Underestimating him or daring to provoke him meant being ready to get pricked. Yin, what do you think you're doing? Are you trying to challenge my authority? Uchiha Fugaku stood up abruptly, appearing beside the sixth elder to break the illusion cast upon him. At the same time, he activated his Sharingan, the tomo swirling ominously as he faced off with Yin. The rise and fall of Fugaku's chest made it clear just how angry he truly was. Freed from the illusion, the sixth elder, sweating profusely, cast a fearful glance at Yin. Only heaven knew what he had just experienced. In the face of Fugaku's interrogation, Yin spread his hands calmly and said, "As for whether I'm challenging the clan leader's authority, that's for you to decide. I haven't done anything wrong. The clan's support and the people's approval may have granted him the title of elder, but that doesn't mean he's free to shout at me. If you had truly made great contributions to the clan, I would respect you, as a predecessor, as a senior, as an elder of the Uchiha. But unfortunately, you have not." As he spoke, Yan's lips curled into a mocking smile. His gaze swept up and down the still-shaken sixth elder with unconcealed disdain. "All you've ever brought to the clan is compromise, endless concessions, always teaching our people to tuck their tails and bow their heads. An old dog like that will never have my respect." Since the masks were off, there was no need for politeness. To call him an old dog was already being lenient. At least he hadn't chosen harsher words. Ignoring the increasingly dark look on Fugaku's face, Yin raised his voice to address the other elders. "Everyone, how do you feel, having someone like this sit among you as a clan elder, sharing your status? Honestly, I find it rather disgraceful." The other elders, still reeling from Yan's brazen defiance, glanced at the cowed sixth elder with complicated expressions after hearing these words. Truth be told, they did feel a little embarrassed. At the very least, they thought he had brought shame to their ranks. If you can't even keep a youngster in line, perhaps you shouldn't be an elder at all. Spare everyone the embarrassment. To think he was so easily subdued by a jinjutsu from a junior, with no ability to resist at all. No one wanted to be associated with such shame. "Uchiha Yin, are you trying to drag the whole clan down with you to destruction?" After a long, awkward silence, the sixth elder finally regained his composure, wishing he could dig a hole and disappear inside. In his desperation, he hurried to lay this accusation at Yan's feet. Yin, however, was genuinely amused. "If you're saying that not living with our tails between our legs means Uchiha is doomed, then by that logic, we'd have been wiped out 800 times already." A bout of awkward coughing echoed through the room. Not only did Yin want to laugh, but several elders also nearly lost their composure, especially the Grand Elder. At this moment, the way he looked at Yin grew increasingly gentle. He had always believed that Yin was born to be part of the hardline faction. With this kind of personality and approach, it would be such a waste if Yin didn't join them. He was determined to win Yin over, no matter what. "That's enough." Seeing that the sixth elder was about to retaliate and wouldn't let the matter drop, Fugaku, as the clan leader, gave a low, commanding shout. "This ends here. Sixth elder, I don't want to see you slandering and accusing the younger generation of our clan without cause. Yin, I also don't want to see any more insubordination like this." As the clan leader, Fugaku was in the most difficult position, caught between both sides and unsure how to please anyone. In the end, the only solution was to punish both sides equally. It looked like everyone suffered, But in reality, Yin walked away with the biggest gain. For him, such a punishment was hardly worth mentioning. It was the sixth elder who truly suffered. He lost even the right to openly criticize or scold the younger generation. How could that not be stifling? Before, even if elders scolded the young, they might not like it, but all they could do was endure. But now, even that was forbidden. The sixth elder's vision swam. He nearly fainted from anger and frustration. Unfortunately, the dovish faction was weak and unpopular. At this point, no one would stand up to defend him. The fact that no one was adding insult to injury was already a mercy for old time's sake. Returning to his seat, Uchiha Fuyu's face was grim as he spoke in a low voice. For certain reasons, some members of the clan have expressed a lot of dissatisfaction towards certain people. Yin is right. Uchiha has its own pride and dignity. We cannot simply compromise or wrong ourselves and our clan to please others. Things had come to this. Even if Fugaku didn't agree with targeting the dovish faction, he had no choice but to go along with the prevailing trend. The storm had already broken, and as clan leader, he couldn't stand against all the clansmen now to support the doves. Otherwise, if the hardliner started to scheme behind his back, it would mean real trouble for him as clan head. The best option now was to sacrifice the doves for the sake of stability. Clan leader, everything we do is for the good of the clan. The gap between the village and the Uchiha keeps widening. Only by changing our image and gaining the Hokage's forgiveness can Uchiha truly integrate into the village. The sixth elder was so anxious he was practically spinning in circles. The doves already had little influence in the clan. If they were cut off now, the faction would have no reason to exist. He himself would be ousted from the center of clan power. A burst of laughter broke out. Yin could no longer hold it in. He had really tried, but he had overestimated his own patience. Uchiha Yin, what do you mean by that? The sixth elder, like a wounded beast lashing out, roared in fury, wild and desperate. A pair of bloodshot eyes glared fixedly at Yin. From the look of it, it was as if he wished he could swallow Yin whole. If Yin hadn't been stirring up trouble these past few days, none of this mess would have happened. And now, things had gotten to the point where the dovish faction was on the verge of ruin. There's nothing much to it. I just find the elder's words rather interesting. No, actually, downright ridiculous. Yan's performance was over the top. He let out a few dry, exaggerated laughs, then looked at him with a blank expression. You're gonna make me die from laughter. Yan, tell us your understanding. Why do you disagree with the sixth elder? Fugaku was genuinely worried Yin might once again use Jinjutsu on the sixth elder. After all, the old man was already up there in years. If he kept getting controlled by illusions time and again, a bit more provocation and he might just keel over on the spot. Yan's strength and dominance meant Fugaku could no longer afford to underestimate him. He needed to be treated as someone of great importance. Yin shook his head, a look of utter disdain on his face, but out of respect for the clan leader, he pursed his lips and replied half-heartedly. I find the elder's words and ideas laughable. The clan is already a part of Konoha. Why should we need to blend in? Blend in where exactly? If we follow the Senju's example and break up our clan, mingling with the commoners, does that count as blending in? Everyone, open your eyes and take a good look. Among all the clans, large and small, in Konoha, has any of them truly become part of the civilian families? I really want to know what the sixth elder is thinking. Are you seriously suggesting the Uchiha should follow the Senju's path? Dissolve entirely, change our names, and become ordinary people? Would that finally satisfy you? Whoa. Now, that was a serious accusation, an attack straight at the very roots of the Uchiha. Fugaku and the other elders were momentarily stunned, and soon, all eyes turned toward the sixth elder with suspicion. Yin made a good point. The Uchiha were already part of Konoha, so what was the point of talking about integration? People claimed equality, but how many clans truly considered themselves on the same level as ordinary citizens? Even the Sarutobi clan hadn't managed that. So why should the Uchiha be expected to? To truly blend in with Konoha, the clan would need to dissolve itself, just as the Senju had done. But wouldn't that be tantamount to erasing the Uchiha's very existence? The sixth elder's face turned red once more. He was so shocked that he couldn't even form a coherent sentence. He stammered and faltered, unable to get a single complete word out for quite some time. Yin wasn't just opposing the dovish faction anymore. He was trying to wipe them out with a single blow. Such accusations were more than enough to leave the sixth elder and his allies at a loss for words. Most importantly, they couldn't shake off this accusation. If that wasn't their intention, why did they keep insisting the clan must fully integrate into Konoha? We have always been a part of Konoha. Explain yourself. Why did you do this? You're probably scheming for the family to imitate the Senju clan, aren't you? With a sudden gasp, the tension snapped. Already advanced in age, Coupled with the shock from Yan's genjutsu and the accumulated frustration, the sixth elder reached his breaking point. His vision went black, a mouthful of blood spewed forth, and he collapsed limply to the floor. The abrupt turn of events left everyone stunned. Even Yin found it hard to believe. To faint on the spot, coughing up blood, wasn't that a bit much? But with the sixth elder unconscious, the meeting could no longer continue. Fortunately, the outcome was just what Yin wanted. After today, the Dove faction could not possibly survive unless they were willing to operate under the stigma Yin had branded them with. Even Shui, once the Dove's staunchest supporter, would have to keep a low profile from now on. After a brief period of chaos, the guards hurriedly carried the sixth elder to the hospital, and the matter of the Dove faction was dropped. What a headache! Fugaku rubbed his throbbing temples, looking at Yin with a mixture of resignation and helplessness. The others regarded Yin with complicated expressions, except for the Grand Elder, whose eyes still burned with fervor. There was no way to keep discussing the Doves. Time for a new topic. After some thought, Fugaku spoke. Yin has proposed removing Uchiha Shui from his position in the police force. He believes Shui is better suited to the personnel department handling complaints. What do the elders think? An opportunity like this? Of course we support it. I support it, declared one elder. I agree as well. Shui is a good child, but he isn't suited for the police force, added another. The hardliners voiced their support at once. The neutral elders simply turned to Fugaku, the clan head, as if to say, "You're the leader. You decide. We won't voice an opinion, lest Yin, that little rascal, set his sights on us next." With the sixth elder's example fresh in their minds, none of the elders dared to put on airs with Yin anymore. They all feared that, on a whim, Yin might really come after them. A madman isn't so frightening. What's truly dangerous is a madman with cunning and power. With someone like that watching you, even sleep doesn't bring peace. If there are no objections, then starting tomorrow, Shui is relieved of his police duties and transferred to the personnel department for complaint handling. Fugaku made the decision on the spot. Yin, stay behind. Once it was all over, the hardliners were delighted, while the neutrals were anxious. Because nobody knew if Yin would join the hardliners, or if he might turn on them next. Not only were the neutral elders uneasy, Fugaku himself, as clan head, shared their worries. That's why he asked Yin to stay. Hearing this, Yin, who had been about to leave, paused. Normally, Fugaku would brew some tea to relax. But now, he didn't dare entertain the thought. He almost felt like tossing his teapot out the window. The two of them entered the living room. Seeing Yin ignore the custom of kneeling and simply sit cross-legged, Fugaku's eye twitched twice. He took a deep breath and asked in a cold voice. Yin, what exactly are you trying to do? What do you mean by that, clan leader? Yin looked genuinely puzzled. Fugaku's anger flared. In just a few short days, you've stirred up quite a lot of trouble. Today, you even defied authority and laid hands on an elder. What is your purpose in doing all this? I knew you couldn't hold back. If this continues, the Uchiha will either grow ever stronger or gradually spiral out of control. He simply couldn't afford to remain calm. To make the Uchiha strong once more, so we don't have to live in submission, always hiding who we are. Meeting Fugaku's cold, authoritative gaze, Yin replied calmly. Honestly, I'd rather say I'm just trying to stay alive, but I doubt you'd believe me. Too bad you're such a timid clan head. It's left me with no choice but to take matters into my own hands. Yin waved the flag of Uchiha's revival, and there was little Fugaku could say to that. After all, reckless as Yin could be, his actions hadn't harmed the clan's interests. A long silence settled over Fugaku. Yin sat quietly as well, showing not the slightest trace of unease. That's wonderful. Suddenly, a cheerful laugh rang out. The voice was one Yin knew all too well. It belonged to his ever-reliable copycat, the one and only Sasuke Uchiha. With a bright smile, Sasuke bounced happily into the living room. But when he saw who was seated there, he froze in surprise. Noticing his father's stern expression, Sasuke hurried to stand straight and bowed politely. I'm home, father. Greetings to you, senior. Fugaku replied, still stern-faced with his arms folded, his tone ice-cold. At only 5 years old, Sasuke couldn't quite hide his disappointment. Father, senior. Itachi, arriving just a step behind, greeted them formally, then took Sasuke by the hand and led him upstairs. With Sasuke and Itachi's interruption, the tense atmosphere softened a little. Even Fugaku's rigid expression eased somewhat. What's your view on the hardliners? Tell me your honest thoughts. To be frank, you're a bit harsh on Shui. Everything he does is for the good of the clan. Even if it's for the good of the clan, that doesn't mean our people should have to live in fear, always hiding who they are. Yin pursed his lips, clearly disagreeing. He knew full well that Shusui's double agent role had Fugaku's support and approval. It would be the same with Itachi in the future. Unfortunately, Fugaku overestimated their loyalty to the Uchiha. He sent 2 spies, only for both to end up utterly devoted to the village leadership. If he truly wanted what's best for the clan, he'd abandon those unrealistic ideas. As for the hardliners, I believe, as the clan head, you already have your own thoughts. I have no intention of joining the hardliners. Not even a little. I would never support anyone in our clan who wants to stage a coup. Like I said, we are a part of Konoha. Even if there are some disputes, it should never escalate to the point of a coup. Whether you believe me or not, these are my heartfelt words. I will also strive for my own goals. This was Yan's statement. Fugaku raised his eyebrows slightly, and the weight he'd been carrying in his heart finally eased. Yin was acting for the good of the clan, and that was something Fugaku could accept. In other words, as long as Yin stayed clear of the hardliners, it would be enough to cut out the roots of unrest among the Uchiha. Fugaku, Uchiha, might have been hesitant, but at least he had a sense of the bigger picture. The rift between our clan and the village is hard to bridge. There's deep distrust on both sides. Yin smiled then, a confident smile lighting up his face. I know, but I don't see it as a bad thing. At the very least, it's brought us together. In the past, our clan was divided by factions and internal strife, which made us weak. But I've always believed that as long as we stand united, and as long as we don't do anything the village can't accept, no one will be able to touch us. At most, we might have to play a few little tricks. On the contrary, only when we are strong and united can we have a voice in the village. After all, the Uchiha didn't earn our reputation as the foremost clan of eye techniques for nothing. We have the strength to back it up. If only things were truly as simple as you say, Fugaku thought to himself, letting out a soft sigh. Ever since he became clan head, he'd tried countless ways to make things better, but the results had been nothing short of disheartening. Not only had the Uchiha gained nothing, but the atmosphere of exclusion only grew worse. This reached its peak after the night of the Nine-Tails attack. Fugaku didn't voice his thoughts, but Yin could guess what was on his mind. As long as you don't join the hardliners, don't lead our people into a coup, and don't do anything to harm the interests of the Uchiha or the village, I won't stand in your way. To have those words from the clan head is enough for me. I would never do anything to harm the clan's interests, Yin thought. But as for the village, well, that would depend on the circumstances. If the third Hokage and Danzo started playing their tricks, Yin wouldn't mind causing them a little trouble in return, just to give them a headache for once. If you're always on the defensive, the Uchiha will never rise. In fact, it'll only encourage those who bully you to push further and further. If you give up an inch, they'll take a mile. One dramatic event after another left the Uchiha reeling, and when word spread that the 6th elder had collapsed from rage, it became the talk of the clan. But the entertainment didn't last long. That's because the hardliners intentionally leaked Yan's words and the charges against him. Now, the entire Uchiha clan was in an uproar. One after another, people began to curse the Dove faction, condemning their betrayal. Some hot-tempered individuals even went as far as seeking out trouble with the Doves directly. The 6th elder was receiving treatment in the hospital, while Shui, who was scheduled to be transferred the next day, found himself in the crossfire. When Shui heard the news, he was completely stunned. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that the very cause the Doves had worked so hard for could be twisted into such a terrible accusation. Shui was dumbfounded, and the 3rd Hokage, upon hearing the news, didn't fare much better. What on earth was going on? He had just come to suspect that Uchiha Yin was not as simple as he seemed, and had decided to step up surveillance. Yet in the blink of an eye, so much had happened, enough to wipe out the Dove faction within the Uchiha clan. Who could possibly explain to him how Yin managed to pull this off? And wasn't this accusation a bit too extreme? While there was some reasoning behind it, the Doves hardly deserved to be uprooted so ruthlessly. How could Shui ever face his own clansmen after this? After such dramatic maneuvering, Shui and the other Doves, even if they wouldn't become pariahs to be hounded by everyone, would find life within the clan extremely difficult from now on. It would be nearly impossible for them to earn forgiveness from their people. With the Doves having lost their voice, what use was Shui, the spy who had been so painstakingly cultivated? Without the power to speak, he could no longer attend the clan's important gatherings and meetings. If he couldn't attend, how was he to gather intelligence? Things were becoming rather complicated. And that wasn't all. Yin even advocated for Shui to be transferred out of the police force, insisting he had no place there and should instead be relegated to handling those bothersome complaints. What left the 3rd Hokage speechless was that this was still an internal Uchiha matter. Even as Hokage, he had no right to interfere directly. At most, he could offer a few hints on the side. The problem was, hints wouldn't change anything. All he could do was watch helplessly as Shui was pushed further and further to the margins. A distinctive sound of footsteps echoed from far to near, snapping the third Hokage out of his thoughts. He rubbed his brow, knowing that his old friend had arrived. The footsteps stopped right outside the Hokage's office, and the door was flung open with little regard for courtesy. Danzo, his forehead, right eye, right shoulder, and right arm all wrapped tightly in bandages, entered leaning heavily on his wooden staff step by step. In the entire village of Konoha, there were only 2 people who would show up at the Hokage's office without bothering to knock, ignoring the most basic manners. Danzo was one of them. The other was the 3rd Hokage's own student, the future 5th Hokage, Tsunade. Lowering his hand, the 3rd Hokage looked up. Danzo, it's late. What brings you here at this hour? Sarutobi, don't pretend you know nothing. Things are already spiraling out of control on the Uchiha side. Step by step, Danzo walked up to the 3rd Hokage's desk, a sinister gleam flashing in his single eye. I've said it before, you can't treat the Uchiha clan, these wicked people, with such softness. Every last one of them should be brought to heel, especially that little fiend Uchiha Yen. As Danzo's words grew increasingly excessive, the 3rd Hokage couldn't help but interrupt him. Danzo, I've told you, the Uchiha are still part of this village. Things haven't reached the point you're claiming. The actions initiated by Uchiha Yen are all about changing the Uchiha from within. This is an internal clan matter, not something for you or me to interfere with. Do the Uchiha truly deserve to be destroyed? Perhaps not. Danzo's relentless focus on the Uchiha isn't just about seizing more Sharingan. He also wants to keep this threat dangling before the others, using the so-called Uchiha menace to bolster his own influence, all to serve his own ambitions. The 3rd Hokage, for his part, never intended to condemn the entire Uchiha clan. Aside from believing it unnecessary, he simply didn't dare. The Uchiha are the foremost clan of ocular jutsu in the ninja world. Their combined strength is formidable. If pushed too far, if the Uchiha unite, even if the village manages to wipe them out, the price Konoha would pay would be unbearably steep. Don't make the mistake of treating the Uchiha's dozens of jonin and hundreds of ninja like they're nothing. How many jonin does Konoha have in total? The Uchiha alone account for more than 1/10 of them. This is where Yan's confidence comes from. As long as the Uchiha stay united and don't cause trouble, Danzo and the 3rd Hokage wouldn't dare make a move against them. If they're not afraid of backlash or the risk of civil war, then by all means try to wipe out the Uchiha. But if that happens, Konoha will be left gravely weakened. Villages like Iwagakure and Kumogakure, with their military might and appetite for war, would hardly stand idly by. The land of fire, that fat, tempting prize. If those villages see an opening, they'll pounce without hesitation. Oomph. Danzo snorted coldly, dropping the subject for now. Then tell me this. With the Uchiha situation shifting, Shursui has been nearly pushed out of the clan circle. How do you expect the village to keep gathering intelligence on the Uchiha? If no one's watching them, the Uchiha could be plotting rebellion right under our noses, and we'd be none the wiser. No matter what, Danzo would exaggerate things as much as possible, painting the Uchiha in the darkest light. The more monstrous the better. The more unsettled the 3rd Hokage and the other elders became, the more they'd have to rely on Danzo Shimura. I'll take care of this. After a moment's silence, the 3rd Hokage spoke at last. Danzo's goading had clearly gotten under his skin. His expression had turned grim, for the threat posed by the Uchiha was difficult to dismiss. Every time he recalled the Nine Tails attack years ago, pain twisted in the 3rd Hokage's chest. Regardless of any suspicion that he'd sidelined Minato, the 4th Hokage's death, the destruction wrought by the Nine Tails, all of it had cost Konoha dearly, a grave blow to a village already reeling from the aftermath of war. Not to mention, that very night his wife, Sarutobi Bawako, also died. The 3rd Hokage gave in. Danzo raised his eyebrows ever so slightly. This was exactly what he wanted, and it had all gone even more smoothly than he'd imagined. I'll keep a close watch on Uchiha Yen, that wicked brat. If there's an opportunity, we'll capture him first. Reckless and dangerous types like him can't be left unchecked. But making a move on Yen would invite serious trouble. The 3rd Hokage wanted to stop Danzo, but as the words reached his lips, he suddenly held his tongue. After all, every change in the Uchiha these past few days had been caused by Yen's actions. Yen was like a catfish that had wriggled its way into a quiet pond, stirring up the waters and making all the fish and shrimp inside restless and lively. So, the 3rd Hokage abandoned his attempt to persuade Danzo. There was another thought lingering in his mind. If Yen could be brought under control, perhaps a lot of trouble could be avoided. Leaving aside the conspiracies within the Hokage office building for now, the Uchiha district was destined to know no peace. After a long day filled with constant turmoil, Yen was finally ready to head home and rest. But as fate would have it, he ran into 2 unexpected visitors on his way back. Danzo was a man of action, He believed in striking while the iron was hot. The moment he finished negotiating with the third Hokage, he immediately sent his people to intercept Yen. Unfortunately, with all the changes sweeping through the clan and the police force, there was far more work than before. As a squad captain, Yen often had to work late into the night before he could go home. On a normal day, Yen would have slipped away early, but with Fugaku, the clan leader, personally overseeing the police force, any thought of skipping out was quickly crushed. Root, or Yenbu. Being watched by the ANBU was nothing new, but never had they come this close, let alone waited for him out in the open. Suspicion flickered in his heart. Yet Yen acted as if he hadn't even noticed them, striding past without a glance. Whether it was the ANBU or Root, it made no difference to him. As long as they didn't dare make a move here, he didn't care. After all, the police force headquarters was nearby. If they did try anything, never mind whether they could actually take him down, if he stalled for even a moment, the police force would be on them in no time. If the police showed up in force, things would get very interesting. To lay hands on a Uchiha so close to the police headquarters would certainly ignite the clan's fury. Yen approached. The Root operatives had expected him to speak first, so they held their ground, keeping up appearances. As Danzo's hounds, they needed to exude an aura of intimidation right from the start to cow Yen into submission. Then they could simply drag away a frightened target. It was a tactic Root had relied on for years. But this time, their calculations fell flat. Because Yen had no intention of acknowledging them at all. He simply walked right past. Are you kidding me? You're just going to walk away like that? Can't you see the two of us standing here waiting for you? Staring after Yen's departing figure, the Root agents were left utterly bewildered. Since when did the Uchiha dare to ignore their presence so openly? Uchiha Yen. If he didn't respond soon, the other party would be out of reach. The Root agent quickly called after him. Lord Danzo requests your presence. Please come with us. Yen stopped in his tracks and tilted his head to look at them. He asked curiously, is this an invitation, or are you trying to arrest me? What do you mean by that? The Root ninja frowned at him. When they came to detain someone, did it ever matter whether it was an invitation or an arrest? It was almost always under some pretense, or simply by invoking Danzo's name, luring the target to a secluded spot where their numbers gave them the advantage, and then striking swiftly to take them down. As expected of Danzo, he just can't help himself, can he? Yen shook his head slightly. That old fox was as impatient as ever. If it's an arrest, show me an official warrant from the Hokage's office. If it's an invitation, then I decline. I have no interest in meeting Lord Danzo. Arresting someone at the drop of a hat? The ANBU had that authority, but strictly speaking, Root did not. Still, with how thoroughly the ANBU had been infiltrated, there was little difference between the two. Of course, it also depended on who they were trying to arrest. For most people, they just take them, no questions asked. But some people weren't so easy to handle. Not going to comply? The Root agents could no longer contain themselves. Flanking Yen on either side, their hands went to their katanas as one of them said in a low voice. Lord Danzo requests your presence. Please come with us. Are you sure you want to escalate this? Surrounded, Yen didn't panic. Instead, he looked at them with a hint of amusement, his mocking gaze making no effort to hide his contempt, as if watching a pair of clowns putting on a show. Trying to detain someone on the police force's own turf? That's bold, almost too bold. Sure enough, the Root agents failed to notice that many Uchiha had already started to gather around. Uchiha Yen, I advise you. Detain them. Arrest them for attacking the captain of the police force. Yen couldn't be bothered to argue anymore. He waved his hand to the clansmen who had closed in. I've been attacked by unknown assailants who attempted to assassinate me. You're authorized to act. What? The Root agents froze. They had come to arrest someone, but now it seemed they were about to be arrested themselves. This is bad. More and more figures appeared around them. The Root agents' hearts pounded. Yen clearly wasn't joking. He really meant to have them detained. And he'd even come up with a charge, assaulting the captain of the police force. Are you kidding me? Before the Root agents could even declare their identities, a group of Uchiha, led by Uchiha Jien, sprang into action. How dare you, ah? A scream rang out. The two Root agents were overwhelmed, beaten to the ground in an instant, and lay motionless. Jien hefted one man in each hand and grinned widely. Captain, what should we do with these two? Just lock them up. Tomorrow morning, send them straight to the prison, Yen replied. Haven't I already stated the charges? Unknown individuals assaulting the captain of the police force. With a casual wave, Yen turned and walked away. He needed to go home and rest. As for the trouble that would surely follow, that was no longer his concern. And Danzo, anxiously awaiting the return of his subordinates? Who cared about him? An invitation from Danzo? He couldn't care less. Even if the ANBU came saying the Hokage himself requested his presence, Yen wouldn't bother responding. Besides, if he ever did have to go, He'd only consider it if Fugaku, the clan head, came along. In short, meeting Danzo or the third Hokage alone was absolutely out of the question. If they thought they could handle him as easily as they did Shui, they were sorely mistaken. Take them away. Since the captain had ordered them locked up and sent to prison in the morning, that's exactly what would happen. Yin led his team away. After the crowd dispersed, Fugaku stepped forward. Yin halted once more, turning with a smile. What brings you here, clan head? Did I do something wrong? Ask yourself honestly, did you do the right thing? Fugaku took a long breath. Those men are Danzos. So what? Yin laughed heartily, raising his right index finger to point at the ground. This is Uchiha police force territory. If unknown assailants attack me, they should be arrested. I don't know who worked for Danzo, but these two are definitely spies. They're wearing ANBU gear, yet they lack any official ANBU insignia. Why did Yin dare to make the arrest? Because Roots people always operated in the shadows. Even if they dressed in ANBU uniforms, where were their identification marks? And if Roots agents tried to invoke Danzo's name to prove their identity, Yin could simply deny it or claim he never heard it. Even if this escalated to the Hokage's office, Yin wouldn't flinch. After all, he'd already charged them. No matter who showed up to intervene, they remained unidentified assailants. Clan head, I may not be part of the hardliners, but I've always believed that endless retreat leads nowhere good. Given once, and some people will only push further, taking a mile for every inch. Staring directly into Fugaku's eyes, Yin spoke through gritted teeth. We have no room left to back down. Do you intend to pit our clan against the village? Fugaku's Sharingan awakened, the three tomo gleaming menacingly in the night. Spreading his hands in a gesture of innocence, Yin replied, arresting unidentified criminals. How can that be considered defiance against the village? Fugaku remained silent. Yin, too, fell quiet. The two stood in the street, locked in a wordless standoff. No one knew how much time passed before Fugaku finally deactivated his Sharingan and turned to leave. Without looking back, he said, I hope you know where you stand. The Uchiha cannot stand in opposition to the village, and I cannot allow anyone to lead the Uchiha into the abyss. The Uchiha cannot stand against the village as a whole, but they can stand against a single person, for example, Danzo. Yin smiled. It seemed tonight's turmoil hadn't been all bad. At the very least, Fugaku Uchiha, the clan leader, had once again chosen to give in. Give in, step back, and keep retreating, but just how far can you back away? What a pity. Such a mighty Uchiha clan, yet burdened with a leader like this. Fortunately, there was still a chance to turn things around. Danzo, will you enjoy the surprise? Meanwhile, on the other side, Danzo waited with a number of his subordinates, expecting Yin to walk right into his trap. As time dragged on, though, he realized that tonight's ambush had ended in failure. Yin didn't fall for it at all. In fact, not a single one of the people he'd sent had returned. His men were either already dead, dealt with swiftly, or captured. Those damnable Uchiha brats. Withdraw. Since the plan to capture him had failed, there was no point in waiting around any longer. As for what had happened to his men, he'd find out by tomorrow. What Danzo hadn't expected was that Uchiha Yin was more efficient than he'd thought. Yin had said the prisoners would be sent to the jail the next day. But he didn't wait. He had them thrown into jail that very night. Were Lord Danzo's men. Even after they were dragged into prison, Danzo's subordinates continued to shout their identities, but no one paid them any heed. Without any identification, no official ANBU insignia, and still dressed in ANBU gear. That alone was a serious offense. Not to mention, they were being charged with attacking the head of the police force. And so, Danzo's men were honored with a place among the other prisoners, locked up behind hefty bars. How long they'd stay there would depend entirely on how quickly Danzo and the third Hokage responded. New inmates, unable to confirm their identities, but loudly proclaiming they belonged to Danzo. This was highly suspicious. The prison's ninja would certainly report it to the third Hokage. Sure enough, early the next morning, barely settled into his office chair, the third Hokage received the news. Unidentified individuals, wearing ANBU equipment, attacked the head of the police force. The third Hokage's expression grew strange. There was no doubt about it. These were Danzo's men. Only Root would end up in such a ridiculous mess, wandering around in ANBU gear with no way to prove who they were. For once, Root's usual invincibility had met its match, and they'd been thrown straight into jail. The third Hokage was left speechless. When had Danzo's methods become so absurd? Go get them out and send them back to Danzo. Tell him to be more careful next time. At this point, what else could the third Hokage say? All he could do was release them and let the matter drop. He couldn't even hold Yin accountable for this, because Yin had done nothing wrong, and Root couldn't be exposed either. Such matters could only be handled quietly. If Danzo and Root were dragged into the light, it would invite all sorts of unnecessary trouble. You could say that this hidden loss was something Danzo had no choice but to swallow. What truly agitated the third Hokage even more was when an Umbu reported yet again that Uchiha Yin had gone to eat at the gates of the Ninja Academy. Replication successful. Partial Indra Chakra acquired. Would you like to merge it? Recently, there had been quite a few critical rewards, and this time it was a portion of Indra's chakra, not just a tiny bit either. Yin hadn't expected to receive such a pleasant surprise so early in the morning. Merge. As the Indra chakra merged with his own, Yin suddenly felt a subtle pressure behind his eyes. Was this a sign of impending evolution? Before reaching the 3-tomo stage, the evolution of the Sharingan was hardly noticeable. As his mental strength and ocular techniques steadily improved, the transformation came naturally and smoothly. So much so that Yin barely registered it happening. Others needed to endure shocks, or throw themselves into relentless training to strengthen their power and spirit before their Sharingan could evolve. But for Yin, all he needed to do was show up every day. It was almost too good to be true. As expected, hard work and sweat can't beat raw talent. Though, even talent can't compete with someone who's cheating the system. Satisfied with his gains, Yin placed his money on the counter, stood up, and made his way back to the police force headquarters. As for the little Sasuke, who had just walked into the Ninja Academy with his backpack, he still had no idea that both he and Naruto had already become Yan's personal pawns. Captain. In the third squad's break room, the chorus of greetings was so synchronized that Yin almost thought he'd walked into the wrong place. Since were these troublemakers under him so well behaved? Had he come to the wrong room? He stepped back and checked the sign on the door, but the more Yin thought about it, the stranger it seemed. With this bunch, it was good enough if they listened to orders. Getting them to act polite was a far taller order than simply keeping them in check. Yin knew exactly what kind of people made up the third squad. He still remembered what he went through when he first became their captain. Looking closer, he realized there was a new face in the room, a petite and charming girl, standing out from the rest. A new recruit, so that's why everyone was acting like different people. Yin almost wondered if the sun was rising in the west today. So it was a newcomer, and a cute girl at that. But why did she look so familiar? Captain. Izumi, with a trace of nervousness, bowed quickly in greeting. Although she'd passed the HR department's screening, whether she could stay in the police force would ultimately depend on Yan's evaluation. If Yan's assessment of her was unfavorable, Izumi would have no choice but to withdraw from the police force squad and reapply for another evaluation. This was much like how students at the Ninja Academy, upon graduation, needed to be assessed by their team leader. If the leader found their abilities or character lacking in any way, those students could be sent back, repeating a year at the academy to hone themselves further. Standing above, Yin looked down at the girl before him. She was tense and uneasy. Yin was silent for a few seconds before he asked, "Are you Uchiha Izumi? Aunt Hazuki's daughter?" Strictly speaking, Uchiha Izumi was not a native-born member of the Uchiha clan. She was more of a returning family member. Her mother, Uchiha Hazuki, had married outside the clan when she was young. After her husband passed away, she brought Izumi back to the family, and Izumi adopted the Uchiha surname. To be precise, their situation within the Uchiha clan was far from ideal. Yes. Izumi nodded nervously and said, "My mother often mentions the captain. That's why, after I graduated, she encouraged me to join the police force, so that she and I could become more fully integrated with the Uchiha." I see. Yin suddenly understood. For a moment, he'd wondered if it was his own butterfly effect that had influenced Izumi, but it turned out to be Hazuki's decision. Because of her mother, Izumi hadn't joined the team assigned by the academy after graduation. Instead, she had applied directly for the police force evaluation. Nodding, Yin said, "Since you've chosen to join the police force, work hard and stay dedicated. I believe our clan will truly accept both you and Aunt Hazuki. All right, everyone get ready. The patrol is about to begin. Izumi, you'll follow me and learn the ropes." It was an old tradition in the police force for the captain to personally guide the new recruits, and since Izumi had just joined, it was Yan's duty to lead her. "Yes, sir." The squad members answered in unison. As Yin walked into the office, Ji Yin and the others couldn't resist winking at Izumi. "Izumi, don't worry. The captain's actually a very gentle and good person. You'll do fine on your assessment. I'm sure I'll be able to stay." Feeling the pressure, Izumi managed a sheepish smile. She was nervous, even though her mother had told her many times that Yin wasn't a strict person. If the sixth elder, lying in the hospital, were to hear these words, he might just cough up 3 pints of blood in anger. Just as Yin was gathering his team to head out for patrol, an unexpected visitor arrived at the police force headquarters. It was a visitor whose presence sent a ripple of tension through everyone in the department. Leaning on his wooden staff, Danzo entered the police force hall at a measured pace, completely unfazed by the sudden hush that fell over the room upon his arrival. His brooding gaze swept across the hall as he stood there and spoke in a cold voice. I want to see Uchiha Yin. He had waited all night, and yet none of his people had returned. No matter what, Danzo had to make this trip to put Yin in his place and perhaps see if there was a chance to bring him back. This was a matter of pride. Danzo couldn't afford to take it lightly. Looking for me? Just as he was coming down the stairs, Yin overheard the words and glanced over with curiosity. Well, now, he actually came in person? The entire police department hall fell silent. In the shadows, a few people quietly slipped away to inform Fugaku, the clan head. Danzo's personal arrival was never a good sign. At least for the Uchiha clan, it certainly wasn't. May I ask what business the honorable advisor has with me? Yin walked down to meet Danzo, waving a hand at those around him. Come on, get back to work. The advisor isn't some kind of ghost. Look how scared you all are. I have little patience for sharp-tongued brats, Danzo said, his left eye narrowing. A man as cunning as he was could easily hear the veiled insults in Yan's words. A chilling aura spread from Danzo, but Yin was completely unfazed. Lowering his gaze just a fraction, Yin rubbed his face and smiled. What a coincidence. I'm not fond of old men who lurk in the shadows either. People like that are snakes, always ready to strike when you least expect it. Makes you want to just beat them to death with a stick, don't you think, advisor? So what if I insult you? As long as I don't call your name, what can you do, bite me? Yin wasn't afraid of falling out with Danzo, nor was he afraid of making a scene. You already sent people after me. Why should I be polite? Don't think you can treat me like sure sway. At a time like this, the quieter Yin acted, the more dangerous he became. If things blew up, all eyes would be on Danzo, and Yin himself would be safest. A cold glint flashed in Danzo's eye. His hand tightened around his wooden cane. You could tell right away, he was hardly at ease. It made sense. A man like Danzo was used to being above everyone else. He couldn't stand the slightest disrespect, let alone being insulted to his face. Wicked little Uchiha brat. Impressive. Danzo spat, his face icy. He didn't care at all about the furious, resentful stares from the Uchiha around him. Right in front of everyone, he slapped the label of evil on Yin and made sure to emphasize Uchiha. Thank you for the compliment, advisor. But what brings you here today? Yin seemed utterly unconcerned by Danzo's description, instead greeting him with a smile. I do have my own duties, you know. There are far too many rats and snakes hiding in the village's sewers. If you're not careful, these vermin might crawl out and bite someone. For the sake of the village's safety, as squad captain of the police force, I have to take it seriously. Come on, let's hurt each other. After all, you wouldn't dare lay a hand on me in broad daylight. I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to trading insults. Uchiha, Yin doesn't back down from a fight. Where are my people? After tossing a curse at Yin, Danzo found himself bombarded by Yan's sharp tongue in return. He was called every name under the sun, rat, viper, you name it. Danzo knew full well he wasn't any good at this war of words, so he simply stated his business. Your people? Yin feigned confusion. Who are you talking about? Why would your men be in the police force? Are you sure you're looking in the right place? Maybe you should check at home instead. As he spoke, Yin suddenly slapped his forehead, then hurriedly apologized. Falshivma. I forgot. The esteemed counselor has always put the village first and remains all alone, with no family to go home to. Uchiha Yin. Danzo could take no more. His temper erupted. It was one thing for Yin to insult him in front of so many people, but now he was mocking the fact that Danzo was a solitary old man without wife or children, a pitiful sight indeed. That sort of jab would be hard for anyone to stomach. Uchiha Yin. A furious voice rang out as Fugaku, having received word, rushed over. He shouted at Yin. What are you doing? How can you speak so rudely to the counselor? Get back to your patrol. Have you forgotten your duties and responsibilities? Well done. Yin almost wanted to give Fugaku a thumbs up. The usually timid clan head had finally shown some backbone. Yin smiled silently, shrugged at Danzo with a helpless look, and spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. Well then, I'll leave you and the counselor to your conversation. Third squad with me. Don't hang around here and disturb the elders. After all, you know how cranky the elderly can get when they don't have family. Watch your step, or you'll get an earful. The squad members all lowered their heads and followed quietly behind. Some dared not even breathe too loudly. Others were struggling to hold back laughter. Take Ji Yin, for example, a big, burly fellow, head down, shoulders shaking, clearly fighting hard not to burst out laughing. It's fair to say that Yin had set a new precedent for the Uchiha. Anyone in the clan who knew Danzo, who knew the things he'd done, absolutely loathed the old man. But what could they do? Circumstances left them no choice but to swallow their anger and hide their hatred deep inside. But not Yin. He let loose, cursing Danzo out in front of everyone. You call me a brat? I call you a cranky old fossil, a two-faced schemer. You say I'm an evil Uchiha brat? I'll say you're a rat and a viper, lurking in the shadows. And anyway, I never mention any names. If you're so sure my words are about you, well, I'll apologize, won't I? For the rest of the clan, Danzo was a big shot in the village, high and mighty. To Yin, he was nothing, less than nothing. As long as Danzo didn't try anything underhanded, Yin couldn't care less about him. And even if Danzo did try to play dirty, with Fugaku as clan head, he'd do whatever it took to protect Yin. If anything were to happen to Yin, countless members of the clan would probably lose all confidence in him as their leader. As Yan's shield, Fugaku Uchiha was far from pleased, but he could only grit his teeth and bear it. That's also why, upon receiving the news, he rushed over at once and demanded Yin immediately get back to his duties. Though it looked like he was scolding him, in truth, he was protecting Yin. Clan leader Fugaku, your Uchiha really think they can do whatever they please. Yin strode away with swagger, leaving Danzo fuming and forced to vent his anger at Fugaku instead. Please, sir, don't be upset. Yin is still a child. I'll be sure to teach him properly. I guarantee you this won't happen again. Fugaku, ever the pragmatist, accepted the blame with resignation. There was no use arguing further, so he simply endured the criticism, intent on smoothing things over for now. Oomph. Danzo snorted coldly. It better not happen again. Now, bring my men out. The threat in his words was unmistakable. If given the chance, Danzo would gladly have Yin killed in an instant, if only to appease his own anger. He really was here to claim his people. Fugaku had already anticipated this outcome. Fortunately, when the police force made the arrests last night, he'd prepared an explanation. Sir, the police force has none of your people in custody. However, last night, 2 unidentified individuals attacked Yin and were apprehended by the police. They're already in jail. You're welcome to go and see for yourself. You? So my men were arrested, and now they're being called unidentified? What galled Danzo most was that his men had been sent straight to jail. You're clever. I won't forget this. As a high-ranking member of the village, and not particularly skilled at hurling insults, Danzo couldn't resort to the kind of direct tirade Yin had unleashed. No matter how furious he was, he could only swallow his anger for now and bide his time for revenge. With his people locked up, and knowing the third Hokage would soon be informed, Danzo could barely contain his murderous rage at the thought of being humiliated in front of the Hokage. Casting Fugaku a venomous glare with his shadowy eyes, Danzo jabbed his wooden staff into the ground and stalked off. Izumi felt numb, utterly stunned. She thought today would be her smooth first day on the job, but what had she just witnessed? Her captain had actually screamed at one of the village's highest authorities, the Hokage's own advisor. Izumi felt as if her whole future had just been plunged into darkness. Now, she could only follow numbly behind Yin, not even able to recall the patrol area for third squad. What's wrong? Did I scare you? Stopping outside a small shop, Yin bought a few skewers of dango and handed them to Izumi. Thank you, Captain. She accepted the dango in a daze, only realizing several seconds later to bow and offer her thanks. Holding the dango, Izumi was torn. She couldn't decide whether to eat them or not. In the end, Izumi couldn't resist the temptation of a dango. She took small bites, savoring each one. After finishing 2 skewers, the little girl's spirits gradually returned. She no longer seemed so anxious or afraid as before. It seemed that sweets really could turn one's mood around. Everyone seems to be afraid of us, she remarked. Only then did Izumi notice that as she and Yin walked down the street, many people hurried to step aside when they saw them coming. Some even cast angry and resentful glances their way. Yes, Yin replied. Now that she had joined the police force, she was a member herself. From now on, she would face situations like this every day. As the captain, Yin felt it was her duty to let Izumi see the harsh realities of the world. The people who fear us do so because of the police force's bad reputation. After all, in order to maintain public order, most of the incidents we handle are not pleasant ones. Over time, this has become the norm. Some say it's the Uchiha clan they fear, but that's not quite right. Yin shook his head regretfully. What these villagers fear isn't the Uchiha clan itself, but the police force. Of course, our clan's way of doing things does play a role. Wherever we go, the Uchiha are rarely welcomed. Perhaps you've already noticed this. Even at the Ninja Academy, Uchiha students are often singled out or shunned. Izumi didn't know much about the police force, but she could relate to Yan's example. She had experienced it herself. Children from civilian families avoided her because she was an Uchiha ninja, and even children from other clans steered clear of her because of her background. As for those who glare at us with anger and resentment, most of them have either been brought into the police force themselves or have family or friends who were. Many people file complaints, accusing us Uchiha of being too forceful or targeting civilians on purpose. But the truth is, most of these complaints come from villagers or ninja who are upset about being apprehended. They can't retaliate against us directly, so all they can do is file complaints and try to make trouble. Maintaining public order meant dealing with all kinds of messy, troublesome affairs, and handling them often made enemies. Over time, it would truly be strange if the Uchiha were well-liked. Most importantly, the village never publicized the good the Uchiha did. But whenever the Uchiha made a misstep, the leadership would watch them like hawks. With things like this, it would be a miracle if the Uchiha's reputation ever improved. Look at the Hyuga clan. When it comes to their attitude toward civilians, they're even more aloof than the Uchiha. Yet how many people in the village criticize the Hyuga? Very few, almost none at all. And when there's criticism, it's usually directed at all the clans, not just the Hyuga alone. Doesn't the village do anything about this? Izumi asked, puzzled. She couldn't understand such behavior. Maybe her clansmen's methods were a bit extreme at times, but surely it wasn't enough to make everyone so afraid. Was it? Since you were a child, have you ever seen the village publicly praise the Uchiha for anything good? Only at their funerals. Yan's words were like a sharp blade, stabbing straight into Izumi's heart. The Uchiha had contributed countless achievements to the village, yet none of these deeds had ever been publicized. That alone said it all. The higher-ups were clearly targeting the Uchiha. Do you know why I always go on my way to insult Danzo? Because that old man masterminded so many policies against our clan, monitoring us, targeting us, even stealing our kin's bodies during the war for his human experiments. After all, Danzo really had done all these things, so Yin wasn't exactly slandering him. Their patrol eventually came to an end, but Izumi remained dazed and disoriented the whole way back. She couldn't even recall how she made it home. The impact of Yan's words had shaken her deeply. For someone just 10 years old, fresh out of the ninja academy, it was all too much to take in. Looks like I'll have to find something for Danzo to keep him busy. If that old vulture keeps his eyes fixed on me, it's going to be a problem. When all eyes in the village focused on him, Yin was undoubtedly safer, but it also brought him plenty of trouble. After all, whatever you did, someone was always watching. Sitting in his office, Yin pondered how to divert the attention of the third Hokage and Danzo, at least long enough to keep them occupied for a while. Once the Uchiha weathered this critical period and the hardliners' claws had been gradually clipped, Yin would be able to challenge Danzo openly. Come on then, try to stir up trouble. There weren't many ways to keep Danzo busy, especially ones that would pull his gaze away from the Uchiha and leave him scrambling. But just because there were few options didn't mean there were none. Yin picked up his pen and began jotting down some ideas swirling in his mind. Captain, you wanted to see me? One of the members of Team 3, Uchiha Kaze, pushed the door open and entered. Folding up the paper he'd just written on, Yin looked up at Kaze, his expression serious and his tone grave. Kaze, can I trust you? I mean, trust you in every way. Whatever you need, Captain. Kaze answered with a blank, unreadable face. Uchiha Kaze was one of the most low-key members of the clan, a man who kept to himself and rarely spoke, something only a handful of people truly knew. Yet, for all his silence, Kaze was no less troublesome than Uchiha Jien. Jien was hot-tempered and impulsive, but Kaze, well, as the saying goes, the dog that bites doesn't bark. That was exactly the kind of person he was. He never made promises or gave guarantees, but once he recognized someone as worthy, he'd follow them with unwavering loyalty. That was Uchiha Kaze. Yin handed Kaze the folded sheet, then stood and moved to his side, lowering his voice to whisper in his ear. I need you to take tomorrow off, go out, and deliver the information and messages inside this paper to the Bounty Guild. Remember to disguise yourself. Don't let anyone trace your origins. The Bounty Guild not only takes on all kinds of assassination missions, but also dabbles in the trade of information. As long as you have intelligence that can fetch a price, you can sell it there. The people there won't ask where your news comes from, nor will they care who you are, as long as the information is genuine. Of course, to make money, these unscrupulous rats have no bottom line. They'll sell information to anyone who's willing to pay. Yes. Calmly, Feng took the folded piece of paper, tucked it securely against his body, and turned to leave. It was as if nothing had transpired in the office at all. That guy. Watching his teammates' departing figure, Yin felt another headache coming on. When the rest of the team was around, Feng would at least act a bit more approachable. But as soon as it was just the two of them, he became as stiff as a wooden post. One face, one expression, and the same unchanging tone. In short, there wasn't a single member of his third squad who could be called remotely normal. Even the newly joined Uchiha Izumi was hopelessly love-struck, a classic fangirl type. Izumi had idolized Itachi since childhood, harboring a secret crush on him all along. Yet Yin found himself doubting. Due to certain unavoidable circumstances, Izumi hadn't been assigned to a regular village squad, but had joined the police force instead. So would she and Itachi still have those fateful encounters and grow close, the way it happened in the original story? In the Hokage's office, the mood was tense and somber. The third Hokage, face calm and unreadable, spoke to Danzo. Your men, I've already had the Umbu return them. According to their testimony, they were sent to invite Uchiha Yen. But when he refused, and they tried to use force, they were arrested by Uchiha Yen for assaulting the head of the police force under an unknown identity. They were then sent straight to prison overnight. Outrageous. That wicked little Uchiha brat. How dare he insult me to my face? It was already embarrassing enough. There was no hiding this incident. Danzo didn't even try to cover it up, and instead recounted the whole affair in front of the third Hokage, Kohara Uchiha, and Hamura Mitokado. Truly reckless. The two elder advisors exclaimed in disbelief. Since when did the Uchiha have the nerve to openly insult the village leadership? Even though no names were mentioned, the meaning was clear enough. Why is it that, after just a few days of rest at home, the Uchiha have managed to stir up so much trouble again? What's the story with this Uchiha Yen? The third Hokage also felt that Yen was acting rather brash, but he focused on the bigger issue. Danzo, you went to the police force to demand their release? Well now, you really didn't want this to stay under wraps, did you? You sent people with unclear identities, who then attacked the head of the police force. Did you expect anything less? If you hadn't gone there yourself, the village wouldn't acknowledge it, and, as time passed, the whole thing would simply fade away. But you went there in person. Now it's like mud splattering on your trousers. Even if it isn't what people think, no one will believe otherwise. Danzo, how could you be so reckless? Why would you go there yourself to demand someone's release? Kohara Uchiha finally caught on. This wasn't the kind of matter one should handle personally. You should have just sent someone to deal with it. But instead, you marched over there yourself. Hiruzen Sarutobi could only give a helpless smile. Now the accusation is set in stone. The charges that were made public already seemed suspicious to people, but you going there to demand your man back makes it look like you're definitely involved. What? My own man gets arrested, and I'm not allowed to intervene. Who do they think they are? Did Danzo not understand all this? Of course he did. But the problem was, even knowing this, he simply didn't care. Because no one in the village would ever side with the Uchiha. From what he knew of them, the process of retrieving his subordinate should have gone smoothly. But who could have predicted that this outlier, Uchiha Yen, would jump in, confront him with biting sarcasm, and even start shouting curses? Well then, things had suddenly blown up completely. The third Hokage's expression was grim as well. You could have met with him directly, but you should never have tried to arrest someone in the police force or on Uchiha territory. That's only going to provoke a backlash from the Uchiha. Hiruzen will have to strengthen surveillance on Uchiha Yen. Seeing Danzo's face grow darker by the minute, Kohara stepped in to smooth things over. This Uchiha Yen, you can tell at a glance he's a wild card. In just a few days, he stirred up so much trouble. The doves have fallen, and our own agent, Shursui, has been reassigned. It's made it much harder for us to get information from inside the Uchiha. Indeed, the third Hokage leaned back in his chair and let out a sigh. The bridge of communication between the village and the Uchiha has been severed just like that. Shursui was that bridge, but Yen had torn it down. All right then, I'll remind Fugaku at the police force to keep this incident under wraps. I want this matter to pass as quickly as possible. Its roots must never be exposed to daylight. In the end, the third Hokage decided the best course was to settle things swiftly. He also warned Danzo. Danzo, I don't want you making any moves against Uchiha Yen for now. At this critical juncture, if anything happens to him, the Uchiha are sure to retaliate. They wouldn't dare. Danzo was so furious, he snapped the wooden cane in his hand. The third Hokage was speechless. Danzo still believed the Uchiha wouldn't dare do anything, and yet, he'd just been insulted in the most roundabout way. That's enough. Waving his hand, the third Hokage made it clear he had no wish to discuss the matter any further. Ever since the night of the Nine Tails attack, the third Hokage's vigilance toward the Uchiha had reached its peak, and so, too, had his wariness of his old comrade, Danzo, sending assassins after him, forbidding the Uchiha to offer help on the night of the Nine Tails attack. Every one of these actions was clear in the third Hokage's mind. He understood exactly what Danzo was up to. Without a word, Danzo turned on his heel and left. Still, silence was the best answer. For the time being, he wouldn't make another move against Yen. At least, until this whole matter settled down, there would be no further action. But in his heart, Danzo had already marked Yen as his target. If the opportunity presented itself, Danzo wouldn't hesitate to give Yen a memory he would never forget. Danzo's departure didn't mean the matter was over. Turning to the third Hokage, Uchiha spoke with concern. Hiruzen, with a moderate faction down, I'm worried the hardliners among the Uchiha will grow stronger. You need to talk to Fugaku as soon as possible. The Uchiha hardliners have always been an unstable powder keg. I will. The third Hokage nodded slightly. It was acceptable for the Uchiha to have hardliners, since they could stir things up, but their numbers must not grow. They couldn't be allowed to gain more influence. Otherwise, the internal balance of the Uchiha would tip. For now, Danzo had quieted down, but some news couldn't be easily contained, and Yin would never allow it to be. Everyone in the village soon learned. An aide to the Hokage, Shimura, Danzo's subordinate, had disguised himself as an umbu, donned the umbu uniform, and attacked. The head of the police force. It became the latest juicy gossip for the villagers of Konoha, something for everyone to talk and laugh about after dinner. The Uchiha hardly needed to lift a finger. As long as they didn't try to suppress the story, simply acting as if nothing had happened, the rumor would spread like wildfire. After all, when Danzo came to the police department, the main hall was packed. Even if the Uchiha said nothing, there were plenty of other people at the police department that day who might spread the word. No matter how wild the rumor became, as long as it didn't come directly from the Uchiha, the higher-ups might be displeased, but they had no grounds to go after them. To cause trouble, you at least need a plausible excuse. Making baseless accusations was hardly a worthy tactic. And, as it turned out, the umbu could never silence every mouth. It was just like how the rumor that Naruto was the Nine-Tails host spread throughout. Konoha, Danzo's men spread it. The third Hokage had umbu try to contain it, but it was all in vain. The rumor still swept through the village like wildfire. It wasn't just a matter of secret suppression. Even if the Hokage's office issued a public ban on discussing it, that still wouldn't stop everyone from gossiping. Fugaku was at his wit's end. He had an urge to strangle Yin. All thanks to Yin, he'd been running to the Hokage's office several times in just a few days. Before, when things were calm, he might not have set foot there for months. Now, it was as if he was visiting his own home. Yet, when the third Hokage summoned him, Fugaku had no room to refuse. He could only grit his teeth and come. Even before he reached the Hokage's office, he already knew exactly what was about to happen next. Fugaku, although Danzo was at fault in this matter, as the younger generation, how can you not show proper respect to your elders? What's more, Danzo is one of the village's senior leaders, an advisor to the Hokage. Behaviors like Uchiha Yan's. I don't wish to see such things happen again. The third Hokage spoke with heavy earnestness. Fugaku listened stiffly, as if it had been he, and not Yin, who had acted out of line. Hokage-sama, Fugaku promised repeatedly. Please trust me, this will not happen again. I will discipline and restrain Yin when I return. You have my word, Hokage-sama. Getting Yin to obediently toe the line? Fugaku doubted that was possible. But he was desperate too. All he could do was keep making promises, hoping the third Hokage would let the matter drop. He felt somewhat lucky that Danzo and the two old advisors weren't present. Otherwise, it wouldn't just have been the Hokage reprimanding him. He'd have had 4 elders lecturing him in unison. Exhausting. Fortunately, the third Hokage didn't seem intent on making a big deal out of it. After a stern scolding, Fugaku was finally allowed to leave. Not to go home and rest, but to return to work at the police force. Back at the police headquarters, Fugaku sent someone to find Yin and bring him in. When Yin arrived, he looked up to see Fugaku seated in his chair, his face dark and stormy, as if the words "in a terrible mood" were written across his features. Clearly, he'd just been chewed out. With Fugaku's temperament, and judging by how he'd just faced the third Hokage, it was almost impossible for him to have escaped a reprimand. Clan leader, you asked for me? Yin feigned ignorance as he spoke. Uchiha Yin, you're really bold. Fugaku slammed the table in anger, his voice rising as he rebuked. Do you even realize what you've done? That's the Hokage's advisor, a senior leader of the village, and yet you just cursed him out to his face. Does not mentioning his name mean you weren't cursing at him? Didn't it make you feel better, clan leader? Yin spread his hands. Of course it made me feel. Fugaku blurted out before realizing what he was about to say. His face darkened instantly. Listen to yourself. What do you mean, made me feel better? You should show respect to your elders and superiors. So what was I supposed to do? The old geezer showed up just to put me in my place, and then started hurling insults at me. Was I supposed to just stand there and take it? Isn't that just abusing his seniority? Fugaku was so exasperated he actually laughed. You've got me into so much trouble, and yet you act as if you're the wronged one? Though, I have to admit, it was satisfying to see him put in his place. But this can't happen again. Whatever harsh words he'd been planning to say got stuck in his throat. Fugaku let out a sigh, sank back into his chair, folded his arms, and spoke with a distinct headache. Yin, I know you're outstanding, In some ways, you even surpass Shursui. But you need to restrain yourself. You should be aware of Danzo's methods. Since he set his sights on you, you could be in danger at any moment. For now, don't go anywhere other than the police department and our clan grounds. Let someone else take over your patrol duties. You're the clan leader. What you say goes. Yin had no objections to this. After all, getting paid while taking time off wasn't a bad deal. Oh, one more thing. Yin had already reached the door when Fugaku's voice called out to him. Don't blame Shursui. He doesn't have a choice in this matter. Shursui is actually a gentle person, both to outsiders and to our own clan. I know, but I don't really have a choice, either. Shursui was a good person, but he lacked conviction. If he had more of a backbone, he wouldn't have been so easily manipulated by the higher-ups. But if things are hard for him, what about me? I've been struggling to unite the Uchiha, doing all kinds of things. It hasn't been easy for me, either. If I'm supposed to understand his difficulties, then who's going to understand mine? Yin no longer had much hope for Shursui. As long as he didn't stand in Yan's way, that would be enough. I'm going to reorganize the police department. I think it's time we added a few more squad captains. I'll discuss this with the elders, but I hope you'll lead your people well. What does that mean? A reorganization? Yin didn't understand why Fugaku would suddenly want to do this. The police department structure was already well established and ran like a standard operation. After all, the Uchiha had put a lot of effort into building it. The clan might be proud, but that didn't mean they were foolish. Yet Fugaku chose this critical moment to propose a reorganization. A shake-up in the police department could bring major changes to the Uchiha. The minister's office fell silent. Fugaku pressed both hands on the table, his face close to the desk. Suddenly, he let out a muffled groan as blood trickled down from his eyes. He picked up a towel and covered his eyes, breathing heavily, leaning back in his chair and muttering to himself. How could there be nothing? After a while, still dizzy and lightheaded, Fugaku made his way home. Itachi, who had been playing with his younger brother Sasuke, saw their father return and quickly stepped forward, bowing in greeting. Father. Having regained his composure, Fugaku replied calmly and asked, How is Sasuke doing at school? Of course I'm doing great. I'm going to be as strong as my big brother one day. Sasuke boasted, his face brimming with a cheeky grin. Back when the clan was still whole and his parents were alive, Sasuke was cheerful and loved to show off his achievements in front of his father and brother, hoping to earn their praise. That's my son, all right. For once, Fugaku smiled, ruffling his son's hair affectionately. Go play upstairs. I have something to discuss with your brother. Oh, Sasuke sounded a little disappointed. He loved clinging to his father and older brother, but when faced with his father's stern, authoritative expression, he could only obediently head upstairs. Itachi knelt quietly on the cool mat, waiting for his father's teachings. Sitting cross-legged, Fugaku casually asked, You've probably heard about what happened between our clan and the police force. What's your opinion on Yan's actions? Yes, father. Itachi gave a slight bow, then straightened up and looked calmly at his father as he replied. Father, I think Yin Senpai's intentions are good, but his methods are a bit too aggressive, and he was quite disrespectful to the elders. To change the Uchiha's current situation, to solve some of the clan's most troublesome problems, these were things Itachi longed to do, yet couldn't. He couldn't even voice such thoughts. Yin was a solitary figure. Aside from a handful of younger followers, he had no real power. They gave him the freedom to speak his mind and act as he wished. Even when the sixth elder pressed him relentlessly, Yin could retaliate without hesitation. Itachi, on the other hand, would never dare take such risks. When Yin confronted the sixth elder, there were no consequences for him. But if Itachi did the same, he'd be harshly condemned. Itachi, do you truly believe that? Fugaku's tone grew stern. Faced with his father's sudden shift in attitude, Itachi lowered his head respectfully and answered, Yes, father. Although Yin Senpai seemed disrespectful, everything he did was for the sake of our clan. The complaints against the police force have always been a headache for everyone, but now they've been resolved quite well. And Yin sees things very clearly. Sometimes it's not that the clan can't solve its problems, but that no one is willing to step up and do it. These words carried a subtle criticism, almost an accusation of incompetence toward his father, but Itachi still chose to speak them. But by acting this way, he's made the village even more wary of the Uchiha. It will only lead to tighter surveillance and greater control over us. Fugaku was unafraid to tackle these issues directly, laying them out for discussion with his son. Itachi fell completely silent. He'd already learned about these matters from Shursui, and analyzing them left him deeply troubled. From the Uchiha's perspective, Itachi felt Yin did nothing wrong. Yet, by taking these actions, Yin had heightened the village's suspicion and scrutiny of the clan. The pros and cons were obvious. Seeing his son's silence, Fugaku didn't press further. The two sat together, father and son, in a quiet standoff. Time passed in silence. At last, as if testing his son's patience, Fugako finally spoke. For the time being, I don't want you meeting with Shursui. I'll be reorganizing the police squads. Shursui is being reassigned, and his position will be left vacant. I hope you'll step up and take his place, working alongside Yen. Get some rest. I want you to try seeing things from his perspective. The Uchiha needed someone to break the stalemate, and this opportunity lay in the shadows. Originally, Fugako had planned to send his son, Itachi, to the Umbu Black Ops. The Uchiha had worked for years, paying a heavy price, to finally win the third Hokage's approval. This was a rare opportunity. But after everything Yen had done, Fugako changed his mind. He now demanded that Itachi join the police force and work under Yen's direction. Yes, father. Itachi obediently accepted his father's arrangement, showing not a hint of resistance or dissatisfaction. It was as if for Uchiha Itachi, this was simply his destined path. Night fell. After a long, exhausting day that left him questioning his very purpose, Shursui made his way to the clan leader's estate. The guards at the compound had already returned to rest. Only Fugako remained, sitting alone in the courtyard, quietly sipping his tea. Clan leader. Dressed in his fitted black attire, Shursui entered the courtyard and bowed respectfully to Fugako. Fugako set his teacup down with deliberate calm, then slowly raised his head. The work over there is giving you quite a headache, isn't it? The department responsible for handling complaints had finally been established. True to his word, the third Hokage had immediately begun preparations after agreeing with Fugako. Yet the team assigned to handle complaints found progress to be anything but smooth. Anyone determined enough to take their grievances all the way to the Hokage's office was either endlessly entangled in their disputes or harbored a deep hatred for the police force, or for the Uchiha themselves. Dealing with such people, even if you argue until you're hoarse, there's little you can do. So it was no surprise that, after just a single day on the job, Shursui already felt utterly drained, body and soul. They're incredibly difficult. Shursui managed a weary, strained smile, scratching his short hair as he let out a sigh. I never imagined these matters would be so troublesome to handle. There's so many procedures to follow, and gaining forgiveness from others, it's not easy at all. So, do you think Yan's proposal was right or wrong? Fugaka asked. Shursui was taken aback, falling silent for a long moment before nodding firmly, gritting his teeth as he replied. Though our beliefs differ and Yen misunderstands me in many ways, I must admit, his proposal was correct. Even if it means more expenses, it will spare the Uchiha and the police force a lot of trouble. And what about the doves? Fugako pressed further. Shursui himself was one of the leading figures of the Dove faction. These days, the Doves found themselves in an awkward position within the Uchiha clan. They hadn't quite become public enemies, but things weren't much better. Fugako was deeply curious. All of this stemmed from Yan's actions, so as a Dove himself, did Shursui harbor any resentment toward Yen? It was another pointed and painful question. Fugaka showed no mercy, poking right at Shursui's sore spot. Shursui fell silent again, thinking for a moment. At the moment, it seems he's right. I also believe that everything he's done is for the Uchiha. If by doing this, the clan can become stronger and the conflict with the village can be eased, then I would rather see the Doves disappear from the family. After thinking for a long time, Shursui gave a fair and measured answer, not taking sides with anyone. Even though these matters had put him in a difficult position, Shursui did not let his personal feelings influence his view of Yen. Even when Yen acted against the elder Shursui respected most and berated him harshly, Shursui did not let his emotions interfere. Fugaka's gaze remained calm, but his next words startled Shursui so much that he practically jumped up in shock. What if his ambitions don't stop there, and he actually wants to take my place and control the entire Uchiha clan? Shursui was utterly dumbfounded, as if his ears were playing tricks on him. He wondered if he'd misheard, or if he was simply hallucinating to have caught such an earth-shattering statement. He sat there, stunned, his mind reeling as if struck by a bolt from the blue, his thoughts buzzing uncontrollably. Clan leader, I don't think Yen would dare to go that far. I don't think so. Shursui's words tumbled out in a confused jumble, not even sure what he was saying himself. He forced a laugh, hoping to defuse the bizarre tension in the room. No, he would. Fugaka's reply was unwavering and certain, making it clear he was not joking at all. Judging from everything he's done, his next step will be to target the hardliners, gradually dismantling that faction. He's already laid a solid foundation, and many of the clan's young members are rallying behind him because of his actions. When the time comes, he'll be able to weaken the hardliners little by little and eventually unite the clan's power. Shursui, what do you think Uchiha Yen will do next, once that happens? Shursui's mind felt like it was about to explode. Fugaku continued, speaking at his own pace. When that day comes, I will become the obstacle in his path. If he wants to wield the full strength of the Uchiha clan, he'll have to remove this obstacle me. When all the clan's power is in his hands, do you really think I'll be able to keep my position as clan leader? I will stop him. Shui rose anxiously to his feet, determined to confront Yen and get a clear answer. If Yan's ambition truly was that great, he had to be stopped, even if it meant using Kodo Amatsukami on him. Sit down. Fugaku's voice swept through the room, and Shui, who had just risen, froze mid-motion as if struck by a paralyzing spell. After a few tense seconds, he slumped back into his seat, defeated. Chastising Shui, Fugaku leisurely poured himself another cup of tea, savoring it with calm deliberation. I'm telling you all this not so you'll stop him. Shui, even though many in the clan misunderstand you, I still trust you. I believe in you. Clan leader, what do you want me to do? Shui gritted his teeth and bowed his head. Fugaku's words were startling. Join the Umbu. When necessary, pass some clan information to the village. But at the same time, secretly lend Yin a hand. As long as he follows the steps I've set out, don't stand in his way, no matter what. Shui looked up in disbelief. What? He swallowed hard, unable to believe the clan leader would say such things. For Shui, who held deep beliefs in order and hierarchy, this was as if the sky were falling. If things really reach that point, it won't matter who becomes the head of the clan. What matters is that the Uchiha will rise again. For once, Fugaku's eyes glimmered with emotion, and Shui felt as though his heart had been struck with a heavy hammer. This secret meeting did not last long. When it was over, Shui was still dazed, as if the whole thing had been a dream. He sat atop a power pole in the clan's compound, a silent figure blending into the darkness of night, letting the cool night wind wash over him, hoping it would clear his mind. But Fugaku's words echoed in his heart, each one reminding him that this was no dream. Everything was real. It's hard to say how long he sat there before he finally sorted out his tangled emotions and headed home. Tomorrow, there was still much to take care of, not to mention the trouble that would come with joining the Umbu. With the arrival of a new day, Yin found himself confined to the office, his patrol assignments revoked. Even Izumi, who had just joined the police force, suddenly found herself with little to do, taking on the role of Yan's personal assistant, serving tea, tidying up, organizing documents. After being surrounded for so long by rough and rowdy men, the sudden presence of a girl who kept everything in perfect order was almost unsettling. Yin found himself struggling to adjust. Being stuck inside meant he couldn't keep an eye on Sasuke and Naruto for the time being. Catching Sasuke wasn't too difficult. Sometimes luck would have them cross paths on the way to school. But when it came to Naruto, Yin really was at a loss. Given how closely the higher-ups were keeping tabs on him, using his cheat ability on Naruto was almost impossible. Copy. He still had today's chance to use his copying ability, so he decided to try it on Izumi. Copy successful. You've obtained partial Sharingan ocular power. Do you wish to merge it? To Yan's surprise, Izumi had given him an unexpected bonus. The reward from copying her was a portion of the Sharingan's power. By now, Yin was already well-versed in how his cheat worked. If you're lucky, you might be rewarded with spiritual power or enhanced ocular abilities. If your luck is truly extraordinary, you could even receive Indra's or Azura's chakra and other such boons. When luck isn't on your side, the rewards are more modest. Some techniques in ninjutsu, taijutsu, or swordsmanship, along with training and practical experience. Even among these, the rewards are graded in quantity. If it says a little, it really means just a smidge. If it says a portion, it means you've gotten a good amount. Most importantly, the greater the potential of the one being copied, the better the reward you'll receive. Judging by the nature of the rewards, it's clear just how enormous Izumi's potential is. In the original story, she was a prodigy who awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan at just 13, a feat that was anything but ordinary. Yet, despite such talent, Izumi's status within her clan was so low that she had almost no one to properly teach her how to use her Sharingan. As a result, she possessed an incredible gift, but was never able to fully realize her strength. Merge. What should have been an utterly routine fusion caught Yin off guard with just how intense the impact was. Ugh. The instant their ocular powers merged, that swelling sensation returned to Yan's eyes, quickly spreading outward, as if threatening to seize his entire mind. The abrupt change made Yin grunt from the pain, his body swaying as blood trickled from the corners of his eyes. Captain, are you all right? Izumi, who had been wiping and organizing the cabinets, heard the commotion behind her. When she turned and saw what was happening, she was nearly scared out of her wits. Yin was standing, but hunched over, gripping the desk with both hands, his body pitched at a precarious angle, as if he might topple at any moment. What truly made Izumi's heart race was the sight of Yan's face streaked with blood and veins bulging across his forehead, writhing like a nest of earthworms beneath his skin. "Captain, please don't scare me like that." Izumi dropped what she was holding and rushed forward to support Yen. To her surprise, the moment Yen had something to lean on, his legs gave out. Startled, Izumi reflexively caught him in her arms. Her small frame struggled to hold Yen up as she anxiously called for help. As luck would have it, the clan leader, Fugaku, was arriving at the police headquarters with his guards and his son, Itachi. Today, Fugaku had brought Itachi along so that he could quickly familiarize himself with the layout of the headquarters, preparing him to take over Shirsue's position. But as they reached the second floor, they were met with the sound of Izumi's frantic cries and immediately rushed inside. "Clan leader, the captain seems to have fallen ill." Fugaku and his entourage burst in, and for Izumi, it was as if a ray of hope had broken through her panic. As for Itachi, she could spare no thought for him now. Compared to her secret crush on Itachi, Izumi's concern for Yan's well-being was far greater in this moment. "What's going on here?" Fugaku strode forward and helped Yan back into his chair. Seeing Yan's face covered in fresh blood, Fugaku was momentarily taken aback. This was exactly how he looked after using the Mangekyo Sharingan to the point of exhaustion. Of course, overusing the 3-Tomo Sharingan can also injure the eyes, even causing them to bleed. Could it be that Yen has already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Fugaku couldn't help but feel a pang of doubt, but he quickly dismissed the thought and turned to Izumi, giving her a few instructions. "He's fine. He only exhausted his ocular power from using the Sharingan too much. With a bit of rest, he'll recover. Go fetch some water for him." "All right." Hearing Fugaku's reassurance, the worry that had been weighing down on Izumi's heart finally eased. "All right." Just as Izumi was about to leave the office, Fugaku stopped her with a grave warning. One meant just as much for his guards and his son. "No one can know about what happened today. I'll make an official announcement about the matter later." "Yes, sir." Fugaku's sudden change in demeanor made the pressure of facing the clan leader almost unbearable for Izumi. She trembled twice, lowered her head quickly, and agreed without hesitation. Seeing this, the two guards and Itachi hurriedly gave their own assurances. Not a word of today's events would leak from their lips. "Clan leader, I'm really all right now." It was a rare thing for the clan head to personally care for someone, but when necessary, Fugaku could indeed set aside his status. As the intense, stinging, and swelling in his eyes gradually faded, Yen slowly came back to himself. He could feel that something had changed in his vision. "Go home and rest for now. Izumi will look after you. Only return to work when you're fully recovered." Fugaku patted Yen on the shoulder, his voice both warm and earnest. "To the others, I'll say you're on medical leave. Do you understand? Medical leave? But I don't need any rest. Besides, my condition isn't from overusing the Sharingan. It's from my ocular power increasing too much." He was about to explain himself when, suddenly, he paused. It seemed he understood Fugaku's intentions. He nodded, indicating that he understood. "Uchiha Yen is sick, gravely ill, in fact. He needs to rest at home and be cared for." Seeing that the clan head and the captain had finished discussing things, Izumi timidly raised her hand. "Clan leader, should I take care of the captain?" "Yes." Fugaku nodded gravely, instructing her. "Yen is very important to our clan. He's a key member, and I hope you can shoulder this important responsibility. Can you do it?" After a moment of inner struggle, Izumi finally nodded. Such a crucial task had been entrusted to her personally by the clan head. As Uchiha Izumi, she had to give it her all and take good care of her captain. She couldn't let Fugaku down. Once everything was settled, Fugaku left with his entourage. Izumi watched them go, a bit reluctant. She finally had a chance to see Itachi, but they hadn't exchanged a single word. He hadn't even looked her way, and that left her feeling disappointed and downcast. Arriving at the department head's office, Fugaku ordered someone to show Itachi around and familiarize him with the workings of the police force. Afterward, he issued an official announcement to the public. The moment the announcement was made, it stirred up quite a commotion. "Captain Uchiha Yen is actually sick? Is it serious? It sounds pretty bad. They say his face was covered in blood, and he nearly scared the new recruit out of his wits. Do you think it could be the cursed blood disease? Sometimes, the bloodline limits that so many ninja envy aren't always a blessing. Families with such inherited powers often have to deal with the curse of bloodline sickness, and even a clan as illustrious as the Uchiha is no exception. The Hyuga clan struggles with the same affliction. Some members with severe cases have even lost their sight as the disease progressed. As the rumors spread from mouth to mouth, the story grew wilder with each telling. What began as a simple sick leave notice quickly ballooned into gossip unchecked. People started saying Yin was bettered and tormented by the bloodline disease, and that he was on the verge of death. Captain, just rest. I'll take care of cleaning up for you. A house lived in by one person is never all that tidy, even if Yin usually tried to keep up appearances. Izumi felt it was her duty to take responsibility, so she rolled up her sleeves and set to work. Lying in bed, Yin watched her small, busy figure bustling about. He wanted to say that he was fine, and there was no need to go out of her way to clean the house. But seeing Izumi's earnest, determined expression, the words stuck in his throat. After a moment's thought, Yin simply decided to let her be and let things take their course. Before long, Third Squad, finished with their patrol, burst into Yan's house. The hot-tempered Shuren stormed in, cursing as he went. That bastard Uchiha fool. I knew he was up to no good. The captain's sick, seriously sick, and he just takes time off to rest. Muttering and grumbling, Shuren barged into Yan's room with the others in tow. But when they saw Yin sitting up in bed, calmly reading a book without a care in the world, they were momentarily stunned. Weren't the rumors saying the captain was bedridden, gravely ill with the bloodline disease, almost at death's door? He looked exactly the same as always. Yin slowly raised his head, his sharp gaze sweeping over Shuren. Shuren instinctively shrank back, wanting to beat a hasty retreat. Come in, and close the door. Why, yes, sir. With the door shut, Shuren stood there sulking with his head hung low, while the others turned away trying to hide their laughter. They all knew exactly what was coming. Shuren was about to get an earful. Sure enough, Yan's voice dripped with sarcasm as he scolded. Go on, keep talking. Why'd you clam up all of a sudden? Weren't you just running your mouth a minute ago? Captain, that's not what I meant. I was just worried about you. Shuren shook his big head, trying to explain himself. Enough. Yin cut him off impatiently. Fuz's leave was approved by me. Don't go blaming others for this kind of thing. And as for you lot, behave yourselves. I'm seriously ill right now, understand? So is a rumor about him being sick just a lie? A few people exchanged glances, each looking at the other, then nodded in quiet understanding. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Have lunch before you go, and remember to behave yourselves over the next few days. As long as nothing happens, if anyone messes with you, fight back, but make it look convincing. Spreading false information always requires cooperation. Otherwise, how could anyone be convinced? Since the clan leader demanded a show, Yin had no choice but to play along. As for how many people would actually be fooled, that wasn't something Yin needed to worry about. Besides, he had already started making arrangements to give the third Hokage and Danzo something to keep them busy. He was certain it wouldn't be long before the two of them were overwhelmed with their own troubles. When that time came, he doubted they'd have the spare energy to keep sticking their noses into Uchiha business or to keep targeting him. News of Yan's so-called bloodline illness spread quickly. Danzo and the third Hokage, who kept their eyes constantly on the Uchiha, soon received reports from the ANBU. Bloodline illness? After hearing the ANBU's report, the third Hokage furrowed his brow. He remembered that most Uchiha who suffered from this illness died young. It wasn't like the Hyuga clan, where the condition more often led to weakened Byakugan rather than early death. Is the information reliable? The third Hokage was hesitant, unsure whether the report was true or merely a ruse. After all, information could so easily become a smokescreen. Moreover, the ANBU couldn't just barge into the Uchiha compound to confirm whether Yin was genuinely bedridden. Keeping watch from outside Uchiha territory was already pushing the limit. One step further, and the Uchiha would certainly raise hell. Even someone as aggressive as Danzo wouldn't dare stir up trouble inside the Uchiha's own grounds. According to the police department's notice, Uchiha Yan's health has indeed deteriorated, but the specifics can't be confirmed. At present, Uchiha Yin is on leave, recuperating at home. After their patrol, the remaining members of the third squad, except for the newcomers and those on leave, went to visit him. When they left, they were visibly upset and angry. After listening to the ANBU's account, the third Hokage nodded thoughtfully. It seems Uchiha Yan's health is indeed in trouble. Whether it's really the bloodline illness remains to be seen. Good work. Go and get some rest. Yes, sir. The ANBU departed. The third Hokage turned to stand by the window, gazing out in the direction of the Uchiha compound. Yin had just stirred up quite a commotion within his clan and had seriously offended Danzo. It was highly likely the Uchiha were claiming he was ill to protect him from outside trouble. Of course, it was also possible that he truly was sick. Ultimately, only further investigation by the ANBU could reveal the truth. The biggest limitation was that the ANBU couldn't physically enter Uchiha territory to conduct a proper inquiry. Right now, it seemed more likely that the Uchiha were sending up a smokescreen. A pointless maneuver. The third Hokage couldn't help but shake his head. In his opinion, the Uchiha clan was being overly defensive. Given the current situation in the village, no one would actually make a move against them. As for why the Uchiha had become so excessively cautious, the third Hokage never bothered to ponder such questions. In the end, everything was somehow the Uchiha's fault. Whether it was a smokescreen or not, no matter how effective this diversion turned out to be, the smokescreen had already been set off, and Yin was now leading a life of forced leisure. To be honest, after being so used to a busy routine, Yin found the sudden idleness deeply uncomfortable. Taking a break now felt more like a punishment than a reward. What made things worse was that little Izumi, this energetic girl, had already done every bit of housework there was to do in his home, leaving Yin with nothing to occupy his hands or stretch his legs. The floors had been swept spotless. The laundry was neatly washed and folded. Cooking? There was no need for Yin to even lift a finger. If Yin hadn't insisted otherwise, Izumi would probably have washed even his underclothes. Captain, there's a rumor going around outside that you've caught a bloodline disease, and that it's quite serious. Bored with having nothing to do, Izumi wandered restlessly around Yan's house. The place felt a little too empty for her liking. Maybe the home could use some plants or flowers, she thought. It might make things feel warmer, more inviting. Watching Izumi pace back and forth, Yin could tell she was getting antsy. So he asked, Izumi, if there's anything about your training or the use of your Sharingan that you don't understand, feel free to ask me. His meaning couldn't have been clearer. I'm bored out of my mind here. Ask me something, anything, so I can help you out and we'll both have something to do. Training. Izumi paused for a moment, then broke into a sweet smile. My training's going pretty well, actually. I've been following the methods my mother and the teachers at school gave me. As for my Sharingan, I think I could just work on that bit by bit. The smile on Yan's face slowly froze. Was he doomed to be bored out of his wits? Come here. Yan's expression darkened as he pointed to the chair not far away. Yes, sir. Izumi's little head couldn't quite figure out why her captain was upset. With Yan's face so stern, Izumi didn't dare protest or ask any questions. She meekly answered, tiptoed over, and obediently sat down in the chair, so carefully that only half of her seat touched the cushion. After Izumi sat down, Yin rebuked her, heart heavy with disappointment. As a member of the Uchiha clan, how can you think that way? Work on it bit by bit. Without someone to guide and instruct you, do you really think you'll get anywhere on your own? Izumi's talent was beyond question. Perhaps she couldn't quite compare to prodigies like Itachi or Shursui, but to reach the rank of Jonin at 13 and already possess the 3-tomo Sharingan, such an achievement was far beyond the reach of most. At present, among all the women in the Uchiha clan, only one is capable of this. The clan leader's wife, Mikoto Uchiha, once hailed as the genius of her generation. Activate your Sharingan. Tell me about anything you don't understand. Finally, there was something for him to do. Yin perked up, straightening his face in a show of seriousness. He picked up his cup of water, took a sip, and prepared himself for the task ahead. As for Izumi, who was feeling rather wronged, Yin simply ignored her. I get to pass the time, and you get to level up your skills at least indirectly. Isn't that a win-win situation? Yes. Faced with Yan's focused demeanor, Izumi dared not slack off in the slightest and hurriedly activated her Sharingan. A sudden snort escaped him as he nearly spat out his tea at the sight of Izumi's eyes, each adorned with 2 tomo. Are you kidding me? You're only 10 years old, fresh out of the ninja academy. Even the clan's prodigy, Itachi Uchiha, only had a 2-tomo Sharingan at this age. Meanwhile, a girl who'd gone unnoticed already had a double tomo. It's true. Talent is something you can only envy, never obtain for yourself. Yin suddenly felt a little crushed. Sure, he had his own advantages, but what if you took those away? When it comes to using the Sharingan, the clan has compiled years of experience, leaving us with valuable lessons. Those skilled in Jinjutsu can start there, while others more interested in Taijutsu focus on detection and dynamic observation. Then there are those who combine Jinjutsu and swordsmanship. Jinjutsu, huh? Izumi wasn't particularly interested. Her Jinjutsu was average, good enough against outsiders perhaps, but utterly unremarkable within the Uchiha. She excelled at Taijutsu. Her swordsmanship was mediocre at best. She was a bit of specialist. I've read your graduation report. Compared to Jinjutsu and swordsmanship, you're clearly more adept at Taijutsu, but that's not ideal. Your skills are a bit too one-sided. Among the strongest Uchiha, it's rare to see someone who's overly specialized. Yin wasn't just boasting. Even among Jonin, Uchiha Jonin were known for their versatility and had fewer weaknesses than most. Their strength was the real deal, too. If you separated out all the genius ninja, the Uchiha stood at the very top among the elite Jonin of the 5 great ninja villages. Normally, if an enemy Jonin crossed paths with an Uchiha Jonin, they'd usually end up on the losing side, running for their lives. You don't have to love Jinjutsu, but you need to learn to use it flexibly. As a member of the Uchiha clan, if word got out that you couldn't even handle Jinjutsu, you'd be a laughingstock. As for swordsmanship and the like, you also need to keep improving, because it's almost unheard of for a strong Uchiha to have glaring weaknesses. Izumi felt as though she had returned to the days of Ninja Academy. Only now, Yin had taken on the role of her teacher. But instead of the basics, the lessons had grown far more challenging. Most were about the Sharingan, intricate and difficult to grasp. Yin even introduced her to several Jinjutsu techniques that weren't too difficult to learn, guiding Izumi step by step through each one. So, after struggling through the day and finally making it home after dinner, Izumi was utterly exhausted in both body and mind. Back at the academy, she was considered a prodigy, but with Yin as her instructor, Izumi felt like a complete fool. She'd been scolded relentlessly the entire day. Are you a pig? You can't even master such a simple Jinjutsu? Are you really a member of the Uchiha clan? Izumi Uchiha, where's your brain? Did you lose it? You can't even remember something so basic. Why aren't you using your Sharingan? Do you want me to dig it out and throw it away? Usually so calm and gentle with others, Yin transformed into a tyrant the moment he began teaching, berating Izumi until her head was spinning, leaving her doubting herself. Was she really just a pig? How could she not manage something so simple? It was maddening. Did you have a lot to do today? Seeing her daughter so worn out, her mother, Hazuki, grew worried that Izumi might not be able to handle it. Not really. Izumi forced a weak smile for her mother. The captain's feeling much better today, so he made a special training plan for me and taught me the right way to use the Sharingan. Really? Hazuki's eyes lit up, delight in her voice. That's wonderful. I always knew Yin was a good child, always putting the clan first. Even while bedridden, he doesn't forget to teach you. Hazuki was deeply moved. Izumi wanted to roll her eyes. Bedridden? The captain was more energetic than she was, especially when calling her a stupid pig. Izumi. Hazuki gently stroked her daughter's cheek, her tone full of earnest concern. You and I only returned to the clan halfway through. Many in the family don't accept us, and no one has really cared about your training. That's why you must seize this rare opportunity. Do you understand? If another clan member had such talent, they would have been taken for special training long ago, personally guided by the clan's elite jonin. But Izumi had nothing of the sort. She received none of these clan privileges. Mom, I'll work hard and follow the captain's lessons. Izumi's eyes grew misty as she hugged her mother tightly, silently adding in her heart. Even if the captain calls me a pig, even if the training is grueling, I won't give up easily. I will study earnestly, no matter how hard or exhausting it gets, even if I'm called a pig every single day. Just when Yin thought Quan couldn't take it anymore, the little girl reappeared the next day, seemingly back to full strength. She even hummed a cheerful tune on her way in, looking to be in high spirits. Unfortunately, her good mood didn't last long. As soon as lessons officially started, Yan's thunderous roars returned right on cue. Though Quan was scolded rather fiercely, her learning pace was astonishingly fast. She wasn't quite as freakishly gifted as Itachi, but she was still the quickest learner Yin had ever seen, far surpassing even himself. About this, Yin could only sigh. Talent really does give you license to be willful. Luckily, no matter how great her talent, it couldn't outmatch someone with a cheat code. With Yin now on paid leave, both the clan and the police department settled into a rare calm. Still, rumors of Yan's grave illness continued to spread. Many within the clan who wished to visit him were stopped at the door by Fugaku. Meanwhile, at a bounty club on the border of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Kaze, disguised, kicked open the front doors and strode inside with long, purposeful steps. The doors were left hanging off their hinges. Yet the staff paid it no mind, their faces plastered with accommodating smiles as they hurried over to ask, "Welcome. Are you here to claim a bounty, or to post a new one?" With his disguise turning him into a menacing, scar-faced man, Kaze shot them a cold, piercing look. "I'm here to sell information." Excellent. Although the bounty club's main business was posting rewards, they were always eager to buy intel, especially since information could be sold to many factions and was far more profitable than bounties. Unlike bounty tasks, where only the one who claims the target gets paid, and the club merely takes a small cut, Kaze let out a cold laugh and grabbed the staff member by the throat. "I've got high-level secrets about Konoha, one of the 5 great ninja villages. Are you authorized to handle this?" Before leaving, Yin had warned him, when you're in these kinds of shady places, it's best to act overbearing and domineering. The more arrogant you appear, the more they'll trust you. This put Kaze in a bit of a bind. Still, for the sake of Yan's mission, he gritted his teeth, adopted the persona, and forced himself to change. Orders from the captain could not, under any circumstances, be failed. "Sir, I'm just an employee. Please, let me go, all right?" The staff member, nearly in tears, teetered on tiptoe, terrified of running out of air. "I'll fetch the manager right away, sir. Please, let's talk inside." Smart move. With a look of disdain, Kaze flung the staff member aside, swaggering into a private room in the back of the bounty club to wait for the manager. Before long, the manager arrived. He was a mountain of fat, rounded like a drumstick, his small eyes smiling as he bent at the waist and spoke in a careful, respectful tone. "May I ask, sir, what kind of information you wish to sell? Rest assured, our club always offers fair prices for valuable intel. I'm just worried you don't have the guts to buy what I've got." "You're joking, sir," the manager replied smoothly. The supervisor was no stranger to high-stakes situations. People like him made their living from jobs that required a certain lack of conscience. If it brought in money, everything else was secondary. Even if the intelligence was of the utmost importance, the worst-case scenario was to purchase it and send it directly to headquarters, letting them handle the sale. No matter how furious the 5 great shinobi villages became, it was unlikely they would go so far as to wipe out every bounty organization in the world. "Let's hope you're right." Assuming an air of confidence, Feng took out several separate intelligence scrolls and laid them out on the table. The supervisor quickly picked up one of the scrolls and unrolled it to take a look. Intelligence was different from bounty missions. Its value couldn't be determined until they had personally examined it. As he opened the scroll and glanced at its contents, the supervisor's plump face lost its smile. He drew a sharp breath, his tiny eyes narrowing to slits as a glimmer of excitement sparked within them. He realized this was a major deal. The information inside the scroll was nothing short of astonishing. Once released, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire shinobi world. As for Feng's origin and identity, or how he had obtained the intelligence, the bounty hall didn't care. Their only concern was acquiring valuable information. As long as it wasn't entirely fabricated, it was worth their investment. Everything else paled in comparison to money. After the transaction, whether Konoha would be enraged was no concern of theirs. After a few days of rest, Uchiha Feng returned to the village without incident. "Captain, the rumors going around, are they really true?" Feng had barely set foot back in Konoha when he overheard people talking about Yin being stricken with a severe bloodline illness. The news startled him so much that he rushed straight to Yin's home. "What do you think?" Yin gave him a look that invited reflection, then took the scroll Feng handed him and glanced at it. "What's this?" "Money." "How much?" "I forget, several tens of millions, I think." Of course, the intelligence Yin provided was not entirely genuine. As the saying goes, a mix of truth and falsehood is enough to fool people. There was no need to be overly scrupulous. Besides, the main aim of selling intelligence was to mislead people and divert the higher-ups' attention. Yin never intended to make a living by selling secrets. If discovered, it would spell serious trouble. The trap was set. Now, it was up to the bounty hall to play their part. These people, who would do anything for money, might just deliver a stunning surprise to the third Hokage and Danzo. In the daimyo's mansion, the ruler, so thin he looked like a bamboo stalk, with nothing to do all day but indulge in pleasure, was reclining on a lounge chair, enjoying the ministrations of his maids, and watching the graceful dance of the beautiful performers below. Ordinary people could only dream of such a life, but for the daimyo, it was merely another flavor in his daily routine. "Daimyo, your humble servant has urgent news to report." At that moment, an aide rushed in, almost at a run. The daimyo's voice sounded languid and weak, as if someone had pulled out his spine. Bored, he let out a long yawn and waved his hand, signaling the maids and dancers at his side that they could leave. Only after everyone had gone did the daimyo lazily ask, "What's the matter that has you so flustered? Don't tell me there's another assassin sneaking into the daimyo's residence. You better take a look at this." The advisor looked troubled, carefully presenting a scroll of intelligence to the daimyo. The daimyo cast him a sidelong glance, still wearing that same lazy expression. "Well then, let's have a look." With a flick of his wrist, he shook open the scroll, fumbling with it several times before finally managing to unroll it completely. But the moment the daimyo's drowsy gaze landed on the contents, his eyes flew wide open in shock. His seemingly boneless body snapped upright, and his once lethargic tone soared several pitches higher, sharp and trembling. How dare he? Where did this scroll come from? Is it enemy propaganda meant to mislead us?" The advisor had been startled by the daimyo's reaction and hurried to explain. "The scroll was acquired by your humble servant from a bounty guild, which is said to have a very high accuracy rate. They even have intelligence on Konoha's secret route division, so the source should be reliable. Even if someone is spreading rumors on purpose, it means the problem exists. My lord, think back. When the fourth Hokage was appointed, how did Shimura Danzo treat you?" The daimyo tried to recall, and the more he thought, the more unsettled he became. Back then, The third Hokage had nominated Minato Namikaze as the fourth Hokage, while Danzo pushed for Orochimaru. The daimyo himself found Minato more agreeable. After all, Minato was a young, handsome man, good reputation, remarkable strength, certainly more pleasant to look at than Orochimaru. So he supported Minato's appointment as Hokage. But right then, Danzo shot him a glare, one that the daimyo could never forget, cold and murderous. It was a look that seemed ready to kill. Yes, that terrifying gaze. Danzo. Cursed Danzo. What was he planning? Did he want to kill me and take my place? The more he thought about it, the angrier the daimyo became. Sent a message to Sarutobi Hiruzen at once. Demand to know what they're playing at. Are they really trying to support someone else and get rid of me? In this chaotic shinobi world, filled with assassinations and betrayals, it was strangely true that the daimyo's safety was not considered all that important. Aside from a few lunatics with a screw loose, no one really thought about assassinating the daimyo. Even though the 5 great shinobi villages fought tooth and nail, conspiring and competing, the daimyos of the 5 great nations generally maintained good relations. The same held true for the daimyos of many smaller nations as well. Everyone was interconnected through marriages, forming a web of kinship, and the daimyo was the bottom line for every country. You could do anything, but you absolutely could not assassinate the daimyo. Otherwise, with the daimyo's feeble protection, if an assassination really happened, who knows how many times he'd be killed. Among the intelligence that Yen was selling, there was even a report targeting the daimyo. After all, Danzo wasn't new to threatening the Fire Country's daimyo. If such information were to be leaked, it would undoubtedly stir up quite a misunderstanding. The land of fire was not the land of earth, nor the land of lightning. In the land of earth and the land of lightning, the daimyo could be as close as family with its Suchikage and Reikage, but that wasn't the case in the land of fire. No one would ever allow the daimyo to extend his influence into Konoha. Among the 5 great nations, the position of the Fire Country's daimyo was the most awkward. The relationship with Konoha wasn't exactly good, nor was it terrible, but he was always scheming to undermine Konoha, which kept him under constant suspicion from his top officials. And with Danzo's prior threats against the daimyo, there was an opportunity to exploit. So Yen decisively crafted a piece of fake intelligence and tossed it out. As for how much it would yield, that depended on how much the daimyo hated Danzo and how much he valued his own life. We can't just question the daimyo like this. The advisor panicked and hurriedly tried to persuade him, leaving aside whether the intelligence is true or not. Even if it is, we can't confront him so bluntly. What if we corner him and he lashes out in desperation? Then tell me, what should I do? The daimyo flung his sleeve in frustration and plopped down on his chair, fuming. Every time he recalled the look Danzo gave him back then, his heart would race with anxiety, fearful that Danzo might one day chop him to pieces. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the advisor finally voiced a suggestion. My lord, we can't confront him directly. Since Shimura Danzo dared to threaten you and harbor such dangerous thoughts, it means he really might go through with it. We shouldn't question him head-on, but rather send him a warning. I recall that the annual payment from the daimyo's estate to Konoha is coming up. The village's development depended on substantial funding. Even though Konoha could manage on its own, ninja were notoriously expensive to train and support. Raising them was no small matter. The money Konoha earned on its own simply wasn't enough to sustain so many people. The daimyo's funding was absolutely critical. Just look at the Sand Village. Their daimyo, displeased with their repeated defeats, reduced their funding, forcing them to tighten their belts, lay off surplus ninjas, and walk the path of elite specialization. Let's hold the money back for now and summon Hiruzen Sarutobi to the daimyo's estate. We'll put pressure on him and have him deal with Danzo. A direct confrontation might provoke Danzo, but having the third Hokage do the warning was another matter. If you don't handle this properly, I won't give you any money. After all, you wouldn't dare kill me. If things get out of hand, I'll simply spill the information and let everyone in the ninja world see just how ugly Konoha's true face can be. The higher someone climbs, the more they value their own life, and the more they treasure it, the more suspicious they become. See? Just because of a single unverified, mysterious report, the daimyo has already started suspecting Danzo. After all, Danzo had threatened him before. He really had intended to make a move against him. Fine, let's do it. If Hiruzen Sarutobi can't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll reveal everything. During the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha suffered heavy losses. And then the chaos of the Night of the Nine Tails only made things worse, plunging Konoha's finances into even deeper crisis. Even after several years, Konoha still hasn't recovered. Every day, the third Hokage worries over the village's budget shortfall. Konoha is short on money, seriously short. A trio of sharp knocks echoed through the room. Come in. Hearing the knock, the third Hokage set aside his documents and rubbed his tired, aching eyes. As the door opened and he saw who stepped in, the third Hokage smiled and asked, "Koharu, what brings you here?" "I mainly came to ask why. Even though the date's passed, the daimyo's grant still hasn't arrived." They were old friends and longtime colleagues, so the conversation was honest and relaxed, just like asking a friend if they'd eaten yet. "The money hasn't come through?" The third Hokage frowned. The daimyo's office was always so punctual every year. "Maybe something's caused a delay. If it still doesn't arrive in a few days, I'll send someone to check. Remember to follow up. The village has plenty of places that need funding." Koharu reminded the third Hokage not to let it slip his mind, then left right away. As an elder advisor, she had mountains of work waiting, unlike Danzo, who always seemed to have free time. What the third Hokage never expected was that the grant from the daimyo's office remained stalled for half a month with not a single word. It was only after Koharu urged him several times that the third Hokage realized this was no simple delay. If it were just a holdup, someone from the daimyo's office would have come to explain. But half a month passed without a peep. Something was definitely wrong. The daimyo's office was making its move. Meanwhile, on the Uchiha side, Yin, after half a month of rest, couldn't take it anymore and finally returned to his post. "They said half a month ago we were going to negotiate and reorganize the police force, but half a month's gone by and there's still not a hint of progress." Just as expected, completely unreliable. Yin could already picture Fugaku, the clan leader, and a few elders endlessly bickering, getting sidetracked, and never actually getting anything done. Being saddled with elders so wrapped up in their own interests, well, that was Fugaku's misfortune. Being clan leader was never an easy job. "Captain, do we need to go out on patrol?" Not only was Yin feeling stifled, even Quan was itching to stretch her legs. But for the past half month, all she could do was obediently stay by Yan's side every day and get dragged into studying with him. Let's wait for the clan leader's notice. Although they didn't have to stay cooped up at home anymore, Fugaku still insisted that Yin remain at the police department as much as possible, rather than heading out on patrol or dealing with various security issues. Yin understood that Fugaku was acting in his best interest. He was worried that Danzo might try something treacherous. Bring out all the files from the cabinet. Rest was one thing, but the paperwork still needed to be dealt with. He was at home, recuperating, but the patrols and duties of the third squad never lagged behind. As for handling new cases, those would just have to wait until he returned to work. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage could no longer sit still. The village needed money everywhere, yet there hadn't been a single response from the daimyo's estate. The people sent there hadn't even managed to meet the daimyo in person. There was definitely something suspicious going on. The third Hokage decided to go there himself. "Kakashi, I'll have to trouble you to handle things here for a while." A Hokage never travels without protection, and this time, on his trip to the daimyo's estate, the third Hokage chose to bring Kakashi and his AMBU squad. Kakashi, wearing his AMBU mask, lowered his head slightly, saying nothing. "Oh, and notify Uchiha Fugaku, I want to see him." Finally, recalling the AMBU surveillance report on the Uchiha from that morning, the third Hokage decided it was time to meet with Uchiha Fugaku. He felt it necessary to confirm a few things in person. Upon receiving the summons, Fugaku immediately set aside his work and went to the Hokage's office. What he hadn't expected was that, after a bit of small talk, the third Hokage quickly steered the conversation toward Yin. "Fugaku, I heard that Uchiha Yan's condition has improved, and that he's returned to his post at the police department." Though puzzled, Fugaku replied with the explanation he'd prepared in advance. "Yes, Lord Hokage, Yan's recovery has gone very well. The bloodline illness is frightening, but over countless years our clan has gained some experience in treating it. Since Yan's symptoms were detected early, with proper treatment, he's improved greatly." "I see." The third Hokage nodded as if satisfied, but how much he truly believed, only he knew for sure. According to the AMBU surveillance, Yin hadn't even stepped outside his own front door during his period of rest, let alone visited Konoha Hospital for treatment. As for secret Uchiha remedies, the third Hokage wouldn't believe a single word of that, not even a comma. If the Uchiha clan truly had a cure for the bloodline illness, there wouldn't be so many of their members dying from it year after year. Fugaku, sitting up straight with both hands resting on his desk, the third Hokage finally revealed his intention. "There have been some issues at the daimyo's residence this year, causing a delay in the village's funding. I need to travel there personally, so I hope the police force can assign a squad to accompany me. Who do you think will be the right people for this task?" "To the daimyo's residence?" Fugaku was completely caught off guard. A mission like this would never have fallen to the Uchiha. It was always handled by the ANBU. Besides, the higher-ups never trusted the Uchiha with such tasks. Having the police force send a team to protect the Hokage was nothing short of a fantasy. And yet, the third Hokage had somehow turned the impossible into reality. What exactly was the Hokage trying to say? Suspicious thoughts swirled through his mind, but Fugaku still responded truthfully. Hokage-sama, within the clan, aside from myself and a few elders, there are only some clan members working in the police force. I think Shursui would be a suitable choice, but he has already been transferred out of the police force. What about Uchiha Yen? The third Hokage looked at Fugaku, calmly speaking Yan's name. Fugaku's heart skipped a beat. So this is what he was waiting for. Was this aimed at Yen, or was it to confirm the rumor about Yan's bloodline illness? Thoughts raced through his mind, and Fugaku hesitated before responding. Hokage-sama, Yan's abilities are certainly among the best in the clan, but his health has only just recovered. I'm worried he might not be up to such an important task. Fugaku had no desire to let Yen have any contact with the third Hokage. Unfortunately, the third Hokage had other plans. He offered a gentle, approachable smile and said, Fugaku, I trust him. After all, Yen has recently outshone both Shursui and Itachi, those two prodigies. I doubt this will be too much trouble for him, don't you think? Are you kidding me? You've called him out by name and put it so plainly. How could I say no? Do I even have a right to refuse? Without giving Fugaku a chance to decline, the third Hokage made his decision final. If there's no issue, inform him to be ready and to gather outside the village gates at 2 in the afternoon. A Hokage traveling outside the village wasn't anything extraordinary, but it also couldn't be made into a public spectacle. Yes, sir. With things settled, Fugaku could only accept it. He left the Hokage's office feeling frustrated, his mind weighed down with concerns. He made his way to the police force headquarters and went straight to Yan's office to deliver the news himself. Me? Protect the Hokage on a trip to the daimyo's residence. Yan's reaction was exactly as Fugaku had expected, utter shock and disbelief. Isn't this supposed to be an EMBU job? Was the third Hokage up to this time? Yes. Fugaku was filled with mixed feelings, but he had no right to refuse. All he could do was try to reassure Yen. Maybe it's just a routine protection mission. Get yourself ready, take 2 people with you, and pick your own team. Your squad will be handling security on the surface, but the real protection for Lord Hokage will be provided by the Umbu. Besides, Lord Hokage's abilities are not to be underestimated. Speechless. Utterly speechless. Completely, unbelievably speechless. Yen simply couldn't find any better words to describe how he felt in that moment. You'll meet outside the village gate at 2 in the afternoon. Lord Hokage will be waiting there. Don't be late. Fugaku stressed it again and again, urging Yen to be cautious, to stay alert. With his mind full of worries, Fugaku finally left. Unlike the frustrated Yen, Izumi was practically bursting with excitement when she learned their team had been assigned the important task of escorting the third Hokage to the daimyo's residence. She was like a little bird, all aflutter with joy. Indeed, those who haven't been battered by reality tend to have such innocence. After some thought, Yen decided to bring Izumi and Kaze with him. As for Chi-Yen and the rest, it would be better to leave them at the police force headquarters. Uchiha Kaze might be the quiet type, barely saying a word all day, but at least he was steady. Izumi, well, she could act as a personal secretary. Yen knew better than to count on her for anything too critical. He changed clothes, checked his equipment, and set off with his team. And as for the forehead protector, did anyone working at the police department even bother with that thing? Though Kakashi didn't quite understand why the third Hokage was so insistent on having a police squad handle this protection detail, he still did his duty. He led his own team, spreading them out in the shadows, keeping watch over the third Hokage from afar. Outside the village, on the narrow road leading to the daimyo's mansion, the third Hokage stood at the roadside, pipe in mouth, savoring the pleasure of a long, smoky draw. A true old pipe fiend, through and through. Yen couldn't help but grumble to himself as he led his team forward. Lord Hokage, we're ready to depart. Very good. The third Hokage smiled kindly and nodded, and even as they walked, he made a point to ask after Yan's health. I heard your condition has improved a lot, and the illness is under control. Yes, our clan had a lot of experience treating bloodline illnesses, so it's been managed very well. Yen made a conscious effort to keep his tone cool and distant, minimizing conversation with the third Hokage and focusing intently on his surroundings, wanting to appear as professional as possible. Unfortunately, the third Hokage just kept on talking in his ear, chattering away without pause. Seeing all of you, I can't help but think back to my younger days. I was just like you then, so full of youthful energy. Yen, please, I beg you, could you maybe stop talking for just a moment? As it turns out, when you're trying your best to ignore someone, and that person keeps chattering endlessly right beside your ear, it's truly an excruciating experience. At this very moment, Yin was enduring just that, and sharing his pain was none other than Uchiha Kaze. That guy was always a man of few words, the sort who would rather act than talk, if at all possible. Yet, fate had landed him with the incessantly talkative third Hokage. This was going to be a long ordeal. The endless rambling was bad enough, but what really made Yin roll his eyes was the third Hokage's insistence on lecturing him the entire way about the will of fire. Was he trying to turn him into another Sure Sway? Listening to the third Hokage's speeches about the greatness of the village and the legacy of the will of fire, it wasn't just Yin and Kaze who were struggling to endure. Even Izumi, fresh out of the ninja academy and filled with love for the village, was finding it hard to stomach. If she weren't afraid of getting a tongue-lashing from Yin, Izumi would have shuddered outright from the cringe. Mirror was my comrade, my friend, and my teacher student. It's just a shame that Hisai, the NBU operatives who had been following discreetly in the shadows, all glanced at Kakashi. They couldn't help but wonder, since when did the Hokage start getting so nostalgic about the past? The third Hokage kept talking on, right up until nightfall, when he finally fell silent. Would the third Hokage really summon Yin to his side for no reason at all, and spend the whole afternoon talking his ear off? Clearly, that wasn't the case. He must have had a purpose, though the results left much to be desired. After an entire afternoon of subtle probing, the third Hokage was certain of one thing. Yin was different from most Uchiha. Although he couldn't be a second Sure Sway, a backup to the original, Yin's greatest difference from the other Uchiha was that he felt no resentment toward the village. Not even with all the distrust currently simmering between the village and the Uchiha. Uchiha is Konoha's Uchiha, always a part of the village. I firmly believe that. This was one of the few things Yin had ever said that truly satisfied the third Hokage. Aside from that, what the Hokage found hard to accept was Yin's apparent indifference to the will of fire. No matter how the Hokage tried to persuade him, Yin barely reacted. It was clear, Yin was an Uchiha who accepted the village, but kept the will of fire at arm's length. Captain, if there's ever another opportunity like this, please don't drag me along. During their patrol, Kaze couldn't help but pour out his complaint. If he hadn't been traumatized by the Hokage's non-stop chatter, someone with his temperament would never have said something like that. After all, his usual attitude was, if I don't like what I hear, I just tune it out. That alone showed just how formidable the third Hokage's mouth could be. You think I want to be here? If he could, Yin would rather disgust himself, grab a handful of filth, and shove it straight into the third Hokage's mouth just to get him to shut up for once. Just bear with it. Things should quiet down by tomorrow. Yin figured the third Hokage's endless rambling on the way was no accident. It had to serve a purpose, maybe to test him. Once the testing was over, there'd be no need for so much pointless talk. It was torture for them to listen, but the old Hokage, well into his years, couldn't have found it easy on his throat either. This was a classic case of hurting your enemy 1,000 times, only to wound yourself 800. Our ears ached, and his voice couldn't take the strain. No one was coming out of this unscathed. Sure enough, by now the third Hokage had fallen completely silent. He'd talked so much during the day that his throat was nearly on fire. The night passed without incident. Yin and Feng both knew that on a Hokage's journey, there were always Umbu ninja secretly guarding the shadows, so they didn't pay too much mind to patrols or keeping watch. It was Quan who stayed vigilant, laser-focused, and wary that enemies might leap out from the darkness to assassinate the third Hokage. Just as Yin had guessed, by the next day, the third Hokage's voice had given out, and he remained almost entirely silent for the rest of the journey. The group arrived at the daimyo's palace by afternoon. They headed straight for the royal palace where the daimyo resided. In the land of fire, the daimyo and the Hokage were, in theory, equals. Unfortunately, the third Hokage didn't have the unyielding backbone of the first or second Hokage, so he still had to send word ahead before meeting the daimyo. For those in need of money, it's hard to stand tall with pride. Watching the third Hokage stand before the palace, hands clasped behind his back, patiently waiting, it was hard to imagine this old man once ruled the Hidden Leaf with absolute authority. So you finally decided to show up? Once informed, the daimyo grumbled in annoyance. Let him in. I want to see how Hiruzen Sarutobi explains himself this time. My lord, you may enter now, but you can't bring your whole entourage. The attendant glanced at Yin and the others beside the third Hokage. After all, meeting the daimyo allowed for guards, but not everyone could be brought into the palace. Understood, the third Hokage replied. Yin, you're coming with me. Yes, sir. Yin turned to Quan and Feng and said, you two go find a place to rest. When we're done here, I'll come get you. He made a subtle hand sign, that only Fong could understand. Fong gave a slight nod and led Quan away from the palace. When the Hokage visited the daimyo, he wasn't allowed too many guards, nor could he bring weapons. Who on earth had come up with these bizarre rules? Yin suspected it had something to do with Hashirama Senju, that lovable fool. Only he would worry that the Hokage's overwhelming strength might pose a serious threat to the daimyo. Compared to the Hokage's office building, the daimyo's palace was the very definition of extravagance. Even though Yin had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback by its splendor. There was no denying it. Wealth truly did allow one to be willful. Following the attendants into the main hall of the palace, they were immediately greeted by the sight of the daimyo, his face long and sullen like a donkey. It seemed the daimyo was not in a good mood. Filled with uncertainty, the third Hokage stepped forward, nodded slightly, and was the first to speak. Daimyo. The only response from the daimyo was a disgruntled snort. Since when did the daimyo become so temperamental? Wasn't this the same daimyo who, at just a glare from Danzo, used to shrink back into his chair, frightened nearly out his wits? What sort of performance was this? Yin was more than a little surprised. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you still have the nerve to show up here? Don't you feel even a shred of shame? The daimyo didn't even bother with formalities, calling the third Hokage by name and striking the first blow with his words. The third Hokage was bewildered. What had he done? Why should he be ashamed? Why shouldn't he come to the daimyo's residence? I don't understand, daimyo. Have I perhaps offended you in some way? Judging from the situation, unless he first soothed the daimyo's anger, there would be no hope of discussing this year's funding allocation. See for yourself. The daimyo, evidently too annoyed to bother explaining, simply tossed the scroll that had been set aside directly to the third Hokage. You claim you haven't offended me? Then take a good look, see what your Konoha has been up to. These days, the daimyo had been so rattled by what he'd learned that he could only sleep soundly by hiding himself away. As he recalled the grievances he'd endured over the years, the daimyo's expression darkened even further. Could it be that the intelligence they'd leaked had finally made its way to the daimyo? Yin caught the scroll midair, handed it to the third Hokage, and then stepped back to watch the unfolding drama with interest. Today's spectacle was truly something. Even Yin hadn't expected that a piece of intelligence with so little truth in it could infuriate the daimyo to this extent. It was just as he thought. The more someone enjoyed a comfortable life, the more fearful they became of losing it. The daimyo was the perfect example. With a furrowed brow, the third Hokage unrolled the scroll. He was desperate to know what had provoked the daimyo's wrath. But the moment he'd read only a few lines, his expression changed drastically. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This sort of intelligence is a fabrication. Someone is clearly trying to drive a wedge between the land of fire, Konoha, and the daimyo's estate. What nonsense. Danzo, the leader of Konoha's root, plotting to assassinate the daimyo. What a ridiculous accusation. Granted, Danzo might well want to throttle the daimyo, but the third Hokage would never allow him to go that far. Nor would Danzo dare attempt something so reckless at a time like this. For if he did, it would mean he'd have no place left in Konoha, or even in the land of fire. Impossible. The third Hokage's defense didn't convince the feudal lord at all. In fact, the feudal lord thought he was just making excuses. Furious, he leapt from his chair and thundered. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you know exactly who Shimura Danzo is. A few years ago, you came to me, asking for my support so Minato Namikaze could become the fourth Hokage. I agreed to help you, so what happened? The look in Danzo's eyes that day, it was as if he wanted to kill me. You promised me an explanation, but where is it? Huh? Some explanation, that was. Afterwards, the third Hokage simply put the matter out of his mind. Or to be more precise, he never bothered with it at all. At the time, the war had just ended, and the village was mired in endless troubles. With Minato stepping up as Hokage, the third had to juggle countless responsibilities and delicate balances. How could he spare any attention for this? Besides, it was just a threatening look, nothing more. Danzo wouldn't actually kill you. Who could have predicted that the feudal lord would remember something like that? Now, combined with this unreliable intelligence, the feudal lord was truly convinced that Danzo wanted him dead. Damn it all. The third Hokage was so angry, he was on the verge of cursing out loud. Why are you dredging up ancient history, and where did you even get this ridiculous intelligence report? Seeing the third Hokage's dark expression in silence, the feudal lord took it as a sign of guilt and sneered. Hokage, you say Danzo isn't that sort of man? Fine then, why don't you Uchiha? Tell me, what kind of person is Danzo really? I was just here for the drama. How did I end up getting dragged in to show myself? Yin froze for a moment, then immediately noticed the third Hokage shooting him a sharp look. The message was clear, say nothing reckless. The Hokage wasn't too worried about the others, but Yin was unpredictable. After all, Yin had once dared to attack his own clan's elders and had openly called Danzo a sewer rat and a venomous snake at the police department. If he didn't get a little hint, he'd probably spill everything Danzo had ever done. Danzo is a good man, an excellent man, really. Although he and Danzo had already fallen out, now was not the time to stir the pot. Otherwise, he'd just be making things harder for himself. Yin had no intention of getting burned by this fire. Better to just watch from the sidelines. Nonsense. Hearing Yan's response, the feudal lord lost his temper, his gaunt, almost fleshless face trembling with rage. You think I'm a fool? You think I can't get information out of Konoha? Danzo's actions against the Uchiha. Don't you know them, being an Uchiha yourself? Or have you forgotten how you publicly denounced Danzo not long ago? A good man, is he? A good man? Well, so much for keeping up appearances. Yin simply shrugged at the third Hokage. You can't blame me for this. There are people in Konoha's employ at the daimyo's manor, gathering all sorts of information. There's nothing I can do about it. Utterly exasperated, the third Hokage was now completely at a loss. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and keep defending himself. And Danzo. Lord Daimyo, there's a lot of misunderstanding between Danzo and the Uchiha. But this intelligence isn't accurate. Danzo would never commit such a grave betrayal. I wouldn't allow him to make any move, either. Very well, I'll take you at your word. But the daimyo, still fuming, pressed further. Then tell me, how do ordinary people even know about the root division in Konoha? How on earth should I know where this damned information came from? The third Hokage was left utterly speechless. Because not only is root kept secret from outsiders, even within the village itself, hardly anyone knows about it. And those who do are sworn to secrecy. Otherwise, the ANBU would certainly come knocking for a little friendly conversation. After venting his anger and lashing out, the daimyo realized he'd lost his composure. He sat down, gulped down 2 cups of tea in succession, and finally managed to calm himself. Then he issued an ultimatum to the third Hokage. I don't care whether Danzo actually harbors these thoughts or not. The fact is, I don't like Danzo one bit. As for this root division, I see no reason for it to exist. Spending my money to support someone who might threaten me? Im no fool. For the first time since the founding of the country, the daimyo openly issued a threat, which showed just how furious he was now. In the end, it all stemmed from his own fear of death, compounded by Danzo's questionable character. With the earlier threats, and now exacerbated by Yan's false intelligence, the daimyo was completely incensed. I give Konoha so much money every year, and this is how you repay me? You think I don't give enough, so you want to get rid of me and back someone else instead? If this matter isn't resolved, then I see no reason for the daimyo's estate to keep funding Konoha in the future. I'll contact the daimyo of the Land of Lightning and the daimyo of the Land of Earth directly. I'm sure Iwagakure and Kumogakure will be delighted to offer me protection. Damn it. The third Hokage was on the verge of collapse. The daimyo had practically brought out all their rival villages as bargaining chips, which showed just how determined he was. Either Konoha handles the matter of Root and Danzo themselves, or the daimyo would turn to Konoha's enemies for protection. And the funding would stop, forcing you to tighten your belts and make do like Sunagakure. Was there really a choice here? Of course not. The third Hokage could only choose the daimyo and abandon Danzo and Root. I hope you won't just brush me off. Please rest assured, Lord Daimyo. I will see to this matter personally. And if you're still uneasy, Konoha can provide you with absolute protection to prevent any unfortunate incidents. Let people from a rival village protect the daimyo? What kind of international joke is that? Never mind the consequences. If word got out, Konoha would be the laughingstock of all the other villages. Accept your protection? No, I wouldn't dare. The daimyo scoffed, rolling his eyes. If Danzo wants me dead, accepting your protection would be like walking straight into a den of wolves. If the daimyo is uneasy, the Uchiha can offer protection, Yin interjected, seizing the opportunity. Who knows, maybe he could gain some advantage and find something for Shursui to do in the process. Rather than letting Shursui join the Umbu and work tirelessly as a double agent, why not have him protect the daimyo at the mansion instead? He could even observe what kind of person Danzo truly was. In any case, Danzo had no way to explain himself. Even if he'd done nothing, when mud falls on your pants, no one's going to believe it isn't something worse. Perhaps building a connection with the daimyo would bring certain benefits to the Uchiha clan. So, Yin, who had been quietly observing and enjoying the spectacle, proposed that the Uchiha take on the role of protecting the daimyo. The daimyo was certainly aware of how strained a relationship between the Uchiha and Danzo was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made those pointed remarks earlier. The third Hokage was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Yin to make such a suggestion. Still, Having the Uchiha protect the daimyo was a viable option. If the daimyo no longer trusted the people sent by the Hokage, afraid they might be Danzo's spies, then letting the Uchiha handle it made sense. After all, the rift between the Uchiha and Danzo couldn't be worse. As for Yan's motives, the third Hokage didn't have a luxury to worry about them right now. The urgent matter was resolving the situation. Otherwise, if the village's finances continued to suffer, Konoha would become a laughingstock to the other villages. The third Hokage would not allow that to happen under his watch. Well then, perhaps there were issues with those sent by the Hokage, but Uchiha's ninja seemed more trustworthy, given their hostility toward Danzo. The daimyo was tempted. Though he'd managed to hire a number of ninja for his own protection, none of them were particularly impressive. If Danzo was truly determined to harm him, those mercenaries wouldn't be able to offer real protection. I think this proposal is quite reasonable, the daimyo finally agreed. The third Hokage had no choice but to support Yen. Yen pressed his advantage. Daimyo, the person the Uchiha send will be our very strongest. Someone unmatched even in all of Konoha. Not only would Danzo's men not dare to make a move, but even if they tried, with our protection, you'd be perfectly safe. Does Yen know that Shursui has awakened the Mangekyo? The third Hokage was startled. That was an absolute secret, known only to a select few. It seemed Shursui could no longer be considered trustworthy. In his heart, the third Hokage had already changed his view of Shursui from potentially useful to no longer usable. As for trust, please, he never truly trusted anyone from the Uchiha clan. Even Uchiha Kagami, who had once been his fellow disciple, was kept at arm's length. So how could Shursui expect any better? Is that really true? Shursui's strength was unparalleled in Konoha, easily ranking among the very best. To have such a powerhouse as his protector would surely raise his safety to a whole new level. At this, the daimyo was genuinely tempted. It's the absolute truth. If you don't believe me, my lord, you can ask the Hokage himself. No one knows better than him how strong the Uchiha clan's shinobi truly are. You've really laid everything out, haven't you? What else could I possibly say? You might as well give Shursui's full identification number at this point. The third Hokage nodded, clearly frustrated. Very well. I'll leave this matter to the Uchiha. As long as you can ensure my safety, I will help explain and resolve the misunderstandings and conflicts between your clan and the village. Having accepted the benefits, it was only fair to offer something in return. And so, the daimyo reciprocated with a generous promise. Yin nearly burst out laughing. Was this what they call an unexpected windfall? It seemed his suggestion had been the right move. One only had to look at the third Hokage's sour expression to see it. The village had always targeted and monitored the Uchiha, putting them under constant pressure. But once the daimyo stepped in, everything changed. As long as the Uchiha didn't throw their lot in with the daimyo's court, the third Hokage would have no choice but to ease up on his campaign against them. And if the third Hokage eased his pressure, Yin would finally have enough time to deal with the problems brewing within the clan itself. The hardliners were a ticking time bomb, and he had to defuse it as soon as possible. Originally, Yin thought he'd have to wait a long time for the chance to handle the hardliners, but who could have guessed that a muddled trip to the daimyo's palace would hand him the opportunity on a silver platter? From the moment they stepped out of the royal palace, the third Hokage's face had not improved. He didn't even bother to rest. Instead, he ordered Yin to find Kaze and Izumi so they could return to the village at once. He needed to get back quickly and deal with Danzo and Root, or things would spiral out of control if the daimyo started stirring the pot. With Danzo busy causing enough trouble to keep the third Hokage running in circles, and even giving the Uchiha a new opening, this trip could be called a triple stroke of good fortune. Gather up, we're heading back to the village immediately. When Yin found Kaze and Izumi, he didn't bother to explain the sudden rush. The three of them quickly made their way to the gates of the daimyo's residence, regrouped with the third Hokage, and set out for the village without delay. Unlike their leisurely trip there, the return journey was a mad dash. There was no time to waste, and the third Hokage led them in a swift run, making it back to Konoha by nightfall. Thank you for your efforts. Upon their return, the third Hokage left behind only these brief words before hurrying away. If this matter isn't handled properly, it could have quite a significant impact on the village. Not to mention anything else, Danzo will definitely stir up trouble. You two go home and get some rest. I need to speak with the clan head about something important. Letting Kaze and Izumi return home, Yin set off alone for the clan head's residence. By now, it was deep into the night, and Fugaku's family was already asleep. So when Yin entered the courtyard, he deliberately made a bit of noise to avoid any misunderstanding, then waited quietly in the yard. The noise in the courtyard woke most of the family. There were 4 people in Fugaku's household, and 3 of them woke up instantly. It's Yin. He must have something important to discuss, Fugaka said as he got out of bed and put on his clothes. Makoto rose as well and said, I'll go make some tea. As she opened the door, she saw Itachi peeking out, curious. Makoto reached out to gently rub her son's head, smiling softly. Yin is here to speak with your father about something important. Go back to bed, sweetheart. Itachi nodded sensibly, slipped back into his room, and closed the door, though he pressed his face to the window, trying to see what was happening in the yard. Unfortunately, he couldn't see anything. He couldn't see or hear what was going on, and didn't dare to eavesdrop. Frustrated, Itachi could only return to sleep. But he made a mental note of the incident, planning to tell Shui about it in the morning. What Itachi didn't know was that he wouldn't get the chance, as Shui would be rushing to the daimyo's residence that very night, entrusted with the task of protecting the daimyo. This would also create a rift between Shui and the higher-ups, a plan that killed two birds with one stone. Why such a hurried return? Fugako asked, a slight frown on his face as he sat cross-legged on the mat. Something important must have happened at the daimyo's residence. Yin never liked sitting directly on the floor. After a while, his knees would start to ache. Yes, it's something big, both for the village and for the Uchiha. We might have a new opportunity ahead of us. Yin nodded, then recounted the events, including the third Hokage's endless prattling on the way to the daimyo's residence, though he left out as much unnecessary detail as possible. For a few moments after Yin finished, Fugaku was speechless, tea tray in hand as Makoto arrived, equally stunned. Then, after a few seconds, Fugaku broke into a fit of laughter, as joyous as a child. All the stern dignity of the clan had vanished, replaced by pure delight. The reason for Fugaku's happiness was simple. Not only did the Uchiha's dire situation seem to finally have hope, but Danzo was about to have a string of bad luck. You've targeted us for so long. Now it's your turn to suffer. Not just suffer, but really get what's coming to you. Watching Danzo's misfortune was one thing. More importantly, among all those who targeted the Uchiha, Danzo was their most relentless foe. The third Hokage and the others only advocated surveillance and caution. But Danzo, in his heart, had always wanted nothing less than the complete destruction of the Uchiha. Danzo's luck had finally run out. He'd lost power, and the Uchiha could finally breathe a little easier. Well done indeed. Ha ha ha. Fugaku's laughter grew more and more exaggerated, so much so that he seemed to forget he was the clan head. He pounded the wooden floor twice with his palm. Sitting across from him, Yin couldn't help but think he'd gone mad. Was it really something to get this worked up about? Still, Danzo's misfortune truly was cause for celebration. All right now, the child is sleeping. Makoto approached, half laughing and half exasperated. She set the low table in order and placed the tea on it, gently reminding Fugaku not to make a spectacle of himself. Although there was no fear of Yin finding out, the child was still sleeping. It wouldn't do to wake him. Besides, if word got out, it wouldn't sound good. All the usual authority of the clan head had evaporated. His dignity was scattered all over the floor. Yin, witnessing this scene, could only shake his head in disbelief. If he lost his composure, and this got out, it really would be embarrassing. Realizing this, Fugaku quickly stifled his laughter and put on a serious face, shooting Yin a look that said, "What happened here tonight must not leave this room. If it does, I'll never be able to show my face again. And you still have a nerve to laugh like that?" Yin rolled his eyes and continued, "Besides all that, I recommend sending Shui to the daimyo's residence to protect the lord. First, his strength is more than enough. Second, with his wavering loyalties, he's lost all credibility. These days, his reputation among the clan is in tatters. Rather than letting him suffer in the ANBU, it's better to send him to the daimyo's side." That's a good idea. Shui really is the most suitable person for the job. Fugaku thought it over and agreed with Yan's suggestion. He'd originally pushed Shui into the ANBU for the good of the clan, but now, was that even necessary? Not at all. As long as Shui did his job protecting the daimyo, and with the daimyo's involvement, the pressure on the Uchiha from the village would only lessen. And once that pressure eased, suddenly, a realization struck Fugaku. He forgot all about his tea, snapping his head up. "You're planning to move against the elders?" So he finally caught on. It sounded a bit harsh to put it that way. Yin shook his head slightly and replied, "We're all from the same clan. If I could avoid it, I would. But the hardliners are too much of a problem. If we don't deal with them, the clan will never be truly united. They could even drag us all into disaster. Never underestimate the power of a ticking time bomb. It could be a minor nuisance or a catastrophe. If things got out of hand, it could lead the Uchiha into open opposition against all of Konoha." That was the last thing Yin wanted to see. He knew that, for all Fugaku's timidity as a clan head, at least in this matter, their thinking was aligned. Fugaku made a sound of agreement, offering no further comment. Whether it was about the clan or the village, whenever trouble reared its head, Fugaku's response was always the same, to let things slide. Yin didn't hold out much hope regarding this. He didn't expect unwavering support, only that there wouldn't be any sabotage from behind. Of course, it's still a bit too early to move against the hardliners. For now, the most important matters, aside from sending Shursui to the daimyo's estate, are finding people to spread damaging rumors about Danzo. Clan leader, this is something you should be able to handle, right? How could one keep such a delicious opportunity hidden? If word wasn't spread, the third Hokage would be able to deal with things quietly. Yin had no intention of letting that happen. He wanted the incident to erupt into a public spectacle. Ideally, the rumors would sweep through the entire ninja world, and everyone would know. That way, Danzo would have no way to defend himself. From the accusation of plotting to assassinate the daimyo, he'd be forced to bear the weight of that crime, unable to clear his name. Spar with you in the village? Sorry, but your home ground isn't where I shine best. I can stir up trouble from the shadows. As for spreading rumors, they shouldn't start within the village. The best way was to let whispers originate outside and then filter inward, so that they'd reach Konoha through outsiders. By then, even if the third Hokage wanted to suppress the news, he'd be powerless. He'd have no choice but to watch as rumors solidified into truth. If everything went according to plan, even if Danzo survived, he'd be left in tatters. Leave this to me. Passing along a few messages was hardly a challenge. Fugaku already had a plan in mind. He wouldn't even need to send his own people, which would only risk exposing the Uchiha if the village caught wind of their involvement. The third Hokage certainly wouldn't want this to spiral out of control and would keep a close eye on them. If there was even a hint of movement, suspicion would immediately fall on the Uchiha. So, outside help was needed, for example, the ninja cats. As long as the price was right, he was sure they wouldn't mind making some extra money on the side. What connection could there possibly be between rumors spread by ninja cats and the Uchiha? Then I'll handle things with Shursui, Yin said. He was determined to change the higher-up's impression of Shursui, to try pulling him out of the deep pit of the Will of Fire. He'd see if he could bring Shursui back. As for whether the daimyo would try to lure Shursui away, Yin wasn't the least bit worried. With Shursui's character, it was next to impossible. When a person has no interest in wealth, power, or women, and holds only his clan and village in his heart, no means of persuasion could ever shake his resolve. With everything settled, Yin took his leave. Fugaku found he couldn't even think about sleep. Whether the Uchiha could escape their predicament all hinged on this opportunity. He immediately got in touch with the Ninja Cat clan, laying out his request and the promised reward. The Ninja Cats were delighted at this chance for a side hustle. To keep things confidential and prevent anyone from tracing it back to the Uchiha, the Ninja Cats even proposed signing a contract to ensure the secret would never be revealed. Faced with Fugaku's generous offer, the summoned Ninja Cats' eyes sparkled like stars as they eagerly pressed their paw prints onto the scroll. Have Danzo brought to me immediately. Also, notify the two advisor elders and tell them there is an important matter in the village that requires their counsel. Sitting in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage grew angrier the more he thought about it. He had assumed there was just a minor issue at the daimyo's mansion, something he could resolve with a bit of negotiation. But instead of a small problem, the daimyo dropped a bombshell on him. The news had shaken him to his core, leaving him rattled inside and out. Upon receiving the summons, Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Mitokado, ever the most diligent, quickly arrived at the Hokage's office building. As for Danzo, he was still ambling along the road, leaning on his cane at a leisurely pace. Hiruzen, Koharu had just opened her mouth to speak when Hamura stopped her. One look at the third Hokage's expression made it clear. The situation was dire, and he was in a foul mood, worse than usual. So it was best not to ask any questions. They decided to wait until Danzo arrived before discussing matters further. Koharu nodded slightly, then sat down quietly, settling in to wait for Danzo. And so, 5 minutes passed, but Danzo still hadn't arrived. 10 minutes later, there was still no sign of him. As was often the case, even if he took his time walking, the third Hokage and the others would usually start discussions without him, rarely giving him a real say in anything. So Danzo made a point of walking as slowly as possible. In his mind, it was nothing more than the Hokage having trouble getting money, hardly a serious issue. Would the daimyo really dare withhold funds? Absolutely not. That coward would wet himself if you so much as glared at him. Besides, if Konoha didn't get its funding, its military strength would falter, and when other villages attacked, the one who'd suffer most would be the daimyo himself. So Danzo wasn't worried in the slightest. He walked as slowly as he pleased. After all, everyone knew his injuries made movement difficult. What harm was there in going a little slower? He, Danzo, had bled and sacrificed for this village. Even the Hokage had to show him respect. In the Hokage's office, 15 minutes had passed while they waited for Danzo. The third Hokage's already sour expression had now darkened to the color of burnt charcoal. At this point, even Koharu and Hamura were losing their composure. Both cursed Danzo inwardly, but they also tried to think of ways to ease the tense atmosphere, to distract the third Hokage, calm him down, and avoid a direct confrontation with Danzo. They came up with a dozen things to say, but before they could use any of them, a distinctive, rhythmic sound finally echoed through the hallway. Thump, thump, growing closer with each step. Sarutobi, I told you long ago, you can't be too soft with those useless fools at the daimyo's mansion, or else. Danzo pushed the door open carelessly, one foot just inside, already launching into a scolding tirade, full of disappointment. You cause all this trouble, and then you have the nerve to blame me? At this point, even the third Hokage was starting to believe that Danzo was up to something behind the scenes. Just listen to that tone. A loud bang rang out as the desk was struck forcefully. The third Hokage roared in anger. Danzo, shut your mouth. Do you even acknowledge me as Hokage anymore? His words of reproach were cut off, and the third Hokage completely lost his temper. Danzo, who had just been about to leave and close the door, froze in place. Is he scolding me? He'd barely stepped through the door when he was hit with a barrage of harsh criticism. It had been a long time since Danzo had seen the third Hokage this furious. He'd almost forgotten what it felt like. Danzo, have you truly not given any thought to the village's affairs? Hamura Mitokado gave him a pointed look, pretending to admonish him as well, hoping to draw the third Hokage's anger away from Danzo. Kohyudatane chimed in to back him up. That's right, Danzo, you're far too late. You can't let this happen again. Sarutobi, what's the meaning of this? After being berated out of nowhere, and for reasons he couldn't understand, Danzo wasn't about to take it lying down. He scowled and demanded an explanation from the third Hokage. What's the meaning of this? The third Hokage let out a bitter laugh, unable to contain his fury. You dare ask what I mean? I'd like to ask you, my esteemed advisor, just what do you think you're doing? Are you even aware? The daimyo is now withholding funds, refusing to release them. And the reason is you. He wouldn't dare. As expected, Danzo snapped, his voice low and threatening. How dare he, really? The audacity to refuse funding. You? The third Hokage was at a loss for words. No wonder the daimyo was wary. Just look at Danzo's attitude. Who wouldn't be intimidated? That's the daimyo you're talking to, yet you command him like a subordinate. Ah, but come to think of it, Danzo doesn't even have a wife, so where would he get a grandson to scold? That's enough. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Kohyudatane quickly reverted to her old, fiery demeanor. She glared at Danzo and shouted, Danzo, sit down and listen to what Hiruzen has to say first. And another thing, that's the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Show some respect. With Koharu's no-nonsense attitude taking over, Danzo finally sat down, though not without slamming the door behind him in a show of defiance, as if to retaliate for being scolded by the third Hokage. He then stormed over to the chair, glaring daggers at the third Hokage. If he didn't get a proper explanation, he wasn't about to let this slide. Hiruzen, calm down. Whatever it is, let's talk it through. There's no need for anger. Having settled Danzo, Koharu turned to soothe the third Hokage as well. But the third Hokage wasn't having it. To resolve this matter meant tearing away all pretense with Danzo. And after everything Danzo had said and done, the third Hokage's patience had run out. Calm down? How am I supposed to calm down? The third Hokage slammed his hand on the desk, pointing at Danzo as he retorted. I want to see the daimyo, and what happens? Someone else gets hold of some special intelligence, saying that the leader of Konoha's route is plotting to assassinate the daimyo and put someone else in power. Because of this, the daimyo has been withholding our funding, gave me a tongue lashing, and even threatened to call a Wagakure and Kimigakure to protect him, afraid that Danzo really would attempt an assassination. Tell me, with the way Danzo talks and acts, is it any wonder the daimyo is worried? What nonsense is this? Danzo looked completely bewildered. Turning to Kohyudatane and Hamura Mitokado, the two elders exchanged a glance, both suspecting that the third Hokage had said something wrong. Danzo plotting an assassination? And the daimyo, no less? Wasn't that just bluster? When did he ever actually intend to do something like this? Utter nonsense. Now, realizing the implication, Danzo exploded in anger. This is pure slander. When have I ever done such a thing? As if it even takes a plan to assassinate the daimyo. The two elder advisors exchanged another glance. Listening to that tone, it really did sound suspicious. No wonder the daimyo is convinced Danzo would try to kill him. He brought this on himself. But wait, where did the intelligence come from? The third Hokage shot Danzo a glare, picked up his pipe, lit it, took a deep drag, and sat back in a chair, his face still clouded with anger. At present, The daimyo demands that I disband Root and deal with you, Danzo, or he'll cut off all funding for Konoha's development. So tell me, what should we do? This was trouble. Now, everyone else finally realized just how serious the situation was. If the daimyo dared threaten the third Hokage like this, it meant he was fully prepared to reach out to enemy villages. Unless Konoha offered a convincing explanation, this could blow up into something huge. At this point, did it even matter how the false intelligence had reached the daimyo? He'd already decided Danzo was out to get him. Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado didn't know what to say. They knew the third Hokage too well. If he was talking like this, it meant he was ready to compromise. And Danzo knew the third Hokage just as well. That's why he couldn't sit still any longer. So, you're planning to sacrifice me and disband Root? Disbanding is only temporary. The anger had been vented, the words shouted. The third Hokage gradually calmed down, frowning as he continued. The most important thing now is to reassure the daimyo. I've already agreed to his request and arranged for a member of the Uchiha to protect him. The Uchiha chose Shursui, and I approved. As for whose suggestion that was, there was no point in discussing it now. Right now, the only thing that matters is making sure the daimyo feels secure. So the Uchiha clan knows about this too? Koharu Uchiha seized on the key point. The third Hokage understood what she meant and let out a heavy sigh. I originally wanted to test Uchiha Yin, so I brought him into the palace to meet the daimyo. That's why he knows everything. Koharu Uchiha fell silent. Hamura Mitokado pounded his chest in frustration, nearly stomping his feet. Hiruzen, how could you be so careless and bring him along? What are we waiting for? Send someone immediately to seal off the Uchiha compound. Don't let anyone from the clan leave without permission. If word gets out, what face will Konoha have left? I've already informed the Yumbu. The third Hokage replied, his voice heavy with fatigue. If there's even a hint of related news in the village, it's to be contained at once. I'll instruct Shursui personally. For now, let's deal with Root's situation first. Root will not be disbanded, and I won't accept it. Root had taken years to build up to its current strength. If it was suddenly dissolved, what would Danzo have left? He might even be forced into retirement, reduced to an idle old man. Such an outcome was something Danzo simply could not accept. Danzo, I am Hokage. I have the authority to dissolve any department in Konoha, including Root. This power was granted by me. If I decide to take it back, you have no way to stop it. This discussion is a courtesy, a chance for you to save some dignity. If you refuse to cooperate, you will lose everything. A heavy silence settled over the room. Danzo's face clouded over in sullen silence. Koharu and Hamura could find nothing to say. They all understood. The third Hokage had made up his mind. Root would be dissolved, at least until the daimyo's trust was secured. For now, Root could not be allowed to continue. As for Danzo, it wasn't just Root he might lose. Even his position as Hokage's advisor was now in jeopardy. Danzo was in serious trouble. The third Hokage sat there, face somber, smoking one cigarette after another. Every time Koharu and Hamura saw him like this, they knew he was weighing a difficult decision. In other words, his mind would soon be made up. Danzo, everything I do is for the village. Root must be disbanded. And, just as expected, the moment the third Hokage set down his pipe, the verdict was delivered. In the end, the third Hokage chose to let Danzo go, and with him, Root as well. He chose to side with the daimyo, because the village's future and the peace of the Land of Fire left no room for hesitation or doubt. Danzo was important to him. Otherwise, after all Danzo's many heinous deeds, anyone else would have been eliminated long ago in any other village. But under the third Hokage's protection, Danzo had survived and even thrived. Yet when Danzo's interests were weighed against the entire village, against the Land of Fire as a whole, he simply wasn't as important. At least, the third Hokage was willing to give up his old comrade for the sake of the village. Everything I do is for the village. Danzo could never have imagined that the words he used to manipulate others and defend himself in the past would now become the very reason the third Hokage used to convince himself. Those words stung. It was as if sharp, piercing thorns were driven deep into Danzo's heart. At this moment, the two elder advisors, Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado, dared not utter a single word. They chose silence, for they knew nothing they said could shake the third Hokage's resolve. Root will be disbanded. I'll allow you to keep a small number of people to act as your subordinates. Besides that, you'll need to go home and retire for a while. As for your position as Hokage's assistant, I'll still keep it open for you. Not only was Root to be dissolved, but the third Hokage was also stripping Danzo of his position. He was being sent home to quietly enjoy his retirement. It was decisive, leaving Danzo's fate crystal clear. While the Hokage's office was abuzz with activity, Yin was missing this dramatic scene. At this very moment, he had just arrived at Shirsue's house. Wah! Wah! As soon as Yin approached, a sharp, jarring screech cut through the night air. Looking at the courtyard teeming with crows, Yin couldn't help but complain. How unlucky! Of all things to raise, why choose these pitch-black crows? Shirsue, startled from his sleep, threw on some clothes and leapt to the windowsill. Seeing Yin in the yard, driving away the crows, Shirsue couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Keep squawking, and I'll roast every last one of you. Crows were once considered auspicious, but over time, and with their frequent appearances in places of death, more and more people began to dislike them. Their harsh and grating cries only made them harder to tolerate. Of course, Yan's threat to roast the crows was just that, a threat meant to scare these clever birds. He'd never actually roast them. In a world like this, where death was everywhere, only a fool would eat a crow. After all, who knew if its last meal had been scavenged from some corpse? Yin, you didn't come all the way here in the middle of the night just to scare my crows, did you? You really should keep fewer crows. After grumbling, Yin hopped up to the windowsill and sat down. I need to talk to you. It's about Konoha and the Uchiha. It's important. Go ahead. Shirsue, though exasperated, quickly grew serious. With a wave of his hand, he sent the crows circling around him off to rest. Obeying their master's command, the clever crows dispersed and disappeared into the night sky. Inside Shirsue's home, Yin sat on the sofa as Shirsue poured water. I followed Lord Hokage to the daimyo's estate for official business. We met with the daimyo, and he had received some troubling intelligence. Our Hokage's assistant is plotting to assassinate the daimyo and install someone else in his place. Clang! Shirsue's hand trembled, and the cup shattered on the floor, scattering shards of glass everywhere. How can this be possible? Eyes wide with shock, Shirsue stared in disbelief as he turned back, thinking Yant was either joking with him or trying to smear Danzo's name. I knew you'd make that face. Among the higher-ups, the only people Shirsue truly trusted were the third Hokage and Danzo. Yin shrugged, leaning back in his seat. I'm not joking with you. This is real. The daimyo is furious. He's already withheld the development funds that were supposed to be allocated to Konoha. That's the very reason the Hokage went to the daimyo's estate. The daimyo doesn't even trust our people from Konoha anymore. He's looking to Iwagakure and Kumogakure for protection, afraid Danzo might send someone to assassinate him. To reassure the daimyo, I recommended you. You'll head to the daimyo's residence and protect him personally. You must ensure his safety. Only by keeping the daimyo secure can we hope to resolve this matter properly. If word gets out, Danzo, and even Konoha itself, will become the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. Under Yan's grave and urgent words, the seriousness of the situation escalated several notches in an instant. No matter how highly Shirsue regarded Danzo, he had no choice but to believe this was real. Danzo was never really trustworthy, after all. All of this is true. Shirsue rubbed his face, still finding it hard to believe. He didn't think Yin would make up something like this just to mess with him, especially since Yin had only yesterday led a team to the daimyo's estate. Besides, this wasn't the sort of thing that could be faked. A little investigation would reveal the truth. If Yin dared to say all this, it meant everything he said was true. The daimyo needed protection. Danzo was plotting an assassination. The daimyo didn't even trust Konoha anymore. Only a Uchiha could be sent. Because the Uchiha and Danzo were on bad terms, the enemy of his enemy became his ally. That's why the daimyo agreed to let the Uchiha protect him. Not bothering to answer the question, Yin continued. The Lord Hokage hurried straight to the Hokage's office, no doubt to deal with the Root Division and Danzo. This time, Root might be disbanded, and Danzo could lose his position entirely and be forced into retirement. Outwardly, though, it'll probably be said that he's only under surveillance. After all, the Hokage has to keep the daimyo calm and prevent him from doing anything drastic. And your mission is to protect the daimyo. During this time, no matter who it is, no one is allowed to lay a finger on the daimyo. No matter who comes to find you, your orders are absolute. Ignore Danzo, the Hokage, even the other elders. You answer to no one. Because even I can't be sure who else might be involved in all this. Didn't you want to be a double agent? Didn't you always carry such a heavy sense of responsibility? Now it's your turn to choose. Will you side with the village leadership or with the daimyo? This decision concerns not only Konoha, but the entire land of fire. Uchiha Shirsue, do you still dare to stand with the higher-ups? Once a rift like this appears, it's never easy to mend. Yin didn't like Shirsue, but he had to admit Shirsue's strength was formidable. Someone like Shirsue, if used well, could be a powerful and reliable enforcer, obedient and outstanding in his abilities. I'll confirm everything with the clan leader. If it's all true, I'll take responsibility and ensure the daimyo's safety. I won't let anyone harm him. Torn with inner conflict, after wavering back and forth, Shui finally let his arms drop weakly by his sides. Just as Yin had predicted, Shui still chose to protect the daimyo. His perspective had shifted from thinking only of clan and village. He was now considering the village and the entire land of fire. At this level, both the clan and the higher-ups had little influence on his decisions. This was precisely the outcome Yin desired. Very good. With his goal achieved, Yin got up to leave. After taking a few steps, he looked back at Shui. Shui, I really don't like you. But I have to admit, you are a selfless and remarkable person. Forgive me, but I can't be like you. Because what the clan needs is not a selfless man. And another thing, I hope from now on you'll keep your distance from Itachi. I trust you understand what I mean. The clan doesn't need too many selfless people. Itachi has a mind of his own, he's smart, and I don't want him standing with you. For the sake of the clan, the village, and even the whole land of fire. Itachi had already started astray, but not so far that things couldn't be changed. There was still hope to bring him back. Yin believed that, given time, he could turn Itachi into the clan's most loyal wolf. So, it was better for Shui to stay away. His selflessness was a constant influence on Itachi. After Yin left, Shui immediately made his way to the clan leader's residence, where Fugaku was waiting for him. Clan leader, Shui had barely begun to speak when Fugaku cut him off. Fugaku shook his head slightly and set down his teacup. Shui, whatever Yin says, that's what I say. I hope you'll take on this responsibility for the clan, the village, and even the entire land of fire. There are few people you can truly trust in this matter. You're a smart man. I trust you understand what I mean. If Danzo dared to attempt an assassination, did the third Hokage harbor such thoughts as well? During the mission to protect the daimyo, Shui couldn't afford to trust anyone lightly. Not even the third Hokage. In other words, for the duration of this mission, the only person Shui could trust and take orders from was Yin. Clan leader, I understand. I'll protect the daimyo, even if it costs me my life. Excellent. Fugaku nodded in satisfaction. He could only sigh inwardly. Shui, for the sake of the clan and the village, I have no choice but to make you bear this injustice. Soon, a notice arrived from the police force. By order of the Hokage, no Uchiha is permitted to leave the Uchiha district or the police force headquarters before dawn. This message, sent directly from the Hokage's office, confirmed everything Yin had said. Every word of it was true. At the very least, Shui believed it. The third Hokage was busy dealing with Danzo en route, and he also worried that Yin would leak the news. So, to be safe, he simply locked down both the police force and the Uchiha district. Until everything was settled, no Uchiha would be allowed to step outside. Little did he know, relying on a lockdown to keep secrets was nothing more than wishful thinking. Yin had long anticipated the third Hokage would take such action. That's why the news couldn't be spread from within. It had to come from outside. If it came from within the clan or the village, the blame would fall squarely on the Uchiha. But if the word spread from the outside, then it had nothing to do with the Uchiha at all. The third Hokage would only pin the blame on the daimyo, assuming it was the daimyo's people who leaked the news. The real purpose was to make sure everyone knew and to prevent Konoha from denying everything later. Overnight, Danzo lost the root organization he had worked so hard to build, along with his position as the Hokage's advisor. He was quietly relocated to a hidden place, where he would spend his remaining years in retirement. To prevent Danzo from being driven to desperate measures, the third Hokage allowed him to keep only 5 subordinates. Once all this was handled, the third Hokage sent Hamura Mitokado as his personal envoy to express the village's sincerity by visiting the daimyo's residence himself, while the Hokage stayed behind in Konoha, wary that Danzo might cause trouble. For someone whose craving for power bordered on obsession, to lose everything in an instant, one could only imagine the shock he would suffer. During this period, if the Hokage left the village, the chances of Danzo stirring up trouble would be dangerously high. To prevent such an outcome, the third Hokage had to remain in Konoha and sent Hamura to the daimyo instead. As for Shui, tasked with protecting the daimyo, he set out on his own. Shui arrived at the daimyo's residence ahead of everyone else and was granted an audience. When the daimyo learned that the Uchiha had sent none other than the legendary Shui of the Body Flicker, famed from the Third Ninja World War, he was genuinely delighted. This proved that the Uchiha truly cared about his safety, and as a result, the daimyo's impression of the Uchiha and of Yin rose considerably. At this point, matters seemed to have reached a temporary resolution, but the third Hokage felt anything but at ease. Because disbanding root meant everything stored there had to be removed. During this process, neither Danzo nor his people were allowed to interfere, and so the third Hokage discovered things he never could have imagined. Among Root's hidden archives, he unearthed a trove of shocking items, experimental materials, confidential records. How dare he? The third Hokage looked like an enraged lion. Koyudatane could only stare wordlessly at the sky, while for Danzo, this time, there was truly no way out. Had these things not been discovered, perhaps, after pacifying the daimyo, Danzo might have regained his position as Hokage's advisor, and there could have even been a chance to restore Root. But now all hope was lost. Those heaps of forbidden documents and materials made even her scalp tingle with fear just by looking at them. Could a human really do such things? What infuriated the third Hokage even more was the report from the Umbu. Rumors that Danzo was plotting to assassinate the daimyo were spreading rapidly, starting from the daimyo's residence and sweeping through the surrounding regions. As a result, people all across the Land of Fire had become aware of the existence of the Root organization. The news was racing through the land like the wind, and there were even signs it might spill beyond the nation's borders. The Umbu tried to contain the rumors, but found themselves utterly powerless. If the rumors had started within Konoha itself, perhaps they could have managed something. But with the news originating in the daimyo's residence, no matter how determined they were, there was no way to seal it off. And it's such a sensitive moment. Even if the Umbu had enough manpower, they wouldn't dare make such a move. A large number of Umbu operating openly at the daimyo's residence would only provoke the daimyo's already heightened nerves. Half of the third Hokage's anger was directed at Danzo, the other half at the daimyo. Root had hidden too many secrets, things that could never see the light of day. Meanwhile, the daimyo had simply spilled everything to the public. With the rumors starting from the daimyo's residence, the third Hokage had no choice but to lay suspicion at the daimyo's feet, rather than at the Uchiha. With the uproar at the daimyo's residence, it meant that other countries and villages would soon receive the news as well. The ones who kept the closest watch on the Land of Fire in Konoha, the Wagakure and Kumogakure, were the quickest to react. With the help of ninja hawks or certain summoning beasts, relaying intelligence and news could be accomplished in just a matter of hours. And so, that very afternoon, intelligence scrolls were already laid out on the desks of Inoki and the fourth Reikage. Could this be an opportunity? Staring at the contents of the scroll, Inoki fell into deep thought. The Third Great Ninja War had ended in utter confusion, and even now, Inoki remained unwilling to accept such an outcome. He was always looking for a chance to take a bite out of the Land of Fire. It was even more dramatic, first bursting into a peal of gloating laughter before turning serious. He, too, saw this as an excellent opportunity. Even if they could not seize the chance to launch a full-scale war against the Land of Fire, there was at least the prospect of extracting some benefits, or at the very least, making a public fuss at the expense of the Land of Fire's daimyo. Better yet, it would be ideal to tarnish Konoha's reputation and widen the rift between Konoha and the daimyo. Kumogakure wasted no time, openly siding with the daimyo and speaking out on his behalf, condemning Danzo and the third Hokage. The Wagakure followed suit, adding fuel to the fire. The situation grew ever more chaotic. By this point, everyone was convinced that Danzo had truly plotted to assassinate the feudal lord. This sudden and heavy blame that had fallen from the sky was something Danzo could never shake off, not even in death. The outside world was in an uproar. Accusations poured in from all directions, and even many small nations raised their voices to censure Konoha. The third Hokage was overwhelmed, running himself ragged, and had no mind at all to deal with the affairs of the Uchiha. As for Danzo, having lost even the right to move about freely, all he could do was obediently settle into retirement. At least for now, he could forget about causing any more trouble. Just like that, the burden on his shoulders became much lighter. Even Yin himself hadn't expected that a single piece of false intelligence could have such a powerful effect. If he were to release more information, wouldn't the entire ninja world be set ablaze? "Captain, are you feeling unwell again?" Izumi's small face was full of worry. She followed Yin around like a shadow, sticking so close that if Yin went to the bathroom, she'd probably run in after him, terrified that something might happen to him. "I'm Fine. It's just that your talent is so outstanding, I can barely keep up." Yin, his face a bit pale, gave a slight shake of his head to show that he was all right. He had used Izumi as his copying subject for several days in a row now, and in the end, he discovered that she was truly a treasure. If it weren't for his craving for Indra and Azura's chakra, he would have loved to keep Izumi by his side forever. Every day, his spiritual energy and Sharingan power grew noticeably. Where else could one find such a good thing? "My talent is too outstanding." Izumi looked completely bewildered. She had no idea what her talent had to do with Yan's discomfort. "That's right. Your talent is exceptional. So keep training hard, keep cultivating. Don't ever let down the trust and high hopes I have for you. I believe in you, Uchiha Izumi. You can definitely become a brilliant woman of the clan, just like the clan leader's wife. Believe in yourself, you can do it. To encourage her, Yin painted a grand vision for Izumi's future. Sitting in his office, Yin found himself wondering what had left him so idle lately. Itachi had joined the police force, and in order to train his son, Fugaku had simply sent Itachi, and with him, all of Shirsue's former teammates, to Yin, putting them under his command. As for Fugaku's plan to reform the police force, it still hadn't reached a conclusion. A few hardline elders in the clan refused to agree. They believed Fugaku's reforms would strip away the power in their hands. Sure, the clan could improve and grow stronger, but the authority in their grasp could not be taken away. So after round of negotiation, Fugaku's proposal still hadn't found a proper resolution. A sharp knocking sounded at the door, breaking Yin out of his wandering thoughts. Come in. After straightening the files on his desk, Yin looked up and called out. The door opened, and Itachi stepped inside, so small that he was actually a bit shorter than Izumi. Stepping into the office, Itachi gave a slight bow and greeted. Captain, there are quite a few strangers in the village with questionable intentions. They've all come to Konoha, posing as merchants. But in secret, they're gathering information. Should the police force look into them more closely, maybe even detain them? Ah, this little admirer, she really has changed quite a bit. Yin still remembered when Izumi first joined the police force. Back then, whenever she saw Itachi, her cheeks would flush, her eyes would dart about, and she could barely contain her excitement. Yet now, less than a month later, she was already able to face him calmly. She hardly even reacted to his arrival anymore, as if he were just another ordinary colleague. Yin gave Izumi a curious glance and asked in return, "Is this your own opinion, or does it come from the department head?" "It's my personal view," Itachi replied. The assassination plot against the feudal lord was a serious accusation. If word got out, it would cause an enormous uproar. More and more villages had started to side against Konoha, speaking up for the lord and criticizing the village. It was around this time that the number of people coming to Konoha with hidden agendas, hoping to gather information, began to rise. "Izumi, you can step outside for now." "Okay." Izumi raised her small hand, gesturing for Yin to take care of himself and not overwork. If anything came up, she wanted to be the first to know. Only then did she leave the office, gently closing the door behind her. Once Izumi had gone, Yin turned to Itachi, who was standing in front of the desk, and asked, "You should know the reason these people have come to Konoha, right?" "Yes. They're here because of the plot to assassinate the feudal lord," Itachi answered honestly. "Then tell me, what is the responsibility of the police force?" "To maintain the village's security and—" The third Hokage had once said that even though Itachi was just a child, he was the one whose thinking most closely resembled the Hokage's. It meant he was exceptionally clever. But the more intelligent someone is, the more they know, and the more they care about. Faced with Yan's question, Itachi hesitated. After all, the original purpose of the police force wasn't just to maintain public order. They were also tasked with catching spies, criminals, and handling other important and dangerous missions. But ever since the third Hokage and others had grown more wary of the Uchiha, their role had been reduced to merely keeping the peace. Any other duties or authority were now out of reach. Remember, the police force's responsibility now is to maintain public order in the village. That's all we have left, just that one duty. As for how things ended up this way, I think you already understand. All right, head back now. As long as these people aren't inciting trouble in groups or doing anything out of line, we don't need to interfere. Konoha welcomes visitors and merchants from every land to come, enjoy themselves, and do business. As for what you mentioned, the police force has no authority over it. That falls under the jurisdiction of the ANBU. On the surface, it might have sounded like Yin was shirking responsibility, washing his hands of the matter. But in truth, Yin was making an accusation. He was protesting how the village had gradually stripped away rights that originally belonged to the police force. From beginning to end, the Uchiha had always been on the defensive. Yes. Wait. After bowing, Itachi was about to leave when Yin suddenly called out to him. "Captain, is there something else?" Itachi stopped in his tracks, not expecting Yan's next request to be both infuriating and baffling. Yin beckoned to the departing Itachi with a curl of his finger. "Come here, give me a smile. Let me see it." Itachi fell silent. It was obvious he wanted to punch Yin. His hands, no, his fists, were clenched so tightly they looked ready to crack. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not a pervert, and there's nothing else behind this." Yin gave a faint smile and tapped his own face. "See this? That's how you do it. A smile. Don't copy your father, always wearing a stiff, expressionless face. You're part of the police force now. If you want to excel at this job, Not just be another clan member, you need to learn to control and manage your emotions and your expressions. A smile can easily bridge the gap between people. These are things you need to learn. After all, someone who can smile on the outside while being ruthless on the inside is even more dangerous. So much theory, all because of a single smile? This was already beyond Itachi's understanding. No one had ever asked this of him before. Since graduating from the Chunin exams and leaving his original ninja squad, smiles had become rare on Itachi's face. He smiled only for his mother, his little brother, and Shursui. To everyone else, his face was nothing but a blank slate. I know, the clan leader is always rigid and stern when he teaches you, always praising you with, "as expected of my son." But remember, don't, under any circumstances, follow his example. Because wearing a stony face isn't always a good thing. It just makes people think you've got a bad temper and are hard to approach. Forget about status for a moment. Just look at the clan leader's face. How many people actually dare to strike up a conversation with him? If you want to take on more responsibility for the clan, your first lesson is to learn how to smile, how to communicate with your clan members, and how to blend into their circles. Itachi was speechless. Can I skip this lesson? He wondered. Itachi felt that Yin was just making things difficult for him. Clan leader, am I right? Yin suddenly looked up and called out toward the door. Father! Itachi was startled, turning around in surprise. Fugaku had already been standing at the doorway for some time, his usually stern face now even darker than the bottom of a pot. Yan's repeated advice, "Don't learn from your father," left Fugaku feeling quite uncomfortable, not to mention Yan's constant jabs at him. Especially that line, "as expected of my son." For a moment, Fugaku almost lost his composure. Could it be that my way of raising my child is wrong? Fugaku couldn't help but start doubting himself. He cleared his throat. With a soft cough, Fugaku pushed open the door, his expression unchanged but shooting a subtle glare at Yen. Not wanting to undermine himself, Fugaku could only turn to Itachi and say, "Since this is both your superior's and your captain's request, Itachi, you must do your best to learn diligently. Understood?" "Yes, father. I will do my best." Itachi instinctively straightened his back and answered loudly. Yen watched the delicate father-son dynamic, his expression odd, barely containing his laughter. "All right, you may go now. Father, senior." After a formal bow, Itachi finally left, quietly closing the door behind him. "What are you playing at?" The moment his son left, Fugaku's face fell as he demanded. "I asked you to lead Itachi's squad, not to teach my son how to smile on the outside while being ruthless inside. So you'd rather he be like you? Always wearing a grim face, making most of the clan too afraid to even speak to you. Is that the so-called dignity of a clan leader? Oh, get a rest, my great clan head." Fugaku's stern look might intimidate the rest of the Uchiha, but unfortunately, it had no effect on Yen. Fugaku, thoroughly roasted, could only shake his head in exasperation. Knowing he couldn't out-argue Yen, he let the subject drop. "Tonight, I'll be calling another clan meeting to continue discussing the overhaul of the police force. You'll need to attend." "I'm not going." Yen refused without hesitation. He had no interest in these tiresome meetings. A few hardline elders would stubbornly dig in their heels, terrified of losing their power, and endlessly obstruct Fugaku's attempts at reforming the police force. Anyone could guess how it would go. Fugaku and the elders would bicker back and forth. Maybe a few of Fugaku's supporters would join in, and the whole thing would descend into a shouting match, faces red and veins bulging, yet nothing would ever get resolved. It wasn't that Yen enjoyed making snide remarks. It's just that Uchiha Fugaku's performance at these key moments was truly disappointing, whether for the clan or for the village. After all this time, he still hadn't managed to deal with the hardline elders in the family. And this was just about reorganizing the Uchiha, not even dissolving the hardliners completely. If it ever came to actually taking action against them, with Fugaku's indecisive nature, nothing would ever get done. He wavered himself, yet expected everyone else to toe the line. "If you want to tie my hands, why should I bother attending your pointless meetings? You can all go round in circles without me. Just don't drag me into this mess." Because of this, Yen refused outright. Fugaku understood that this was Yan's way of expressing his dissatisfaction with being restricted. After Fugaku left, Izumi curiously edged closer. "Captain, why didn't you attend such an important meeting? Even the clan leader specifically asked for you to be there." In the eyes of others, this might have seemed like a good thing. After all, it meant the clan leader valued him. But to Yen, it was nothing but nonsense. "Attend what?" Yen replied irritably. "Those so-called meetings are just the elders and the clan leader bickering nonstop. One says you need to compromise, the other accuses you of trying to take away their rights. Back and forth, and nothing ever gets resolved. And if you lose your temper, they start making a fuss, saying you don't respect your elders or the clan elders." Ever since the incident with the sixth elder, The clan elders had been keeping a close eye on Yin, afraid he might pull something similar on them one day. It wasn't just a matter of losing face. Their old bones probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Most importantly, they didn't want Yin to break the rules. If things can be settled with words, why resort to force? A precedent had already been set. If Yin kept acting this way, how could they expect the younger generation of the clan to respect them in the future? If you can't solve something, do you just activate your Sharingan and throw someone into a Jinjutsu? Izumi gave a couple of awkward chuckles, completely lost for words. After all, her captain had actually done such things before. No wonder the elders were always worried that he'd go overboard. What? You seem awfully curious, don't you? How much of your assigned studies have you finished? Let's go to the training grounds and check. Forget I said anything. Izumi shrank her neck back, hurriedly slipping away and quietly shutting the door behind her. Even though she'd been working hard, there was still a long way to go before she could meet Yan's standards, especially when it came to mastering Jinjutsu. It was fortunate that Izumi wasn't someone who gave up easily, or she'd have been crushed by Yan's scolding long ago. And so, the reform of the police department was stalled. The elders refused to compromise, and Fugaku couldn't bring himself to force their hand, so the deadlock dragged on. Meanwhile, Danzo's plot to assassinate the daimyo was spiraling out of control. After Konoha was denounced by the other villages, even the daimyos of every nation spoke out together, demanding a satisfactory explanation from the third Hokage. This was something the daimyos couldn't afford to take lightly. No matter what happened, even if war was raging within the villages, the daimyos were not to be harmed. That was the bottom line. Now, Danzo had stepped right onto that line. It was no wonder the daimyos were anxious. What if this turned out to be a terrible precedent? If Danzo could do it, what was to stop other villages from targeting their own daimyos if they became dissatisfied? The daimyo of the Land of Wind was especially alarmed. Everyone knew he had a notoriously bad relationship with Sunagakure. What if, when pushed to the brink, the Sand Village decided to turn on him as well? Thus, the daimyo of the Land of Wind began to reach out to the other country lords, forming an alliance against Konoha. A squad of Umbu, weary and travel-stained, returned to Konoha and reported to the third Hokage as soon as they arrived. Ever since returning from the daimyo's residence, the third Hokage had felt that something was amiss. Why would the daimyo, seemingly out of nowhere, receive such detailed intelligence? Why did this information describe even Root, such a secretive division, with such clarity, almost as if it were recounting the entire history of Root in detail? There was no doubt. The leak had come from someone within their own ranks. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, it was no secret that certain special divisions existed, like Konoha's Root, or the Hunter-nin of the Mist Village. These units were shrouded in mystery to outsiders, but the 5 villages themselves were well aware of each other's existence. Other villages knew about Konoha's Root, but the details and scale of the organization were unknown. Now, with such meticulous records about Root, the problem was glaringly obvious. The third Hokage immediately dispatched an Umbu squad to conduct a thorough investigation into the matter. The person in charge of this mission was none other than Kakashi, someone the third Hokage trusted deeply. Hokage-sama. Inside the office, Kakashi knelt on one knee, carefully reporting the findings of the squad's investigation. After investigating through the staff of the daimyo's household, we traced the source of the leak all the way to a bounty club. It was finally confirmed that the intelligence originated from there. The bounty club has already sold this information to several buyers, and it's extremely difficult to determine exactly who purchased it. A bounty club? The third Hokage furrowed his brow deeply and asked, "Were you able to uncover any information about the seller?" The seller's identity was well disguised. Even the people at the bounty club couldn't determine who it was. Kakashi lowered his head, not for lack of effort, but because the trail truly ended there. The culprit was too cunning. They had deliberately chosen a bounty club on the border of the Land of Fire to sell the information. This club, being remote and rarely visited, was just a minor branch. They wouldn't dare cross any customer who looked the least bit menacing. As for who sold the intelligence, there was simply no way to trace it, unless Kakashi possessed the power to travel through time. Hokage-sama, I suspect that the person selling the information must be from within the village, and someone of high rank at that. Most people didn't even know about Root, let alone have information to sell. To know such specific details about Root, there could be no clearer sign. The mole was inside the village, and held a significant position. It couldn't be them. The third Hokage's face, already marked by age spots, grew dark and uncertain. Though he said it couldn't be them, deep down, suspicion had already begun to take root. And his greatest suspicions were aimed at several of his old comrades. Danzo probably wouldn't do something as foolish as digging his own grave, so he can be mostly ruled out. Aside from Danzo, That only leaves two elder advisors, the retired Akimichi Torafu and Shinosuke, who now holds an important position in the Umbu. Danzo is basically not a suspect. Unless he's lost his mind, Koharu Utatane and Hamura Mitokado also have no reason to do such a thing. Could it be Shinosuke? As he thought of this, the third Hokage shivered involuntarily and shook his head again and again. It was, after all, his own son. If Hiruzen's son, Hiko, ever found out that the third Hokage, just to root out a traitor, even suspected his own child, he'd probably die laughing. No one else really has a strong motive to betray the village. And as for Akimichi Torafu, his chances are slim. Unless he's bitter about being pushed out of the center of power and decided to stab them in the back. Those obsessed with power are always suspicious. The third Hokage was no exception. At this moment, he kept speculating and doubting, desperately trying to figure out who had betrayed the village and sold its vital secrets. You've worked hard, Kakashi, but you can't rest yet. I need you to lead a squad and go undercover at the daimyo's residence. You mean? Kakashi paused, his eyes wide with surprise and disbelief. The third Hokage's meaning was clear. He wanted Kakashi to infiltrate the daimyo's household and prevent anyone from becoming desperate enough to make a move against the daimyo himself. Sure, Sui would be the official bodyguard, but in secret, there would be another layer of protection. When it comes to matters like this, you can never be too careful. If someone really did lose their senses and tried to assassinate the daimyo, all of the Land of Fire would be thrown into chaos. Kakashi, the third Hokage, lit a cigarette. Ever since this whole mess started, he found himself smoking more and more. If someone is willing to sell out the village's most sensitive information, it means they want to see not just the village, but the entire Land of Fire fall into chaos. The daimyo must be kept safe at all costs. Sure, Sui is protection in the open, but we also need Umbu in the shadows. Do you understand what I mean? As for those so-called recruits the daimyo had gathered, the third Hokage simply ignored them. Those people were only good at bullying the weak and forming cliques. If a real crisis broke out, relying on them to protect the daimyo was nothing but wishful thinking. Understood, Lord Hokage. Please rest assured, I swear on my life to protect the daimyo. Kakashi also realized the gravity of the situation and gave his word with utmost seriousness. Good. Go now. Waving his hand, the third Hokage let out a deep sigh, his voice heavy with exhaustion. Right now, he had no time to care about whatever trouble the Uchiha might be stirring up. He only wanted to stabilize the daimyo and the Land of Fire as soon as possible, to prevent other nations or villages from taking advantage of the chaos or finding an opportunity to disrupt Konoha and the Land of Fire. After Kakashi left, the third Hokage summoned the other captains of the Umbu. He ordered them to keep a tight watch on Danzo, leaving him no chance to leave the Hidden Leaf, not just Danzo himself, but also his subordinates and members of Root. Thus, a dangerous game of werewolf began in Konoha. The third Hokage looked at everyone as if they were traitors. No one seemed trustworthy anymore. Many of the Umbu who had been monitoring the Uchiha had departed, and the squad that had been shadowing Yin had long since vanished without a trace. Sitting in a breakfast shop, eating his morning meal, Yin watched the students with little backpacks running toward the ninja academy and felt the urge to burst out laughing. These days, the third Hokage was plagued with worries. Even his campaign against the Uchiha had to be put on the back burner. Without anyone watching his every move, food tasted so much better. The captain seemed to be in a good mood. Izumi, quietly observing Yin, noticed the faint, playful smile lingering at the corner of his mouth, a clear sign he was enjoying himself. Copy. As Sasuke dashed into the ninja academy, Yin decisively used his daily copy opportunity on him. The reward was pretty good, a critical bonus, and a portion of Indra's chakra. Ha! Idiots, you're all such big dummies. Just as Yin was about to fuse his reward, a cheerful and mischievous voice grew louder, peppered with a few exasperated shouts. A little blonde kid soon burst into the breakfast shop, carrying a bag in his hand. Was that Naruto Uzumaki? Yin could swear, after all this time since he crossed over, it was the first time he'd seen Naruto so close, and it was Naruto who had come running up to him. The sudden entrance of this blonde whirlwind left everyone in the shop stunned. Having only graduated recently, Izumi recognized him instantly and blurted out in surprise, Naruto. Naruto, stop right there. Blah, no way. You idiots will never catch me. Naruto made a silly face at his pursuers, laughed triumphantly, and hurled the bag he was carrying across the shop. What the? Did Naruto really pull this kind of stunt as a kid? Throwing things in a breakfast shop full of customers. Wait, why does that bag look so familiar? When Yin got a clearer look at what was inside, he immediately wrapped his arm around Izumi's waist and darted out of the shop without a second thought. He didn't even stop to pay for breakfast. Escape was the only option. First thing in the morning, and the Leaf's most notorious troublemaker had thrown a wasp nest into a breakfast shop. Who could stay calm in a situation like that? Best to get out while you can. As for breakfast money, he'd pay it next time. Assuming the shop was still around by then. A furious buzzing swelled inside, followed by a chorus of screams and wails as panicked customers burst out, clutching their faces. Some are already swelling up, looking downright unrecognizable. Never doubt it. The wasps in the world of Naruto are far more fearsome than those in our previous life. Their venom is so potent that even a wild boar, when stung, will howl in pain. Imagine what it does to ordinary people. Naruto really went all out this time, and was deeply impressed and grateful for his own quick reflexes. Help, it hurts so much. Save me, please save me, don't sting me, please. Of course, wasps don't show mercy just because you beg. Once enraged, they treat anything that moves as an enemy, chasing relentlessly and offering a taste of their venomous stingers. No wonder Naruto wasn't well liked as a child. Even if Danzo hadn't deliberately leaked information, with a personality like his, he was destined to be a tough person to warm up to. No matter how many pranks he pulled, it was always in hopes of drawing attention to himself. He just wanted people to notice him, that's all. But the way he tried to get noticed was more than most people could handle. Throwing a wasp nest into a shop, someone could have died if things went wrong. Ha ha, come catch me if you can, you idiots, big dummies. With a string of laughter, Naruto vanished from sight, leaving chaos in his wake. On a nearby rooftop, Yin set his zoomy down and glanced in the direction Naruto had escaped. It really is utter chaos. That kid's got guts. He sure does. Lord Hokage's going to have a headache. Izumi stuck out her tongue playfully. It's none of our business. Let's head back. Patrol's about to begin. The more trouble for the third Hokage, the better. It would keep him too busy to bother with the Uchiha. The Uchiha were safest when ignored and overlooked. A mischievous Naruto, combined with all the pressures facing the village from the outside. Well, I can't help but feel a bit pleased. But since Naruto came over on his own, does that mean I'm not deliberately getting close to the Jinchuriki? I hope so. Otherwise, Yin would have no choice but to create even bigger problems for the third Hokage. There were still plenty of secrets and hidden dirt on Danzo to dig up, and Yin wouldn't mind exposing one or two more messes. Let the third Hokage experience what a real transmigrator can do. And a transmigrator who prefers to play mind games from the shadows is even more dangerous. What? Naruto threw a wasp nest into a breakfast shop? The third Hokage sprang from his seat in shock. What kind of hellish prank was this? Where did that little rascal even find a wasp nest? The teacher, who had chased Naruto all over but failed to catch him and only caused more trouble, stood sweating and miserable, head bowed, and gave a dejected report. Lord Hokage, Naruto came to school early this morning and immediately started scaring the other students. I tried to scold him, but he climbed over the wall and ran off. He even threw a wasp nest he found in the woods into a breakfast shop. Now, quite a few people have ended up in hospital, and the injuries are pretty serious. The third Hokage fell silent. Was this child implying that the old man's life was too long, or that there still weren't enough troubles for him? Just yesterday, he'd gone to the hot spring inn, only to be chased out by a group of women. They'd even come to the Hokage's office to lodge a complaint. The day before that, he'd been caught red-handed, deliberately trying to steal some risque books from the bookstore. And the day before that, the third Hokage let out a weary sigh in his heart. Once again, he was left to clean up the mess. It seemed he needed to have a serious talk with Naruto. Things simply couldn't go on like this. Trouble was already more than enough. The third Hokage just wished Naruto could keep out of it for a while. As for whether Naruto had gotten close to Yin, that was the last thing on his mind now. In the washroom, gazing at his own reflection, Yin picked up a towel and wiped away the fresh blood seeping from the corners of his eyes. The attempt to evolve his Sharingan had failed. Yin wondered if it was because he hadn't experienced any strong emotional shock. Recently, he could constantly sense significant changes in his eyes. His mental strength had increased, his Jinjutsu had grown far more potent, and the chakra cost of using a Sharingan was much lower than before. Overuse of the 3-Tomo Sharingan could severely drain one's visual power. While it wouldn't make him go blind, the aftereffects of such depletion, both to vision and spirit, were still quite severe. Yet for someone like Yin, whose Sharingan and mental strength continued to grow, the endurance of his 3-Tomo Sharingan was greatly extended. His Jinjutsu became much stronger, and even his powers of perception had improved. As for the ability to copy techniques, well, best not to mention it. With the exception of Kakashi, who was an anomaly, hardly any Uchiha ninja became famous for copying techniques. This also hinted that the village had gone out of its way to promote Kakashi. Without the village's support, based solely on his own merits, Kakashi would be hard-pressed to outshine Shursui. It's a good thing I'm from the Uchiha clan. If it were any other family's ninja, blood pouring from the eyes like this would scare plenty of people out of their wits. Wiping the last traces of blood from his face, Yin forced a wry smile at himself. He felt a twinge of regret at his failed Sharingan evolution. Disappointment was hard to avoid. Fortunately, Yin was able to keep his attitude in check. If he could evolve, that was great. If not, he'd simply proceed with steady progress. If others could awaken the Mangekyo, then with his own golden finger, there was no reason he couldn't as well. Otherwise, what was the point of having such a cheat? No sooner had Yin sat down in his office than the door was flung open with force. Captain Wind entered the room, producing a sealed scroll designed specifically for encrypted communications. It was a compact version, meant for relaying intelligence. Without bothering to ask where it came from, Wind inquired, "Captain, do you want me to send a reply?" "No need." Yin opened the encrypted scroll and motioned for Wind to take his leave. "Oh, and don't go butchering the Raven." Among his squad members, aside from Izumi, none of the others got along very well with Shursui. The scroll had been sent by Shursui, and knowing his habits, he undoubtedly used a crow as his messenger. That was why Yinjin worried these guys might end up slaughtering the poor crow. Shursui was a good man, selfless at heart. You could insult him, even humiliate him, but there was one line you couldn't cross: never touch his crows. If you did, he'd be furious. A hitman who lost his dog might go on a rampage. A ninja whose crows were taken away? That would be disaster. Case paused in his tracks and shot an annoyed look at their captain. Did he really seem like that kind of person? Sure, he disliked the crow's owner, but Captain, please don't lump him together with that big oaf, Jian. Ha ha ha. Having successfully teased Case, Yin couldn't help but laugh as he unrolled the scroll to read its contents. It had been some time since Shursui left for the daimyo's residence, and during this period, he had only kept in contact with Yin. Any news from inside the daimyo's household would be reported directly to him. Shursui bypassed both the third Hokage and Fugaku, giving his updates to Yin alone. So far, the transformation of this model employee was proceeding smoothly. Yin was confident that once Shursui grew accustomed to this way of working, he would inevitably drift further away from the third Hokage. Now, what a crafty move. After reading, Yin scoffed in disdain. The daimyo really knew how to play his cards, actually trying to poach Shursui. Did he really think Yin would be afraid of losing Shursui? If he were, would he have sent him there in the first place? He was overthinking it. But these terms, anyone would be tempted. In order to win Shursui over, the daimyo had even promised marriage alliances. Too bad he didn't know that Shursui only cared about crows and Itachi. Beautiful women just didn't make the list. Granted, it wasn't his own daughter but his niece being offered, yet it still showed how much he valued Shursui. Beyond reporting the daimyo's attempts at bribery, Shursui's letters were filled with stories of the chaos inside the mansion. For instance, after failing to win Shursui's favor, the daimyo's other ninja started plotting against him. Should he just wipe them out? No, that wouldn't do, at least not by his own hand or those of his allies. They were nothing but a troop of petty schemers. No matter what tricks they tried, they were no match for Shursui. Yin promptly put the matter out of his mind. As for reporting to Fugaku, better not. Lately, the police department's crackdown had left Fugaku in a miserable state, with the elders joining forces to show him just how unpleasant life could get. Yin was quite relieved he'd skipped that dreadful meeting. Otherwise, he might not have been able to hold himself back from another act of insubordination. Night fell. Konoha, its commercial scene flourishing, remained lively even after sunset. The lights in the shopping district blazed brightly, and crowds of people packed the streets. Compared to the business district, the old grounds of the Inoshikacho clan, untouched for decades, now felt strangely desolate. A few dim street lamps cast a pale glow along the roadside. This is delicious, really delicious. Chikaz, now completely round and barrel-shaped, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and a full beard, was relentlessly stuffing meat into his mouth. He devoured the grilled meat with such ferocity. It was as if a hungry demon had descended upon a feast. Seated across from him, the third Hokage watched Chikaz eat with gusto, yet felt not the slightest bit of appetite himself. He had originally found the aroma of the barbecue quite enticing, but Chikaz's ravenous eating had completely put him off. "Hiruzen, aren't you going to eat?" Seeing the Hokage make no move for his chopsticks, Chikaz blinked with eyes that had grown so chubby they were nearly slits. After a few seconds of silence, the third Hokage shook his head. "Well, that's just as well." With a chuckle, Chikaz reached over and swept the meat from the Hokage's plate onto his own, devouring it without the slightest concern for the grease and sauce covering his hands. What should have been enough barbecue to feed several grown men left Chikaz only half satisfied. He let out a deep, contented burp, then cast a rueful glance at the mess of dishes before him. Wiping his hands with a towel, he asked, "You've come to see me about Danzo and the daimyo, haven't you?" Though he'd long since retired from village affairs, Akimichi Chikaz still paid some attention to the major events that shook the village. At a time when the third Hokage was already plagued with troubles, Chikaz's visit was clearly no coincidence. It was obvious he'd become a suspect. "Chikaz, I'm in a difficult position," sighed the third Hokage. "But everything I do is for the sake of the village. If we don't uncover whoever betrayed us, the consequences for the village could be even more dire. If someone dared leak even Root's secrets, there was nothing they wouldn't try." "Understand, I really do," Chikaz nodded in agreement. "So let me be clear. I have no idea what's been going on with Root these past years, nor do I know what Danzo's been scheming. My knowledge is limited, and I had nothing to do with this incident. It was foolish to shoulder blame for something you'd never done." Chikaz was no fool. If he were, he wouldn't have retired so early to enjoy a peaceful life at home. Eating, drinking, and living without worries was all he desired. As long as he could quietly protect the Ino, Nara, and Akimichi clans, he was content. As for anything else, he neither could, nor cared to, get involved. The third Hokage listened quietly. Chikaz went on. "The culprit's motive is clear. They're targeting Danzo, perhaps even Konoha itself, or the entire Land of Fire. Maybe you should start your investigation from there." Targeting Danzo? The third Hokage frowned slightly. He had considered all of this, of course, but in the village, Danzo had made more than a few enemies. Apart from the Uchiha, who hated him most of all, practically every clan, big or small, held a negative opinion of him, especially those families whom Danzo had personally targeted for members. The third Hokage was well aware of these incidents. He simply chose not to intervene. Let's start by ruling out suspects. First, the Uchiha, but as he reached that point, a look of awkwardness spread across Choza's round, chubby face. Let's not mention the Uchiha. They know far too little of the village's secrets. It's almost impossible for them to be the culprits. He trailed off, leaving an unspoken question hanging in the air. Why bring them up at all if you already know? On the surface, it might seem that the Uchiha would love nothing more than to do away with Danzo. The truth, though, was that the Uchiha simply didn't have access to enough confidential information. They couldn't possibly be the ones. Anyone, logically, would strike the Uchiha off the list of suspects right away. The search would then turn to the other possible culprits. But after rounds of elimination, back and forth, over and over, even the Ino Shikicho trio ended up under suspicion. Choza couldn't help but look utterly exasperated. How did I end up circling back to suspecting myself? Hiruzen, you take your time with this investigation. I'm done. There's nothing more I can do. In the end, Choza chose to give up. Investigate all you want, it's none of my business, and it's got nothing to do with the Ino Shikicho either. True, Danzo had meddled with their 3 clans too. The Ino Shikicho didn't like Danzo either. But to go after Danzo over such a minor matter? Hardly. Besides, there were very few in their clans who actually knew these sensitive secrets. No one really seemed like a viable suspect. After a long night of fruitless effort, the third Hokage finally left, disappointed. Choza, how did it go? No sooner had the third left than Nara Shikaku, the chief strategist of the Ino Shikicho trio, arrived. He's gone. Got nowhere. Everyone looked suspicious, but no one could have done it. Choza rolled his eyes. You're just in time. Why don't you analyze it? Who's the most likely suspect? Will you take me for a mind reader? Shikaku sighed, casting a glance of disdain at the greasy tabletop. Same as what you said, the most suspicious ones are actually the least likely, and everyone else is suspect, but there's no evidence. I doubt we'll get any answers. Without evidence, even if they turned Konoha inside out, the third Hokage would eventually give up. At most, he'd make a note of it for the future and keep a closer watch. Compared to rooting out a traitor, the situation outside the village seemed far more pressing. You're right. Danzo's probably murderous by now. Choza burst out laughing. Power was all he ever cared about, and now he's lost it all. If I don't laugh, I'll explode. Shikaku was secretly delighted, though outwardly he gave no sign of emotion, as if this whole affair wasn't even worth his notice. In truth, seeing Danzo's misfortune made him happier than he could say. The mere thought of Danzo barging into the Ino Shikicho clan to demand people made his teeth ache with resentment. He wanted members of the Nara clan as advisors, Yamanaka clan members as intelligence interrogators, and, in short, he just really wanted to wring Danzo's neck. The Ino Shikicho were no exception. Any family with even a hint of suspicion had received a visit from the third Hokage. He'd even gone to see the families behind Kohori Uditane and Hamura Midokado. Both advisor elders had little objection to this. If it had been them, they might have been even more anxious. The third Hokage hadn't cut ties with a single stroke, but instead visited each family in turn. That was already giving them enough respect. As Shikaka Nara had said, the result of all this was simply no result at all. In the end, the third Hokage chose to abandon the search for the traitor and the hope of catching them, focusing instead on handling the chaos outside. The daimyo of each nation had joined forces to interrogate him. That was far more serious than questioning from other villages. If he made one wrong move, Konoha could become the first village to offend every daimyo at once. And if that really happened, Konoha's entire future, economically and militarily, could be strangled in an instant. At that point, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, the third Hokage, wouldn't need to be Hokage anymore. He could simply step down and retire. Damn it! Given his usual demeanor, the third Hokage rarely lost his composure or cursed aloud, but this time he couldn't help himself. Not only did he let out a rare outburst, he even slammed the message scroll in his hand down on his desk with a heavy thud, the flush of anger rising in his aging face. Koha and Hamura Midokado, sitting nearby, glanced at the third Hokage caught in a storm of anger and sighed softly. Ever since this incident had erupted, the third Hokage's grip on his emotions had grown increasingly fragile. Realizing his own loss of composure, something a Hokage, as leader of the Hidden Leaf, should never allow, he reminded himself that no matter what happened, he needed to remain calm and not let his personal feelings get the better of him. Taking a deep breath, the third Hokage slowly tamped down the fire at his heart. News from the daimyo's estate. The daimyo wishes to invite the other daimyos for a gathering and asks Konoha to send a squad of shinobi for protection. Such gatherings happened once or twice every year. By all rights, the third Hokage should have been used to it by now. What truly angered him this time was that, unlike before, when he would arrange the personnel to go to the daimyo's estate, now, the daimyo made it clear he didn't trust him, and specifically requested that the Uchiha police force handle the escort. The daimyo doesn't trust us. He named the Uchiha to take charge of protection. No wonder you're so furious. Koharu Yuditane sighed. In the past, missions like this were always assigned directly by the Hokage's office. I never thought that this year, circumstances were out of their control. In order to maintain a stable relationship with the daimyo, Konoha had no choice but to keep making concessions. As for this year's gathering, Hamura Midokado hesitated, his words trailing off. They didn't want the Uchiha clan to be constantly involved in these matters. If that happened, there was a real risk that the daimyo might lean toward the Uchiha for support, while the Uchiha, in turn, could secretly back the daimyo. Such a situation was absolutely unacceptable. Yet with the daimyo withholding funds, it was as if he had them by the throat, forcing them to bow their heads and step back. For now, don't inform the Uchiha, the third Hokage decided. There's still some time before the daimyos from other nations arrive at the daimyo's manor. I've already notified Jiraiya and sent him to find Tsunade. I believe the time has come for Tsunade to take action. The third Hokage was unwilling to let the Uchiha take on such an important mission, nor did he want further conflict with the daimyo and deeper tensions to arise. His idea was to bring Tsunade back. As long as Tsunade made an appearance, this issue could certainly be resolved properly. The daimyo could continue enjoying his comfortable life at the manor with peace of mind, and Konoha would once again receive funding from the daimyo's residents to keep developing. When it came to negotiations and communication with the daimyo's court, Tsunade held a natural advantage that even the third Hokage could not match. The title Princess of Konoha was not given to her for nothing. The daimyo had been more than happy to grant Tsunade this title, not only because of the formidable Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, but also because Tsunade was closely related by blood to the daimyo's family. She could almost be considered half family. With Tsunade leading the discussions, many troublesome matters could be swiftly resolved. The biggest problem now was how to bring Tsunade back. To avoid her creditors, Tsunade had always kept herself hidden, never staying in one place for long. Besides dodging debts, she was also wary of the village sending people after her. Having been deeply wounded by past events, Tsunade had no desire to return to the village. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Koharu Yuditane and Hamura Midokado exchanged a glance, both of them looking resigned. Within Konoha, they were esteemed elder advisors, but outside the village, that status meant nothing at all. If even the third Hokage couldn't handle it, there was no way they could do any better. Not long ago, Hamura himself had gone to the daimyo's manor, only to be completely ignored by the daimyo, who was still fuming. Meanwhile, Konoha's surveillance of the Uchiha had been scaled back considerably. Yin was able to return to his old routine, working, patrolling, and dealing with emergencies. Because negotiations over the restructuring of the police force hadn't gone well, Shirsue's old team had ended up under Yan's command, patrolling, and taking care of various incidents under his leadership. The result of this arrangement was that, with the two teams merged, their numbers had swelled considerably. Yin walked in front, with everyone else obediently trailing behind him. As they proceeded, passers-by made way one after another, giving Yin a peculiar feeling. For some inexplicable reason, he was reminded of those bizarre images shared by netizens in his previous life. He pictured a group of Uchiha, all with Sharingan eyes activated, dressed in suits, each wielding a machete, like a meme straight out of the internet. It was as if a gang of street toughs were getting ready to cause trouble. The others, however, were used to this sort of spectacle. Itachi, urged by his father to study hard, was constantly observing Yan's every move. From time to time, he would offer a somewhat stiff smile to villagers or passing shinobi. Unfortunately, these smiles failed to win anyone's goodwill. If anything, they only managed to scare quite a few people away. Yan's words had left a deep impression on Itachi. Now, even smile training had been added to his routine. For a while, their clansmen wondered if something was wrong with Itachi's nerves. After all, he had always worn a stone-faced expression, and now he was suddenly greeting people, and even smiling at them without prompting. When Yin smiled and greeted his clansmen, he came across as approachable and warm, putting people at ease. But when Itachi tried the same, it only made everyone feel tingles down their spines. After all, if someone who's been stone-faced for years had suddenly started smiling stiffly at everyone he met, anyone would feel uneasy. This is the area that both squads need to patrol. All along the way, Yin continued explaining things to Itachi, who was still a newcomer, pointing out everything he needed to watch for. At the moment, the clan leader is pushing for reforms in the police force. Once things are reorganized, I think we'll end up working together on the same team. It's good for everyone to get to know each other first. Makes it easier to work together and builds unity. Itachi, even though you're the clan leader's son, I won't treat you any diff. Wait a second. In the middle of his earnest lecture, Yin suddenly noticed something odd. Because both squads were patrolling together, their patrol area was now much larger. Just as he was guiding the younger members, Yin noticed someone crouched with his rear stuck out, pressed up against the corner wall of a hot spring inn. To make matters worse, a lecherous laugh drifted over, making the whole scene even more absurd. Yin stopped, and everyone followed his gaze. Captain, this was a hot spring inn. Someone was peeping on bathers inside. I can see it. Yan's expression darkened. He stood not far away, arms crossed, and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Everyone, open your eyes and take a good look. That man over there, sneaking a peek at people bathing, is none other than the village's renowned Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin. And here he is, a figure of great importance in the village, indulging in such disgraceful, shameful behavior, drooling and grinning lecherously for all to see. We must always remember, as law enforcers, we absolutely cannot engage in such vulgar, uncivilized, and frankly despicable acts. Uchiha kid, what did you just say? Having received word from the third Hokage, Jiraiya hurried back to the village. But his first stop wasn't the Hokage's office. It was the hot spring inn, where he set about gathering, material. No, to be precise, he was peeping on people taking a bath. He had only just settled in when Yin arrived on patrol with his team. At first, Jiraiya didn't take it to heart. He knew he'd been caught, but he couldn't be bothered to respond. The view inside the bathhouse was simply too enchanting to look away. But Yin kept hurling jibes at him, mocking and ridiculing him, even calling him uncultured and ill-mannered. That, Jiraiya couldn't stomach. Call me a pervert, say I'm shameless, but please don't say I lack class or upbringing. Unable to enjoy his material any longer, Jiraiya sat on the ground in protest, shouting at Yin and refusing to let them seal up the hole he'd made in the wall. Did you all see that? Yin ignored Jiraiya's complaints, turning to his teammates. See how efficient big shots can be? When they want to peep, they dig a hole in the wall. When they're done, they just plug it up. And here we are, law enforcers, completely powerless to do anything about it. After all, when those at the top set a bad example, it trickles down. If even the Hokage is fond of such things, it's only natural that his student, Jiraiya, would pick up a thing or two. As he went on, Yin even dragged the third Hokage into his argument. The Hokage likes to peep on people bathing too? Izumi's voice rose in disbelief. She had always thought of the third Hokage as a kindly old man. Who would have imagined he'd do such things? Even Itachi, who had been silent, felt his worldview shaken. Hey kid, now that's going too far. Say whatever you want about me, but leave my teacher out of it. Seeing Yin implicate the third Hokage, Jiraiya panicked. This is my business. There's no need to drag my teacher into it. If word got out, how terrible would that sound? If it sounds terrible, why do it in the first place? Yin was merciless, his face cold as he pressed on. I know you have no family, and maybe you don't care if the women in your family are ever spied on. But have you ever stopped to consider, if someone did this to a woman you cared about, how would you feel? Would you be alright with it? Who doesn't have female relatives? If this happened to you or your family, could you accept it? All this talk about collecting material, well, a load of nonsense. Call it what it is. Peeping is peeping. Don't try to dress it up. Damn it. Jiraiya, at a loss for words, cursed inwardly. Of course, he hated the thought of the woman he liked being spied on while bathing. Besides, Tsunade wasn't someone just anyone could sneak a peek at. Ah, no, what a terrible idea. Best if nothing like that ever happened. We're all men here. Sure, being lecherous isn't exactly admirable, but it's not something unspeakable, either. But, sir, if you really can't control that restless, uncontainable nature within you, I suggest you find yourself a wife. I'm certain there are plenty of women who'd be willing to marry you. You could line them up from the police department all the way to the village gate. If you think marriage is too much trouble, too much of a burden, and you still want to let out all that pent-up energy, at least find a proper place to do so. If you're short on cash, I can lend you some, or even give it to you outright. Please, I'm begging you, don't get involved in this sort of business again. Is that all right? Yin put extra emphasis on the word sir. That restless, uncontainable nature. Captain, your way with words is just brilliant. If they weren't afraid of offending Jiraiya, many people would have burst out laughing by now. Nonsense. Jiraiya's face flushed with embarrassment. After being grilled by Yan's sarcastic barrage, he was so mortified that he could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment into the floor with his toes. I'm the proud toad sage, Jiraiya-sama. How could I possibly be sure of money? If you have money, then why resort to peeping? Or is it that every big shot has a few shameful hobbies? The Hokage likes to watch with his crystal ball, but you take it a step further, making a hole in the wall to get a direct look. Do you realize if you're caught doing something like this, people will file complaints? And when that happens, it's us who will take the fall. Unbelievable. Jiraiya goes around peeping at people while they bathe, and when he gets caught, he simply dusts himself off and leaves, while it's the police department that suffers. The victim would definitely blame the police, thinking it was their lack of patrols that allowed such embarrassing incidents to happen. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. How long had he been away from the village? And already the Uchiha had produced such a troublesome brat? Every sentence was a trap, piling accusations on his head, and every word was a sarcastic sir, even dragging the third Hokage into it. What made it worse was the look of utter contempt and disgust that Izumi, a girl, was giving him. When you do things like this, it doesn't matter who you are. If you get caught, women will look on you with disdain and loathing, even if Izumi is only 10 years old. All right, I was wrong. I promise. I'll never peep on anyone again, all right? Jiraiya raised his hand in surrender. He had no comeback. He could only admit defeat. If apologies were enough, what would we need the police department for? Yin refused to accept Jiraiya's apology. I've heard quite a bit about your glorious exploits. When you were a kid, you got thrown out of the women's bathhouse for sneaking in. A little older, you used Earth-style jutsu to barge into hot spring resorts. You even pretended to be your own teacher just to sneak into bookstores and steal books kids aren't supposed to read. You keep making promises. Have you ever actually changed? Kid, I'm starting to suspect you've been investigating me. Jiraiya was fuming. So what do you think I should do, huh? Want to haul me off to the police department and lock me up? I can't argue my way out of this, and nobody's going to believe my promises. What else can I do? Just run away? But Yin cut off Jiraiya's escape plan right then. If you dare run, I'll post an official notice all over the village exposing your fine deeds, signed by the police department. But what do you want then? Just say it already. Jiraiya felt like he was about to lose his mind. Where did this infuriating little Uchiha brat come from? He was so aggravating. What now? Honestly, Yin didn't have a perfect solution either. After all, Jiraiya's status was special. He couldn't just arrest him, and scolding him wouldn't work. The most frustrating thing was, this guy had a skin thicker than armor. He'd make a promise to your face, and the next minute, he'd just move somewhere else and keep peeping. Swear an oath. If you ever do it again, may you never be able to get it up, and may you only be interested in men from now on. Puff. Jiraiya almost spat blood. You little brat, don't you think that's going way too far? Everyone else was stunned. Even Izumi jumped in surprise. She wanted to ask, Captain, isn't that oath a bit too vicious? You little monster, are you poisoned or something? I already promised there wouldn't be a next time. What more do you want? If you think it's such a great oath, why don't you swear one yourself? Me? Yin blinked, then raised his hand. Uchiha Yin, swear. If I ever sneak a peek at women bathing, may I never get it up, and only be interested in men. Now it's your turn, sir. An oath? What a joke. Like Uchiha Yin, would ever stoop so low. Jiraiya was completely stupefied, checkmated by Yan's move. Itachi, get ready to notify the police department. Make a public announcement about everything that happened today. Don't leave out a single word. No, wait. I swear, isn't that enough? Jiraiya was really panicking now. He'd underestimated how troublesome Yin could be, and never expected the kid would swear even to such a vicious curse. Just imagining a future where he couldn't get it up and could only be interested in men made Jiraiya shudder and instinctively clamp his legs together. Jiraiya, swear, I will absolutely never peep on anyone bathing again. If I do, may I never get it up and only be interested in men for the rest of my life. Happy now, brat? Jiraiya all but ground the words out through clenched teeth. Sir, do as you please. Waving his hand, Yin led his people away. As for whether Jiraiya would make the same mistake again, it was best not to let him, or the police force, catch him. Otherwise, Yin would make a public announcement about everything that happened today. It all depended on whether Jiraiya had a thick enough skin to ignore the consequences. Jiraiya had barely started browsing his materials when he was caught red-handed. Not only was he scolded so harshly that he questioned his very existence, but he was also forced to swear a deadly oath. At this point, he felt so miserable he could die. With a gloomy face, he made a hasty escape. Captain, do you think this is a bit much? Itachi hesitated for a moment. After all, the other party is an important figure in the village, a hero, even. Do you have any women in your family? Yin shot back with a question of his own. Instinctively, a scene flashed through Itachi's mind. His mother, Mikoto Uchiha, going to the bathhouse, only to be spied on by some pervert. At once, a chilling, murderous intent leaked from his eyes. The look he gave, as if he might stab someone at any moment, couldn't be hidden. People like that pervert deserved to be eliminated, every last one of them. Wait a minute, what about the Hokage? Itachi's eyes widened in shock as he looked up at Yin. Yin smiled. You want to know why the Hokage does that too? As much as he didn't want to admit it, Itachi nodded honestly. The others glanced at Yin with curiosity, eager to hear some juicy gossip. As for how Yin knew about all this, no one cared, and certainly no one dared to ask. Leading the patrol along, Yin explained as he walked. The Hokage has a very unique jutsu. It's called a telescope technique. As long as he remembers your chakra signature, as long as you're in the village, he can observe you through a crystal ball. In other words, whether you're eating, using the restroom, or even taking a bath, someone's always watching you. What the? At those words, several people's expressions changed on the spot. Even Izumi lost her composure. Being watched at all times, this was creepier than any pervert. Yin couldn't help but wonder. After his long-term influence and subtle misdirection, would Itachi still hold the same respect for the third Hokage as he did in the original story? Judging from now, it seemed unlikely, because Yan's words were like a thorn lodged in Itachi's heart. He could ignore many things, but not when it came to his family, especially his mother. Catching Jiraiya in the act had shaken Itachi's mindset considerably. No matter how intelligent or broad-minded a person is, when it comes to matters touching the bottom line of family, it's impossible to stay calm. Let alone that Itachi was only 10 years old, with a long road of growth ahead. Old man, I'm back. Sullenly pushing open the window of the Hokage's office, Jiraiya sat on the windowsill, thoroughly unhappy. In the entire Hidden Leaf village, only Jiraiya would scale the window of the Hokage's office like this. The third Hokage had long grown accustomed to his students' unconventional ways. It's good that you're back. I'm sure you already know about the village. The third Hokage turned around, about to explain the current situation, but Jiraiya's gloomy face caught him off guard, cutting his words short. No need to talk about the village. I already heard. With a casual wave, Jiraiya hopped down from the windowsill and flopped onto the sofa, ruffling his hair in frustration. What rotten luck. I'd barely returned and got put in my place by some kid. Put in his place by a kid? The third Hokage listened, utterly bewildered. What on earth did he mean by that? Was there really someone in the village who could give Jiraiya such a hard time? A boy named Uchiha Yen. I just gotten back and was gathering some material when he, leading a patrol, caught me in the act. Then he laid into me, mocking me in every way possible, criticizing me left and right. He even forced me to swear a curse, or else he'd report the whole thing to the police force and make it public. The third Hokage fell silent. So, I went to all this trouble to rush you back, and when you finally return, instead of reporting to the Hokage's office, you go off spying on people bathing? And not only that, you got caught red-handed. Worse still, you didn't even manage to escape. You got a dressing down and were forced to swear an oath. The third Hokage looked at Jiraiya as if he were meeting him for the first time. Since when did my student become so compliant? Usually, if he got caught, his first instinct would be to run. Little did he know it was Yan's sharp tongue and biting words that stunned Jiraiya into staying put. By the time he considered fleeing, it was already too late. This Uchiha Yen kid is pretty interesting. With his rough, calloused hand rubbing his stubbled chin, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, replaying the whole scene in his mind, only to realize he'd, well, and truly been set up. Interesting indeed. He's strong, gutsy, and most importantly, very clever. The third Hokage offered a fair assessment of Yin, then briefly recounted some of the things Yin had done recently. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. From what he knew, the Uchiha were the last people willing to confront Danzo. Danzo was always slapping them with inexplicable accusations and looked down on their whole clan from his high perch. But then came Yin. He'd left Jiraiya in a sorry state. Where other Uchiha could only grit their teeth and endure Danzo's oppression, Yin did the opposite, retorting with biting sarcasm and scathing remarks, berating Danzo so fiercely that he was left speechless and humiliated. Now that's someone you don't want to mess with. Good thing I didn't run away, or the consequences would have been serious. After learning about what had happened to Danzo, Jiraiya felt an odd sense of relief. But wait, since the Uchiha now had such a troublesome figure among them, with the old man's personality, he certainly wouldn't let them off so easily. Noticing his student casting a strange look his way, the third Hokage nearly choked on his own spit and barked at him. I'm only being cautious of the Uchiha, not trying to wipe them out entirely. That's Danzo's favorite kind of thinking, not mine. Ahem, I'm just worried, that's all. Jiraiya gave a sheepish chuckle, rubbing his hands together awkwardly. After all, you can't put all the blame on the Uchiha for what happened back then. Besides, they're still part of the village, old man. We can't push them too hard. If we force them into a corner and they strike back, it won't end well. The Uchiha are incredibly powerful. If we put too much pressure on them and they retaliate, even if the village manages to wipe them out, the cost would be enormous. Just looking at their strength on paper makes the outcome clear. If a great clan like the Uchiha were really pushed to the brink, Konoha would suffer a devastating blow. Even if every last Uchiha was eliminated, Konoha would still pay a steep price. And once word gets out, who's to say other villages wouldn't get ideas? Iwagakure and Kumogakure have always had their eyes on Konoha. After all, unlike some of the other top brass, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade never really harbored much prejudice against the Uchiha. Jiraiya always believed in treating everyone equally. Even after the Night of the Nine Tails attack, he never laid all the blame at the Uchiha's feet. As for Orochimaru, he was simply envious of the Uchiha's Sharingan and their powerful bloodline. Tsunade's stance was even simpler. As long as you don't cause trouble, you're part of the village. Granted, she's tough on outsiders, but she's fair enough when dealing with those within Konoha. It was only the third Hokage, Danzo, and their generation among the higher-ups who were perpetually fixated on the Uchiha. I know. The third Hokage lit his pipe and took a deep drag, exhaling slowly. That's why I've always insisted on investigating the identity of the masked man and keeping a close watch on the Uchiha. From beginning to end, the only one willing to take reckless risks has been Danzo. Enough about that. What exactly did Danzo do this time to make such a mess of things? Jiraiya had grown tired of hearing these arguments. He knew he couldn't change his teacher's mind and didn't bother arguing anymore. He just wanted to wrap up the business at the daimyo's mansion quickly so he could leave the village, continue collecting information, and search for the prophesied savior. At the mention of this matter, the third Hokage's previously decent mood soured, his old face growing grim. No longer in the mood for smoking, he set his pipe aside. The daimyo's government received an intelligence report from the Bounty Guild. The report made it clear. Danzo is secretly plotting to assassinate the daimyo and to install someone else in his place. I suspect there's a traitor among the higher-ups. The leaked information was far too detailed. That certainly sounded troublesome. Jiraiya raked his fingers through his wild, untamed hair, his face twisted in frustration. So, not only do we have to placate the daimyo's fury, but we also have to figure out a way to catch the traitor. That's right. The third Hokage nodded gravely. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you back in such a hurry. What do you want me to do? Jiraiya couldn't be bothered to waste mental energy thinking it all through. Whatever the third Hokage wanted him to do, he'd do. As for the rest, he'd leave it behind. After all, he was more interested in checking up on Naruto. Find Tsunade and bring her back. The village needs her. The third Hokage ground his teeth as he spoke. The lords of every nation are preparing to gather at the daimyo's mansion for a summit. This is a clear move to pressure our village. That's why we need Tsunade to step in and handle the situation. That won't be easy, Jiraiya replied with a wry smile. After leaving the village, Tsunade had wandered aimlessly, gambling everywhere and losing so badly that debt collectors were after her in every town. Worse yet, Tsunade had no desire to return to the village or get involved in its affairs. That was the real issue. Otherwise, with how fast news spreads, she would have come back long ago. All right, I'll get my best shot. But I can't guarantee she'll agree to return. The past left her with deep wounds. Stretching lazily as he stood, Jiraiya hopped onto the windowsill and glanced back at the third Hokage. Old man, you'd better have a backup plan. Convincing Tsunade won't be easy. I'm off. Leaving the Hokage's office building, Jiraiya's first thought was to find Naruto. Unfortunately, Naruto was still at school, napping face down on his desk. At the sight, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a surge of mischief. Maybe I should find a place to let my own restless spirit run wild for a bit. This kid sure is good with words, he chuckled to himself. With Naruto still stuck in class and nothing to do but wait, Jiraiya decided he might as well go have some fun somewhere else. As night fell, Yin, having just sent his little shadow Izumi on her way, left the police department. Passing by Ichiraku Ramen, Yin paused for a moment, then strode inside. Tucci, one large bowl of ramen, extra meat, extra sides. It's been a while since I've seen you, Tucci said with a chuckle, joking, just so you know, extra toppings aren't free. Yin grinned. If you're brave enough to come to the police department for your money, then add as much as you like. Tucci let out a hearty laugh and set to making the noodles. In no time, the ramen was ready. Yin picked up his chopsticks and dug right in. As for the ritual of pressing one's palms together and announcing, I'm about to eat, before a meal, that step was skipped entirely. Watching Yin slurp down his noodles with gusto, Tucci shook his head. Yin, eating like that is disrespectful to the food. Already used to this, Yin simply raised an eyebrow. I believe that showing respect to food means not wasting it, finishing every bite and savoring it carefully. The rest doesn't really matter. Well, as long as you're happy. Tucci could only sigh in resignation. Hey, mister, I want a bowl of ramen. And make it quick. I'm starving. Just then, an unexpected guest burst in. Ahem. Looking at the blonde kid clutching his belly and shouting about hunger, Yin nearly choked on his noodles. He hadn't expected to run into Naruto while eating ramen, though he knew this dish was Naruto's favorite. This was the first time since crossing over that something like this had happened. It's Naruto. Come on in and sit down. What kind of ramen do you want today? Tucci and Naruto were old friends. When Naruto couldn't get food anywhere else, he always found warmth at Ichiraku, because Tucci never turned him away, no matter what rumors circulated about the Nine Tails. Naruto frowned in deep thought. But I want to try everything. Suddenly, Naruto noticed Yin sitting nearby. He sniffed the air, then grinned and said, I'll have whatever that guy's having. Yin almost choked again, while Tucci stared in disbelief for a moment before bursting out laughing. Did I say something wrong? Scratching his head, Naruto truly didn't understand what was so funny about his words. Yin thought, listening to you talk makes me want to punch you. If he could, Yin would have loved to pin Naruto to the table and give him a beating just to teach him how tough the world could be. Women care about their age. Why can't men? I'm clearly the older brother here, but thanks to you calling me mister, I suddenly feel a decade older. After laughing heartily, Tucci wiped the tears from his eyes and reminded Naruto. Hey, Naruto, Yin isn't a mister. He's only 15. But 15 felt like a world of difference to Naruto, and he was torn. Calling someone that much older mister didn't feel wrong at all. Anyway, just don't call him mister. Sit down, and I'll get your noodles ready. Okay. Naruto slumped over the table, waiting for his ramen to arrive, completely unaware that the ANBU ninja outside, tasked with watching him, were growing frantic with worry. Yin was quietly eating his ramen when Naruto barged in and cheerfully called him mister. Yin knew full well the ANBU were stationed right outside, so he couldn't be bothered to argue with Naruto. Otherwise, just for calling him mister, he'd have given Naruto a lesson right then and there. Besides, this little blonde troublemaker had just thrown a wasp nest into a breakfast shop not long ago. If it were anyone else, he'd have been locked up by the police department already. Great, I'm digging in. With his chopsticks in hand, Naruto pressed his palms together in thanks, shouted out loud, and then started eating heartily. Tucci, proud of his handiwork, tilted his head back at Yin with a satisfied grin. His look seemed to say, see how others behave, and then look at yourself. I'll have a bowl too. Jiraiya, reeking of alcohol and walking with a bit of stagger, plopped down next to Naruto. But Naruto wrinkled his nose in distaste. Mr. Whitehair, can you sit a little farther away? There was again, Mr. This place was always full of drama. After a good meal and a full stomach, Yin was ready to make his exit. Jiraiya, having lost track of time in his carefree ways, arrived late and felt a bit embarrassed. Naruto's disdain only made it worse for him. With no choice, the snubbed Jiraiya scooted over toward Yin, smiling with squinting eyes as he spoke. Hey there, little Uchiha. You really gave me a run for my money today. If anyone else had called him little Uchiha, it would have sounded mocking or sarcastic. But from Jiraiya, it was simply a harmless nickname. Just doing my duty, Yin replied coolly. If you're dissatisfied, sir, I can promote you for free. Spare me. I have no interest in that. At Yan's words, Jiraiya quickly put on a face begging for mercy. Please stop. I was wrong. I shouldn't have messed with you. Meanwhile, Naruto just found the whole exchange baffling. Glancing at the two oddballs beside him, Naruto finished his ramen at lightning speed, downed every drop of soup, patted his belly contentedly, and happily skipped away. After Naruto left, Jiraiya's face fell, his cheeks flushed red from the drink, and the smell of alcohol hung about him. Everything about him showed he was in a foul mood. Despite his pursuit of pleasure, Jiraiya still cared deeply for his student's only child. Yet after some asking around, the answers he received left him disappointed. Naruto's life was far from easy. The third Hokage had failed to keep his promise to look after Naruto well. Compared to the third Hokage's own child, Naruto was no different from any other orphan. If anything, his situation was worse. The only advantage Naruto had over other orphans was a bit of protection and a little more pocket money. But sadly, even money didn't help, because the people of Konoha were unwilling to sell anything to Naruto. Naruto's circumstances were enough to bring tears to the eyes of even a hardened soul like Jiraiya. Can we talk? You can guess that Naruto was the reason Jiraiya was so moved. Still, none of this was really his business. Yin had been about to head home and rest. To his surprise, Jiraiya wanted to have a chat. Yin considered for a moment, then sat back down, ready to be a bystander in whatever drama unfolded. The noodles are ready. The chef placed the freshly cooked noodles in front of Jiraiya, shook his head with a sigh, closed up the shop, and left, giving the two of them some space. I'm going to dig in, Jiraiya said. With a smile that looked even sadder than tears, Jiraiya clapped his hands together, picked up his chopsticks, and began eating heartily. As he ate, he spoke. I never imagined Naruto's life would be like this. Before Minato passed away, the old man promised him he'd take good care of Naruto. I haven't been a good teacher. I left Konoha on my own and never came back to check on Naruto. Yin listened quietly. The old man always told me Naruto was safe, living well, even that he was a bit mischievous. Yin couldn't help but complain inwardly. What a poor fool you are, tricked so thoroughly by the third Hokage. Don't you know what kind of person your teacher is? You're out there wandering. Do you really think he'd tell you the truth? If Jiraiya had known what Naruto's life was really like, he would have rushed back the very first chance he got. But the third Hokage managed to keep him in the dark for years. That takes skill, Yin had to admit. He respected the third Hokage's talent for deception. A disciple? Still not spared from being misled. I keep wondering, what have I actually accomplished these past few years? Jiraiya's appetite faded. He put down his chopsticks, half mocking himself, laughing at his own ignorance and foolishness. At least Naruto is growing up healthy, even if he's a bit naughty. That was the only thing Jiraiya found somewhat comforting. Yan's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but say, if you call it a good life, drinking expired milk, having to sneak into stores like a thief just to buy things and leave the money, being rejected everywhere he goes, then sure, he's doing great. Jiraiya's strained smile froze on his face. He hadn't spent enough time digging for news about Naruto. He didn't know the specifics yet. He'd assumed things weren't so bad, but hearing Yin spell it out, he realized, what healthy childhood. If he ever got to eat some barbecue, he'd probably swallow his own tongue out of pure joy. Lies and deceit have always been here. You just never saw them. Stop pretending, it's sickening. Sorry, guess I let a few honest words slip out. Waving his hand dismissively, Yin pushed open the door and walked out, leaving a shell-shocked Jiraiya behind, standing stiff as a post in the ramen shop. So here's the truth. The third Hokage is great. The third Hokage is wonderful, but none of the third Hokage's promises ever come true. When someone spends too long living behind a mask, they eventually forget what it means to have a face at all. Night fell. The window of Naruto's home slid open. Jiraiya stepped inside and walked around. The room was such a mess, utter chaos like a garbage heap, that he stood there for a long time, unable to recover from the shock. After a whole day of wild adventures, Naruto was fast asleep, utterly oblivious to the fact that someone had come into his house and was now standing quietly by his bedside, gazing at him in silence, lost in deep remorse. Jiraiya spent the entire night sitting at Naruto's bedside. At dawn the next day, with bloodshot eyes from a sleepless night, Jiraiya strode into the Hokage's office and got straight to the point. I can go find Tsunade and will do everything I can to persuade her to return, but I want to take Naruto with me. From now on, I'll live with him and look after him personally. No way. The third Hokage refused without hesitation. The first half of Jiraiya's statement had lifted his spirits, but the second half was utterly unacceptable. So much has happened in the village lately, and the third Hokage, already exhausted in both body and mind, simply didn't want any more worries about Naruto. Yet after refusing, the third Hokage himself was momentarily stunned. He He realized he had fallen into a habit with matters like this. Looking at his teacher with disappointment, Jiraiya gave a bitter smile and said, "Sensei, you've let me down. Do you really have no idea what kind of life Naruto's been living? But Naruto is the village's Jinchuriki. He can't just leave Konoha." The third Hokage knew he had disappointed Jiraiya and tried, as he always had, to persuade him to give up on the idea. It would be safest for Naruto to stay in the village. Shaking his head, Jiraiya, who had already given up hope, sighed and said, "All right then. I'll stay in the village too, and be here as Naruto grows up. But the task of finding Tsunade, you'll have to assign that to someone else. Old man, for me, nothing is more important than Naruto. If this issue can't be resolved, my advice is to send Danzo to the daimyo's court and let the daimyo pass judgment." Jiraiya kept this last thought to himself. If he'd actually said it aloud, the third Hokage would have hit the roof. Since there was no way to reach an agreement, he chose to yield. As for the mission, he simply couldn't take it on. This was the only choice Jiraiya had, and the only way he could push back against the third Hokage. He didn't want to burn bridges or turn things hostile. For Naruto's sake, and for the village's, he could only use this gentle but firm resistance. Faced with Jiraiya's implicit threat, the third Hokage refused to budge, his expression dark and somber. Jiraiya knew this wouldn't be resolved easily. He didn't press the Hokage further, but left the office without another word, heading to the shopping district, where he bought new furniture, clothes, and household goods. He replaced everything in Naruto's house, inside and out. Whether or not the third Hokage agreed to let him take Naruto away, Jiraiya felt compelled to do something to make it up to the boy. To make up for the years Naruto had been neglected. For what he owed, for what his teacher owed, and for what the entire village owed Naruto, he intended to make it right. "Captain, that pervert from yesterday is here to see you." Izumi pushed open the office door and called out. "Pervert?" Yin was baffled. "Pervert? Could it be Jiraiya? What does that guy want with him?" At the lounge entrance, Jiraiya, who had been smiling a moment ago, suddenly found himself in an awkward spot. After what happened yesterday, Izumi's impression of Jiraiya had plummeted below zero, so naturally, she didn't bother to be polite. She'd even started calling him pervert outright. "Looks like this toad sage's reputation is doomed," Jiraiya thought, staring up at the ceiling with a sigh. "Did you need something from me?" Yin stepped out of the lounge and gave Jiraiya a quick once-over. The smell of alcohol was gone, his beard was freshly shaved, and the usual messy hair had actually been combed for once. He looked a lot more presentable. What Yin couldn't understand was, if Jiraiya was willing to go this far, why couldn't he just change out of those tattered clothes? A new set of clothes can't cost that much. "Haha, yesterday you were all respectful and formal. What's with the sudden change today?" Jiraiya tried to laugh it off, doing his best not to make eye contact with Izumi. The look of utter disgust in her eyes made him feel completely ill at ease. "If that's the way you want me to talk to you, I don't mind obliging." Yin raised an eyebrow, his tone hardening. Jiraiya panicked. No, this is fine. I actually think we get along pretty well. You and I could probably be friends. Just don't call me sir or lord or anything like that. It makes my skin crawl." He even winked at Yin as he spoke. "How about we find somewhere to talk?" "Sure," Yin replied, leading Jiraiya away from the police department. As for being friends, he'd rather not. Given the Uchiha's relationship with the village, being seen getting friendly with the higher-ups would be a joke. No sooner had they left the police department than Jiraiya couldn't hold back any longer. "The reason I came to see you is actually because I need your help. I want to stay in the village for a while, to make up for what I owe Naruto. But I have no idea what kids like, and there's no one here I can really talk to, so I had to come to you." In Jiraiya's view, Yin, with his constant sarcasm and sharp tongue, was a lot easier to deal with than those fawning, overly respectful types. That's why he came to Yin for help. Jiraiya knew what most kids needed, and even if he didn't, he could always ask someone for advice. But Naruto was no ordinary child. After racking his brain, Jiraiya realized he had no choice but to seek outside help, and the only person he could think of was someone from the police department. Unbelievable, coming all the way here for something like this. Yin shot him a sidelong, thoroughly unimpressed glance. The best way to get along with Naruto is to change your clothes, then go straight to the school and find a teacher. Right in front of the teacher, talk to Naruto, tell him you're his father's teacher, that you're as close as family, that you've just returned from a mission, and now you want to live together with him. Then, take Naruto, who'll be bawling his eyes out by then, to buy some new clothes, treat him to a good meal, stay by his side, and tell him a few stories. And then, Jiraiya was so anxious he was practically pulling his hair out. Yin brushed away Jiraiya's reaching hand, clearly annoyed. "What do you mean, and then?" "I'll spell it out for you. Don't you get it yet? Compared to material things, what Naruto truly needs is the company of family. There's a void in his heart. If you can step in as the one to fill the role of his parents, Give him the warmth of home and family. He'll be happy. Naruto is a simple-minded kid. He doesn't ask for much, but sadly, no one's ever been able to give it to him. It's a good thing Jiraiya managed to come back early this time. In the original story, by the time Jiraiya returned, Naruto had already grown up, which meant he missed a lot of crucial things. That's really all there is to it. What else did you expect? Handle the rest yourself, and don't come looking for me unless it's really necessary. I don't want to be under surveillance all the time. It's so annoying. Half an hour later, inside a clothing store in the commercial district, Jiraiya had changed into a new outfit and turned around to ask, Yen, how does this look? It's fine, just perfect. His sense for fashion was so abysmal, it was almost criminal. Yen was tempted to cover his face and run away, pretending he didn't know Jiraiya at all. Honestly, wearing that, you might as well have shown up to see Naruto in your old clothes. Unable to stand it any longer, Yen picked out an outfit for Jiraiya himself, and while he was at it, grabbed a few things for Naruto as well. Then they dashed to the barbecue restaurant, booked a private room, and finally made their way straight to the Ninja Academy. In the office, the teacher was reviewing the homework students had handed in. Suddenly, the door was thrown open with a loud bang, startling the teacher. Hello, teacher. I'm Uzumaki, Naruto's guardian. I'd like to see him. Could you please have him come to the office? What on earth? Staring at Jiraiya, who had barged in and made such an outrageous request, the teacher was utterly bewildered. Naruto's guardian? You must be joking. Irika, who knew better than anyone about Naruto's background, was already fighting the urge to call for the ANBU or the police. Who is this lunatic claiming to be Naruto's guardian? Why not just say you're his grandfather while you're at it? Please leave. Don't come to the Ninja Academy making jokes like that, or I'll have to call someone. With a stern face, Irika scolded Jiraiya without holding back. Jiraiya wanted to explain, but Irika, fuming with anger, wouldn't give him a chance. What do you mean you? Irika continued scolding him. Aren't you ashamed? Coming all the way to the Ninja Academy to play such a prank. If you don't believe, I'll call the police force to arrest you. Just you wait. In the midst of his tirade, Irika finally noticed Yen, who was leaning against the doorframe, laughing so hard he was clutching his stomach. He blinked, trying to recall. Wait, isn't this guy from the police force? I really am Uzumaki, Naruto's guardian. Jiraiya was about to lose it. Did he really look that untrustworthy? Why is it that no one believes me when I tell the truth? Nonsense. Irika still wouldn't buy it. Yen was beside himself with laughter, gasping for breath as his laughter echoed in the room. The whole situation was just too ridiculous. What's so funny? Jiraiya scowled, wishing he could strangle Yen on the spot. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to continue explaining. My name is Jiraiya. Naruto's father was my student, so I truly am his relative. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. He's a squad leader in the police force. He can vouch for me. If you don't trust someone from the Uchiha, you can always go to the Hokage's office and ask. Jiraiya-sama. Irika was half convinced, half doubtful. The legendary Sannin had been gone from the village for so long that many new generation ninjas hardly knew them. Irika was one of them. Still, even if he wasn't familiar with him personally, he'd at least seen photos and portraits. All of them were once genius students who graduated from the Ninja Academy, and even if some started off poorly, the Academy would always promote their success stories. And sure enough, Irika had turned around in a daze and glanced at the photos hanging on the office wall. Comparing the person in front of him with the picture, even though he looked a bit older, most of the features matched. Did I really just chew out Lord Jiraiya? What am I supposed to do to earn Lord Jiraiya's forgiveness now? Looking for solutions online. Yuzhong. Irika panicked, scrambling for a way out in his mind. But after all that fuss, he couldn't get out more than a few words. Lord Jiraiya, you're back? You make it sound like I died or something. Jiraiya rolled his eyes in exasperation. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore. You guys have to stop. My stomach hurts. If he weren't afraid of dirtying his clothes, he would have been rolling on the floor by now. He was laughing so hard his tears were streaming down his face. The atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. Irika hurriedly dashed out of the office. Lord Jiraiya, please wait here for a moment. I'll go get Naruto right away. And with that, Irika shot out of the room. Jiraiya glared at Yen, not amused in the slightest. I asked you here to help, not to see me made a fool of. You two are hilarious. How can I not laugh? Rubbing his stomach, Yen wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, slightly out of breath. To be honest, you're really not a competent parent at all. It's been years, and this is the first time you've come to see your child. No wonder the teachers don't recognize you. If it were me, I'd absolutely mistake you for a child trafficker. Jiraiya was so stunned, he could hardly react. Naruto, your guardian is here to see you. At the classroom door, while another teacher was in the middle of a lesson, Naruto was busy napping. Hearing his name called out, Naruto looked up in confusion and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Who's looking for me? A parent. The teacher in the middle of class thought he must have misheard. Iruka-sensei, did you just say Naruto's parent? There's no time to explain. I'll tell you later. Naruto, come out here quickly. Iruka waved him over urgently. Still half asleep, Naruto had no choice but to shuffle out of the classroom. He didn't expect an instant uproar inside. Isn't that fox demon an orphan? Since when does he have any family? Yeah, I heard he was an orphan too. A chorus of children's chatter buzzed through the room. Quiet. Pay attention and continue the lesson. No talking about others. The teacher rapped the desk forcefully, pulling the students' focus back. Truthfully, he was just as curious and wanted to gossip a bit himself. But as a teacher, he had to maintain some basic ethics. Teacher, what parent? I don't have any parents. Out in the hallway, Naruto's mind gradually cleared. Something felt off. He was an orphan, after all. Except for the occasional visits from a third Hokage, he had no family at all. Cut the nonsense and keep up. At this point in time, Iruka's attitude toward Naruto was still quite poor. Not at all like a few years later, when he would mature, come to understand Naruto, and even guide him through tough times. It had to be said, the third Hokage's skill in persuasion was top-notch. He managed to make Iruka let go of his hatred and wholeheartedly look after Naruto. Oh, being scolded didn't faze Naruto much. He had long since gotten used to Iruka's attitude. He just shrugged, raised his hands behind his head, and strolled after him at a lazy pace, utterly unconcerned. Iruka, walking in front, could only watch the veins pop on his own forehead. Lord Jiraiya, Naruto's here. Iruka's face was full of flattery. Jiraiya smiled and nodded. Thank you for your trouble. No trouble at all. Not at all. Iruka bowed repeatedly, then quietly slipped out of the office. Hey, that's the ramen guy from last night, and the white-haired uncle who smells like he crawled out of sewer. When Naruto looked up and saw Yin and Jiraiya, he instantly blurted out nicknames that left both adults speechless. Ramen guy, white-haired uncle who reeks. One look at this kid and you could tell he was begging for a scolding. Yin didn't care what consequences might follow. He gave Naruto a swift kick on the backside. Then he turned and walked away, not forgetting to wave at Jiraiya, and, for good measure, raised a single middle finger. If anything like this happens again, don't you dare come looking for me. This small squad captain from the police department had a truly fearsome temper. Not only did he dare to kick Naruto, he even had the nerve to flip off Lord Jiraiya. Iruka stared in stunned silence at Yan's retreating figure, quietly warning himself never to cross the police department or anyone from the Uchiha clan. Why did you kick me? Naruto rubbed his sore behind, baring his teeth in grievance. Jiraiya could only give a wry smile and shake his head, hesitating as he glanced at Naruto. He felt nervous, uncertain how to introduce himself. Yin was already gone, so there was no point in making a fuss. Still rubbing his backside, Naruto glared at Jiraiya in displeasure and shouted, Hey, stinky old man, what do you want with me? You can call me Grandpa Jiraiya. After some inner debate about what he should be called, Jiraiya decided to stick with the generational hierarchy. Given his age and seniority, there was nothing wrong with Naruto calling him Grandpa, even though Jiraiya was not Minato's father. Grandpa? Naruto's jaw nearly hit the ground. Yes, that's right, Grandpa. Jiraiya grinned broadly, feeling quite pleased inside. TCH, no way. Naruto folded his arms, turned his head away, and sulked, I don't have a grandpa. That's not right. What did things go wrong? Didn't Yin say Naruto was most in need of affection? Shouldn't my appearance make him rush into my arms, desperate for comfort? Jiraiya, a bit tense, stepped closer. Naruto, I was your father's teacher, so it's only right for you to call me Grandpa. I'm sorry you've had such a hard time all these years. I just got back to the village, and I didn't know you were suffering like this. Bah, liar, big liar. Naruto's reaction was fierce. He spat in Jiraiya's direction, eyes red as he flailed and shouted. I've always been alone. I have no family, let alone a grandpa. You're just a liar. Naruto had always yearned for attention, for the love and care that other children receive from their families. Yet all he ever got was cold rejection and the label of fox demon. Now, suddenly, someone jumped out claiming to be his family. Naruto simply couldn't accept it. Or maybe he was just rebelling, giving in to despair. If I really had family, then where were you all this time? Why did you let me grow up alone? Why did you make me suffer all those unfair things by myself? Where were you back then? Overwhelmed by emotion, Naruto began to cry and turned to run away. Naruto. Faced with such a scene, Jiraiya had no choice but to chase after him. Naruto's shifting emotions, and his reaction upon learning he still had family, only strengthened Jiraiya's resolve to stay by his side. Regardless of whether the third Hokage approved or not, Jiraiya would never again abandon Naruto, never let him live alone in isolation. As I expected, these sentimental moments really don't suit someone like me. From his hidden vantage point, Yin shook his head and quietly slipped away. As for the two EMBU guards, it seemed they hadn't noticed someone was observing the ninja academy right under their noses. Naruto's intense response was completely understandable. After all, he had, in such an odd twist of fate, suddenly received love and care that belonged to him, and for a moment found it hard to accept, creating a turmoil within his own heart. But as long as Jiraiya stayed with him, it was certain that Naruto would soon come to accept him. Jiraiya found Naruto in the mountains behind the village. Sitting down beside him, Jiraiya began to share his own story, and gradually, Naruto's attention was drawn in. So, the smelly old man is actually the hero of the village? Naruto gazed at Jiraiya with admiration, his sadness slowly melting away with each tale, until he was completely absorbed in Jiraiya's story. If only it weren't for that nickname, Smelly Old Man, Jiraiya would have been truly delighted. Call me Grandpa Jiraiya, not Smelly Old Man, you brat. Show some respect. I was your father's teacher, you know. Jiraiya scolded Naruto with a stern look. This wouldn't do at all. Giving people unpleasant nicknames on a whim was a quick way to offend others. Even if Naruto's status meant he didn't need to fear making enemies. The problem was, if he went around offending everyone with just his words, people would only shun him more. Oh, I understand, Grandpa Jiraiya. Realizing his mistake, Naruto quickly corrected himself. Though mischievous, at heart he was a kind and sunshine-filled child. Otherwise, any ordinary child treated the way he had been would have long since fallen into darkness. Grandpa Jiraiya, what kind of person was my father? Why have I never heard anyone talk about him? The boy's thirst for knowledge was intense, and Jiraiya, letting out a hearty laugh, began to feel a little troubled. He wondered whether he should tell Naruto the whole truth. To keep it from him would be unfair, yet to reveal everything might be too much for Naruto to handle all at once. So Jiraiya settled on a middle ground. Your father, huh? Jiraiya's own thoughts drifted to the past, as if he'd returned to the very first day he met Minato. He was a genius, a hero of the village, strong and accomplished, who did great things for everyone. But more than that, he was someone with a warmth that touched people's hearts. In private, everyone used to call him Little Son. Why is that? How can anyone claim to respect someone while giving them a nickname like that? It's because your father, just like you, had a bright, warm smile that could always warm the hearts of others. Was that a compliment for me? Naruto chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head in embarrassment. It was the first time he'd ever been praised by a family member, and the happiness in his heart was impossible to hide. What about my mom? Your mother? As Jiraiya recalled memories of Kushina, he instinctively shrank his neck and let out a hearty laugh. Your mother was a beautiful woman, though a bit hot-tempered. She was also quite famous in the village. Well, enough about that for now. Let's go eat. Today, Grandpa Jiraiya is treating you to barbecue. Minato was one thing, but Kushina's past involved many secrets in the village that couldn't see the light of day. Jiraiya didn't dare speak freely. If Naruto suddenly grew curious and started digging for answers, Jiraiya would be in real trouble. All right, Naruto, who had been engrossed in stories about his parents, suddenly leapt up with excitement. He'd been craving barbecue for ages, but in the past, even when he had money, he couldn't get any. Now, at last, he could really enjoy it. Most of the barbecue restaurants in Konoha were run by the Akimichi clan. The Akimichi didn't care about the rumors surrounding the so-called Nine-Tails Fox. You could tell from the way a few Akimichi kids treated Naruto. They didn't go out of their way to befriend him, but neither did they shun him, and sometimes they'd even play together, skipping class and napping side by side. Still, just because the children didn't mind, didn't mean the clan could ignore the issue. It was Danzo who orchestrated the village's exclusion of Naruto. Everybody else followed suit, and if the Inoshikacho trio didn't do the same, Danzo would be quick to target them. So, the Inoshikacho families went along with it, but at least their attitude toward Naruto wasn't as harsh as most villagers. Of course, even exclusion came in degrees. If Naruto went to eat barbecue alone, he'd have no chance. But now that Jiraiya was back, Jiraiya simply told the Akimichi clan at the barbecue shop to reserve a private room, making it clear he'd be bringing Naruto along. The Akimichi didn't dare utter a word of protest. They simply replied, "Of course, sir, as you wish." Wow, this is incredible. Just as Yin had said, Naruto nearly swallowed his tongue along with the food. He loved instant noodles, and he loved ramen. Maybe he truly did enjoy those foods. But were ramen and instant noodles really the best things he'd ever tasted? Probably not. Naruto could have instant noodles or ramen whenever he wanted, but barbecue was another story. Unless he caught and grilled fish himself. But how good could a little kid's cooking really be? If the grilled fish wasn't poisonous, that was already a win. No one should expect it to actually taste good. Eat as much as you'd like. Take your time. There's no one here to fight you for it. Jiraiya grinned cheerfully, grilling meat for Naruto the whole time, but never taking a bite himself. A secluded little courtyard stood near the territory of the Shimura clan. Inside, a root member was reporting recent developments to Danzo. The third Hokage had announced to the daimyo's residents that Danzo was now under surveillance. The truth was, there really was surveillance, but it was almost useless. Whether these ANBU agents were present or not made little difference. Whenever Danzo made an appearance, these so-called watchers simply had to step aside and let root operatives go out to gather intelligence and return to report. Even if the ANBU did pass this information up the chain, the third Hokage chose to turn a blind eye. As far as he was concerned, as long as Danzo didn't leave the village or amass a sizable force, a little information gathering hardly counted as a major issue. Lord Danzo, Jiraiya of the Legendary Three, has returned. He sought out the Nine-Tails brat, Naruto, claiming to be his relative, and has even taken him to a barbecue restaurant. Since the incident at the daimyo's residence, ANBU have also relaxed their surveillance of the Uchiha. All of the agents monitoring Uchiha, Yen, have already been withdrawn. Jiraiya. With a dissatisfied grunt, Danzo slammed his wooden staff against the floor. Jiraiya's return at this moment, and his decision to approach Naruto, was not good news, at least not for Danzo. In Konoha, there were few who could restrain Danzo's ambitions, but the Legendary Three could. Whether it was Jiraiya or Tsunade, both could stand up to him directly. Jiraiya simply preferred not to stir up too much trouble, but if Tsunade were to return, Danzo knew he'd have far more to worry about. In the original story, after the third Hokage's death, Jiraiya tracked down Tsunade and brought her back, making her the fifth Hokage of the village. Danzo had always known he was no match for Tsunade, so he remained quietly en route, never daring to act rashly. He was well aware that Tsunade would never indulge him the way the third Hokage had. It wasn't until pain attacked the village that Danzo finally made his move. If Jiraiya wants to contact Naruto, let him, Danzo said at last. Jiraiya's unique position meant there was nothing Danzo could do to stop him. If he couldn't control the man, so be it. At any rate, Jiraiya didn't dare move against Danzo directly. Find something for the Uchiha to do. Under no circumstances should we relax our surveillance and control over them. If I can't do anything about Jiraiya, does that mean I can't deal with you, Uchiha? Just because the surveillance has slackened, do you think you can act as you please? Are you bold enough now to approach the Jinchuriki? We'll soon see about that. Danzo, ever the venomous snake hidden in the shadows, was a master of smear campaigns. When it came to the Uchiha, he could conjure up endless schemes and accusations. No one would have expected that Danzo, seemingly put out to pasture and confined to his home, could still jump out and stir up trouble for the Uchiha. Yin hadn't gone to the ninja academy that day because Itachi had brought his younger brother Sasuke to the police force headquarters. Sasuke had pleaded with Itachi for a long time, and in the end, unable to refuse his brother's wishes, Itachi, ever the doting sibling, had no choice but to take him to meet the chief of police. However, this actually made things easier for Yin. It gave him the perfect excuse to offload today's copying task onto Sasuke. Senpai. Upon running into Yin, Itachi bowed his head respectfully and greeted him, while Sasuke hid behind his brother, peeking out with half his face showing, curiosity sparkling in his eyes as he looked at Yin. So this is the clan leader's youngest son, Sasuke, isn't it? Yin narrowed his eyes and gave Sasuke a closer look. Not bad, he's a handsome kid. No wonder he attracts so much attention from the girls at school. Sasuke is a good name. Take your little brother and show him around, but you'd better leave before the clan leader arrives. If he sees you here, knowing his temper, you'll definitely get a scolding. He reached out and ruffled Sasuke's hair before finally, feeling satisfied, making his way into the break room. Sasuke is a good name? Sasuke didn't quite understand what that meant. It was Itachi who couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, having realized why Yin had said that. After all, the third Hokage's father was also named Sasuke. Big brother, Yin Senpai was complimenting me. He said my name sounds nice. Oblivious to the deeper meaning, Sasuke excitedly tugged at his brother's arm. Itachi smiled, patted his younger brother's head, and replied, "That's right. Father picked that name for you himself. My silly little brother." Of course, Itachi would never tell Sasuke the real reason behind those words. All right, let's get going. If we don't leave now, and Father shows up, both of us are going to get an earful. Fugaku was strict when it came to his children's education. To avoid any gossip among the clan, he didn't even allow family members to casually hang around the police department. If Fugaku found out that Itachi had brought Sasuke to the police department, there was no doubt they'd both be in for a lecture. Let's go, hurry. Hearing this, Sasuke grew anxious as well, grabbing his brother's hand and dashing off, afraid their father might suddenly appear at any moment. Captain, here's your tea. No sooner had Yin sat down than his diligent assistant, Izumi, placed a freshly brewed cup of tea on his desk, wearing an expression that practically begged for praise. "You're amazing, aren't you?" Unable to decide whether to laugh or cry, Yin simply shook his head and pretended not to notice Izumi's hopeful gaze, focusing on his tea instead. Seeing that Yin wasn't paying her any attention, Izumi drooped her shoulders, thinking to herself, was my effort still not enough? Oh, by the way. Yin looked up. "Izumi, I just ran into Itachi in the hallway. He brought his younger brother Sasuke to the police department, probably to satisfy his brother's curiosity. Want to go say hello?" Izumi, still sulking, pouted and replied, "It's a regular work day. I see them all the time. Why bother going out of my way to greet them? Girls can change their minds in the blink of an eye." Yin could only shake his head in exasperation. Why was Izumi suddenly so downcast? Most likely because she'd hoped he would compliment her tea-making skills. But since she didn't get any praise, her spirits drooped, and she had no energy left for small talk with Itachi. Even Izumi herself hadn't noticed that as time passed, her special infatuation with Itachi had faded and disappeared entirely. Instead, all her attention was now focused on Yin. She found herself watching his every move at every moment. "Captain, there's been a serious fight on the commercial street. The patrol squad outside needs urgent backup." Just then, Orihiko barged into the office in a flurry, not even bothering to knock as he rushed inside. He pushed the door so hard that it slammed into the wall with a thunderous bang, startling Izumi, who was sorting documents nearby. She flinched, and all the files in her hands spilled to the floor. A serious fight? And right in the commercial district? The squad sent to handle it couldn't get the situation under control, so they sent out a distress signal. Fights and scuffles were nothing new. The police department dealt with plenty every day, but serious incidents were rare. If even a patrol squad couldn't handle things, that meant a ninja was involved. If it was just regular people fighting, even if there were a lot of them, a single squad would be more than enough to take them all down. After all, most members of the patrol squads were Uchiha, mainly at the Chunin level, and each squad had 3 to 6 people on patrol at any given time. If even a Chunin team couldn't get things under control, that spoke volumes about the seriousness of the situation. And it was happening in the commercial street, such a vital place. If this wasn't handled properly, it could have a severe negative impact on Konoha. Who could be so reckless? At a time when Konoha was already overwhelmed by trouble at the daimyo's residence, someone had to stir up more chaos. "Let's move out and support them." Yin wasted no time. He took Orihiko and Izumi and rushed ahead, with the rest of the team following close behind. The first district of the usually bustling commercial street was now in utter chaos. Dozens of people had broken into an all-out brawl right in the middle of the street, and quite a few ninjas had joined the fray. The scene was a mess. Shoppers and pedestrians screamed in panic, scrambling to find cover. Soon after the fight broke out, a police squad had arrived on the scene, but to everyone's shock, the fighters were so enraged that they even started attacking the police officers. As the situation spiraled further out of control, someone finally sent out a distress signal for reinforcements. "Everyone, stop right now." Yin led his group and arrived as quickly as possible, only to find the chaos was far worse than he had imagined. Normally, if the police couldn't handle things and reinforcements arrived, both sides would give up the fight, no matter how heated, knowing full well how ruthless the police could be if pushed. But this time, even with Yin and the backup arriving, the fighters didn't stop. In fact, they turned on the newcomers as well, as if determined to drag everyone into the mayhem. Something was off. There was definitely a problem. No matter how deep the grudge, there's no need to fight like this out in the street, especially since the consequences afterward are bound to be severe. And then, even when members of the police department arrived, they too were attacked, as if these people were deliberately trying to drag the police into the mess. A sharp slap echoed. A single blow sent the man rushing at him, sprawling to the ground. With a dark, stern face, Yin shouted. "Brawling in public, assaulting law enforcement. Arrest them all. Don't hold back. Since you want to fight, I'll give you a fight." At Yan's command, the supporting officers from the police department surged forward in a wave. Wherever they went, people fell to the ground with screams of pain, some with broken arms or legs. Once the police let loose, the chaos was quelled in under 3 minutes. What happened here? Fugaku finally arrived, belatedly, with a large group in tow. He was greeted by blood on the ground and the cries of the wounded, his expression darkening even further. Wiping blood from his hands, Yin sneered and said, "As expected, someone deliberately set this trap for us. These people went berserk the moment they saw our officers, clearly aiming to drag us down with them. They even chose the busiest shopping street on purpose." Fugaku nodded grimly, not bothering with further pleasantries. "Send the injured to the medical corps." The rest, anyone not seriously hurt, bring them all back to the station for questioning. We must get to the bottom of this. Yes, Captain. More police reinforcements kept arriving, and everyone at the scene was taken away, many of them still shouting threats, vowing revenge on the police department, promising to file complaints. Such a violent brawl breaking out in the heart of the shopping district quickly alarmed the third Hokage himself. He was already preoccupied with cleaning up the mess from the daimyo's residence, working to restore the village's reputation, when he was hit with this new disaster. Back at the police department, before any interrogations could begin, Yin received a message from Fugaku. The chief and all squad captains were to report to the Hokage's office for a meeting. This wasn't going to be resolved easily. If things went badly, the police department was in for a severe reprimand. Fugaku was in a foul mood, and the other squad captains weren't faring much better. Everyone knew what awaited them at the Hokage's office. Inside, the third Hokage's face was grim. Beside him, Koharu and Hamura looked just as displeased. Fugaku gave a full, honest report on the day's events. Lord Hokage, as soon as the incident broke out, our squads rushed to the scene to try to control the situation. But the opposing group seemed prepared. They ambushed our officers. Fugaku, today's incident reflects very poorly on us. The third Hokage interrupted, giving Fugaku little chance to explain. The police department is responsible for public safety. No matter how this started, allowing such chaos is still their fault. This burden, the police department cannot shrug off. Fugaku lowered his head and spoke earnestly. Lord Hokage, I promise to investigate this matter thoroughly and give both you and the villagers an explanation. Very well. The third Hokage nodded, indicating that he awaited the results of the police department's investigation. He, too, hoped for a perfect resolution to this incident. Under no circumstances could a scandal erupt before the issues between the village and the daimyo's estate were settled. The fight that broke out today was clearly suspicious. Not only could Yin see it, Fugaku could as well, and so could the third Hokage. But compared to the matter with the daimyo's estate, this incident seemed less significant, hardly worth his full attention. Just as Fugaku thought the meeting was drawing to a close, Koharu, seated to the side, suddenly spoke up. Clan leader Fugaku, I've just returned from Konoha Hospital. Of those sent there, aside from those accidentally caught up in the chaos, the others are all seriously injured. Don't you feel there's something wrong with the police department? What was destined to happen finally arrived. Fugaku felt a headache coming on. At the time, the situation was this. If the police department didn't take strong action, he himself would be dragged into the mess. Yet by being forceful, they could quickly contain the situation and resolve everything, though it would put them under intense scrutiny. Because when the police department used force, they truly did not hold back. If warnings went unheeded, they would break bones first and talk later. Elder Koharu, what do you mean by this? Do you think our officers used excessive force? Yin spoke up ahead of Fugaku, throwing the question back. This was supposed to be the usual routine, being blamed, scapegoated. With her understanding of Fugaku, Koharu expected him to simply accept it all in silence. But before the main show had even begun, she herself found the tables turned. Perhaps caught off guard by this unexpected situation, Koharu froze for a few seconds. Her face, marked with deep wrinkles, quickly darkened. Uchiha Yin, what are you implying? Are you suggesting I've wrongly accused you? Meeting Koharu's furious gaze, Yin remained calm as he replied. I've never thought the police department acted too harshly. In fact, I wish they'd been even tougher. If so, things wouldn't have gotten so out of hand. Elder Koharu, a good number of shinobi were involved today. Even the police squads were attacked, and yet it's us you're questioning. If you truly believe our officers were too heavy-handed, then please tell me. How should the police department act to stabilize the situation? You? She had always been the one to interrogate others. When had anyone ever dared to challenge her like this? Unlike Danzo, Koharu had little patience. She was so enraged that her whole body trembled, her finger pointing at Yin, unsteady with anger. What on earth was happening? Hamura Mitokado was utterly bewildered. The third Hokage blinked in confusion, glancing at Fugaku with a puzzled look. What on earth are you Uchiha up to now? Now you're questioning the elders themselves. The enforcement by the police force has been excessively violent, leading to many injuries. This has been a constant concern raised by both the elders and the villagers. We've been wanting to make improvements, someone explained. But the problem is all kinds of sudden incidents happen in the village, and we simply don't get a chance to change. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Koharu was shaking with anger, her voice sharpening to a shrill edge. So what now? The Uchiha and the police force only know how to shirk responsibility, and now you've come running to question the elders? Don't you know full well the issues with the way the police force enforces the law? There has indeed been violence in the police force's law enforcement, Fugaku. This is something that must be addressed. They were all supposed to be on the same side, so of course, the third Hokage was quick to support Koharu. Without hesitation, he turned the heat up on Fugaku. Apply pressure directly to Yin? No, there's no need for that. Just put enough pressure on Fugaku Uchiha, and the rest will sort itself out. But what the third Hokage hadn't expected was that, unlike before, Fugaku, who usually stood tall and took everything on his shoulders, this time chose to lower his head in silence, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Is it the Hokage's and the Elder's intention? Yin interjected, pulling the conversation back, that from now on, our police force officers are never to lay a hand while enforcing the law. At the same time, he quietly gave Fugaku a mental nod of approval. This time, backing down had been the right move, gracefully done. Fugaku keeping silent was actually the smart choice. The last thing Yin wanted was for Fugaku to step forward and shoulder all the blame on behalf of the Uchiha and the police force. If your officers could just control themselves and not resort to violence while enforcing the law, I swear I'd light incense in celebration. Koharu shot back without a hint of politeness. The third Hokage, who had been about to say something, opened his mouth, but in the end, decided to let it go. In that case, Yin responded, his tone finally softening. We'll go back and make sure the police force undergoes a thorough reform. I hope it will be satisfactory to both the elders and the Hokage, and, above all, to the villagers. Oh, showing some humility now? Noticing Yin's softened stance, Koharu gave a cold, mocking laugh. If you can really do that, then on behalf of all the villagers of Konoha, I'll say thank you. Ahem, that's enough, Koharu. Sensing that Koharu was on the verge of completely losing her composure, the third Hokage quickly cut in, turning his gaze to Yin. Since you've shown this resolve, I'll be waiting to see your progress. Don't let me down, not the police force. All right, you may go for now. Get to the bottom of what happened today. I have a feeling there's more to this than meets the eye. Understood. Fugaku left the Hokage's office with his men. The third Hokage sighed. Koharu, you were too impulsive. There's no need to argue with a child. It would look bad if word got out. I didn't want to either, but that Uchiha Yin is infuriating. Koharu snapped back, still fuming. Hamura Mitokado, who had wanted to step in with a few words of advice, took one look at the situation and thought better of it. He quickly changed the subject. Speaking of which, can the Uchiha really change? The problems with the police force have persisted for years. If they can't change, then we'll hold Uchiha Fugaku accountable. Koharu declared, clearly determined to make trouble for Fugaku. She wouldn't stoop to target Yin directly, especially since she feared he might insult her in that roundabout way he'd used on Danzo. So, she focused her frustration on Fugaku instead. After all, he was the easiest target. Could the police force really change? The third Hokage was not optimistic. If it were truly possible, it would have happened long ago. Things wouldn't have dragged on until now. Just look at the new complaints department. It was already overwhelmed with work. Fortunately, the new department's expenses didn't fall on the village treasury. The Uchihas and the police force would foot the bill. All right, let's move on to the matter of Jiraiya and Naruto. The third Hokage said, exhaling a puff of smoke as he brought up Jiraiya's request. Jiraiya wants to keep Naruto by his side. He's already met with Naruto, revealed his identity, and even took the boy out for barbecue. At the mention of Naruto, Koharu's anger faded and she regained her composure. Naruto is vital to the village. If Jiraiya wishes to live with him, we can't really stop him. But I believe Naruto shouldn't leave the village. Since he's the village's Jinchuriki, he must remain here. It would be even better if Jiraiya agreed to stay, the third added. Of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya was the most reliable, at least when it came to official matters. Unlike Orochimaru and Tsunade, who would simply walk away if they were unhappy, Jiraiya could be counted on. They had no objection to Jiraiya living with Naruto, but it had to be within the village. He couldn't take Naruto away on his travels. In the original story, Jiraiya was allowed to leave Konoha with Naruto only because the third Hokage had died, and the village desperately needed Jiraiya to step up and shoulder the burden. That was the only reason his departure was quietly tolerated. But now, with the third very much alive, the elders would never agree to let Naruto be taken away. Having Jiraiya in the village was far more advantageous for them. Not only would the village gain another powerful guardian, but Jiraiya could also be dispatched on high-level missions from time to time, a win-win situation. I agree with Koharu. Hamura voiced his support. Living together was fine, but taking the Jinchuriki out of the village was a hard line they would not cross. I'll do my best to discuss it with him, the third Hokage concluded. Even the third Hokage couldn't guarantee he could convince Jiraiya. We'll discuss this after we return. As soon as they left the Hokage's office, someone couldn't help but want to voice their doubts, but Fugaku quickly silenced them. Everyone came in haste, and left in haste as well, soon making their way back to the police force headquarters. By the time Yin and his companions returned to the police force, The investigation report had already been delivered. Chief, after our interrogation, the people involved in the fight said that a man named Komura Taro approached them, claiming he wanted to teach our police force a lesson. That's why they orchestrated this whole incident, to drag us down and get us into trouble. There were simply too many people involved in the fight. Not everyone could hold out and keep silent. Besides, the Uchiha had no shortage of methods to make people talk. For ordinary folks, a simple genjutsu was enough to loosen their tongues. Whatever needed to be confessed came out in no time. Just as Yin had suspected, someone was deliberately targeting the police force. Or more accurately, targeting the Uchiha. Where is he? Did you catch him? When we went to arrest him, we discovered that this Komura Taro was using a fake identity. That was it. No need to investigate any further. The suspect had used a false identity, all for the sole purpose of framing the Uchiha and the police force. This wasn't the first time such an incident had occurred. Both openly and in secret, the finger always pointed at the Uchiha. But whenever the Uchiha launched an investigation, they found there was simply no one to catch. All that was left were a handful of duped, unlucky souls lying in the hospital or locked up in jail, awaiting judgment. Let's hear what you all think. Taking a deep breath, Fugaku forced himself to keep his anger in check, doing his best to stay calm and not let fury cloud his mind. Someone is trying to frame us, deliberately tarnishing the reputation of the Uchiha and the police force, just to make the villagers think even less of us. Looking back at the previous cases, the pattern is always the same. Even when we try to make arrests, the real culprit is nowhere to be found. Who on earth is so determined to make an enemy of the Uchiha? The room erupted as everyone began arguing at once. That's enough. Seeing the chaos only grow, Fugaku finally lost his patience. He slammed his hand down hard on the table, his face dark with rage as he roared. I asked you to share your opinions, not to make a racket in here. The clan leader's anger brought instant silence to the room. Yin, let's hear your thoughts on this matter. While everyone else bickered, only Yin sat quietly to the side, calmly observing this farce. The truth was already plain to see. There was simply nowhere left to investigate, and even if they pressed on, they'd come up empty-handed. If there were any real leads, the Uchiha had plenty of ways to keep digging deeper. Unfortunately, the Uchiha never held enough authority. In cases like these, investigations always reached a certain point before being abruptly halted. What's there to discuss? Yin propped his leg up on the chair, his face showing utter disinterest. Based on past experience, this incident would end the same way, quietly fading away without resolution. Given that, what was the point in arguing? Wouldn't it be better to save our breath? This is nothing more than a crude, pointless trap. The culprit is banking on the fact that even if we Uchiha, or the entire police force, wanted to investigate, we wouldn't be allowed to take it any further. That's why they dared act so boldly in the first place. Arguing is useless. But if you're all feeling indignant, maybe we can try a process of elimination. A process of elimination? Could investigation really work that way? Seeing that his clansmen were all disgruntled and dissatisfied, Yin could only spread his hands and explain. First, let's be clear about one thing. This is a classic lose-lose situation. Ordinary people or rival factions wouldn't dare pull something like this, nor would they want to. If things escalated and the Umbu got involved, they'd be the ones to get burned. We just need to rule out anyone who wouldn't dare stir up trouble. Would that really work? Everyone looked around at each other, uncertain but willing to give a try. Yet, once they'd applied the process of elimination, the result was startling. Those small clans who seemed to butt heads with the Uchiha on the surface had no reason to be suspects. They simply didn't have the nerve. For them, raising a fuss from the sidelines was already a feat. As for the major clans who could openly challenge the Uchiha, they had no reason to stoop to such dirty tricks. If they were ever caught, the Uchiha could retaliate in kind. It was the classic case of hurting your enemy by 1,000, but harming yourself by 800. Not worth it, nor was it necessary. Eliminate these big clans as well, and there weren't many suspects left. When he saw that the room had fallen silent, Yin knew his clansmen had reached the same conclusion. No need to guess, it's Danzo. Only he would go out of his way to target the Uchiha with such spiteful, thankless schemes. Yes, other higher-ups have also opposed us, but given the current climate, they've even relaxed their surveillance on us. Why would they risk a move like this just to spite us? The entire shinobi world is watching Konoha right now. The worse Konoha's reputation gets, the happier our enemies will be. Who else could it be if not Danzo? When this first started, the Uchiha threw themselves into the investigation. What happened? They traced it right into Umbu's jurisdiction, and in the end, had no choice but to drop it. Every time after that, the case simply disappeared without a trace. That said it all. It made clear exactly who was stirring up trouble. Root may have been disbanded, and Danzo might be retired at home. But so long as he wished, he had every means to orchestrate these targeted provocations to disgust the Uchiha. Even the members of the Umbu, even if they knew what was going on, would simply turn a blind eye. It was suffocating, unbearable. Everyone felt a sense of frustration deep down. If it were anyone else, the Uchiha could have retaliated. But Danzo, even though he was no longer an advisor to the Hokage, if the Uchiha sought revenge against him, the higher-ups would see it as an attack on themselves. Knowing exactly who was stirring up trouble, yet being unable to fight back, such humiliation was hard to swallow. Yen rested both feet on the chair, gently rocking back and forth, hands clasped together, his head tilted as he gazed at Fugaku. He was waiting for Fugaku, curious to see if their clan leader would offer any explanation. After all, Fugaku was the head of the clan. There were some matters that only he could set in motion. Let's talk about law enforcement, Fugaku finally said. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Fugaku shifted the topic to changes in law enforcement. Yen couldn't help but shake his head, disappointed once again. It seemed he really shouldn't have placed any hope in Fugaku after all. A leopard can't change its spots. Yen was disappointed, and so were the others. The only difference was that, unlike Yen, the others didn't dare let their disappointment show so plainly on their faces. The mood grew heavy in the room, and almost no one spoke up or offered opinions. Throughout, Fugaku was the only one talking. Since no one else was saying anything, Yen didn't bother to speak either. He was curious to see just how much the clan members could endure. Fugaku might be the clan leader, but if he kept disappointing his clan time and again, the resentment would eventually boil over. Yen, can we talk for a moment? As they left the department chief's office and headed back to the lounge, Uchiha In stopped Yen. The others exchanged glances before quietly leaving. Uchiha In, whose name was strikingly similar to Yan's, was known as a steadfast supporter of the clan's neutral faction. Right now, Yan's eyes twinkled with amusement, unconcerned if In noticed. The fact that In had taken the initiative to approach him already spoke volumes. At this point, within the police force, everyone except Fugaku was at their limit. Even a clay figurine would have some fire in it, let alone the proud and self-important Uchiha. In the past, people kept their heads down. No one dared to take the first step, no one dared to speak out. But now, things are different. Yen was standing at the forefront, openly addressing everything. This made it impossible for everyone to keep suppressing their dissatisfaction, as they used to. Again and again, they were targeted, their anger simmering with nowhere to vent. The clan leader kept smoothing things over, leading to repeated disappointment. Bit by bit, resentment had built up, and now, finally, no one could hold it in any longer. In shook his head. There's a tavern run by one of our families that serves decent sake. After work, why don't we all grab a drink together? Sure, Yen replied, nodding to accept the invitation, and walked straight toward the lounge. And also turned and left without hesitation. There were so many arrests that the entire police department was thrown into a frenzy. It wasn't until 11 o'clock at night that things finally began to wind down. Itachi, come with me. Tonight, Yen intended to bring Itachi along to the gathering. Yes, sir. Itachi, who had just finished packing up and was preparing to head home for some rest, paused for a moment and obediently followed Yen out. What happened today was a deliberate move against the police department. More precisely, it's aimed at us, the Uchiha. The goal is to sully our reputation, especially at such a critical juncture. Who do you think could be targeting us? As he walked beside Yen, Itachi listened intently, his mind already starting to analyze the situation. After a long while, Itachi carefully chose his words. I've gone through the previous case files and found that incidents targeting us have happened many times before. Each time the police, department, and the Uchiha clan's reputation suffers greatly, causing the villagers and the whole village to lose more and more faith in us. All these cases share one thing in common. There's never any follow-up investigation. That's just like Itachi. Whatever he does, he strives for perfection. Others who join the police department might handle some troublesome cases or go out on patrol and then simply get on with their own affairs. But only Itachi would take the time to truly understand every aspect of the police department, to familiarize himself with its inner workings, even going so far as to study old case files from years past, one by one. Why do you think the police department never investigates further? Itachi fell silent, lost in thought. He walked a long way with Yen before finally lifting his head to meet Yen's gaze. Because any investigation would be blocked, even stopped outright, by the Umbu. Exactly. So, who want to target the Uchiha like this? Itachi lapsed into silence again. It's Danzo, Shimura Danzo, our Hokage's advisor. Yen's words struck Itachi like a heavy blow, sinking his heart. From the moment he became Hokage's advisor, the targeting of the Uchiha has never ceased. Back then, The villagers' impression of us wasn't nearly as bad. Why do you think that changed? All the while, as they walked, Yin revealed the hidden truths behind these events, slowly guiding Itachi's thoughts away from where they had begun. He trusted that Itachi understood his words and the purpose behind them. Deception and trickery? Those wouldn't work on Itachi. Honesty was the best approach. Just a bit of embellishment, a slight shift in perspective, was all it took. Itachi, can I trust you? Can I rely on you? They arrived at the place where everyone had agreed to meet. Yin stopped, looking down at Itachi, who was much shorter than he was. He had said all he needed to say. Now, it was Itachi's turn to respond. Pointing to the small tavern behind them, Yin smiled and said, I'm not afraid to tell you. The patience of our people has reached its limit. Everyone agreed to gather here, and it's certain we'll discuss matters the clan leader would rather not see. I'll be part of that. But I can promise you, we won't become adversaries of the village. Let me say it again. The Uchiha are always Konoha's Uchiha. We're all part of one big family. Yet, there are some companions who look down on us and have been bullying us. We can't simply endure it in silence forever. After all, we're only human, not plants or stones. Even a cornered rabbit will bite back. Do you understand what I mean? From beginning to end, Yan's position remained unwavering. Konoha was a whole, and the Uchiha were a piece of that puzzle. Only by repeatedly making his stance clear could Yin rally more people to his side. He hoped to gradually draw someone like Itachi over, little by little, until he stood with him. But because of who we're up against, we can't act rashly. After pondering for a while, Itachi slowly lifted his head. Yin couldn't help but laugh, raising his hand to pat Itachi's head. There was a flicker of hesitation in Itachi's eyes. Torn, he didn't dodge in the end, letting Yan's large hand land on his head. Thud! Yin froze, and Itachi looked bewildered. Neither had expected the other's reaction. One didn't think Itachi would stay still, the other was surprised by the force of Yan's pat. An awkward silence fell over them. Yin cleared his throat and glanced at his hand. Sorry, I thought you dodged. The corner of Itachi's mouth twitched. It's fine. I didn't think you'd actually go through with it, Captain. Deciding it was best to skip over this awkward moment, Yin tapped his forehead and continued. I'm not planning to retaliate against Danzo. There's no need. It's just as you said. Danzo's status means we can't lay a hand on him. Otherwise, we'd be openly defying the higher-ups, and one wrong move could break everything apart. It's not about targeting Danzo. Itachi felt relieved. In that case, I think you can trust me, Captain. You can rely on me. I am, after all, part of the clan. Having made up his mind, Itachi's gaze grew resolute. The loyal wolf cub was starting to stray. Yin broke into a delighted smile. Very good. I know I wasn't wrong about you. Your thinking is similar to Shursue's, but I've always believed you're less stubborn and naive than he is. He beckoned to Itachi. Come on, everyone's waiting for us. Yin led the way into the small tavern, with Itachi close behind. Inside, the tavern was quiet. After setting out a few side dishes, the owner had quietly slipped away, leaving only a few squad leaders from the police force. Yin. Seeing him enter, everyone stood up. But when their eyes fell on Itachi behind Yin, their expressions shifted slightly. Yin took the initiative to explain. Itachi can be trusted. Just think of him as one of my own. If he ever does anything to betray us, you can come to me directly. My elders. Itachi bowed respectfully to everyone, his gaze toward Yin tinged with a hint of curiosity and a trace of gratitude. We're all family here. Of course we can trust one another. Come, sit down. You two are the last ones we've been waiting for. With Yan's reassurance, the others finally felt willing to accept Itachi, convinced he wouldn't go and inform on them. And if Itachi did betray them, they believed Yin would personally see to the matter and give them a proper explanation. No sooner had the two of them sat down than Yin poured 2 cups of sake and pushed one toward each of them. Itachi glanced at the cup before him, hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. Elder, I'm not of age yet. Everyone gathered here was on the older side. Yin had been the youngest, until Itachi arrived, that is. That's all right. Consider an early taste of adulthood. Yin clapped Itachi on the shoulder, lifted his own cup, and downed it in a single gulp. The liquor burned on the way down. The taste was far from pleasant. Itachi found himself wavering. He didn't even notice how many times he'd hesitated tonight since coming out with Yin. But the mood was set, and everyone's eyes were on him. With Yin setting the example, Itachi, who was underage as well, could only steel himself and follow suit. He coughed violently as the liquor caught in his throat. Looks like Itachi still needs some practice. How can a man not handle his drink, even if he's just a kid? That's right, he needs to toughen up. When I was his age, I used to sneak sips from my father's hidden stash, and got a beating for it. They were all among their own, and as the sake went around, the atmosphere gradually grew more lively. Itachi's cheeks flushed, and he felt a little out of place. Remembering Yan's guidance, he forced himself to muster what he hoped was an appropriate smile. But the warmth didn't last. When the conversation turned to today's events, the smiles on everyone's faces faded away. The clan head sighed. Even Yan, a staunch supporter of the neutral faction, couldn't help but feel disappointed and helpless. How many times had this happened already? Damn it. We've been working hard, handling all sorts of security issues, so why are we being singled out like this? The villagers don't understand us, and the village targets us. Are we Uchiha destined to be treated unfairly? What's worst is we know exactly who's behind this, but there's nothing we can do. No way to fight back, no way to get revenge. Targeted again? For the Uchiha, being singled out was nothing new. They'd faced it countless times over the years. If it came to it, so be it. They'd go to war, settle things with blades if they must. The Uchiha clan was never short on courage. What they couldn't stand was being forced to swallow their anger in silence, unable to fight back or even speak up. Yin, why don't you lay it all out for everyone? After a few drinks, Yan's face had taken on a rosy hue. He set his cup down heavily on the table and said, I know you have your thoughts, and in this whole family, right now, only Uchiha Yin dares to speak and act without fear. We're all willing to trust you and follow your lead, as long as you can help us vent this long-held frustration. Years of suppression, disappointment, and bottled-up anger had reached a breaking point. No one cared about faction disputes anymore. Whether hardliners, neutrals, or even the last few doves, everyone was now in this together. The atmosphere was just right. Yin turned his glass in his hand before placing it back on the table, his eyes sweeping over each face in the room. Then he asked the same question he'd posed earlier. I already asked Itachi this, but let me repeat it for all of you. Can I trust you? And can I rely on your support? What did he mean by that? Was he asking them to switch sides? Everyone present represented different factions within the family, and any rash decision could spell disaster. Changing allegiances wasn't something you did lightly. Seeing the room fall silent, Itachi, his mind a little fuzzy from the drinks, spoke up to clarify. The captain isn't asking for your loyalty to him personally. He hopes that, just this once, we can set aside our factional differences and unite as one. That was a relief. As long as it wasn't about switching factions, everything else was negotiable. Yin was first to respond. As long as it doesn't involve the family's internal factions, I'll back you. Unless, of course, you're planning to lead us in outright opposition against the higher-ups. Count me in too. Someone chimed in. Me as well. I've had enough. Those bastards have gone too far. Excellent. With everyone's support clear, a satisfied smile appeared on Yan's face. He'd never expected those with real power in the police department to abandon their factions at a moment's notice. That simply wasn't realistic. What he needed now was to unite everyone around this affair, set aside internal disputes, and present a united front to the outside. Yin believed that if they could do it once, they could do it again. In time, once everyone got used to working together like this, the so-called faction issue would become nothing more than a joke. Now that he had their trust, Yin decided to lay out the real plan. Our biggest problem, aside from the clan leader's refusal to strike back, is that we can't retaliate directly because of who we're up against. Even though he's no longer an advisor to the Hokage, his status is still a sensitive matter. He can attack us openly, but if we respond in kind, we'd be crossing a line. He can tarnish the Uchiha name all he wants, but we can't do the same to him. That's the biggest challenge their opponent's status brings. If we want to discredit Danzo directly, unless the Uchiha openly challenge the village, or someone from the Uchiha clan enters the upper echelons, and their status would have to be at least equal to Danzo's. Clearly, neither of these paths is feasible at the moment. Openly defying the village is out of the question. That's a line we can't cross. Likewise, getting someone from the Uchiha into the leadership is nearly impossible. So, are we just supposed to sit here and do nothing? Yan's words are like a bucket of cold water, dousing everyone's spirits. If this won't work and that won't work, then what are we even doing sitting here? We might as well go home and get some sleep. Otherwise, tomorrow will just be another day full of frustration. The clan members grew anxious. That's when Yin put the dossier he'd brought onto the table. A record of Konoha's population? When everyone saw what Yin had pulled out, they were speechless. This was the solution he'd mentioned? They'd been holding their breath in anticipation, only for him to bring out this. Even Itachi's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. What's Danzo's full name? Yin patted the file on the table and asked. Of course it's Shimura Danzo. What else would it be? Yin replied, sounding annoyed, but before he could finish, he suddenly froze. That's right. Danzo's name is Shimura Danzo. We can't go after him directly, but what about the Shimura clan? On the surface, Danzo has distanced himself from his family. But in reality, Danzo still receives all kinds of support from the Shimura clan. If we can't retaliate against Danzo directly, then we'll target the Shimura clan, make their lives miserable. If you make things hard for us, we'll make things just as hard for you. Right now, Danzo can only pull some petty tricks to smear the Uchiha and tarnish our reputation. In return, the Uchiha can leverage the police force to target members of the Shimura clan, making life difficult for Danzo. You make the first move, we'll make the next, tit for tat. Yin didn't believe that, under the full pressure of the Uchiha, the Shimura clan could continue living happily as if nothing had changed. He also didn't believe every member of the Shimura clan was loyal to Danzo or united behind him. Targeting the Shimura clan would be child's play for the Uchiha. Acting in the name of the police force, they could pay extra attention, cause trouble, and if anyone dared to resist, well, that would be considered attacking law enforcement. Lock them up for a few days and sort out later. It's a good plan, but if we do this, I'm afraid our Uchiha reputation. What reputation do we Uchiha even have left? Yin slapped the table and raised his voice. Tell me, just how good is our reputation now? Even if we go through with this, so what? We're targeting the Shimura clan, not ordinary villagers. How much of an impact could it really have? If you can't even muster this bit of resolve, then you'd better go home, wash up, and get some sleep. Don't stick around here whining and shouting. I refuse to be humiliated like this, and the Uchiha clan won't tolerate this disgrace either. Who says I don't have the guts? Stung by the words, someone immediately retorted, his neck flushed with anger. I refuse to believe it. Even if we target the Shimura clan, so what? Let's do it. I won't be able to rest easy until we get this off our chests. I agree. At worst, if the clan leader comes after us, we'll shoulder the blame together. I refuse to believe he would punish all of us at once. The mood had reached a tipping point, and with these words, there was no turning back. Not a single person present wavered, and even Itachi found himself swept in. Whether he wanted to or not joining him would instantly mark him as an outsider, a traitor in everyone's eyes. Whether it was to avoid isolation or simply to vent his frustration, Itachi had no choice but to join them. Reason whispered to him that this was the wrong path, that a single misstep could pit the Uchiha and Shimura clans against each other as mortal enemies. But under Yan's relentless persuasion, whatever shred of reason Itachi still possessed had long been tossed aside. When someone's trampling all over you, how can you talk about reason? Especially when that trampling has gone on for decades. No one could endure it, least of all Itachi, who was only 10 years old. If things go south afterward and you can't take the heat, just pin the blame on me. I, Uchiha Yin, have never known fear. For the sake of our clan, I will never back down. With these words, Yin delivered a final blow that struck straight to the heart. Many of the squad leaders felt their eyes burn with emotion. It was Yin who came up with the plan, who convinced everyone to go along. And now he was willing to lead the charge and even take the fall for them. Where else could they find such a comrade? Compared to the ones they usually swore loyalty to, Yin was on a whole different level. If anyone dares to back out of this, don't blame me, Uchiha Yin, for being merciless, moved by the moment, and declared these words with steely resolve. If we're doing this together, we'll face the consequences together. Anyone who chickens out is a traitor, and I'll show no mercy to traitors. And so, a plan for revenge against the Shimura clan was set in motion. The atmosphere was so charged that Itachi, unable to resist, had a few extra drinks and now felt his mind clouded. But the moment he returned home and saw the person waiting for him in the courtyard, the haze of alcohol was instantly swept away. Father. Itachi stepped forward and bowed obediently. Fugaka looked up at his son. You're home late today. Have you eaten? I went to a gathering with Yin Senpai. I've already had dinner. Is there something you want to talk to me about? Faced with his father's question, Itachi almost stopped breathing. Scenes from the tavern flashed through his mind. Unconsciously clenching his fists, Itachi lowered his head and said through gritted teeth, No, father. Itachi had already steeled himself for a stern rebuke from his father, bowing his head in silent anticipation. Yet the storm he imagined never came. Instead, he felt a heavy weight settle on his shoulder, and, surprised, Itachi looked up. For once, Fugaku allowed himself a rare smile for his son, a smile full of satisfaction. He patted Itachi on the shoulder and said warmly, Well done. You're growing up. You now understand what it takes to fit into the clan and shoulder more responsibilities. Don't let me down. You are my son, after all. Go on, get some rest. Next time there's a gathering, let someone pass a message first, so your mother doesn't worry. Yes, father. Itachi lowered his head and obediently went upstairs. Back in their room, Fugaku, feeling the pride of father, said to his wife, Our child is maturing. I only hope he learns to distinguish between what he should and shouldn't do. As long as he follows Hiko's lead, there shouldn't be any major issues. The clansmen have been holding back for too long. After all, Makoto analyzed with a wry smile. It's a pity my position isn't suitable. Otherwise, I want to join such a gathering myself. Are you kidding me? Fugaku shot his wife an exasperated glare. Go to sleep. Makoto narrowed her eyes, thinking, I've waited half the night for you, and all you have to say is go to sleep? The next day, there was a strange energy in the police force headquarters. Everyone noticed that captains, who rarely patrolled in person, were leading their squads out with fierce determination. Judging by their posture, they didn't look like they were out to patrol. It was more like they were heading for a fight. Hiko, too, was out on the streets, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, taking in every detail. At last, I can head home and get some rest. The thought of his wife and children waiting for him in their warm home filled Jiro Shimura with excitement. After braving all sorts of dangers on the job, the moment his shift ended, he couldn't wait to rush home. Lost in thoughts of his family, Jiro Shimura didn't notice that he was drawing closer and closer to the people on the street. Someone's there? His instincts kicked in. Just as he was about to bump into someone, Jiro sidestepped out of habit. But to his surprise, the other person did the same, and the two ended up colliding forcefully. Oof, cough, cough. Bumping into someone while walking wasn't a big deal. Everyone gets distracted sometimes. But what Jiro didn't expect was that the other person gave him a shove as they collided. You bump into me and have the nerve to push me? On reflex, Jiro raised his own hand and gave a pushback. You shove me, I shove you. Fair's fair, right? But what Jiro never saw coming was that, with a single push, the other person seemed to be hit by a truck, flying backwards a good distance before crashing to the ground. Captain, you actually attacked the head of the police force. How dare you? The moment their captain was sent flying, Shuriyen, the most hot-tempered among them, charged forward without a second thought. The others followed close behind, determined to capture this brazen soul who dared to assault their captain. Izumi, still standing in place, was utterly bewildered. How did the captain suddenly go flying and end up on the ground? Did the other guy really attack the captain? As the members of the police force rushed toward him, Jiro Shimura was thrown into a panic. It wasn't me, I swear. This is all a misunderstanding. Officers, please, don't be rash. Really, it's just a misunderstanding. Shut it. Since when are you our brother? You attacked our captain for no reason. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Are you saying I'm lying? I swear I didn't attack him. I just gave him a little push. Jiro Shimura spun around in desperation. At that moment, he felt as though even 10 tongues couldn't explain his way out of this mess. People nearby scrambled away, eyeing him with a strange mix of shock and awe, as if to say, you're bold, daring enough to attack even someone from the police force. In Konoha, attacking the police force is a serious crime, especially if you do it in broad daylight. With all those eyes on him, no one was going to believe Jiro's claim of innocence. Take him down. Surrounded and with no way to defend himself, Jiro Shimura finally decided to surrender without a fight. All he had done was give someone a casual shove, yet now he was labeled as the man who assaulted the head of the police force. If he dared to resist, that would be seen as obstructing arrest, piling another crime on top of the first. He really did feel wronged. Better to cooperate quietly. There was no sense in further provoking this formidable Uchiha crowd. He'd just keep his head down and wait for the investigation once they got to the police headquarters. Jiro Shimura believed that, as long as he was innocent, he'd be released soon enough. After all, this was just a misunderstanding. It was true that the Shimura clan had Danzo backing them, but that didn't mean they could act as they pleased in the village. On the contrary, they had to keep a low profile. Given Danzo's unique status and position, if the Shimura name made too much noise, even Danzo himself might be the first to cut his own clan down to size. Just sit tight and stay put. Locked up in a cell, Jiro Shimura was still dazed and confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? Captain, are you all right? Just moments before, Yen had looked seriously injured, but the moment he returned to the break room, he was back to full strength. Izumi stared, her eyes wide with realization. Even the most naive person would now understand why their captain had put on such an act. It was all a setup, a frame job. When was I ever in trouble? Yen straightened his uniform, walked into his office, and sat down with one leg crossed over the other. Could you please make me a cup of tea? Thank you. But didn't you just... Quan hurried after him into the office. What'd I just do? Yen asked back, puzzled. Forget I asked. Quan let out a sigh, deflated, and obediently went to make the tea. Although she didn't understand why Yen was acting this way, as his assistant and right hand, Quan knew better than to meddle in matters that weren't her concern. If the captain was doing this, he must have his reasons. Soon, the police department began to notice something odd. The patrol teams had brought in quite a number of people. The charges were all over the place, but there was one thing in common. All those detained were members of the Shimura clan. Some were ninja, others ordinary civilians. Has the Shimura clan lost their minds? Why are they all causing trouble together all of a sudden? Who knows? Maybe something's gotten into them. Ha ha. Maybe they really have lost their minds. Though everyone was curious, that didn't stop them from enjoying the spectacle, even gloating a little. After all, wasn't Danzo always stirring up trouble for the Uchiha? And since Danzo was from the Shimura clan, well, maybe this was karma. If they enjoyed the benefits Danzo brought, then they'd have to bear the trouble he dragged in as well. In the police department, the Uchiha certainly had no sympathy for the Shimura. At the Shimura clan compound, inside the clan leader's residence. Clan leader, many of our people have suddenly been targeted by the police department and taken in. They're all being held there, and the police won't even let us visit. The police department? The Shimura clan leader, who had a fondness for gardening and was trimming excess branches from his plants, set down his shears. Yumu, are you sure you're not mistaken? Why would the police arrest our clan members? I have no idea. Yumu Shimura was just as bewildered. If it were just one or two, maybe it could be overlooked, but over the course of a single day, more than a dozen have been taken in. Even 2 jonin returning from missions have been detained. And the charges were all over the place. Some are suspected of past misdeeds and are being called in for investigation. Some got into conflicts with the police department. The worst is that Jiro and Huerong are being charged with assaulting police officers. What? Assaulting police officers? Now, even the clan leader couldn't keep his composure. Being called in for questioning or being suspected of something, that was manageable. At worst, you just cooperated for a bit, maybe spent a couple of days locked up. After all, the police wouldn't dare keep them locked up forever. But being charged with assaulting law enforcement was no small matter. If they weren't careful, they could end up in prison. Come with me to the police department at once. I want to see for myself just what the Uchiha are up to. The head of the Shimura clan was just about to change his clothes and personally make a trip to the police department. But before he could even step across the threshold, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Yumu, do you think this could be connected to what happened yesterday? A serious brawl had erupted in the commercial district, a major incident in Konoha. Word spread throughout the entire village in just a day, as such trouble could significantly tarnish Konoha's reputation. It was nearly impossible for people not to pay attention. Yet, most folks were simply watching the Uchiha clan become the laughingstock. For the head of the Shimura clan to connect these unrelated events was no stretch. The reason was clear. After all, the clan's big shot, Shimura Danzo, always seemed to be at odds with the Uchiha. What happened yesterday, without a doubt, was another one of his schemes. If these two incidents weren't linked, the Uchiha would have to be out of their minds to pick a fight with the Shimura and risk open hostility. They'd never provoke trouble on purpose. But if there was a connection, then it could only mean one thing. The Uchiha were striking back. Unable to target Danzo directly, they'd set their sights on the Shimura clan instead. If Danzo was out of reach, there was nothing stopping them from tormenting the rest of the clan. If the Uchiha were suffering, then the Shimura could forget about peaceful days too. I'm afraid there's a strong connection. The same pattern, the same tactics, this wasn't the first time it had happened. As members of the same clan, they knew all too well what methods their elder preferred when it came to smearing others' names. The Shimura clan itself had even played a part. All in all, it was hard to say the Uchiha were unjustified in targeting them. Wait here. I'm going to pay my respects to Lord Danzo. The clan head changed his mind. Rather than storming the police department, it was better to see Danzo first and find out what he had to say. For all he knew, there might be no need to cause a scene. Perhaps the Uchiha would release everyone and even offer an apology. Changing his clothes, the head of the Shimura clan promptly set out to seek an audience with Danzo. The ANBU guarding Danzo's quarters paid his visit no mind and simply let him through. My lord, despite being the clan head and a close blood relative, he barely dared breathe in Danzo's presence. Their meetings didn't feel like family gatherings at all, more like encounters between superior and subordinate, no matter that they were cousins. I've told you, do not seek me out at critical moments unless it's absolutely necessary. Danzo scolded him with a frown. Only once the clan head shrank under his rebuke did Danzo ease his stern tone. Well, why are you here? Wiping the sweat from his brow, the clan head stammered. My lord, since early this morning, the police department has been acting like they've lost their minds, arresting our people everywhere for all sorts of ridiculous reasons. Some are being called in for questioning, others are being accused of crimes. The most serious incident involved Jiro and Kurong. They actually attacked members of the police department in broad daylight. The families who tried to visit their captured relatives were all turned away by the police department. So you think the Uchiha are retaliating, and since they don't dare target me directly, they're focusing on the Shimura clan instead, is that right? Danzo cast a frosty glance at the Shimura clan leader. The Uchiha are just getting more and more pathetic. Before the Shimura leader could say another word, Danzo sneered and cut him off. You can go now. head straight to the Hokage's office and report all of this to Hiruzen. He'll deal with it. Such blatant acts of revenge. There's no way the third Hokage would just sit by and do nothing. At worst, the Shimura clan might make some noise, but ultimately, it's the Uchiha who will pay the price. Retaliation? Do you really think the village's patience with the Uchiha still runs so deep? Fools. And you're no better. Coming to me at such a critical moment over something so trivial. You can't even handle a minor issue like this. You're utterly useless. As Danzo secretly ridiculed the Uchiha, he didn't forget to berate his own clan in his mind as well. Clan leader, what did Lord Danzo say? When the Shimura clan leader returned home, Yumu hurried over to meet him. He told us to handle it ourselves. First, I should go to the Hokage's office and report directly to the Hokage. They had gone out of their way to seek help, only to be met with cold sarcasm and mockery. The Shimura clan leader felt a wave of discomfort. He couldn't shake the feeling that Danzo placed his own interests above those of the clan. It was as if the Shimura clan was expendable, and only what Danzo possessed truly mattered. It would be one thing if Danzo were just selfish, but even as he accepted the clan's support, he didn't seem to care about them at all. A classic case of someone who forgets the cook's hard work the moment they finish their meal. Fortunately, the third Hokage and the two elder advisors had a conscience, supporting the Shimura clan both openly and behind the scenes. If the clan had to rely on Danzo alone to repay their loyalty, the Shimura might be wiped out before seeing a single benefit from him. Waving his hand, the Shimura clan leader said, "That's enough for now. I'll make a trip to the Hokage's office. Go, and let everyone know there's no need to panic. This will all be over soon. The Uchiha can't possibly keep targeting us forever." Even though Danzo's attitude was terrible, at least he'd given the Shimura clan a bit of reassurance. The clan leader also believed that, once the third Hokage got involved, the matter would be resolved and the Uchiha would be warned not to stir up any more trouble. What he failed to consider, though, was that at this very moment, the third Hokage was already overwhelmed with other crises. Where would he find time for such a petty affair? Even if he wanted to intervene, at most the police department would release those whose charges didn't stick. As for those already found guilty, getting them out wouldn't be so easy. After leaving his clan, the head of the Shimura family hurried to the Hokage's office building. The third Hokage sat alone in his office, weary and troubled. He had hoped to resolve the affairs of the daimyo's mansion with the least cost and the simplest method, but Jiraiya had thrown a wrench in his plans. Jiraiya didn't want to remain in the Leaf Village. He wanted to take Naruto and leave, but the third Hokage refused to let Naruto go with him. It was rare for Jiraiya to be so stubborn, but once his mind was set, even the third Hokage found himself at a loss. Hokage-sama, the head of the Shimura clan, requests an audience. What does he want? Since he needed some quiet to think, the third Hokage had specifically instructed the ANBU stationed outside to notify him first if anyone came to see him. Let him in. Pushing aside his troubling thoughts, the third Hokage composed himself, sat down in his chair, and casually reached for his pipe. Hokage-sama. Entering the office and closing the door behind him, the head of the Shimura clan bowed respectfully. Just a moment ago, the third Hokage's face had been clouded with worry, but now, a warm smile appeared in its place. No need to be so formal. I've simply been busy with village matters lately, so I asked the ANBU to stand guard outside. That's only right, Hokage-sama. You work tirelessly for the village, so you deserve some peace and quiet to rest and think. The Shimura clan head offered a small, polite compliment. The third Hokage's smile grew brighter. You never change, do you? If only Danzo were as easygoing as you, things would be much simpler. Hokage-sama, you're joking. When it came to Danzo, the Shimura clan head dared not say too much. He could only laugh awkwardly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the third Hokage's expression turned serious at last. So, clan head Shimura, do you have something to report? Now the real business began. The Shimura clan head's face shifted instantly to one of outrage as he began to voice his grievances against the Uchiha and the police force. Hokage-sama, you must stand up for the Shimura clan. The Uchiha have gone too far. Without cause, they've detained our clan members at the police force and refused to allow their families to visit. Are you kidding me? The third Hokage was dumbfounded. He'd expected something major, and this was it? The police force arresting members of the Shimura clan was enough to bring the head of a ninja family running to the Hokage's office to complain. Hasn't every clan had people arrested at some point? So, it's just that members of your clan were detained? The smile slowly faded from the third Hokage's face, revealing his displeasure. He'd thought the Shimura clan head had come rushing to report something important, but it turned out it was only because his people had been detained. It was a testament to the third Hokage's patience. Anyone with a worse temper would have already started shouting. Hokage-sama, it's not what you think. Seeing the misunderstanding, the Shimura clan head hurried to explain. Since this morning, the police department has had their eyes on the Shimura clan. Quite a few clansmen have been arrested or taken away on all sorts of strange charges and pretexts. There were even incidents where someone attacked the police department captain right on the street. By the end of the day, over a dozen people have been taken in. This is obviously targeting us. There could be many reasons for the police department to arrest members of the clan, but taking in more than a dozen in a single day, something about that just doesn't add up. There's definitely something fishy going on here. What are the Uchiha up to? Just yesterday they promised things would change, things would get better, and now today they're cracking down even harder. Wait a minute. Could this be because of what happened yesterday? The third Hokage wasn't a fool. It didn't take him long to connect the dots to the events of the day before. Looking at it this way, it almost felt understandable. After all, Danzo's position is far too sensitive. The Uchiha wouldn't dare go after him directly. If they couldn't target Danzo, then the Shimura clan would become the scapegoat. In the end, Danzo was a member of this family. Once he realized this, the third Hokage began to reassure the Shimura clan leader. Go back and wait for news. I'll have Uchiha Fugaka come and explain things in person. I'm sure we'll have an answer soon. Ordinarily, the third Hokage wouldn't bother getting involved, especially now. But the Uchiha's actions were already crossing a line. If this went unchecked, today it might be the Shimura clan, but tomorrow it could be the Koho, the Mito, or even the Sarutobi. Yes, sir. Hearing this, the Shimura patriarch's face lit up, and he walked away in high spirits. Have the Uchiha clan leader come here. Yes, Lord Hokage. With the order given, the ANBU operatives immediately set off to inform Fugaku. Fugaku was fully aware of everything happening at the police department, but since the squad captains hadn't reported up, he treated it as routine law enforcement. In the third squad's break room, all the squad captains had gathered together. Yin, one of the ringleaders, asked nervously, Hiko, we've brought back quite a few suspects. What do we do next? Do we just convict them outright? The police department had that authority. Interrogate, convict, then throw them in jail. Afterward, write up a report and send it to the Hokage's office. That was all it took. But if they acted that way, things wouldn't hold up under scrutiny. If the Hokage's office decided to investigate, it could mean big trouble. After all, some of those people had only been brought in under the pretense of questioning. Convict them? What conviction? Hiko gave a faint smile and asked curiously, Have you all forgotten the police department's procedures? Hiko, this isn't the time for jokes. Yin couldn't help but scowl. Everyone was waiting for your lead, and here you are, making jokes. That's right, Hiko. Now isn't the time for games. Everyone's waiting for your plan. Now that we brought them in, do we convict them or what? It's easy enough to find an excuse or charge to detain someone and have them brought in for questioning at the police department. But convicting someone without proper grounds is another matter entirely. This is exactly what's making everyone anxious. Once the people are in custody, we can't just let them walk out without consequence. I'm not joking. Yin put away his smile and spoke with a serious tone. If there isn't enough evidence, or if the charges don't hold up, then just release them. Doesn't that make all our efforts for nothing? Right. If that's the case, why bother arresting them in the first place? After hearing Yan's words, the crowd grew restless and dissatisfied. Silence. Yan struck the table with his palm, his voice ringing out with authority. What kind of behavior is this? If you've chosen to trust me, then follow my lead. If the evidence is insufficient, if the charges don't stand, then let them go. For those whose guilt is certain, we proceed as usual according to the rules. If we're looking to make trouble, we need to do it step by step, not just swing blindly at everything in sight. Otherwise, it's no longer about pressure. It becomes outright provocation. If I'm not mistaken, someone from the Shimura clan has probably already filed a complaint at the Hokage's office. Of course, it's impossible to pin a solid charge on every member of the Shimura clan and bring them all down. So, we still have to let some of them go. But since our focus is on them, we can't just let them off so easily. Remember, the initiative is in our hands. If we release them today, we can always bring them in again tomorrow. The point is to make things uncomfortable for the Shimura clan. We didn't come together just to throw every last Shimura into jail. If there's a legitimate charge, then follow due process and put them on trial. No charge, or not enough evidence, then let them go. Next time, arrest them again, or call them in to cooperate one more time. The goal is to keep them on edge, so long as we don't make a big spectacle of it. What's the worst that could happen? Even if they complain to the Hokage's office, what can come of it? Do you really think the third Hokage will be endlessly bothered by these trivial, petty matters? Oh, and remember to write up a report and submit it to the clan head when you let someone go. If the Shimura clan tries to make trouble, the clan head will definitely be summoned to the Hokage's office. This way, we keep the clan head from being backed into a corner, and we give the Hokage a clear account of our actions. We cause them trouble, and at the same time, keep the third Hokage from having any grounds to criticize us. Release everyone we can, and for those with solid charges, don't sentence them yet. There won't be a word of complaint the Hokage can utter. The third Hokage might realize the Uchiha are picking a fight with the Shimura clan, but as long as we don't go overboard, he'll have no choice but to turn a blind eye. Haha, that's the way to do it. Let the Shimura clan know the Uchiha aren't to be trifled with. Maybe we'll even stir up trouble within their ranks. Everyone's anxiety and unease quickly settled under Yan's direction, as if they had taken a calming pill. One by one, they went off to make preparations. As for the clan leader who was supposed to go to the Hokage's office to be questioned, he was already forgotten, pushed to the back of everyone's minds. The clan leader does nothing and doesn't let us do anything either. Letting him take the blame for once doesn't seem too unfair, does it? Soon enough, many members of the Shimura clan who had been arrested or brought in for questioning were released. Reading the reports submitted by the various squads, Fugaku fell silent. He had the sinking feeling that he was about to become the next scapegoat. Clan leader Fugaku, the Hokage would like to see you. Sure enough, before Fugaku even had time to collect himself, members of the Umbu arrived. Silently gathering the document from his desk, Fugaku followed the Umbu ninja to the Hokage's office. Fugaku, I hear your police force detained quite a few members of the Shimura clan today. Upon Fugaku's arrival, the third Hokage wasted no time, getting straight to the point. Yes, Lord Hokage. Whether or not this had been Uchiha Fugaku's intention, at this moment, he could only take responsibility. Only learned about it myself after reading the reports from each squad. But before I came to the Hokage's office, most of those people had already been released. Only those with confirmed charges, who must go through the proper procedures and face trial, remain. If you think it's unnecessary, Lord Hokage, I can go back right now and have my clansmen release them. They've already been released? The third Hokage paused for a moment, a bit surprised. Yes, as long as they've been released, that's good. Even though this involved a public order case, arresting people without evidence can have a serious impact and tarnish the reputation of the police force. As for those whose guilt is established, just follow the usual procedure. This is the duty of the police force, and they have the authority to handle such matters. The third Hokage certainly could have ordered the police to release the detainees, but there was no need for that. Otherwise, he would only invite unnecessary gossip. If the charges are established, there will be official case files and reports. A quick look is all it takes. Making a big show of ordering the police to release people? The third Hokage was hardly the Shimura clan's caretaker. By handling things this way, he was already giving them plenty of respect. Fugaku, what matters most to the village right now is earning the daimyo's forgiveness and resolving the issue of the assassination attempt. I trust you understand what I mean, don't you? A necessary warning could not be omitted. The third Hokage had no desire for more trouble at such a critical moment. I understand. Please rest assured, Lord Hokage, you can place your full trust in the Uchiha. After pledging his loyalty, Fugaku returned to the police force as if nothing had happened, much to the relief of the squad captains who had been worried they'd be reprimanded by the clan leader. I couldn't help but give Yin an inward nod of approval, and my trust in him steadily grew. Just as Yin had promised, nothing out of the ordinary happened. No unexpected twists, and the clan leader didn't show any sign of reprimanding them. It was almost as if nothing at all had taken place. Many members of the Shimura clan were released and allowed to return home, but the Shimura clan leader found no joy in this outcome. The real problem remained. Those who had been confirmed guilty were still locked up in the police department, especially two of the clan's elite jonin. Their crime, assaulting the police force captain, had been committed in broad daylight, right there in public view. As long as the police department refused to let this go, these two Shimura jonin were destined to spend some time in Konoha prison. Clan leader, the Uchiha are going too far. They're clearly targeting us. What kind of ridiculous charge is this? It's a setup, plain and simple. Whether it was the Uchiha or the Shimura, whenever a clan meeting was called, chaos was almost inevitable. Even the Hyuga clan, infamous for their draconian rules, couldn't escape heated arguments and bickering elders during their family meetings. Enough! What kind of spectacle are you making with all this shouting? Unable to tolerate the clamor any longer, the Shimura clan leader barked at his clansmen in anger. I've already visited the Hokage. All we can do now is wait quietly for news. I believe the Hokage will give the Shimura clan a fair resolution. Instantly, the meeting room fell silent. Many nodded in agreement, choosing to place their trust in the third Hokage. I don't mean to question the clan leader or the Hokage. What I'm saying is, the only reason Uchiha is doing this is because of the grudge from before. But what if Uchiha is dead set on opposing us and keeps targeting our people? What do we do then? Have you considered this? Uchiha can arrest people, but they can also release them. They could even arrest someone again tomorrow. What then? This wasn't some clever scheme. Yan's plan was simple. Keep holding the Shimura clan hostage, making their lives as difficult as possible. Anyone with a clear head could see right through these tactics if they just stopped to think. But so what if you see through it? The power to enforce the law is in Uchiha's hands. The Shimura clan can only endure it. Even if it's just a matter of being arrested and released over and over again, it's more than enough to wear them down. And beyond being humiliating, this cycle would deal a devastating blow to the Shimura clan's reputation. Those in the know would realize Uchiha was simply out to make life miserable for the Shimura, but outsiders wouldn't see it that way. They would only wonder what dark secrets the Shimura must be hiding. Otherwise, why would Uchiha keep arresting their people? If you had nothing to hide, would Uchiha really keep coming after you? As more people start to think this way and suspicion grows, the Shimura clan's name will be thoroughly ruined. One must understand that maintaining a positive image for a person or a family is no easy task, whereas tarnishing someone's reputation is all too simple. If they dare, then at worst we'll go to the Hokage and have him stand up for the Shimura clan. I don't believe the Uchiha would dare to stand against us to the bitter end. If the Uchiha can target us, we can target them too. Who's afraid of whom? The clan members erupted into another heated argument. The head of the Shimura clan felt as though even more white hairs had sprouted on his head. To the bitter end? If the Uchiha are willing to make things unpleasant for you, they'll persist in making your life miserable. Besides, when it comes to mutual mudslinging, do the Uchiha even need more tarnishing? Their reputation is already so dark they're immune to these trivial acts of revenge. If it were any other clan, they'd have to worry about retaliation from the Shimura, since the Shimura clan has people in positions throughout the village. But the Uchiha have no such fears. Most Uchiha either work in the police force, run family businesses, take on related jobs, or simply serve as ordinary shinobi and ninja squads. If you want to strike back at them, you'd have to think long and hard about where to even begin. The hope is that things won't escalate to that point. All the clan head could do was watch his people bicker endlessly, while secretly hoping the Uchiha merely wanted to vent their anger, not drag this feud out to the bitter end. He also wished the third Hokage would take their side and put a stop to the madness of the Uchiha clan. But the Uchiha's campaign had only just begun. Now that Fugaku was turning a blind eye, the squad leaders beneath him threw themselves into it with gusto, and soon the entire police force had their sights set on the Shimura clan. Members of the Shimura clan found themselves inexplicably hauled off to the police force, and, frustratingly, they were powerless to resist. The most infuriating part was that after being detained for a day, the police force would simply release them and send them home, only to fix their suspicious gazes on them again the very next day. Many within the Shimura clan felt they were on the brink of madness. Discordant voices grew louder within the clan, but the third Hokage, whom the clan head had pinned his hopes on, failed to come to their aid. Then came an even more terrifying chain reaction. As more and more Shimura were detained, villagers began to speculate. What sort of shady dealings had the Shimura clan been up to warrant such attention from the police force? Once the seed of suspicion is planted, uprooting it comes at a heavy price. At least for now, the Shimura clan is powerless to dispel these negative rumors. Until Danzo is reinstated and regains his former authority, the Shimura clan cannot clear their own name. Meanwhile, the third Hokage continued his efforts to persuade Jiraiya, holding repeated heart-to-heart talks, and at last, there was a breakthrough. The tug-of-war between master and disciple finally came to an end with Jiraiya's reluctant concession. I don't have to take Naruto with me, and I can help the village look for Tsunade, but I can't guarantee I'll be able to bring her back smoothly. Old man, what's past is past, but Naruto is innocent. I hope the village can clear his name, resolve the misunderstandings, and stop all the baseless targeting and slander against him. Jiraiya, once an impression is formed, it's very hard to change people's minds, especially since Naruto's caused quite a bit of trouble. With such a request from Jiraiya, the third Hokage had nothing to object to. He could help clear Naruto's name, but without revealing Naruto's true identity, it would be nearly impossible to plug the holes Danzo had dug. Danzo's sabotage, Root's relentless smear campaign, and Naruto's own string of misadventures had already left an extremely poor impression of him in the villagers' eyes. This wasn't something that could be fixed by simply posting a notice at the Hokage's office. Unless the whole truth was revealed, maybe then, the villagers would forgive Naruto out of gratitude for the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze's deeds. Unfortunately, the Hokage's office couldn't make these facts public. We'll do what we can. Jiraiya understood the third Hokage's predicament. He also knew that some deep-seated prejudices weren't easily changed, especially since Naruto really had caused a share of commotion. All we can do is try our best. There was no way Naruto could return to a normal life overnight. Some things could only be resolved step by step. Rushing wouldn't help. Jiraiya was in no hurry, but the third Hokage was anxious. When you plan to leave? The daimyo's estate isn't giving us much time. Tomorrow, I promised Naruto I'd take him out for a picnic. At the mention of this, Jiraiya grinned, looking every bit the cheerful fool. Seeing the joy radiating from his former student, the words of advice the third Hokage had been about to say were swallowed back down. Oh, that's right. Jiraiya brought up another request. Old man, you know Tsunade's been hiding from me. She doesn't want me to find her, afraid I'll convince her to return to the village. If I'm on my own, it could take a long time. You want to bring some people to help you? Yes. That's fine, but since the daimyo's estate has drawn away a lot of our manpower, so... The third Hokage agreed at once. He was desperate for Tsunade to return to Konoha, to have a proper talk with the daimyo, and resolve the situation. But the ANBU were stretched thin. There just weren't enough people to spare. Umbu! Jiraiya waved his hands emphatically. I don't need ANBU support. Just let Uchiha and bring a team, and come with me. I get along with that kid, so forget about the ANBU. All right. Compared to the affairs in Daimyo Prefecture and Tsunade, the issues concerning the Uchiha seemed trivial. The third Hokage didn't ponder for long before agreeing to Jiraiya's request. Well then, I'll head back first. I need to prepare more supplies. Naruto's appetite is no small matter. With a hearty laugh, Jiraiya leapt up onto the windowsill, bid the third Hokage farewell, and vanished from sight. Now that Jiraiya was finally settled, the third Hokage could at last take a proper breath and relax. After a brief rest, he took out a mission scroll and added a temporary clan task for the Uchiha. The basic structure for missions and commissions in every ninja village was more or less the same. Most of the village's tasks were issued directly from the Hokage's office, while external requests and commissions first underwent the Hokage's review, then were sent to the mission department to be picked up by ninja squads. If a mission or commission was particularly urgent or important, the Hokage's office would assign a specific squad to carry it out directly. Beyond these, there was another category, clan missions, meant specifically for ninja families. Ninja clans enjoyed many privileges and benefits that ordinary ninjas did not, and in return, they were expected to pay a corresponding price. Clan missions were one of the ways they fulfilled this obligation. Without designated clan missions, many wealthy families might simply refuse to accept general tasks or commissions. Take, for example, the Nara and the Inoshikacho trio, or the Hyuga and the Uchiha. In the Hidden Leaf Village, clans like the Hyuga and Uchiha managed a wide array of businesses and enterprises. This was why so many of their ninjas either never joined regular ninja squads or left as soon as they completed the Chunin exams. The Uchiha were relatively flexible, but as for the Hyuga main family, unless there was a compelling reason, their members might not leave the village even once in 8 or 10 years. Once a mission was issued, the scroll would be delivered straight to the police force by the ANBU. Should he get involved in the reorganization of the police force? Unaware that he was about to be chosen for an external assignment, Yin was still mulling over whether he should intervene in the police force's restructuring. Ever since Fugaku suggested reorganizing the police force, so much time had passed without any progress. Worse yet, the hardline elders had grown increasingly wary. They feared that Fugaku, as clan leader, might use the police force reform as a means to undermine their authority. Although Fugaku came across as timid and indecisive to outsiders, and even seemed to waver internally, the truth was that, in certain moments, his ruthlessness could be truly astonishing. Uchiha Yin, please proceed to the chief's office. The chief would like to see you. The secretary's arrival interrupted Yan's train of thought. I'll be right there. Without further hesitation, Yin straightened his clothes and said to Izumi, I'm going to the minister's office for a bit. Sort out these documents, then you can clock out and head home. Spend some time with your mother, and give her my regards. I'll visit her in person another day. Really? Mother had been talking about it for quite some time, and Quan had hinted at it too. But Yin was always busy, so it kept getting postponed. Out of Quan's sight, Yin made a quick gesture to show everything was fine, then left the break room without looking back, making his way to the minister's office. Minister, did you want to see me? Yin was so familiar with the route that he arrived at the minister's office with ease. Before he could even sit down, Fugaku tossed a scroll his way. He instinctively caught the scroll and glanced at it, surprised. Designated clan mission. But as far as I remember, all the clan missions for this month have already been completed. The village would assign missions directly to the clans, but there was always a set number. Once they were done, the Uchiha typically had nothing more to do for a while. Yet here was another mission popping up out of nowhere. Yin wasn't fond of these unexpected assignments. They always gave him the feeling that someone was setting him up. This is a last-minute mission. Lord Hokage specifically asked you to lead a team and provide support. It's classified as a special mission with A rank compensation. Provide support? Yin opened the mission scroll and, after reading for a moment, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Now he understood why this sudden mission had appeared. Turns out it was all thanks to Jiraiya's handiwork. Yin didn't know the specifics, but with Jiraiya taking the lead, it meant this mission wouldn't be easy. Either it was extremely dangerous, or the level of difficulty was just absurd. And to make matters worse, it was a designated assignment. He couldn't refuse. Take Itachi with you. He needs a broader world to help him grow. A broader world, my foot. If you want me to take your son on a field mission to broaden his horizons, just say so. No need for excuses. I'll bring him along. Yin picked up the scroll, tossed it lightly in his hand a couple of times, and left the minister's office. He needed to make some preparations first. What if it turned out to be a truly dangerous mission? Missions that weren't under his control, with unclear levels of risk, were exactly the kind Yin disliked most. They left you wide open to being set up, or falling right into someone else's trap. Hiruzen, a mission as important as finding Tsunade, shouldn't involve the Uchiha. For some, there are almost no secrets in the Hokage's administrative building. They could get wind of anything at the first moment. Sure enough, as soon as the news broke, the two elder advisors arrived at the Hokage's office, intent on persuading the third Hokage to cancel the mission. The person who understands Tsunade the best is, without a doubt, her fellow Sannin, Jiraiya. With Jiraiya on the job, the mission is sure to be completed. It's just that it might take a bit more time. Lately, the Uchiha, especially Uchiha Yin, have been unusually active. They have been a bit too active. The third Hokage set down his pen, rubbed his eyes, sore from hours of reading documents, and smiled as he said, "You're all just looking at what's right in front of you. It's true that the Uchiha are more active than before, but I don't see that as a bad thing." What do you mean by that? They didn't quite understand. Hadn't keeping the Uchiha in check always been their goal? How could it possibly be a good thing for the Uchiha to become so active? Hiruzen, I don't agree with you there. The Uchiha haven't given the Shimura clan a moment's peace lately. Now, whenever a Shimura sees an Uchiha, they have to hide. This can't possibly be a good sign. If the Uchiha can target the Shimura clan like this, what's to stop them from turning on other clans as well? That was exactly why the two advisor elders were so unsettled. Each of them had their own clan standing behind them, and over the years, they hadn't held back from taking aim at the Uchiha either. If the Uchiha decided to use the same tactics on their clans, what would they do then? No matter how much authority the advisors held, they couldn't just run to the police force every day, begging them to release clan members. Look at the Shimura clan, arrested one day, released the next, and then arrested again. The mere thought of it was enough to make anyone feel sick to their stomach. Hearing the endless complaints and misery from the Shimura clan, the two advisor elders quietly resolved that they had to stop the Uchiha at all costs. This must never happen to their own clans. The Shimura clan is being targeted because Danzo simply refuses to settle down, even at a time like this. The third Hokage grew angry just mentioning the issue. "I've been cleaning up after you, running around day and night. Who knows how many brain cells I've lost, or how much hair I've shed, yet you're still causing trouble behind my back." Normally, Danzo's scheming against the Uchiha might not be a big deal, but at such a critical moment, it's nothing but sabotage. Konoha's reputation is already in tatters, and you still insist on adding fuel to the fire. Tell me yourselves, continuing to hound the Uchiha right now, isn't that just making my job harder? The two advisor elders were left speechless, because, truth be told, Danzo's actions really were just making things worse. It was precisely because he kept stirring up trouble at such a sensitive time that the Uchiha had focused their attention on the Shimura clan. Besides, Jiraiya requested that Uchiha Yin join the mission for the good of the village. Jiraiya isn't a fool. When gathering information about Naruto, the Uchiha's involvement is naturally essential. He understands that the relationship between the Uchiha and the village has reached a dangerously precarious tipping point. At this moment, Yin happened to be the most prominent and representative figure among the Uchiha, so Jiraiya wanted to bring him along, not just to search for Tsunade, but also to have a good talk with Yin along the way. He hoped to improve the tense and dangerous relationship between the village and the Uchiha. It's all a pointless effort, really. Once they understood Jiraiya's intentions, the two no longer insisted on having the third Hokage cancel the mission. Though they still refused to admit defeat aloud, they had to concede that the relationship between the Uchiha and the village was indeed strained and indeed dangerous. Trouble could befall the Uchiha, but never when the village itself was in jeopardy. What about the Shimura clan? Koharu Udatane probed with a question. The Shimura clan leader had approached her, but she hadn't given an answer. After all, he had first gone to the third Hokage, But it was all in vain. The Uchiha were still targeting them. The Uchiha had clearly set their minds on this. Even if she stepped in, it might not help. If a stern warning from the higher-ups were enough to make the Uchiha back down, things wouldn't have reached this point. I'll remind Fugaku. The third Hokage frowned, making it clear he had no desire to deal with these messy disputes any longer. If the Uchiha were to cause a bigger stir, the third would surely warn Fugaku at once, put him on notice, and try to get the Uchiha to behave. But the police department had mastered the art of walking the line, tormenting the Shimura clan to the brink, but never crossing into real trouble. Well, then, let the Shimura clan endure as best they can. It's not that we're unwilling to help. There's simply nothing we can do. They'd have to fend for themselves. Their best hope was that the Uchiha would tire of this soon enough, and when that day came, they'd stop targeting them. That was the only way Koharu could see it. The next morning, Yin arrived at the village gate, right on time, only to realize he had miscalculated. Itachi had already arrived, but there was no sign of Jiraiya anywhere. Who knows whether that guy overslept, or if he'd spent the previous night out enjoying himself a little too much and missed the rendezvous. Captain, dressed in a sleek black outfit, Itachi stepped forward. Noticing Yin scanning the area for someone, he immediately understood that more than just the two of them would be on this mission. Others would be joining as well. Yin nodded in response, then strolled over to lean against a tree by the roadside. Let's wait a bit. Someone else hasn't arrived yet. Itachi stood quietly by, waiting with calm patience. Glancing at the silent Itachi, Yin couldn't help but shake his head. Perhaps Itachi only ever opened up when he was with Sasuke or Shursui. Sorry, I'm late. After more than half an hour, Jiraiya finally arrived, unhurried and unbothered. His clothes were rumpled, and there were still traces of sleep in the corner of his eyes. Clear evidence that he'd spent last night somewhere quite lively, and, exhausted, had overslept this morning. Going on a mission with Lord Jiraiya? Itachi glanced over at Yin. Yin gestured at him, then started heading toward the village gate. Hey, wait for me. Seeing that Yin and Itachi were leaving without a word and not waiting for him, Jiraiya hurried to catch up. As he walked, he apologized. I've been sticking close to Naruto lately and haven't been out at all, so I went for a walk last night. That's why I'm late. Looks like wherever Lord Jiraiya went last night, it probably wasn't anywhere respectable. Itachi speculated quietly to himself. Yin shrugged indifferently. No need to explain. Finding some fun is still better than spying on people in the bath. Can you tell us what the mission is? Some missions required secrecy, strict secrecy. Sometimes, only the team leader knew what the actual mission was, keeping even comrades in the dark. You needed to know what kind of mission this was, so he asked Jiraiya directly. It's not really a classified mission. Jiraiya replied as he scratched at his unruly hair and stifled a yawn. Our mission is to find Tsunade, persuade her to return to the village if possible, and bring her back. The daimyo's estate needs her to negotiate on our behalf. So that's it. They want to use Tsunade's family ties with the daimyo's household. The third Hokage really is a master strategist. But come to think of it, does a mission to find Tsunade really require someone from the Uchiha clan? Jiraiya could handle this on his own. Besides, persuading Tsunade to return to the village is a tough job. Only Jiraiya stand a chance. Yin and Itachi would hardly be of any help. This time, the daimyo's estate and other ninja villages have joined forces to pressure Konoha. The old man's feeling the heat, so he needs Tsunade to step in and pay her respects to the daimyo. Given how messy things have gotten, it'd be odd if there wasn't pressure. Yin hadn't expected that a piece of intelligence, 1 part truth, 3 parts fabrication, would blow up like this. His only intention was to give Danzo and the third Hokage something to worry about, to distract them from the Uchiha. Who could have guessed things would spiral so far? Well, Danzo only has himself to blame. He never knew when to rein himself in, so he left a lasting impression of mistrust on the daimyo. Now, at the slightest hint of trouble, the daimyo is immediately on edge. The big villages, Cloud, Stone, have seized the chance to stir up trouble as well, and that's how the current situation came to be. It sounded urgent, but Jiraiya didn't seem rushed at all. He strolled along at a leisurely pace, even pausing now and then to find a stream where he could wash up, splashing his face, taming his wild hair, and scrubbing away the heavy scent of alcohol. Then, he fished out some jerky from his pocket, sat by the water, and started chewing contentedly. Want some? He waved the jerky invitingly. Yin rolled his eyes. No thanks, you enjoy it yourself. Itachi's lips twitched slightly in amusement. Just a moment ago, Jiraiya was crouched by the stream, washing up. No sooner had he finished than he pulled out some dried meat to eat, scooping up water with his hands to drink along the way. You have to know, the water in this stream moves at a slow pace. What Jiraiya was doing was more or less eating dried meat, while washing it down with the very water he just washed up in. Having grown up with a rather slovenly nature, Jiraiya didn't mind being thought unrefined. He simply sat right down on the ground, gnawing on his dried meat, and kept drawing Yin into conversation about all kinds of topics near and far. By the way, I heard your Uchiha clan has been having some trouble with the Shimura family lately. What exactly did Lord Jiraiya mean by that? Itachi glanced at Yin, who shook his head in response, and then took a seat on a nearby rock. It's nothing major, just a bit of friction. Compared to what Lord Danzo does, it's hardly worth mentioning. After all, with all the commotion outside, Lord Danzo never scruples to use underhanded tactics against the Uchiha, always managing to stir up trouble that seriously harms our reputation. As expected, the Uchiha really do resent Danzo, especially Yin himself. No wonder he would curse him out in public back at the police force. After finishing a few pieces of dried meat, Jiraiya wrapped up the rest and stowed it away, sighing with regret. In fact, after the Night of the Nine Tails attack, I also tried to track down that mysterious man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Unfortunately, I found no clues at all. With no intelligence to go on, they were fumbling around like headless flies. How could they possibly find anything? Who would ever suspect that the mysterious man was actually Uchiha Bito? Not to mention anyone else. Even Minato, Obito's own teacher, hadn't recognized his identity. Apart from Jiraiya, probably no one else in all of Konoha would so openly discuss the Night of the Nine Tails with someone from the Uchiha. Yin raised an eyebrow slightly. He could tell that Jiraiya's intention in bringing up these matters was mainly to smooth things over between the Uchiha and the village. Try to persuade the third Hokage and his advisors. Well, that was a lost cause. If he couldn't sway them, then his only option was to start from the Uchiha side. No wonder they arranged a last-minute clan mission and made sure he was assigned to it. So this was what they were waiting for. It really was amusing. When the higher-ups couldn't be persuaded, they opted to approach the Uchiha instead. The funny thing was, Jiraiya himself was one of the village's top figures, though he simply didn't hold an official position. In truth, over these past few years, our Uchiha clan has also been trying to investigate the mysterious masked man who calls himself Madara. If we can't unmask him, the misunderstandings between the Uchiha and the village will be hard to resolve. Unfortunately, after years of trying, we still haven't found any useful information. Yin shook his head in regret and spoke plainly about the strained relationship between the clan and Konoha. Because of the second Hokage's prejudice and discrimination, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village deteriorated step by step. The Night of the Nine Tails created an even deeper rift between the village and the Uchiha, tearing open a wound that has never healed. Was the clan's poor relationship with the village really caused by the second Hokage's prejudice? Hearing this, Jiraiya was momentarily at a loss for words, and even Itachi couldn't help but frown. Most of the information he had gathered so far suggested that the Uchiha themselves were responsible for the strained relations between the clan and the village. Yet here was Yin, claiming it was the second Hokage's doing. And what's more, Jiraiya found himself unable to refute it. Could it be that Shursui was wrong? Yin pretended to be troubled by a headache. To be honest, I'm lost right now. I hope the rift between the clan and the village can be healed, but I have no idea where to begin. All that ever surrounds the Uchiha is surveillance, exclusion, and secrecy. Wherever an Uchiha is assigned an important mission, they're constantly watched. If someone wants to leave the village, it's almost impossible. Even getting a position assigned by the village is fraught with difficulty. What's truly hard to understand is that when Uchiha risk their lives for the village, when they shed blood for the village, those who should have become celebrated heroes instead receive no recognition or reward. Their achievements are downplayed, quietly swept under the rug, even hidden away. How was he supposed to respond to this? This wasn't how the script was supposed to unfold. Yin had laid out one injustice after another suffered by the Uchiha, leaving Jiraiya completely at a loss. Jiraiya, as a senior leader of the village, tell me, what should I do to heal this rift between the clan and the village, a rift deeper than even the Valley of the End? In the end, Yin tossed the problem right back to Jiraiya. Weren't you the one hoping to ease tensions between the village and the Uchiha, to stop both sides from edging ever closer to disaster? Then show the Uchiha a clear path. What can the Uchiha do to dispel the misunderstandings, to convince the higher-ups to end their surveillance, to finally erase this deep-seated prejudice? Jiraiya sat cross-legged, his right knee raised, palm pressed thoughtfully under his chin, his face clouded with worry. Yan's question was a hot potato, impossible to handle. Itachi's eyes showed a trace of expectation, waiting for Jiraiya's answer as well. Jiraiya was, after all, a high-ranking leader of the village. Surely someone of his stature could offer a meaningful solution. He pondered for a long time, chin in hand, before finally breaking the tense silence with a sheepish laugh. Haha. Well, this is a real headache, isn't it? The old men's prejudice is definitely wrong, but the Uchiha have their issues too, even putting. Aside the mysterious figure from the Nine Tails incident, there's unrest within the Uchiha themselves. The hardliners are always a problem. The hardliners want to resolve the problem through a coup, but that will only deepen the misunderstandings and conflicts with the village. So, you're saying that as long as the hardliners stop stirring up trouble, and if the Uchiha can handle their own hardliners, make them disappear, the village's prejudice against the Uchiha will vanish too? That the village will stop targeting and watching them? Is that what you mean? Jiraiya laughed it off, but Yin followed up sharply, his words striking like a knife to Jiraiya's ribs. Wait a second, that's not quite what I meant. I just wanted to say that the hardliners shouldn't act recklessly, not whatever this is. Jiraiya suddenly panicked, because he could see a murderous resolve welling up in both Yin and Itachi's eyes. It looked like they were about to take matters into their own hands against the family's hardliners. Hold on, don't get ahead of yourselves. That's not what I meant, Jiraiya fumbled his explanation, but the more he tried to clarify, the more his thoughts became tangled. In the end, he realized that once his words were spoken, he couldn't take them back. If he denied it, he'd be no different from the third Hokage and the others. If he admitted it, and the Uchiha really did deal with the hardliners, but still didn't get what they wanted, then Jiraiya would be gravely at fault. As expected, disappointed, Yin shook his head, stood up, and brushed off his clothes. It's about time. We should get going. Watching Yin stride away, Itachi following close behind without a backward glance, Jiraiya wished he could slap himself. All he could do was awkwardly trail after Yin and Itachi. Yin paid no mind to Jiraiya behind him. He put a hand on Itachi's shoulder and tilted his head. Is it hard to accept? Yeah, Itachi answered honestly, nodding. Just a few minutes ago, he still held a glimmer of hope for Jiraiya. But that glimmer had now been snuffed out. The irony was, Jiraiya, who couldn't make a promise and ended up contradicting himself, still hoped that Yin could help smooth things over between the village and the Uchiha. It was almost laughable. Haha, you'll get used to it. He wanted nothing more than to find a hole and crawl in. How embarrassing. Utterly humiliating. Jiraiya knew he'd made a fool of himself today. For a while after, Jiraiya acted calm and focused, throwing himself into the search for Tsunade with great effort. He had originally planned to ask Yin and Itachi to run errands for him, but now he was collecting information all by himself. Ironically, Yin and Itachi ended up spending most of their time lounging around the inn or hotel with nothing to do. Of everyone, Jiraiya and Orochimaru probably understood Tsunade best, except Tsunade herself. With Jiraiya gathering targeted intelligence, unless Tsunade was hiding out in the most desolate, uninhabited places, it was only a matter of time before she was found. Gathering information about Tsunade wasn't difficult at all. All it took was a stroll around the local casinos, and plenty of useful gossip could be picked up. Whenever you heard phrases like Lady Gambler or Big Spender, you simply had to follow the trail. There was no way you'd be led astray. After leaving Konoha, it was in the fourth town they reached that Jiraiya finally managed to get the information he needed. Just a few days earlier, a certain notorious big spender had lost everything at the town's casino. When the debt collector showed up late at night to demand payment, they found nothing but an empty doorstep. Aware that there was no way to repay her gambling debts, the big spender had already made her escape well before the collectors arrived. Timber Street, named after a single crooked, drooping tree, was home to this small, remote town. Inside an out-of-the-way tavern, Shizune sat teary-eyed, clutching her nearly empty purse, begging, "Lady Tsunade, please. If we keep gambling, we'll lose even the money we need for food and a place to stay. Just trust me one more time, Shizune. I promise, this time we'll win for sure. We'll pay back all our debts, I swear." Flushed from too much sake, Tsunade wheedled and pleaded like a mischievous scoundrel, trying to charm the last few coins from Shizune's purse in hopes of one more lucky round at the casino. As for whether they'd actually recover their losses or even win anything, well, who could say? "No, I won't believe you anymore, Lady Tsunade." Shizune clung desperately to her purse, shaking her head over and over, as if to say, "Nothing you say will ever convince me again." Not wanting to end up sleeping on the streets, Shizune was determined not to part with their last bit of money, no matter what. But suddenly, with a quick jerk, Tsunade snatched the purse right out of Shizune's grasp. Hif hif. Holding the now pitifully empty purse, Tsunade grinned triumphantly, looking every bit the rascally rogue teasing an innocent girl. "Should I go in now? If I walk in, will Tsunade beat me up and snatch my money too?" Outside the door, Jiraiya stood torn, covering his face with both hands in dismay. He couldn't help but recall certain unforgettable memories, Like the time the Sanin's mission pay vanished in a single night at the hands of a certain big spender. Or the time his own savings had disappeared, leaving not a single coin behind, thanks to that very same gambler. Standing behind Jiraiya, Yin and Itachi were both exasperated, dark lines practically etched across their foreheads. At his wit's end, Yin finally gave Jiraiya a well-placed kick from behind. Ow! With a startled yelp, Jiraiya tumbled headfirst into the tavern, drawing every pair of eyes, including Tsunade's and Shizen's, straight to him. Watching Jiraiya scramble up from the ground, his face flushed red, Tsunade couldn't help but narrow her eyes. She already had a good idea why Jiraiya had shown up here. It was surely about the matter at the daimyo's residence. Boss, another table of dishes, and bring 2 more bottles of sake. Although she had little interest in Konoha's affairs and didn't want to get involved, Jiraiya's arrival meant someone else was footing the bill. So Tsunade unceremoniously decided to squeeze a little out of Jiraiya. It was perfect timing. Shizen, worried about sleeping on the street, had been pinching every penny when ordering food. Now that they had someone to pay, they might as well eat to their heart's content. You've really outdone yourself, kid. I'll remember this. Jiraiya shot a threatening look at Yin before finally heading over to Tsunade. Yin, with Itachi in tow, sat down at the next table, then waved to the innkeeper. Bring us some of your signature dishes, and make it quick. Right away, gentlemen, please wait a moment. The tavern owner called out cheerfully, and another round of appetizers and 2 bottles of sake for the next table. What are you doing here? Tsunade, who had originally planned to try her luck at gambling, lost all interest once Jiraiya appeared. She casually tossed her wallet to Shizen. Clutching the wallet tightly in both hands, Shizen was nearly moved to tears. They'd managed to keep their last bit of travel money safe. Even though they could squeeze a meal out of Lord Jiraiya today, what about tomorrow? Or the day after? If Lady Tsunade was in a bad mood, she wouldn't want to earn money. If she didn't earn, there'd be nothing coming in. When nothing came in, every penny had to be stretched, and they might even end up sleeping on the street. Life was just too hard. Picturing all the possible hardships ahead, Shizen couldn't help but sigh in worry. Tsunade, long time no see. Jiraiya, who could talk circles around female spies and had weathered all sorts of storms in his decades of wandering, always turned into a bumbling fool in front of Tsunade. Please enjoy, lords. The sake Tsunade ordered was the first to arrive. She twisted off the cap, didn't even bother with a cup, and took a heavy swig straight from the bottle, downing more than half in one go before setting it down with satisfaction. She glanced at the next table, casting an amused, half-smiling look at Jiraiya. It really has been a long time. I just didn't expect you, Jiraiya, to be mixed up with the Uchiha. To find you as quickly as possible, the old man sent out a mission and had me bring them along to look for you. Jiraiya offered a casual explanation, then tried to sit down beside Tsunade. But before he could, he noticed Tsunade's frown fixed on him. On instinct, he practically bounced upright and quickly slid over toward Shizen's side. That's more like it. At least you know your place. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction and went back to her drink. Shizen, relieved, quickly made room for Jiraiya. Please have a seat, Lord Jiraiya. I'll move to the next table so you two can talk. Being caught between Tsunade and Jiraiya was definitely uncomfortable. So Shizen decided to sneak over to the next table for a free meal. What on earth? Why aren't you sitting at your own table, and instead coming over here for food? Yin looked Shizen up and down, clearly unamused by her direct approach as she sat down without the slightest hesitation, dark lines of exasperation forming on his forehead. Itachi, on the other hand, stood up politely and greeted her. Hello, senior. I'm Uchiha Itachi. Hello, I'm Shitsune. Shizen returned the greeting with a smile, her gaze drifting from Itachi's face to the collar of Yan's uniform. Yan's combat outfit was custom-made, so the family crest wasn't on his back but embroidered neatly on the collar. Catching sight of the Uchiha crest, Shizen couldn't help but recall a certain classmate from the past, mockingly called the worst of the lot, the least Uchiha-like of all, Uchiha Obito. Remembering Obito's fate, Shizen let out a barely audible sigh. As she composed herself, a handsome face suddenly loomed large in her vision. He was coming closer, fast. So close, in fact, that their faces almost touched. What's going on here? Quietly sitting to one side, Itachi watched in surprise as Yin suddenly leaned in toward Shizen, his pupils widening. He thought inwardly, could it be that Captain has a thing for the senior? With the distance so close that Shizen could practically count the pores on Yan's face, she was so startled that she leaned back instinctively and fell to the ground with a thud, making a dull sound. Who knows if she'd bruised her behind? What are you doing? Why did you suddenly get so close? It took Shizen a few seconds of stunned silence before she leapt up from the floor, rubbing her sore bottom, cheeks flushed, glaring at Yin with wide, fiery eyes. This guy was way out of line. He just shoved his face right up to hers. Is this? Tsunade blinked in confusion, her drunken, hazy eyes full of questions. Could him possibly have feelings for Shizen? Wow, just went for a head-on. Now that's bold. Jiraiya immediately let his imagination run wild, filling in the blanks with all sorts of gossip. You kept staring at me, so I thought you might get tired. I just made it easier for you. Look all you want. Yin said with clear annoyance. Me? Staring at you? Shizen was flabbergasted. Was she? She didn't think so. She'd only been looking at the Uchiha crest on his collar, though admittedly, the collar was quite close to his face. Oh, so Shizen likes it that way. Tsunade, in her tipsy stupor, finally caught on and let out a dramatic cry. Shizen, I'm not against you dating, but you really should find someone closer to your own age. This kid is several years younger than you. But I have to admit, he is quite handsome. As she spoke, Tsunade made sure to give Yin a fair appraisal. I did not. Lady Tsunade, you're making things up. Shizen grew flustered and hurried to Tsunade's side. Her cheeks flushed as she tried to explain. I just noticed the Uchiha clan's crest, and it reminded me of an old classmate. I wasn't staring at him. I understand. If you like him, go for it. I'm rooting for you. Tsunade nodded enthusiastically, insisting she understood. You understand nothing. Shizen was on the verge of tears from frustration. Jiraiya burst out laughing, clutching his belly. Was it my misunderstanding? Hiko tilted his head and glanced at the collar, which was quite close to his face. It really wasn't his fault. After all, the collar was right near his face. If you're staring at that spot, of course I'd think you were looking at my face. A simple misunderstanding, but Tsunade had now gathered some new jokes at Shizen's expense. They hadn't even finished the meal before Shizen's face had turned red several times. After eating, Hiko decisively got up and went out for a stroll, with Itachi following behind. Shizen, already wishing she could bury her head in the sand, went unnoticed, while Jiraiya cast a complicated look at Tsunade. Tsunade, come back with me. The village needs you. TCH. Jiraiya's words actually made Tsunade laugh out loud. With a self-deprecating smile, she still clung to her bottle of sake. I'm just someone with a severe phobia of blood. The village's affairs have nothing to do with me anymore. Come on, drink with me. Let's not talk about such troublesome things. Tsunade had already heard about the daimyo's residence. After all, the rumors were spreading like wildfire. When she first heard the news, she couldn't help but laugh. It really was an amusing story, though she wasn't sure how much of it was true. Funny as it was, Tsunade had no intention of getting involved. Go back to Konoha? No. For her, Konoha was nothing more than a place of heartbreak. Hearing this, Jiraiya, who had prepared a stomach full of arguments, fell silent and simply drank with her. The number of empty bottles on the table grew and grew. Tsunade, who hadn't drank so freely in ages, let out a contented hiccup, her eyes squinting. Who knew if it was the sake talking or if she was putting on an act? You brought the Uchiha kids here, but I doubt you only came looking for me. Knew I couldn't fool you. Jiraiya's expression turned sour. Shizen, playing clueless nearby, pricked up her ears. Uchiha Hiko, Uchiha Itachi. One is a genius known throughout the Uchiha and the village. The other is the rising star of the clan. No one would have guessed this kid could dismantle a Uchiha faction in such a short time and earn the loyalty of so many clansmen. The more dazzling his performance, the more uneasy the old man gets. So I want to take the chance to test him, talk to him about the village and the Uchiha. And the result? Jiraiya gave a wry smile. The result was I got schooled. Oh. Tsunade's narrowed eyes slowly opened, her brown gaze brimming with amusement. So even you, Jiraiya, have days like this? Come on, tell me. Now I'm a little curious about this Uchiha Yin kid. I knew you love gossip, and I also know you'll tease me about this in a minute. With no choice but to roll my eyes in resignation, I told Tsunade everything that had happened on the way over. After all, with her I never really had the right or the heart to refuse. Tsunade, who was mid-sip, sputtered her drink right in Jiraiya's face. After a couple of coughs, she collapsed onto the table, roaring with laughter. You're still as clueless as ever, Jiraiya. Where did all that cleverness of yours go? Did you get reverse-educated or something? You never stop to think about what kind of people the old man and Danzo are. The things they cling to, you really shouldn't get yourself mixed up in. But I have to admit, the kid wasn't wrong. Danzo and the old man really did go too far this time. Still, you can't really blame them. They've always been schemers at heart. After what happened the night the Nine-Tails attacked, of course the Uchiha clan would be watched and guarded. At least Tsunade showed some restraint. She didn't start criticizing her granduncle, Tobarama Senju. Come to think of it, the bias against the Uchiha really began with Tobarama. But his prejudice was more personal than systematic. Unlike the third Hokage and Danzo, who inherited and amplified that bias on behalf of the whole village. Still, the kid's pretty handsome. Shizen, have you thought about it? You're not getting any younger, you know. Jiraiya and Shizen both nearly threw their backs out in surprise. Who would have thought that? Right in the middle of a serious discussion, Tsunade would suddenly slam on the brakes and swerve the conversation so abruptly. Tsunade-sama, I told you, that's not what I meant at all. Shizen was at her wit's end. Jiraiya could only give an awkward, sheepish grin. He knew better than to wade into this topic. Tsunade, let's get back to the point, okay? Don't change the subject. I really hope you'll come back with me. Forget it. Without me, Konoha will be just fine. Even if things at the daimyo's residence get messy, the old man will find a way to handle it. At worst, they'll just lay all their cards on the table. As long as the daimyo isn't a complete fool, he won't just cut ties with the village. Cut the funding? That's just bluster. Empty threats. Nothing more. Everyone knows the Land of Fire looks like a juicy steak to the rest of the world. If Konoha didn't have the military might to keep everyone at bay, that meat would have been picked clean long ago. As long as the daimyo isn't an idiot, he won't do anything reckless. At most, he'll apply some pressure, stir up a scene, just to make Konoha bow first. But if you push Konoha too far, it won't end well for the daimyo either. A sharp whistle of air cut through the moment. Accompanied by the sound of swallowing, Tsunade slumped onto the table, and in less than 20 seconds, the faint sound of snoring could already be heard. Jiraiya was speechless. If he didn't know Tsunade's personality so well, he might have suspected she was just pretending to be asleep. But in truth, Tsunade had genuinely fallen asleep. She wasn't faking it. She had drunk far too much, and now, leaning groggily against the table, she was completely out cold. Well, there's no rushing this. We'll take it slow, Jiraiya sighed. He could only ask Shizen to help lift Tsunade up and get her settled somewhere to rest. When it came to persuading Tsunade, haste would get him nowhere. Yet, despite his claims that there was no hurry, the next day, as he faced Tsunade, her head pounding from a hangover, sprawled across the table in utter misery, Jiraiya found himself anxiously pacing in circles. It wasn't so much Tsunade's physical state that worried him, but rather the fact that their conversation the previous day had stirred up painful memories from her past. At least yesterday, though Tsunade was drunk, she was still willing to talk. But today, she radiated a forbidding gloom so intense that even Shizen, her young apprentice, didn't dare approach her easily, let alone Jiraiya, who wanted to persuade her to return to Konoha. Forget it. If it doesn't work, I'll just wait a few more days. Jiraiya kept reassuring himself, convinced that Tsunade's mood would soon improve. He could afford to wait. But what Jiraiya never expected was that Tsunade's negativity would cling to her for days on end. With the deadline set by the third Hokage fast approaching, not only had Tsunade made no progress, but Jiraiya himself had become nothing more than a walking wallet. See, that's what happens when people are trapped by their feelings. Family, love, cherish them while you can, Yen commented out of the blue. Itachi, for his part, didn't quite grasp the meaning behind Yen's words. At this point in his life, he simply couldn't comprehend Tsunade's pain. After all, everyone he cared about was still alive and well. His only real concerns were for his clan and the village. Jiraiya held back as long as he could, but in the end, he snapped. Tsunade, we can't go on like this. The village needs you, and we're running out of time. For once, Jiraiya stood his ground before Tsunade. He slapped both hands down on the table, leaned forward, and glared at her from above, hoping to jolt her out of her stupor and end this endless cycle of drunken self-torment. Day after day, she drank herself into oblivion. Every time she got drunk, she dwelled on old heartbreaks, spiraling deeper and deeper with no way out. What's wrong with me? Tsunade asked, eyes narrowing dangerously as she raised the bottle in her hand. The oppressive aura that had surrounded only Tsunade now swept over Jiraiya as well. Oh no, that look in her eyes was truly terrifying. Faced with Tsunade's sharp gaze, Jiraiya instinctively shrank his neck. The tough stance he had just put on collapsed in an instant. Shizen, Yen, and Itachi, who were sitting nearby, couldn't believe their eyes. After spending a few days together, Yen and Shizen had gradually become familiar with each other, while Itachi and Shizen still maintained the distance of senior and junior. Even though Itachi made a real effort to change, occasionally forcing a stiff smile. Sigh. Looks like Lord Jiraiya is going to fail again. Shizen couldn't help but cover her face in embarrassment. How shameful. She had thought he might act with a little backbone this time, but this is all he's got? I'd sooner believe the sun would rise in the west, Yen remarked calmly as he ate. It was a bit surprising, but as long as Tsunade remained Jiraiya's one true love, he could never bring himself to act tough in front of her. Might as well focus on his meal. After all, this wasn't his mission, and the outcome didn't affect him in the slightest. Filling his stomach was the real priority. Most importantly, this was an official expense, every cost covered by the most dashing of all, the Toad Sage himself, Lord Jiraiya. At least, Jiraiya certainly thought he was the most dashing. He never lacked for self-confidence. Shaking his head, Yin chose to keep eating. Itachi nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly endorsing Yan's point. Rather than worrying about whether Jiraiya would finally stand up for himself, it was far wiser to eat while they could, especially before Tsunade started drinking and the whole table lost its appetite. "Hey kid, got a problem with me?" Tsunade, still irked by Jiraiya's retreat, happened to overhear Yan's comment about the sun rising in the west. Her eyes narrowed, locking onto Yan. "What? I'm just trying to have my meal. How did I end up in the crossfire?" "And Jiraiya, you really are hopeless. Always the loyal puppy, doomed to end up empty-handed. It's true what the elders say. Flatterers never get the prize. Those who dare to speak their minds and take a chance are the ones who win the beauty's heart." You had to admit, Dan Kato had incredible luck. He showed up just when Tsunade needed someone who would believe in her and support her. Yin gave Jiraiya a look, raised his eyebrows, and replied, "No, not at all. If I'd gone through what you have, I'd probably spend my whole life wandering too, never returning to Konoha, not even if my life depended on it." Huh. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Was he mocking her, or was he actually sympathizing? This kid really had no filter. Jiraiya slapped his forehead and, without drawing attention, quietly edged closer to Yin. If Tsunade suddenly lashed out at Yin, he could at least intervene. Otherwise, if the two of them started fighting, things could get out of hand fast. The sound of someone gulping down a drink filled the air. Draining the rest of the wine in one go, Tsunade set the empty bottle aside. She turned toward Yin, raised her hand, and beckoned him over with a playful curl of her finger. "Sure, I've had my share of hard times," she said, her tone flippant. "But I haven't sunk so low that I need a kid to pity me. If you're not convinced, you're welcome to. Try and persuade me. If you manage to change my mind, I won't promise anything else, but I will step forward to resolve the issues between the Uchiha and the village." As she spoke, Tsunade shot Jiraiya a look of disdain. Pathetic. Not even brave enough to make a promise like that. And you call yourself one of the legendary Sannin. Why am I suddenly caught in the crossfire? You two can do whatever you want. Just leave me out of it. You dare, but I don't. Wait, there's a deal like this on the table? Yin was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Tsunade to make such a promise, and it seemed Jiraiya must have boasted about some of his accomplishments. In the eyes of outsiders, Uchiha Yin was a man who fought tirelessly for his clan. The truth, however, was that everything he did was for himself first, and only then for the Uchiha. If the clan weren't in such a precarious position, teetering on the brink of disaster, he wouldn't bother meddling in their affairs at all. No one else knew this, so to others, Yin appeared wholly devoted, a true Uchiha, sacrificing everything for his family. There was a sharp crack as Itachi's pupil shrank and the chopsticks in his hand snapped in two. Tsunade's words had struck him hard. Peace between his clan and the village. This was the hope Itachi had longed for. Now, someone had finally offered a glimmer of that hope. Involuntarily, Itachi turned his head, eager to see whether Yin would join in the effort to persuade Tsunade. It was a tempting promise, one that could make anyone's heart race. But in the end, it was unlikely to change anything. To start with, Tsunade was famously stubborn, the sort who'd dig in her heels and refuse to budge. Even if Yin managed to talk her around, what then? If Tsunade did step forward as a mediator, she could make a real difference, perhaps even pull the Uchiha back from the edge of disaster. But then what? Once Tsunade patted her hands clean and returned to her wandering ways, what would become of the Uchiha? Anyone could guess that as. Soon as she left, the third Hokage and his advisors would go right back to their old ways, continuing to target the Uchiha as before. After all the plotting and scheming, the end result would be nothing but wasted effort. So, no matter how enticing the offer, Yin remained unmoved. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Tsunade pressed, arching an eyebrow when Yin didn't react and simply continued eating. "Aren't you Uchiha Yin? The one who'd do anything for his clan? What? Losing your nerve now? I just don't see the point, that's all." It seemed there was no way to finish this meal. Yin set down his bowl and chopsticks, lifted his head, and met Tsunade's challenging gaze head-on as he spoke candidly. "Even if I could persuade you, what difference would it make? You'd go back to the village, handle things at the daimyo's residence, give the Uchiha clan a hand, and maybe ease the tension between them and the village. And then what? You and Jiraiya would just dust off your hands and leave, and the situation between the clan and the village would go back to how it was before. Don't think I'm exaggerating, and it's not like I'm targeting anyone in particular. You know full well, our dear Hokage and Danzo have never stopped singling out the Uchiha. Not for a moment. It's been decades. If things could have improved, it wouldn't have dragged on until now. This kid wasn't so easily rattled. Jiraiya shot Tsunade a helpless look. If Yin were really so easy to sway, he'd have thrown himself into the fray long ago. He wouldn't need Tsunade to step in. Besides, everything Yin said was right. If the problem with the Uchiha were so easy to solve, it wouldn't have been postponed again and again for decades. Even if Tsunade stepped in, she could only bring a brief reprieve. Once she left, things would just slide back to where they started. Unless Tsunade stayed in Konoha for good. But was that even possible? Since it wasn't, why waste the effort or her breath? So, you're not interested? The challenge in Tsunade's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by indifference. That's right, not interested, Yin replied calmly. Unless the terms change, say, you become the 5th Hokage, or you get rid of Danzo. Just pick one. Do you dare? A challenge? I can play that game too. Go on, Tsunade. Let's see if you're brave enough to take that bet. If you are, I'll step up. If you're not, then spare me the pointless talk and get back to your drink. You got some nerve. The 5th Hokage, me? Or take out Danzo? Tsunade was completely stunned. Jiraiya started coughing, his face turning red, while Shizen stared in shock, unable to believe that this good-looking, likable young man could come up with something so wild. If Tsunade became the 5th Hokage, then naturally, the promise she made would be something she could uphold. Or if Danzo were out of the picture, as long as that poisonous snake was dead, even if the Uchiha were still targeted, as long as they didn't try to stage a coup, they could live peacefully in Konoha. At worst, they'd be watched and harassed, nothing more. Yin paid no mind to everyone's stunned expressions and continued. The Uchiha may be targeted, but for now it's only that targeted. Danzo is different. He's always been obsessed with the idea of wiping us out. So tell me, Our Lady Tsunade, do you dare give me a real promise? Promise? My foot. I can promise to step forward and handle the problem, but that doesn't mean I want to become the 5th Hokage of the village, nor does it mean I have the power to get rid of Danzo. To provoke first, and then end up being provoked in return. This change of positions is happening way too quickly. Tsunade shot Yin a series of exasperated glares, so much so that she didn't even feel like replying. Yin let out a sigh, a hint of disappointment in his voice. As expected, in this world, you can never trust the words of women or gamblers. Crash! The table shattered in response, Tsunade's rage exploding. Her chest nearly burst out of her clothes as she tore them open, fixing Yin with a furious glare and shouting. You little brat, what did you just say? You can't trust the words of women or gamblers. I was just saying, don't take it to heart. Really, don't take it so seriously. Yin shrugged, getting ready to make his exit. There's nothing quite as thrilling as dropping a provocation and then slipping away. Don't you dare leave. Just as Yin tried to sneak off, Tsunade wouldn't let him have his way. Uchiha Yin, you'd better explain yourself. Yin stopped in his tracks, turned around, and wagged his finger at the furious Tsunade. What's the point of explaining? Even Jiraiya doesn't dare to make a promise. And you, when you do, it's as good as not promising at all. Do you need to spell it out even more clearly? Damn it, this is infuriating. Tsunade nearly lost control and punched Yin right then and there, embarrassment and anger mixing together. Even if I return to the village, there's no way I can send the old man home to retire. Your promise is impossible to fulfill. So you mean as long as I can convince you, you'll stay in the village and aim for the position of 5th Hokage, is that right? A cold laugh escaped Tsunade, more out of anger than amusement. So it all comes down to making me stay in the village, just to ensure the Uchiha clan won't be targeted anymore. Kid, I see right through you. Since you're so eager to make a bet, then let's have it. If you can convince me, I'll admit you're impressive. Become the 5th Hokage? Tsunade had never entertained such thoughts. If she had, after the Third Great Ninja War, Minato and Orochimaru wouldn't have stood chance. If Tsunade had wanted to be Hokage, the 3rd Hokage would have supported her without question. Sometimes, when you look closely, you realize the 3rd Hokage is actually a very contradictory man. He clings to power, but can still put the village first. Of course, it's also possible that the pressure he bore was simply too great, forcing him to choose Minato as a transitional figure, and thus sidelining him directly. All that support for Minato had a simple purpose. Minato could be controlled, but Orochimaru could not. All those claims about people with dark hearts being unfit for Hokage are just nonsense. Hiruzen Sarutobi himself did plenty of questionable things, and honestly, which Hokage hasn't. Even the Kazekage of the sand, the Tsuchikage of the stone, the Mizukage of the mist, the Reikage of the cloud. Who among them can claim to have clean hands? Each and every one of them has walked through a world of bloodshed and intrigue. The promise of becoming the 5th Hokage was unrealistic. Tsunade's bottom line was simply to stay in the village, to ensure that the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha would no longer teeter on the edge of danger. Very well. Tsunade had no intention of taking on the mantle of the fifth Hokage, but by remaining in the village and making that promise, she had already offered up her greatest concession. This was a deal worth pursuing, but convincing this woman, who was currently seething with rage, would not be easy. Yin took a moment to gather his thoughts, raising his hand in a deliberate gesture. Though it might be a bit cruel to say this, I'll say it anyway. Lady Tsunade, how do you, the disgrace and unfilial daughter of the Senju clan, have the nerve to roam the ninja world as you please? A sharp collective gasp filled the air. Everyone held their breath, waiting because they all wanted to know how Yin would persuade Tsunade. Yet, as soon as Yin spoke, his words left everyone stunned. The disgrace of the Senju clan? An unfilial daughter? What on earth was Uchiha Yin thinking, daring to speak such word aloud? Was he just using this as an excuse to insult her? Is this any way to convince someone? It's over, it's over. Lady Tsunade is furious now. What should I do? What am I supposed to do? Shizen was petrified, fear gripping her heart. Tsunade's heavy breathing grew louder, her nostrils flaring visibly with each exhale, and Shizen felt her heart plummet into despair. She desperately wanted to grab Yin and run, to prevent Tsunade from exploding and beating him to a pulp. Tsunade was on the edge of bursting, just one step away from the breaking point. The others trembled in fear, but Yan's expression was calm, as if he was oblivious to Tsunade's impending eruption. What's wrong? Did I strike a nerve? Are you angry now? The angrier Tsunade became, the more delighted Yin was, because anger meant she still cared. A woman who fixates on details isn't frightening. What's truly frightening is a woman who no longer cares about anything. If Tsunade ever reached that point, Yin would turn and walk away without hesitation. The Senju clan has always been one of the great houses, locked in conflict with the Uchiha for generations. For 1,000 years, countless clans have faded into history, yet the Senju and Uchiha have both endured. Until now. But what a pity. While the Uchiha have thrived, you, Tsunade, are all that remains of the Senju. Let's not talk about the glory or the legacy of your clan. To be honest, in a few more years, the Senju might become nothing more than a footnote in the history of the ninja world. No, that's not even accurate. The Senju name has already vanished. So, Lady Tsunade, I'm truly curious. As the last surviving member of the Senju, how can you ignore your clan's legacy and honor, and instead sink into this whirlpool of self-denial? How did it come to this? The legacy of the Senju clan was severed long ago. Damn it, this was Grandpa and Granduncle's decision. Tsunade could no longer hold back. She lunged at Yin like a furious lioness. Tsunade, calm down, please. Calm down. Jiraiya quickly stepped between them, hoping to soothe Tsunade and prevent her from being further provoked by Yin. Get out of my way. Tsunade, teetering on the edge of an outburst, landed a punch squarely on Jiraiya's face. With a wail of pain, Jiraiya was sent flying, crashing through the tavern's wooden wall and leaving a human-shaped hole in his wake. With a thunderous crash, the spot where Yin had been standing exploded. Cracks spiderwebbed across the ground, the floorboards shattered, and splinters of wood flew everywhere. The surrounding patrons, terrified by the chaos, covered their heads and bolted. Tsunade's temper flared without warning, leaving the tavern owner utterly stunned. What did I ever do to deserve this? Are they trying to tear my place apart? Damn it, you stop right there. In the next instant, Tsunade vanished from the tavern, chasing after Yin in a fury that spilled out onto the street. Yin moved like a nimble cat, dodging swiftly, never letting Tsunade close in, all the while taunting her further. The first and second Hokage wanted to prevent the Senju clan from overshadowing the very existence of the Hokage. Their decision to have the Senju and other ninja clans blend into the common folk didn't mean the legacy had to vanish. The Senju's line, "It's true, end came at your hands, Tsunade." A resounding crash answered Yin, as Tsunade's devastating kick struck down. Screams and shouts filled the air as homes along the entire block suffered the blow. The ground caved in, leaving a sprawling pit, and buildings nearby began to tilt and collapse. The weaker structures, especially those closest to the center, crumbled entirely. This is it, my poor wallet? Clambering out from the rubble, Jiraiya stared at the chaos engulfing the street, his head spinning as if a hive of bees had taken up residence inside. Tsunade was always the one causing destruction, but as for who would pay for it all, well, as the leader of the mission, that responsibility fell squarely on him. The thought of his savings evaporating left Jiraiya pale as a ghost. He slumped to the ground, defeated, feeling as though all hope had drained from his life. The Hyuga clan will go to any extreme, enforcing cruel rules just to preserve their legacy. The Uchiha have protected theirs for generations. Yet only the poor Senju have seen their line broken, nearly erased from history. Nawaki's death dealt you a heavy blow, Tsunade, but you managed to carry on. Who would have thought that a man named Dan Kato would be the one to finally break you? It seems, in your heart, love outweighs family, clan, and legacy. Before Yan's words could fully fade, he vanished. The spot where he had just stood was leveled to the ground. I have to admit, when it comes to causing destruction, Tsunade, with her monstrous strength, is absolutely unmatched. If she ever started her own demolition company, she'd make a fortune. Landing steadily on a rock, Yan continued speaking. Considering all these factors, I'm not wrong to call you the sinner and unfilial daughter of the Senju clan. Shut up. Tsunade's eyes blazed with fury, her voice turning hoarse from shouting so loudly. Want to keep going? With a slight smirk, Yan flipped his hand, producing a brand new kunai. He pointed at his own finger and warned, "Don't come any closer. I'm about to go all out. Go all out, my." Enraged beyond words, Tsunade wanted nothing more than to stomp Yan flat or smash him with a punch. Yet, just as she was about to move, her body froze in place, as if paralyzed by a binding spell. She couldn't budge, and a slight tremor ran through her limbs. "It hurts a bit, but I can handle it. Should I keep going, Lady Tsunade?" Yan flicked his now bleeding finger, grinning as he asked. You scoundrel." Tsunade was shaking all over, her hemophobia attacking with full force. She felt utterly weak, barely able to stay upright by leaning against a nearby tree. In the world of ninja, can anything really be called underhanded? At most, it's just targeted tactics. "Have you calmed down yet?" Yan approached step by step. Tsunade's eyes went wide with alarm as she cried out, "Stay away from me." Still not calm. Yan raised his brows slightly and prepared to cut himself again. Tsunade was on the verge of a breakdown. "Stop it. I'm calm now. Stop. Just stop. See? Wasn't that easier?" Yan halted, no longer approaching the now limp and shaken Tsunade. "So, Lady Tsunade, are you planning to keep wandering around, living as a notorious cash cow for every troublemaker out there? Or are you ready to turn over a new leaf and return to the village, taking up your clan's responsibilities? In your dreams, I'd rather die than go back." "Oh, so you're threatening me now? Just because I have hemophobia doesn't mean I'll bow to your threats." "Well, that's that then." Yin shrugged, regret in his tone. "If you'd rather die than return, what can I do?" Shaking his head, Yin turned to leave. "Well then, have fun out there. As far as I'm concerned, as long as the Uchiha legacy survives, that's enough. If the village and the clan can't be saved, then so be it. After all, Danzo is dead set on wiping out the Uchiha, but the Uchiha won't go down without a fight. Even if they're destroyed, the village will be left in ruins." Watching Yin walk farther and farther away, even wrapping up his wound, as if he'd given up on persuading her, Tsunade was left in a daze as her hemophobia slowly faded with the absence of blood. "Wait, what just happened here?" I throw out a harsh retort, and you just leave? Where did all that bravado you had when you were yelling at me just now go? "Wait a minute." Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Tsunade called out, "Has the Princess Tsunade changed her mind?" Yin turned back, surprised. "In your dreams." Tsunade's expression darkened, and she scoffed. "I just want to ask, has the situation between the village and the Uchiha really gotten as bad as you say?" "It's even worse than I described." Yin shook his head. Under the village's long-term oppression and constant surveillance, the Uchiha have suffered a great deal of unfair treatment. After being targeted for so long, some members of the clan have banded together and formed a hardline faction with the goal of a coup. Right now, their momentum is at its peak. It's like dry tinder. One stray spark, and everything will explode. No matter who makes the first move, whether it's the village or the hardliners from the clan, the end will be mutual destruction. The Uchiha will be wiped out, and the village won't come out unscathed either. After all, the Uchiha's strength is nothing to underestimate. You're being a bit alarmist. Tsunade walked toward Yin, noticing how guarded he was, as if she might attack him at any moment. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Even if the hardliners want a coup, it's not like everyone will follow them. If things were as dangerous as Yin claimed, the coup would have already happened. It couldn't have dragged on till now. Tsunade wasn't sure about everything, but she did know Uchiha Fugaku fairly well. Given Fugaku's character, there's no way he would let the hardliners have their way. So, Yan's story seemed highly unlikely, almost impossible. Ha ha! When the nest falls, how can any eggs remain intact? Once the hardliners start a coup, do you really think the Uchiha have any chance of survival? Yin burst out laughing. Maybe the odds were low, but did that really make a difference? The moment the hardliners acted, the Uchiha's fate would be sealed. Besides those planning a coup, There's that masked man claiming to be Uchiha Madara lurking outside like a predator, and Danzo, Shimura constantly stirring up trouble and fanning the flames. If things keep going this way, the all-out conflict between the Uchiha and the village is just a matter of time. Maybe I shouldn't have expected anything from you. Rather than hoping for help from a woman who doesn't even care about her clan's legacy and honor, I should be thinking about how to prevent the Uchiha from being wiped out. You brat, that's enough. Tsunade's blood pressure shot through the roof. All he ever says is that I don't care about my clan's legacy and honor. How would he know what I care about? He's not me. Damn it. He's going to drive me crazy. Whatever. Yin waved his hand dismissively. There's no point in talking about this. Let's go, we should head back. But before that, Princess Tsunade needs to do some math and figure out how much she owes in compensation. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a display of dominance. With just one kick, you've wiped out an entire street. Let's just hope these folks don't run off to Konoha to file complaints, or Lady Tsunade will have a brand new debt on her hands. I think I really did just destroy an entire street with one kick. Tsunade's face turned green. No matter how you look at it, the compensation for a whole street is far scarier than all the gambling debts she's ever racked up. It's over. Only now did Tsunade realize just how badly she'd lost out. She didn't even manage to land hit on Yin, and instead managed to saddle herself with a mountain of debt for nothing. Just thinking about all those people whose homes were destroyed, running off to Konoha to complain, sent a chill down Tsunade's spine. Wait a second. Why should I be the one to pay? I wasn't the only one responsible for this. Yin Uchiha isn't getting away from this debt either. It's all his fault. If he hadn't said those infuriating things, how would I have lost my temper? Stop right there. Watching Yin get farther and farther away, and in the opposite direction of the town, Tsunade panicked. Was Yin planning to make a run for it? Only a fool would stop now. I'm not exactly rolling in money. Why would I stick around to pay for this? The moment Tsunade called out, Yin decisively quickened his pace. He had no intention of returning to town. If the residents whose homes were destroyed wanted compensation, they could go find someone else. Yin wasn't about to get involved. And it's not just the houses, there were broken things everywhere and people got hurt. Hopefully no one died. Superhuman strength really is terrifying. Master Jiraiya, maybe we should just make a run for it. Shizen thought it'd be best for them to leave as soon as possible. If they actually stayed, the angry townsfolk might just tear them apart. I agree. Leaving sounds like a great idea. But we can't. We have to help the wounded. Jiraiya wanted to run too, but he couldn't. Tsunade was the one who started this mess, and he had to help clean it up. Plus, they needed Shizune, the medical ninja, on hand. As long as nobody died, they could just pay for the damages to property and buildings. The thought of compensation made Jiraiya's heart ache, as if he couldn't breathe. His wallet was about to be squeezed dry. We're doomed, all thanks to Lady Tsunade. Shizune wore a bitter expression as she rushed to treat the wounded residents. Itachi and Jiraiya helped wherever they could, rescuing people, moving debris, and Jiraiya was also busy tallying up the losses, bracing himself for the compensation they'd need to pay. Yin sped away, quickly putting distance between himself and the disaster zone. What he didn't expect was that Tsunade was actually chasing after him. Someone's not thinking about running because they can't pay up, are they? Damn it, this little brat. She wanted nothing more than to wring his neck. Tsunade's blood pressure was rising out of control again. Sure, what Yin said was true, but did he have to humiliate her so blatantly? Didn't she have any pride left? If I had money, why would I bother running? I'd just pay up and apologize, and that would be the end of it. But who's going to clean up this mess? Just thinking about compensating for that entire street gave Tsunade a headache. Shizune could save people, that brat Itachi and Jiraiya could help handle the follow-up trouble, but what about the compensation? Tsunade had to admit Jiraiya made good money, but covering the damages for a whole street wasn't something one person could afford. Even if they bankrupted Jiraiya, it probably wouldn't be enough. And even if it wasn't a bustling street, it was still enough to put a serious dent in anyone's finances. Simply running away seemed a bit heartless. If others ran off to Konoha, or even to the daimyo's court to complain, things would only get messier. Out of breath, Yin finally stopped running. He casually tossed the kunai aside, picked up the wild rabbit he'd caught, found a spot near a water source, and got ready to eat something to fill his stomach. With Yin no longer running, Tsunade stopped as well and sat down nearby, lost in thought. Tsunade, to think you'd end up like this one day? She was probably racking her brain, wondering how to pay off such a huge sum. But when it came to earning money in the ninja world, if Tsunade claimed second place, no one would dare claim first. After all, being the #1 healer and top medical ninja wasn't just for show. If Tsunade spread the word, people would line up from the Uchiha shrine all the way to the village gate, eager to pay her a fortune for treatment. Unfortunately, as good as she was at making money, Tsunade owed quite a bit herself. And ever since she developed hemophobia, making money through medical work had become much harder than before. Most of the tricky surgeries had to be left to Shizune, while Tsunade could only give instructions from a distance. They built a fire and skewered the dressed rabbit on a stick to roast it. As night fell, the campfire became the only source of light around them. Yin took out some spices and sprinkled them over the rabbit meat. Perhaps drawn by the smell of roasting meat, Tsunade snapped out of her daze. Only then did she realize night had fallen, and she still hadn't figured out how to deal with the mess ahead. Yin split the roast rabbit in two with his kunai, handed half to Tsunade, and made a suggestion. The Uchiha can cover your debt this time. As long as you agree to return to Konoha, help reconcile the Uchiha with the village, and stay in Konoha. That debt, Uchiha can handle it. That huge sum was enough to give Tsunade a headache, and it was no small expense for the entire Uchiha clan either. But it was a price worth paying. As long as Tsunade agreed, the Uchiha truly weren't afraid to spend that money. Even if it meant tightening their belts in the days to come, it didn't matter. Money could always be earned again. The stability of the clan was what mattered most. Tsunade tore viciously into a rabbit leg, as if the roast meat were Yin himself. "Don't joke with me," she growled. Hearing this, Tsunade continued to glare fiercely at Yin, chomping down on the rabbit meat with exaggerated bites, making Yin shake his head in exasperation. "Why bother? If you want to hit me, just say so. But you won't be able to land a hit. I'm not like that blockhead Jiraiya, willing to stand there and let you beat me up." Yin tore off another piece of meat and tossed it into his mouth, savoring it slowly. Satisfied, he nodded to himself. The taste wasn't bad. Not top-notch, but certainly edible. The Uchiha can shoulder this debt. As long as Lady Tsunade agrees, I believe the clan leader will be happy to pay. In fact, even your gambling debts aren't out of the question. Think about it. If we're already taking on the big part, why worry about a bit of gambling debt? Yin wasn't bragging. If the Uchiha took responsibility for Tsunade's debts, there was no way the payout would actually be that astronomical. What's that? Are the gambling debts really that high? Well then, let's head over to the police department and have a proper chat about it. A sudden fit of coughing broke the air. Are you serious? Tsunade nearly choked, so shocked by Yan's bold offer and tempting terms that she couldn't help but be moved, almost ready to agree on the spot. The compensation for an entire street's worth of debt, plus her gambling losses, such an enticing proposition. I dare pledge the honor of the Uchiha clan. What happened on the night of the Nine Tails had nothing to do with us. That man calling himself Madara Uchiha isn't one of ours, at least not a member of Konoha's Uchiha. Lady Tsunade, you could use this opportunity to negotiate terms with the Hokage. You deal with the daimyo's court, reassure the lord, and the Uchiha will handle your debts. We could even resolve the long-standing conflict between the village and the Uchiha in one stroke. Otherwise, if things go on like this, who knows where it will all end. Give it some thought. Just let me know your answer by tomorrow morning. After finishing his roast meat, Yin leapt up into a nearby tree, settling down to rest. As for Tsunade, it was up to her. If she agreed, she and the Uchiha could work together seamlessly. So tempting. She wanted to say yes, but she was torn. Tsunade sat by the fire, troubled, the roast meat in her hand suddenly tasteless. Leaning against the tree trunk, Yin closed his eyes. By tomorrow morning, he had already decided he would head straight back to Konoha. As for Jiraiya and Itachi, they could catch up later. The task was already done, after all. At any rate, he and Itachi had fulfilled their clan's mission. And to top it off, they'd receive a hefty A-rank mission reward. Just the thought of it was delightful. If I don't agree, and the village continues to target the Uchiha, what will you do? Yin opened his eyes and glanced at Tsunade in the distance, then yawned, turning his back to her. What else? We'll just take it one step at a time. Either way, I'm not going to sit around waiting for someone to put a knife to my throat, and neither will anyone from the Uchiha. If things get really serious, at worst it will just be mutual destruction. The Uchiha have always been on the defensive. This can't be blamed on us. All we ever wanted was simply a normal life. We can endure being targeted, but expecting us to obediently accept death. Now, that's absolutely impossible. The night of the clan's extermination from the original story will never happen again. At least, Yin will never accept a fate where his own people kill one another. He's already decided to gradually leak some information about Akatsuki and Tobi. Uchiha Tobi, weren't you willing to drag your whole clan down for the sake of a single woman? Well, I'll release your secrets first and have the 5 great shinobi villages keep a close eye on you. Let them chase you all the way to the land of rain. See how you like it. See how long you can keep hiding. Once everything comes to light, once the truth is revealed, the Uchiha situation will surely improve. Seeing that Yin wasn't keen on discussing the matter further, Tsunade had no choice but to let it go. She sat alone by the campfire, staring into the flames, lost in thought. The chaos on the streets had finally been dealt with. Jiraiya, feeling frustrated, realized that he simply didn't have enough money to pay for the damages. And as for Tsunade, her identity could no longer be hidden. After all, she'd stayed here for several days, and with her reputation as a big spender, it wouldn't take long for people to trace her true identity. Shizen hardly dared to breathe, because this time, the compensation they owed was an astronomical sum. A figure even more terrifying than Tsunade's gambling debts. Itachi was feeling worn out from running around everywhere. Constant traveling was exhausting. Thankfully, he didn't have to worry about the compensation. It had nothing to do with him. Forget it. Let's head back to Konoha first and sort out the compensation later. The people here will definitely contact the daimyo's residents in Konoha about this. Tsunade probably won't be coming back, and neither will Yen. After much deliberation, Jiraiya bought a batch of supplies to distribute among the innocent families affected by the incident, and then, taking Shizune and Itachi with him, set out for Konoha in the middle of the night. He could only hope the old man wouldn't be so furious that he burst a blood vessel. Konoha's finances were already stretched thin, and with so much more to pay in compensation, it was enough to put them in a real bind. Even today, the funds from the daimyo's mansion hadn't come through. Damn it, better not think about it. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Best to get back to the village and figure it out there. Before dawn, Yin woke up right on schedule. Well, today the clone isn't around, so I'll have to use it on Tsunade. During these days of traveling and carrying out missions, Yin had used his copying ability exclusively on Itachi. Disappointingly, even though Itachi was highly talented, the rewards from copying him were just average. As for Jiraiya, there was no need to mention him. Yin had tried once and immediately lost interest. Copy. Since Itachi isn't nearby, Tsunade, it's your turn. Copy successful. Partial chakra obtained. Fuse now. Enough said. Into the cold palace with you. At this moment, Yin couldn't help but miss his little sidekick, his secretary. What does that even mean? Tsunade spent the whole night lost in thought, unable to sleep, only to find that when Yin woke up and glanced at her, his face was filled with disappointment. This little brat. She could barely restrain the urge to smack him. Hey, Uchiha Yin. Early in the morning, Tsunade was already fuming inside, but she had to hold it in. I've thought over carefully. About your proposal last night, I can't agree to it for now. I'll go back to the village with you, and once we're there, I'll investigate personally. If things truly are as serious as you say, I'll help out. Just don't complain about how much I end up owing your Uchiha clan when the time comes. Oh, Yan's response was indifferent, his mood dampened by the lackluster reward. To him, the reward was far more important than the tedious disputes between the Uchiha and the village. After all, it concerned his future prospects, something he had to take seriously. Compared to that, the Uchiha clan's squabbles with the village could wait. What does he mean by that? Why so nonchalant? Could this kid be pulling out of the deal? A vein pulsed on Tsunade's forehead. She'd lost count of how many times she'd wanted to give Yin a good thrashing. But the urge to take out her frustration on Yin remained unfulfilled. Yin knew full well that Tsunade was fierce and simmering with anger, so he made sure not to give her any chance. He picked up the pace and headed straight back to Konoha. All Tsunade could do was grit her teeth and hurry after him. We're back. Catching sight of Konoha's iconic walls and massive gate in the distance, Yin couldn't help but stretch lazily. Right now, he was desperate to get home, change into clean clothes, soak in a hot bath, and enjoy a hearty meal. As for checking in at the police department, that could wait until tomorrow. Tsunade, on the other hand, felt a swirl of emotions. At long last, she was home after so many years away, but her heart was filled with a strange, indescribable feeling. She could hardly believe she'd returned to Konoha like this. Lady Tsunade has returned. At Konoha's gate, the hidden Umbu shinobi immediately rushed toward the Hokage's office tower. Well, I'll say goodbye here. If you make up your mind, come find me at the police department. Just ask for me by name. Back in the village, Yin gestured curtly to Tsunade, waved, and hurried off. As for where Tsunade should go, that wasn't really his concern. Lord Hokage, Lady Tsunade has returned to the village. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was so excited by the news that he sprang to his feet. He still wasn't sure whether Tsunade would be willing to come back. The pain from the past had cut too deep. Otherwise, Tsunade wouldn't have spent all these years running and avoiding everyone from the village. As long as she's back, that's what matters. As long as she's back. Pacing his office in excitement, the third Hokage asked, "Go inform Tsunade and Jiraiya. Tell them to come see me. The matter at the daimyo's mansion can't be delayed any longer. If we keep stalling, the lords from all the nations will soon arrive." "Yes, sir." The ANBU ninja accepted the order respectfully, and was about to leave when he suddenly hesitated, pausing in place. What is it? The third Hokage looked at him in confusion. Didn't I just ask you to notify them and have them come to the Hokage's office? Hokage-sama. The Ambu ninja was silent for a few seconds, lowered his head, and replied, I haven't seen any sign of Lord Jiraiya. So, Tsunade returned alone? No. She came back together with Captain Uchiha Yin from the police force. Only the two of them returned together. As he said this, the Ambu ninja bowed his head even lower. So that's why you were being so hesitant. It turns out this is the situation. Wait, that's odd. Why is it Uchiha Yin? Although he has his own mission, the one who should have accompanied Tsunade back to Konoha should have been Jiraiya. Could they have had a falling out? Or did something unexpected happen? And where's that child, Shizun, who usually stays by Tsunade's side? Well, never mind. What matters most is that Tsunade is back. Everything else can wait. Go and notify Tsunade immediately. Have her come to the Hokage's office. Yes, Hokage-sama. The anger the Anbu ninja had anticipated didn't come. He breathed a sigh of relief, left the Hokage office, and set off to find Tsunade. At that moment, Tsunade was still lingering at the village gate, uncertain whether she should head to the Hokage's office first or stop by the Senju clan's compound. Though the Senju clan had long since blended into civilian life, their ancestral home in Konoha remained. Unfortunately, anything of value had long since been sold off by her. Thinking of her years of reckless gambling, Tsunade pressed her palm to her forehead in frustration. Lady Tsunade, the Hokage requests your presence at the office. The arrival of the Anbu ninja spared Tsunade the agony of indecision. Understood. I'll go right away. Since she couldn't make up her mind, she simply decided to put her hesitation aside and head to the Hokage's office first. Without her reassurance, the third Hokage would never be at ease. Resolute, Tsunade headed straight for the Hokage's office. Without so much as a knock, the office door swung open. What seemed like a breach of etiquette was, in fact, something the third Hokage had been anticipating for a long time. Among the third Hokage's 3 disciples, each always had their own peculiarities. Tsunade barged right in. Jiraiya preferred sneaking in through the windows, and Orochimaru, cold and serpentine, was actually the most polite of them all. Old man, you really have gotten old. She casually closed the door behind her and glanced over at the third Hokage, who was grinning widely, his face full of cheerful warmth. Tsunade let out a sigh. Tsunade, everyone grows old eventually. I'm just glad I can still see you in your youth. TCH, give me a break. You're no spring chicken yourself. It wasn't just the third Hokage. Even the legendary Sannin were well past their prime. Only Tsunade, thanks to her Ine seal, was able to maintain the appearance of a woman in her 20s. Uzumaki Mito had once done the same. But after she grew old and her health declined day by day, her appearance finally showed her age. I won't say much more. My return to Konoha isn't because of Jiraiya, and as for the daimyo's affairs, I really don't want to get involved. I just want some time to rest, and maybe gather a bit of intelligence. I hope I won't be too disappointed. Knowing the third Hokage was about to bring up the daimyo situation, Tsunade cut him off before he could say a word. So Tsunade didn't come back to Konoha because Jiraiya persuaded her? The third Hokage couldn't help but freeze in surprise. And in that brief moment of hesitation, Tsunade had already opened the door and left. In front of the Hokage's office building, Tsunade found herself in a dilemma again. Where should she go? Home or? Shizun, She started to speak out of habit, but the assistant who'd followed her for years was nowhere to be seen. Only then did Tsunade realize she had run all the way back to Konoha with Yen alone. Shizun was probably still with Jiraiya. Habit really is a dangerous thing. With a wry, self-mocking smile, Tsunade set off. She didn't go to the Senju family estate, since she wasn't ready for all those memories to come flooding back. But if not the family estate, she didn't even have a place to stay right now, because she was broke. As she wandered aimlessly through Konoha, Tsunade still managed to gather a surprising amount of information. The villagers' main topics of conversation were nothing new. Rumors of the Hokage's assistant assassinating the daimyo, the police department constantly making trouble for the Shimura clan, and the brawls on the commercial street that were seriously affecting business. Danzo really is something else. He's a suspect in the daimyo's assassination, but still finds time to mess with the Uchiha. And these so-called serious street brawls. Yet the villagers believe every word. Tsunade quickly pegged Danzo as the main suspect. Only he would stoop to such underhanded deeds. And only he would use such a critical moment to stir up more trouble for the Uchiha. It was as if Danzo's obsession with the Uchiha had become almost demonic. Aside from that, the other hot topics were the Nine Tails, and which poor soul from the Shimura clan had suffered misfortune this time. With Yin away on a mission, the police department's crackdown on the Shimura clan had eased up, no longer as aggressive as at the start. Even so, members of the Shimura clan continued to be summoned or dragged to the police department for various reasons. Even though most of them returned safely, the ordeal left them utterly exhausted. The entire Shimura clan was filled with complaints. Their feelings had shifted from initially hating and cursing the Uchiha to now fearing them. They lived in constant dread that the Uchiha would come after them next. Tsunade had also received some intelligence about the Uchiha. Most of it revolved around Yin. There was talk of him defying authority, reprimanding the elders during clan meetings, and questioning the clan leader directly. For the sake of the clan's future, he had been willing to risk his own reputation, even resorting to physical confrontation with the elders and challenging Danzo head-on at the police department. All for the sake of the clan. While Tsunade had little to do, a visitor arrived at Yan's home. Yin had swaggered back to Konoha and returned to his clan, so naturally someone reported this to Fugaku, who came to see Yin immediately. Here, this is the mission scroll. The task is complete. Itachi and Jiraiya will be returning a bit later. If they don't arrive today, it'll probably be tomorrow. One benefit of clan missions was that you didn't have to trek to the Hokage's office to submit the scroll. You could hand it directly to Fugaku, the clan leader. Fugaku could even collect the reward on your behalf and pass it on to you later. Being able to submit assignments and receive payment without ever visiting the Hokage's office was a convenience Yin rather enjoyed. Fugaku accepted the scroll. As for Itachi, he wasn't the least bit worried. As long as nothing unexpected happened, it didn't matter whether they returned a day early or a day late. Glancing at the tea Yin had prepared for him, Fugaku, who was a devotee of the art of tea, couldn't help but shake his head. Far too crude. The Shimura clan is grumbling loudly. Their complaints have shifted from blaming the police department and the Uchiha to venting within their own ranks. The Shimura patriarch wants to meet with me to discuss this matter. And did you agree to it? Yin looked up. Danzo was no good, and neither was the Shimura clan. When Danzo targeted the Uchiha, the Shimura clan was quick to gloat and kick them when they were down. Besides, the Shimura clan supported Danzo at every turn. By extension, they shared in Danzo's deeds. Now that they're feeling the consequences, they want to make peace? I paid them no heed. Besides, this isn't a decision I can make. Fugaku had feigned ignorance from the very beginning. Since he claimed to know nothing, he certainly couldn't play the role of mediator. In the end, it was up to Yin to decide. Recently, Fugaku had been watching his clansmen closely and, to his surprise, found that after the campaign against the Shimura, their resentment towards the village had eased quite a bit. Good. I'm glad you didn't agree. Yin was worried that if he wasn't around, and the clan kept staring daggers at the Shimura family, their timid clan leader, Fugaku, would cave in and compromise first. If that really happened, Yin swore he'd curse up a storm. But the other side hasn't given up yet. They've invited Hayashi Hyuga to mediate. The meeting's set for tomorrow, just as you're back. You can go in my place and pass along my regards while you're at it. On the surface, it seemed as though the Hyuga and Uchiha clans were always at odds, competing fiercely for the honor of being called the greatest clan of ocular jutsu. Yet in truth, all this rivalry was just for show. It never truly soured relations between the two families. Their competition stayed on the surface, or, at most, among the younger generation. In private, the two clan leaders actually got along fairly well. If only the burdens of their positions and the village's tense political climate didn't stand in the way, they might have become real friends. If that were possible, the two of them would surely have endless things to talk about. Understood. With Hayashi Hyuga stepping in, there was no way Yin could skip this meeting. At the very least, he had to show the Hyuga clan proper respect. As for the Shimura clan, they could stay out of the way and cool their heels. Yin had no intention of letting them off until every last member of their clan was dissatisfied with Danzo. He was far from done. Besides, this was only the opening move of his revenge. The Shimura family had never missed a chance to kick the Uchiha when they were down. On that front, they were even more zealous than the Sarutobi clan. Since you started this, you can be sure I'll finish it. Retribution will come, sooner or later. After sharing the meeting location with Yin, Fugaku changed topics, bringing up the issue of reforming the police force. Hoping the hardline elders will agree to the police reforms is hopeless, clan leader. You took the wrong approach from the start. Reforming the police force would benefit Yin, so if possible, he didn't mind lending a hand. But Fugaku was just too passive, always dragging his feet and holding things back, so Yin had little desire to get involved. Still, after all this delay, it was time to get things moving. Was my approach really wrong? Fugaku was momentarily stunned, not quite grasping what Yin meant. Reforming the police force had been his idea. It was supposed to help the clan. How could it be the wrong path? The real trouble was just getting past the elders. Sure enough, if someone is timid in how they handle things, that timidity eventually becomes a habit. Stay neutral for too long, and you'll end up trapped in that indecisive limbo, unable to break free. Yen rubbed his forehead and said earnestly, "Clan leader, if you want to reform the Uchiha, why are you negotiating with the elders? Are any of the elders actually part of the police force? Shouldn't you be talking directly with the squad leaders of the police force, working with them to reach an agreement, and then announcing the results once they're on your side? The right way to do things would be to declare the outcome directly at a clan or family meeting, not waste time in endless negotiations. Negotiations only lead to bickering and pointless arguments." The arguing had gone too far. Even the hardliners began to expose the dirty dealings of the moderates, while the moderates retaliated by digging up scandals on the hardliners. With this back and forth, how could the police department's affairs ever be properly negotiated? "This matter should be handled by the clan head alone. I won't get involved," someone said, "but you must keep it secret at least until all these squad captains are dealt with. Don't let it leak." And even offered Fugaka some advice. "Clan head, remember, everything you do is for Uchiha. Every step you take must be for the good of the clan. When you persuade and communicate, don't bring factional issues into it. Always approach it from the perspective of the entire Uchiha." Negotiate? Negotiate my foot. If this ever worked out, it would be a miracle. Just leave those meddling elders aside. Go directly to the squad captains, talk to them, persuade them, and then simply inform everyone of the decision. Only this way could anything be settled. If the hardliners still refuse to cooperate, well then, so be it. They'd be left out. They could resign and go home. The Uchiha didn't lack for a few people. If the hardliners were still unhappy, they'd just have to swallow their anger. All they could do was make some noise. None of them would dare truly push Fugaku to the edge. Everyone knew that, in his youth, this clan head had never hesitated to strike down those who opposed him to secure his position. Otherwise, how could Fugaku have become clan head in his 20s and held onto the role without real ability? After all, the Uchiha were not like the Hyuga. To become clan head, one needed both strength and the support of many. I understand. Now that he'd found a real problem, Fugaku finally showed the authority and presence befitting a clan head. But deep down, Fugaku was bitter. He'd run himself ragged for so long, only to discover he'd been heading in the wrong direction all along. On the surface, he remained stern, but inwardly he was cursing out every hardliner elder in the book. Don't think that just because he kept a straight face, he didn't know how to curse people out. It was only his role as clan head that kept him from losing his temper in public. With Yan's guidance, Fugaku finally knew what he needed to do. He breathed a sigh of relief, though it also left him feeling stifled. Being clan head is damn tough. Fugaku straightened his back and left with the bearing of a true leader. Yin knew that, in the days to come, things would not go easy for those squad captains in the police department. If those old fossils couldn't be dealt with, could Fugaku really not handle the clan members working in the police department? If even that proved impossible, then Uchiha Fugaku had no business being clan head. He might as well retire and spend time with his wife and children. Back at the police department, Fugaku began summoning each squad captain to his office, one by one. No one knew exactly what was discussed because Fugaku had ordered absolute secrecy. Anyone who dared to leak information would face his wrath, no matter who they were or what faction stood behind them. This matter concerns only the police force. It's directed at the entire Uchiha clan, not any particular faction. Just try spreading this around and see what happens. You'll have a hard time, I promise you that. With Fugaku's stern warning and his pressure from the clan level, not just the neutrals, but even the hardliners could do nothing but keep quiet and pretend nothing had happened. As for whether the clan head and the elders would clash after the news was made public, well, that was far beyond the reach of small fry like them. With a proper strategy in place, the reform of the police force made rapid progress. Most of those whom Fugaku summoned chose to comply. The few who still resisted didn't dare leak a word, but even that was enough for Fugaku to have a reason to replace them. If you refuse to cooperate, you're nothing but an obstacle in my way. We're all family here. As clan head, I can't single you out, but you can go home now. Your time with the police force ends here. That night, just as Yen was getting ready to rest, he suddenly sensed an uninvited guest approaching. His instincts kicked in. He thought it might be someone from the Umbu or Root. Who's there? No matter who it was, he had to seize the initiative. He didn't care what business they had or whose orders they followed. If there was even a hint of hostility and he ended up hurting them, that would be on them, not him. It's me. The response was grudging and only came after a long silence. What the? Yen, exasperated, let go of his grip on his blade and slid open the window of the living room. Out on the corridor, there stood a certain homeless big shot, awkwardly digging at the floor with her toes. No one's lived at home for ages. I can't stay there until it's cleaned up. Shizune hasn't returned yet, and I don't have any money on me. And besides, you were the one who convinced me to come back to Konoha. Now I've got nowhere to go, so you're responsible. With that, Tsunade hopped in through the window and collapsed onto the sofa. Heavens, I am exhausted. I've been wandering around Konoha all day. Got anything to eat? I haven't had dinner. Listen to her, so full of confidence. Yin couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. How about I draw you a hot bath as well, with a personal back scrubbing and massage service? Sure, why not? Tsunade wasn't some scared little girl. She spoke lazily, utterly unfazed. If you're willing, I won't refuse. So get to it. Which service are you starting with? In your dreams. If I let you have your way, I'd be at a total loss. You're way too old to be thinking like that. Rolling his eyes, Yin headed for the kitchen, reheated some leftovers, and brought them out with rice. This is all I have. Make do. I had no idea you'd end up here. Yin set the dishes and rice on the table, watching as Tsunade nearly sprang from the sofa, grabbing her chopsticks and devouring the food in a wild frenzy. He clicked his tongue in disapproval and marveled at the sight. Incredible. You don't look the least bit like one of the legendary Sannin. Seriously, you're from the Senju clan. Aren't you worried about being misunderstood, coming onto Uchiha turf? Tsunade, her mouth stuffed with food, shot him a defiant look, arching her brow as she retorted. You think anyone's going to get the wrong idea just because I'm living under the same roof with you? Despite the obvious differences between men and women, considering who they both were, and especially the vast age gap, what misunderstanding could there possibly be? Most people, Tsunade's age, had married young. Their children were older than Yin himself. Tsunade could easily be old enough to be Yan's mother. What on earth was there to misunderstand? You win. Yin admitted defeat without hesitation. There was no sense arguing with a stubborn, homeless woman. He'd only end up at a disadvantage. If you feel like it, wash the dishes when you're done. If you don't want to, or don't know how, just leave them in the kitchen. Someone will clean up. Tomorrow, there are brand new quilts in the cabinet of the guest room on the left upstairs. I hope you'll be gone by the time I'm up in the morning. Let's see if you can outdo me now. Tsunade, savoring her small triumph, felt a surge of pride. She was pleased with herself. Her mood instantly lifted. Tsunade continued eating with gusto, until all of a sudden, she stopped. Had her behavior, just now, indirectly proven that she was getting old? Crack. Age was the one subject a woman could never touch, and yet Tsunade had unwittingly tripped right over it herself. It was a classic case of digging her own grave and then burying herself in it, mound after mound. Her chopsticks snapped in her grip, a vein throbbing on her forehead as she fought the urge to slap herself. What on earth is this woman doing now? Eating alone, and she managed to break her chopsticks? She must be losing her mind. Yin, hearing the noise, just shook his head, closed his bedroom door, and locked it. If Tsunade needed anything, she could wait until morning. Yin had no intention of getting dragged into the drama of this supremely eligible, super-aged bachelorette. He still had his youth, after all. Early to bed and early to rise. That was the key to good health. Apart from eating and snapping her chopsticks, Tsunade didn't do anything else out of the ordinary. After a quick wash, she headed to the guest room to sleep. After days of turmoil, moments of sadness, bouts of existential doubt, Tsunade was exhausted. She collapsed directly onto the floor, legs trapping the quilt, not caring how much her robe left her exposed, and immediately drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep. Ah! The next morning, a piercing scream jolted Yin awake, sending him flying out of bed. What the? Tsunade, startled out of her own sleep, was equally bewildered. All I did was get some sleep. Who did I offend? Was there really any need to scream so loudly, especially first thing in the morning? What's going on? Yin opened the door and saw Izumi standing at the guest room entrance, her face twisted in an exaggerated expression. It was obvious the scream just now had come from her. Yin himself hadn't expected that this little thing, Izumi, could make such a thunderous noise. Captain, why is there a woman in your guest room? And not just any woman, but one with such an amazing figure. Even if you bring a woman home, you should at least see her off when she leaves. Izumi felt like everything she'd witnessed today had completely upended her worldview and understanding. She hadn't known Yin was back in the village. As usual, she'd just come by to help tidy up the house a bit. But when she went upstairs, she found the guest room door slightly open, so she pushed it wider. The moment the door swung open, her mind went completely blank, like her little head had exploded. Because there, sprawled out on the floor in an utterly unladylike fashion, was a curvaceous blonde woman, fast asleep. The blanket had been kicked aside, and the towel wrapped around her had come undone, leaving little to the imagination. Izumi saw practically everything. For a few stunned seconds, she just froze, then let out a piercing scream, completely on instinct. Izumi felt like she'd been corrupted, seeing something so risque and shocking this early in the morning. Naturally, she assumed Tsunade was someone Yin had brought home for some late-night fun and then stashed in the guest room. What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean? Bring a woman home and not see her off? Yin rubbed his eyes and stifled a yawn. After spending the whole night lying on a tree branch, he hadn't slept well at all. As for Tsunade, she was in even worse shape. She'd stayed up the entire night. Your girlfriend sure has some lung capacity. No wonder you didn't seem happy to see me. You really were worried I'd get the wrong idea. Tsunade muttered sleepily, barely able to keep her eyes open. She reached for the blanket and pulled it over herself, determined to go right back to sleep. As for Izumi, well, so what if she saw? They were both women, after all. Nothing to be embarrassed about. As long as Yin hadn't taken advantage, it was fine. I'm not the captain's girlfriend. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Izumi snapped back to her senses, her face burning red as she hurriedly explained. Unfortunately, her only answer was the sound of Tsunade's steady breathing. Does it really matter that much? Yin shook his head, deciding to go back to bed for a quick nap himself. He still had to meet with clan chief Shimura later. The Hyuga clan really did love playing peacemaker. No, Captain, that's not what I meant. I'm not rejecting you. Seeing Yin glance at her and shake his head as he headed back to his room, Izumi panicked, thinking her words had upset him. You're rejecting me? Yin turned around, looking completely puzzled. No, that's not it. It's all so sudden. I'm a little nervous. Izumi's cheeks were so red, she looked like she might start bleeding, her hands slick with sweat as she twisted the hem of her shirt anxiously. In any case, I'll think about it seriously. I really appreciate your feelings, Captain. With that, Izumi covered her face and ran off. Wait, when did I ever confess my feelings? Hey, you need to explain this to me. Did I miss something here? Looking completely baffled, Yin rubbed his face, unable to make sense of what had just happened. He didn't think he was hallucinating. Sure, he was a bit tired, but his mind was still clear, maybe just a little slow on the uptake. Oh well, best not to dwell on it. Women's thoughts are always a mystery, and it's the same even for girls. Tsunade is like that. Izumi is like that too. Yin wasn't exactly clueless about girls, but Izumi's muddled triple play just left him a little dazed. Why are you back already? Hearing the door open, Uchiha Hazuki looked at her daughter, who had just rushed home, her face flushed and her nerves on edge. This isn't right. Something is definitely off. Mom. Izumi was incredibly nervous, feeling her heart pounding so wildly it seemed about to leap out of her throat. What's with you? It's so early. Weren't you off to help Yin with cleaning? You'd barely left when you suddenly came running home, cheeks burning. Did something interesting happen? Has Yin come back already? Thinking of this, Hazuki looked at her daughter with a teasing smile, drawing out her words. Looks like something happened between you and Yin. Care to share with your mother? No way. Izumi blurted out, embarrassed and flustered. Even if Captain confessed his feelings, I haven't agreed to anything yet. Oh, so you haven't agreed yet. Hazuki couldn't help but chuckle. She'd managed to coax her daughter's secret out of her. Looking at her blushing child, she teased. Then why haven't you agreed? Aren't you always talking about Yin? Or is it the age difference? Or maybe because of Itachi? Hazuki knew full well that her daughter had been a little fangirl of Itachi since she was small. But ever since Izumi joined the police force and became Yan's right hand, she mentioned Itachi less and less, and her reactions weren't as excited as before. Instead, she'd started to care more and more about her Captain Yin. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm not speaking to you anymore. Izumi dashed straight into her room. Hazuki couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Aren't you going to work? Oh, right. Izumi, who had just retreated to her room, quickly ran out again, patting her cheeks and taking deep breaths to calm her racing heart. Mom, I'm heading to the police department. Go on then, and remember to invite Yin over for dinner. Got it, I'll invite him. This child, standing at the doorway, watching her daughter's figure disappear down the street, Hazuki smiled and sighed. She's all grown up, yet still so flustered. Is there really any need to agonize over this? In Hazuki's view, choosing Yin was a much better choice than Itachi. Even if Itachi's status was higher, she would still favor Yin. Carrying the title of the clan leader's eldest son meant shouldering far heavier burdens, and Hazuki did not want her daughter drawn into the storm swirling around Itachi. In comparison, Yin was much more in line with her wishes. This woman, unbelievably, was still lounging in bed, refusing to get up. After knocking on the door a few times, Yin gave up, deciding not to bother with Tsunade and simply letting her sleep to her heart's content. With a quick wash, Yin headed out to the appointed meeting place. By the time Yin arrived, the mediator Hyuga Hayashi and the Shimura clan leader who'd requested his help were already there. Standing by Hayashi's side was a tomboyish girl. No, it was short-haired little Hinata. Bringing your daughter to an occasion like this, are you planning to broaden her horizons? Then again, that made sense. As far as Yen remembered, Hayashi only gave up on Hinata after Hanabi had grown a little older. At this stage, though Hinata still failed to meet Hayashi's expectations, she was nevertheless being raised with all the privileges of an heir apparent. Glancing at the somewhat tense young Hinata, Yen smiled and nodded at Hayashi. Clan leader Hyuga, the chief, asked me to bring his regards. The police force is overwhelmed with matters at the moment, so he couldn't come in person. He sent me in his stead. I appreciate the thought. Fugaku always wore a stern expression. It was simply his nature. Hayashi, on the other hand, had no choice but to do the same. The Hyuga clan's draconian rules were enough to reshape a person, inside and out. For an occasion this important, both the Hyuga and Shimura clans had their leaders present, yet the Uchiha had only sent Yen, a mere squad captain from the police force. It was a clear show of disrespect. The Shimura clan leader felt his dignity slipping away. Adding to his irritation, Yen hadn't even bothered to greet him. His displeasure was written all over his face. Ignoring the simmering anger of the Shimura chief, Yen casually pulled up a chair, picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and laced his fingers together in front of him. His demeanor was relaxed, bordering on insolent. Hayashi, sitting across from Yen, instinctively furrowed his brow, but quickly smoothed his expression. Today he was merely the mediator, not a party to the dispute. Yen's attitude was clearly directed at the Shimura chief, not at him, so why should he take offense? Some of Yen's stories had reached Hayashi's ears. He couldn't be sure that, if things got heated, Yen wouldn't simply curse him out on the spot. My presence here means I speak for the Uchiha. If you two have something to say, please get to the point. Yen's bluntness was aimed squarely at the Shimura chief. If Hayashi took it personally, Yen could only think. The Hyuga truly were beyond help. Uchiha Yen, your clan is completely lacking in decorum. For something as important as these peace talks, Uchiha Fugaku sends a child like you to attend? It's clear you have no sincerity at all. No matter who the visitor was, someone had to seize the initiative first. The head of the Shimura clan decided to pick on the younger Yen. It would be best to take control of the conversation, to make a strong impression right from the start, and then take their time to negotiate. Oh, then I'll be on my way. Yen was equally decisive. Since you think the Uchiha have no sincerity, there's no point in talking further. He got up to leave. The Shimura chief let out another cold snort. He didn't believe Yen would really walk out, so he folded his arms, waiting to see Yen embarrass himself. He certainly wasn't going to ask him to stay. Is he really leaving? As Yen reached for the door, Hizashi finally snapped to attention. He realized Yen wasn't bluffing. He genuinely meant to leave. If you think I'm not sincere, and since the Hyuga chief is right here, I won't bother cursing anyone out, I'll just walk away. Negotiation? To hell with it. Let the Shimura clan keep suffering then. What's the point of talking? Wait. Yen really was about to leave. Hizashi couldn't sit still any longer. He quickly set his daughter aside, stood up, and reached out to call after him. Yen, the Shimura chief, is just upset because his clan has been targeted for so long. There's nothing more to it. I think it's better if everyone sits down and talks this through. After all, we're all ninja clans of the village. Making a scene won't do anyone any good. Is he really leaving? The Shimura chief was stunned. He'd only wanted to gain the upper hand with a show of force, but Yen was about to walk out for real. How were they supposed to negotiate like this? Making a scene won't do any good? Yen stopped in his tracks. He turned and gave the Shimura chief a cold smile. To be honest, the Uchiha stopped caring about that a long time ago. We've been targeted for decades. And during all that time, the Shimura clan has been quick to gloat and kick us while we're down, haven't you? Why won't our clan leader come? Because he can't make the decisions on these matters. And to be frank, I have no intention to negotiate either. The way the Shimura treated the Uchiha back then is exactly how the Uchiha will treat you now. This is what you deserve. Well, Hizashi was dumbfounded. Was this really happening? He wasn't even giving them a chance to negotiate. The Shimura chief's face turned bright red with anger. Yan's words didn't leave him a shred of dignity. He was still the head of his clan, after all. But so what? Who cared about him? Uchiha Yen, don't get too full of yourself. Lord Danzo and the Shimura clan won't let your people off the hook. Don't think you can do whatever you please. The Uchiha will always be a clan of darkness. Driven to fury, the Shimura chief had no concern for his own dignity any longer. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Don't think the Shimura clan is afraid of you. Others might be scared, but we're not. If it comes to it, we'll fight you to the end." Yin just laughed in response to the Shimura chief's threats. A bright, cheerful laugh. "Then I'll be watching. Just don't come running and crying for help later. Everything you've done, I remember it all, and I'll give it back to you in full. And another thing, don't mistake my courtesy for weakness. If it weren't for my respect for the Hyuga clan leader, I would have torn you to shreds with my words. Who do you think you are? daring to act so bold in front of me? You're nothing but a clown, a petty schemer hiding in the shadows, never fit for the main stage. The Shimura clan has never been able to stand in the spotlight. They've always lurked behind Danzo, stirring up trouble from the shadows. From the very moment they chose to support Danzo, their entire fate as a family was sealed. The Shimura clan leader was so furious that his face turned crimson. He was about to lash back, but Hizashi, unable to take it any longer, hurriedly coughed. My daughter is still here. Can't you two give me a little dignity and keep things civil? With a single cough, Hizashi forcibly cut off the Shimura leader's retort, leaving him awkwardly stuck between words, unable to go forward or back. Peace talks? Uchiha never truly intended for any peace. The only reason Hikaru even came was to show respect for the Hyuga clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered with them at all. Besides, the Uchiha had long since resolved to go head-to-head with the Shimura. Hikaru had to show deference to the Hyuga, but so did the Shimura leader. Otherwise, if he ended up falling out with both the Uchiha and the Hyuga, it simply wouldn't be worth it. That's the logic of it, no doubt. But knowing it didn't make the humiliation any easier to swallow. The Shimura leader barely managed to keep from coughing up blood in anger. With a furious sweep of his sleeve, he stormed out without so much as a word of farewell. Hizashi let out a sigh as he looked down at his daughter, whose wide eyes betrayed her fright. He felt a pang of helplessness. The talks had fallen apart, and even his daughter's reaction left him disappointed. In Hizashi's mind, as the heir to their clan, his daughter should have been as composed as Itachi, unflappable, no matter what happened. Instead, the slightest trouble left her shaken and lost. Comparison is the thief of joy, for people as well as things. After all, being compared to others can be infuriating. Here they were, both clan leaders, both signs of great families, both having inherited their roles at roughly the same age. So why? Was it that Uchiha Fugaku's son soared to such heights beyond compare, while his own daughter, Hinata, remained timid and uncertain, especially with the Uchiha and Hyuga clans so openly competing? Rivalries and comparisons among the younger generation were a constant occurrence. When set side by side, Hinata's childhood paled in comparison to Itachi's by a wide margin. Not to mention Itachi, even Sasuke, who was the same age as Hinata, seemed to outshine her. With comparisons like these, how could Hizashi possibly feel content? There's always that kind of child, the one everyone calls someone else's kid. The Shimura leader had stormed off in anger, and Hizashi could only sigh in resignation. You really don't need to make such a big fuss. All of this started because of Lord Danzo. If this targeting continues, it will only hurt both clans. At last, the unwelcome guests had taken their leave. Yin sat back down, sipping his tea and shaking his head as he spoke. Clan head Hyuga, I must disagree. For the Uchiha, this situation is all benefit and no harm. Years of scrutiny and targeted surveillance have left our people seething with resentment. The Shimura clan is the perfect target for that anger. Besides, they deserve it. The situation we see today, the Shimura clan is far from innocent. Hayashi shook his head lightly. He really didn't wish to get further entangled in these matters. Since neither side could be persuaded, he decided to let things play out as they would. After all, he was just a peacemaker, nothing more. Oh right, this is my daughter, Hinata. Sensing that Yin still held a measure of respect for him, Hayashi chose not to leave immediately. Instead, he introduced his daughter to Yin. Hinata, this is Uchiha Yin, a senior of the clan. Senior. Perhaps frightened by Yan's earlier display of force and by the tense confrontation with the Shimura clan head, Hinata timidly opened her mouth, trying to greet him. But her nerves got the better of her, and she froze up completely. Hinata, seeing his daughter anxiously fidgeting, unable even to manage a simple greeting, Hayashi's face darkened instantly. Only 5 years old, Hinata was so startled by her father's stern rebuke that her eyes instantly filled with tears, her big eyes welling up and shimmering. Please don't be angry, clan head Hyuga. Hinata's just a bit nervous, that's all. What happened earlier really scared her. Being too harsh will only backfire. And besides, Hinata is absolutely adorable. After offering a few words of comfort, Yin didn't forget to add a compliment. It wasn't empty flattery. Young, short-haired Hinata truly was adorable, soft and sweet, with a touch of tomboyishness. If you dressed her in boy's clothes and walked her down the street, people would believe she was a little boy. So cute, she could easily be mistaken for a boy. Hayashi had heard this kind of praise countless times before, but since Yin was trying to ease the tension, Hayashi accepted the gesture. After all, it wasn't appropriate to discipline his daughter in front of outsiders. If they'd been back at the clan compound, Hinata would not have gotten off so lightly. Enough. Thank the elder, then sit down. Yes, father. Hinata bowed shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Thank you, elder." Hinata's gentle nature as a child was too soft. No wonder Hayashi would one day give up on her and focus on training Hanabi instead. Fortunately, Hayashi was a man who valued family, so he continued to delay making any final decision. If it had been up to the Hyuga elders, with their rigid views, Hinata would have already been branded with the cage bird seal and forced to accept a marriage arranged by the clan. Like Fugaku, Hizashi was also a man with a fondness for the tea ceremony. When there was nothing else to do, he enjoyed immersing himself in such pastimes. Those who shared this passion found it delightful, while others could hardly keep themselves from dozing off in boredom. Fortunately, there were no tea sets here for Hizashi to tinker with. Otherwise, just getting a cup of hot tea might have proven rather difficult. Pouring himself a cup of hot tea, Hizashi took a sip, shook his head, and set it down, clearly dissatisfied with its flavor. The Uchiha situation is very precarious right now. If you continue to act so conspicuously, I'm afraid even greater trouble will come your way. This was meant as a well-intentioned warning. But, regrettably, Yin could not accept it. It's true that the Uchiha are in danger. But sometimes, drawing attention to oneself is not necessarily a bad thing. Take the Hyuga clan, for example. They're teetering on the edge of danger as well. Or does the Hyuga patriarch not sense it himself? What are you implying? Did the Uchiha's troubles mean that the Hyuga had to be dragged into it as well? Hizashi's gaze grew icy. I mean exactly what I said. Yen was unafraid to provoke Hizashi. I won't bring up the past, but I believe the Hyuga patriarch knows full well how the village has treated your clan. Even the overt rivalry between the Uchiha and Hyuga was orchestrated at Lord Hokage's behest. This is just what he wants to see. But the real question is, if the Uchiha are truly crushed, who do you think he'll set his sights on next? The Uchiha had it rough, but the Hyuga were hardly faring any better, perhaps even more stifled. The Hyuga had created the main and branch house system, all to ensure the survival of their clan. Yet the third Hokage found this system distasteful, as it allowed the main house to forever hold sway over the branch members. And the main house always put the clan's interests first, with the village's interests coming in second. It was no wonder the third Hokage could not accept such an arrangement. So the Hyuga were also under scrutiny, just not as relentlessly as the Uchiha. Hizashi opened his mouth, but in the end, said nothing. There were some things he understood all too well. He didn't need Yin to spell out for him. In this respect, Hizashi was far more perceptive than Fugaku. Since Hizashi stayed silent, Yin continued. Now that Lady Tsunade has returned to the village, it's almost certain she'll accept the Uchiha's assistance. By taking a neutral stance, she'll extend a helping hand. Enough, if not to lift the Uchiha out of danger, at least to let them catch their breath. As he spoke, Yin smiled confidently. That breathing space is exactly what the Uchiha need right now. But what about the Hyuga? The Hyuga don't have any chance to catch their breath. The main and branch house system remains a thorn in the side of those at the top. In some respects, the Hyuga clan might be in an even more perilous position than the Uchiha. What the Uchiha needed most was a chance to breathe, just a little time, so that little by little they could get themselves back on the right path. The Uchiha can do it, but the Hyuga clan might not be able to pull it off. Just look at how the higher-ups treat them, and you'll know the answer. An assassin kidnaps the clan leader's daughter, and yet it's the clan head who is forced to atone. In the end, his own brother had to give up his life to settle things. You have to admit, the irony is almost unbearable. The third Hokage really did have the nerve to persuade the Hyuga clan, and, strangely enough, the Hyuga actually agreed. That's truly astonishing. A cold, hollow laugh escaped. The anger was already simmering inside, and Hizashi forced a dry chuckle. So what? Are the Uchiha thinking of joining forces with the Hyuga now? Well, it's not entirely out of the question. Yin had never considered it before, but since Hizashi brought it up, he didn't mind having a real conversation about it. If the two clans could truly form an alliance, their influence in the village would certainly grow. Are you serious about this? Hizashi had only meant to mock, but who could have known Yin would take it seriously? Uchiha and Hyuga joining together? The two clans competing for the title of the strongest ocular jutsu, working hand in hand? That's just unbelievable. And the craziest part is, it isn't impossible. It's just that no one ever thought about it. No one ever dared to try or push for it. Clan leader Hyuga, there's no need to look so shocked. Yin smiled as he explained. Alliance on intelligence, sharing, and certain other fronts is entirely possible. The village wouldn't really have anything concrete to say about it. As long as things don't change on the surface, it's fine. Besides, who can truly predict what tomorrow might bring? There was a lot implied in those words. Hizashi furrowed his brows deeply. Take this recent incident, for example. Yin offered an example. The Hokage wishes for Lady Tsunade to return to Konoha to handle affairs at the daimyo's residence. With her family ties to the daimyo's household, she shouldn't have much trouble managing things, but whether she can truly win the daimyo's full trust is another matter entirely. After all, even if you glue a shattered mirror back together, the cracks will always remain. You mean the fifth Hokage? Hisashi was so startled, he shot to his feet. Following Yan's line of reasoning, it really did seem possible. The daimyo now hated Danzo and was dissatisfied with the third Hokage. Normally, that might not matter, but the key is Tsunade has come back. You could say Tsunade is both the blessing and the curse. She can resolve the daimyo's problems and win more of his trust. So, will the third Hokage really be able to hold his seat? As long as someone gives the daimyo a nudge, he'll inevitably ask himself, why should I let a Hokage I'm unhappy with remain in charge? Why not replace him? And Tsunade, with her family connection, will be the perfect candidate. If the daimyo were to propose making Tsunade the fifth Hokage as a condition for resolving this crisis, would the third agree? So what you mean is, no. The Uchiha would never do such a thing. What a joke. Would you really expect the Uchiha to stir up trouble? Is that even possible? Yin shook his head repeatedly. This is just speculation. As for how things will actually unfold, who can say for certain? In any case, now that the Uchiha have had a chance to catch their breath and gain some time, that's enough for them. But for your Hyuga clan, I'm afraid the real trouble is still ahead. Lady Tsunade is fair. She's a truly impartial and neutral figure. But even she won't look kindly on the Hyuga clan system of main and branch families. Whether it was the third Hokage or Tsunade, no matter who sat in the Hokage's chair, none of them would approve of the Hyuga clan's practices. The main family was an obstacle that could never be avoided. For other clans, the orders of the village always came first. But when it came to the Hyuga, the main family's interests always took precedence. Damn it, it was the Uchiha who were nearly burned to the ground. Yet why does it feel like the Hyuga are the ones bearing the real suffering? Cooperation? It's not impossible. As long as it's cooperation in certain areas, it's entirely feasible to push it forward. Once the pros and cons are laid out, the elders of the main family surely won't refuse, because cooperation could only benefit the clan. The real issue is, how can both sides trust each other? If it's just empty promises, there's no way trust can be built on either side. At this point, the conversation was drawing to a close. All this talk of cooperation was really just idle chatter after all. As for other matters, Yin wasn't worried about Hisashi leaking anything. Even if things were to get out, what would it matter? If a few careless words were enough to get you executed, the Uchiha would have been wiped out ages ago. I appreciate your efforts as a go-between, clan leader Hyuga. Since the Shimura clan isn't interested in talks, I'll take my leave now. Lady Tsunade is still sleeping at my place. I need to go back and see to things. It was about time to go. Wait! Yin hadn't expected that his casual remark would stir up a storm in Hayashi's heart. Even if Yin was only making idle talk, who could guarantee what might happen tomorrow? If the Uchiha really did plan to take action, they certainly wouldn't tell him about it. But when Yin mentioned Tsunade was sleeping at his home, that was a different matter entirely. Hayashi's mind began to race, and his worries deepened. What had started out as a simple overnight stay, just a place to sleep, suddenly took on another meaning in Hayashi's eyes. Yin, who had just stood up, sat back down in confusion. Hayashi took a sip of tea and fell silent for a moment before saying, "This cooperation you mentioned earlier, I think it's worth discussing since it's cooperation in certain areas, not an open alliance. Cooperation would benefit both clans. With their families taking the lead, they might even draw in others. After all, the village's intent to weaken the power of the ninja clans and to support civilian ninja was already crystal clear. The ninja clans didn't want to see their traditions broken, nor did they wish to become ordinary civilians. Many admire the Senju clan, but among the ninja clans, almost none aspire to become another Senju. No one wants their family to merely become a part of history. We can talk about cooperation, but what about trust?" Yin spoke frankly. Trust is the real foundation. After all, our two clans still compete in certain industries. To simply say let's cooperate makes it hard to gain each other's trust, whether it's the Hyuga or the Uchiha. Trust is not something that can be so easily built. Either you have shared interests, or you form a marriage alliance. As for shared interests, the Hyuga and Uchiha have none. In fact, it's already a blessing if we're not at each other's throats. What shared interests could there possibly be? As for a marriage alliance, let's not kid ourselves. The Uchiha wouldn't mind, but there's no way the Hyuga would agree. But if there were to be a marriage alliance, there would have to be real sincerity. If the Hyuga sent a branch family woman for the alliance, there's no way the Uchiha would agree. Most likely, the elders would be the first to protest. If it were a main family woman, the Uchiha would have no objection, but then it would be the Hyuga elders who opposed it. There aren't many with the main family bloodline to begin with, and then to send someone out for a marriage alliance. What a joke. Right now, neither path is open. Yin saw that very clearly. After a moment's troubled thought, Yin said helplessly, Clan leader Hyuga, it's not that I haven't considered this, but trust. For both our clans to build enough trust, we need a powerful shared interest, or a marriage alliance. It seems neither option is possible for the Hyuga and Uchiha, so perhaps we should leave talk of cooperation for another time? To negotiate cooperation with the Hyuga would only lead to endless wrangling, and Yin simply had neither the time nor the patience for that right now. Compared to forging an alliance, right now, what matters more is pulling the Uchiha out of the quagmire they're stuck in. Unless, of course, clan leader Hyuga is willing to. Yin was about to suggest a marriage alliance involving the clan leader's own daughter, but he stopped himself. It didn't seem right to say such things in front of little Hinata. Though marriage alliances are normal between clans, there's no need to discuss it in front of her if it can be avoided. As long as Hayashi understands, that's enough. Whether Hayashi truly has the intention for such a thing isn't Yan's concern, and who it would involve isn't his business either. That's for the clan leaders to discuss. Well then, I'll take my leave. Before leaving, Yin didn't forget to wink at little Hinata. Next time, I hope you'll find the courage to greet me properly, Hinata. Hinata, who had been lost in a daze the entire time, stood up instinctively. Yes, sir. I won't let you down, sir. Just looking at her blushing face, it was clear that Hinata was terribly nervous. Yin left. Hayashi was silent for a moment, then glanced at his daughter and asked, So what do you think? The Uchiha aren't so frightening after all, are they? Hinata hesitated, then answered timidly. She seems like a really good person, doesn't she? After all, she spoke up for Hinata, sparing her from her father's scolding, and even before leaving, she offered her words of encouragement. Hinata rarely received this kind of encouragement. It filled her with both happiness and gratitude. Her family was always placing demands on her, strict and unyielding expectations. Is that so? Hayashi pondered for a moment, then nodded. Let's go. I hope you can correct your weaknesses, remember your promise, and next time, give yourself a chance to prove what you're capable of. Yes, father. I won't let you down. Hayashi responded perfunctorily, leading the way toward the door. If he could, he would have liked to say something like Fugaka did. That's my daughter. But, unfortunately, he never got the chance. Because Hinata always left him dissatisfied. Uncertain whether Tsunade had left, Yin picked up some food on his way home, just in case a certain lazy woman, too idle to even scratch her own feet, was drooling with hunger. Did you bring any food? As Yin pushed open the door, he immediately saw Tsunade sprawled on the sofa, her clothes a rumpled mess, looking as if all the bones had left her body. Thank goodness I had the foresight. Yin set down the food and asked curiously, Didn't you wash your clothes when you were cleaning up last night? He really couldn't believe it. How could the esteemed princess of Konoha wear clothes that were starting to smell weird, even outdoing some of the messiest men? Was Jiraiya drawn to Tsunade precisely because of this side of her? If being messy is the standard, maybe everyone just wants company in it. TSK. How frightening. I forgot. I'll wash them tonight. Tsunade tossed her head, focusing on her meal, clearly uninterested in discussing laundry. Once she'd eaten her fill, she clapped her hands with satisfaction. All done. I got some things to take care of, so I'll be out for a bit. Wait. Are you saying you're coming back later? Yin stared at her in disbelief. Did she really think his house was a hotel? Of course. Where else would I go? Tsunade replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You're the one who brought me here. My place isn't fit to live in right now. Shizen isn't back and I'm broke. If I don't stay with you, where would I stay? I could just... Yin was about to say, I could give you some money, so you can hurry up and leave, but Tsunade had already vanished. Great. Before I've even sorted things out, I've managed to inherit another freeloader. Luckily, Jiraiya and the others should be back today. Once Shizen returns, Tsunade shouldn't have any reason to keep crashing at his place. Thinking about it that way, Yin felt a little better. He started cleaning up the table, only to realize that turning the house into a disaster zone was truly Tsunade's specialty. But asking her to tidy up herself? That might be harder than moving a mountain. A woman like that, good thing she never got married. Who could possibly put up with it? After a couple of complaints, Yin started washing the dishes and cleaning up. Tsunade went out for a walk. Jiraiya returned in a hurry, bringing Shizune and Itachi along with him, all looking travel-worn and weary. With Yin and Tsunade gone without a trace, Jiraiya could only hope they had already returned to Konoha. Otherwise, he'd have a hard time explaining things to the third Hokage. You two find someplace to rest first. I'm going to see the old man. Let's hope he doesn't faint when he hears about Tsunade's debts. With that, Jiraiya slipped away. Shizen stood there, a little lost. She'd been away from the village for several years and hadn't once returned during that time. With no family left in the village, she now found herself, like Tsunade, standing uncertain and adrift at the village gates, not knowing where to go. Is there something troubling you, senpai? Thankfully, Itachi was sharp enough to notice Shizune's predicament. Well, Shizune slumped her shoulders in resignation and replied gloomily, I don't know where I should go, and I don't even know if Lady Tsunade has come back to the village. Itachi was a loss, too. Leaving Shizune by herself felt rather heartless, but he still needed to report back to the police force. He couldn't very well bring Shizune along with him. How about this? I'll treat you to a meal, and then we can stop by the captain's house. After thinking it over for a moment, Itachi realized that hosting someone wasn't really his forte. Hadn't Shizune always gotten along well with the captain before? Then let's just go find the captain. As for whether Tsunade had returned, Itachi wasn't sure. But knowing Yin, he would have headed straight back to the village. The mission was over, after all, and it didn't matter if they returned separately. Sounds good. I'm actually hungry, too. Why don't we check out Yan's house first? Since it was hard to choose anyway, she decided to go with Itachi's suggestion. Besides, the meal could wait. Better to find Yin first. Please follow me, senpai. Itachi led Shizune toward the Uchiha compound. Before they knew it, they had wandered into a remote corner of the village. Shizune looked around in disbelief and said, I never imagined your clan's compound would be moved from the village center all the way to the outskirts. Itachi remained silent. Senpai, aren't your sources a bit outdated? That happened years ago. The relocation of the clan was a complicated matter, especially since his father had been the subject of constant criticism. Itachi had no desire to discuss it. Soon, they entered the Uchiha compound. Standing at Yan's door, Itachi knocked politely. Just come in. Yin, busy scrubbing the floor, called out without looking up. The door opened, and the shadows, one long, one short, cast across the floor caught Yan's eye. He glanced up, and sure enough, it was Itachi and Shizune. Why did you bring her along, too? Tsunade has already freeloaded meals and even crashed in my room. Let's just hope Shizune doesn't come back and start doing the same. But that would really be too much. Shizune's eyes lit up. She immediately caught the key point in that sentence. Yin, are you saying Lady Tsunade is at your house? That's wonderful. Shizune had been worried that Tsunade hadn't returned to the Leaf Village, but now she could finally set her mind at ease. At the mention of Tsunade, Yin couldn't help but complain in annoyance. She was only out for a bit before saying she had nowhere to go. Then she spent the night at my place, ate my food, and left the place in a complete mess. Didn't even bother cleaning up after herself. Honestly, I've never met a woman who can't even handle basic chores. She's so sloppy, and her clothes reek, but she won't even bother to wash them. Haha. Faced with Yan's righteous complaints and relentless grumbling, Shizune felt so awkward she almost wanted to curl up and disappear. After all, having lived with Tsunade for years, she knew all too well how questionable Tsunade's personal hygiene could be. Especially after Shizune started following her around, things had only gotten worse. Back then, Tsunade would at least make an effort to tidy herself up. But now, forget about it. Most of the time, it was Shizune who couldn't stand it anymore and did the cleaning for her. It was no wonder that the renowned Lady Tsunade had become this lazy. Probably the only time she put herself together was when she had to see patients, and then she'd tidy up with real effort. The rest of the time, well, as long as she didn't go out with a bird's nest for hair, that was already a blessing. Honestly, Shizune couldn't figure out what Jiraiya saw in her. Was it just her impressive chest? Speaking of which, Yin had to admit, Tsunade really was a top-tier beauty in the ninja world. Across the entire land, there were few who could compare to her. How about I help you clean up? After all, this mess was all Tsunade's doing. It only felt right for Shizune to help straighten things out. Ever since she became Tsunade's assistant, Shizune had gotten used to this kind of cleanup duty. No need, it's almost over anyway. Yin waved her off, refusing Shizune's offer. If it were Izumi offering to help, Yin would have gladly taken a break since Izumi was his own right-hand aide, his little secretary. But Shizune better not. If word got out that he made a senior clean up after him, people would say he was disrespectful to his elders. Captain, I was thinking of taking our senior out for a bite to eat, and then... Itachi, who was eager to get home to see his younger brother and mother, tried to tactfully remind Yin. No one had eaten yet. They were all running on empty stomachs. And honestly, I'm in a hurry to get home. Captain, could you maybe help look after our senior? You sure have a lot of requests, kid. Yin shot Itachi a glare, and Itachi quickly lowered his head, feeling sheepish. All right, go ahead. Say hello to Aunt Mikoto for me, and bring Sasuke over to the station sometime to play. I'll take Shizune out for dinner in a bit. Tsunade was broke, and poor Shizune barely had any money to spare either, so Yin decided to treat her to a meal. Hee, that's really too kind of you. Shizune chuckled awkwardly, unable to hide her embarrassment. Luckily, she'd gotten used to Yin over the past few days, If it had been a stranger, she would have bolted without a second thought. Efficiently finishing up the last bit of cleaning, Yin washed his hands and changed into fresh clothes. Now that he thought of it, he hadn't eaten anything yet, just a few cups of tea to fill his stomach. As for the food they bought, Tsunade had eaten nearly all of it herself. He couldn't help but wonder how that woman could possibly eat so much in one sitting. Let's go. With that, Yin led Shizen out of the compound. Along the road, plenty of people eyed Shizen curiously. She was a stranger after all. Compared to when Itachi had brought her in, the looks now carried a hint of scrutiny. Yin, do all your clansmen like to stare at people like this? Shizen shivered, feeling thoroughly uncomfortable. Don't worry about it. Just ignore them. Yin shook his head, then called out with a teasing grin to the onlookers pausing in the street. What are you all staring at? She's getting embarrassed. Can't you mind your own business? Is this how the Uchiha greet people? Shizen's jaw nearly hit the ground. Yin, is this your girlfriend? She's pretty cute. Time flies, doesn't it? Yan's got himself a girlfriend already. If Yin had kept quiet, things might have blown over, but as soon as he spoke, the clan members burst out laughing, taking the opportunity to tease the two of them. The Uchiha could be standoffish with outsiders, but when it came to their own, they were always welcoming. The reason everyone's attention made Shizen so uneasy was because they all thought she was Yan's girlfriend. And if she was Yan's girlfriend, she'd likely join the Uchiha one day. So what was the harm in taking a good look? I'm not. Don't say things like that. Before Yin could respond, Shizen rushed to explain, flustered. We're not in that kind of relationship. Are you really that clueless, or just pretending to be? Yin could only stare, exasperated, at Shizen's red face and frantic denials. She was only making things worse. Ha, we get it. Young people these days sure know how to have fun. Yin, stop by my place sometime. Come visit us too. My son really looks up to you. Great. Now it was impossible to clear up the misunderstanding. Definitely, next time for sure. Making small talk with the clan members, Yin picked up the pace, ushering Shizen away before the crowd could grow any bigger. He had a feeling that by this afternoon, word would spread that Uchiha Yin had brought his girlfriend home to meet the clan. Your clansmen are all so warm and welcoming. It's really not what I imagined. Leaving the Uchiha compound, Shizen finally let out a sigh of relief. She had always heard that the Uchiha were difficult to get along with, cold and distant, except for that oddball Obito. Only today did she realize just how wrong she had been. It seemed the Uchiha weren't that different from the rest of the villagers after all. The coldness is reserved for outsiders. Being under constant surveillance and suspicion from the village, the Uchiha have come to see everyone as a potential threat. Anyone entering the compound must have an ulterior motive, or so they think. There was reason behind it all. The Uchiha could be proud, yes, but it never reached the point of outright arrogance. To end up like this, the village leadership had played a major role. They had managed to isolate the Uchiha in a forgotten corner of the village. Anyway, what should we eat? Yin didn't want to dwell on the topic any longer. It had been so long since she'd returned to Konoha that Shizen really didn't know what she wanted to eat. Well, that was a pointless question. One look at her hesitation, and Yin understood. Shizen was just like Tsunade. With that, he simply led her toward a barbecue restaurant. It had been a while since he'd had grilled meat, and today seemed like the perfect excuse for a hearty meal. While Yin took Shizen out for barbecue, Hayashi returned to his clan's estate. Unlike Fugaku, Hayashi was always a man of action. He immediately summoned the clan elders to the patriarch's residence, and briefly outlined what had happened today. So what you're saying is, the village still refuses to let us be? At once, the elders of the main branch grew restless. The Hyuga clan's main and branch family system had developed over time, all for the sake of preserving the clan's legacy. No matter how twisted or unreasonable the system seemed, it had indeed kept the Hyuga stable. Maybe it wasn't better than before, but at least things hadn't gone downhill. The situation was steady. But the village had long been dissatisfied with this system. On the surface, the higher-ups targeted the Uchiha, but the Hyuga's days were hardly easier, especially after the Night of the Nine Tails and the peace negotiations with the Cloud Village, which became a day of shame for the Hyuga. To appease the fury of the Cloud Ninja, the third Hokage had actually demanded they offer up the clan head. Fortunately, Hayashi had a twin brother, Hizashi. In the end, it was Hizashi who sacrificed himself in Hayashi's place to put an end to that farce. From that moment, the Hyuga's attitude toward the village leadership had grown far colder. When has the village ever let us be? They've always wanted to change our clan's system, to meddle in our affairs. That boy, Uchiha Yin, may be young, but he sees things very clearly. Many in the Hyuga main family might be idle, but it must be admitted that those raised under such strict discipline have a perspective far broader than the branch family could ever hope for. But the problem is it really possible for our clan to cooperate with the Uchiha? The Uchiha can barely fend for themselves. Do they want to drag us down with them? Hayashi, who had been listening in silence to the elders' complaints and curses, finally spoke up when he judged the time was right. The Uchiha wouldn't dare take such a step unless they had some real leverage. Uchiha Yen, in particular, is no ordinary young man. I actually find him much more difficult to deal with than Fugaku. Elders, perhaps you should consider why Lady Tsunade would choose to return to the village with Yen and even stay at his home. To my mind, this might present an opportunity for our Hyuga clan, but only if the Uchiha manage to save themselves first. If the Uchiha can pull themselves out of their predicament, then the possibility for cooperation with the Hyuga becomes real. Otherwise, any talk of alliance is just empty words. The elders fell silent, lost in thought. The Uchiha's current situation is precarious. But if everything is truly as Yen has claimed, then they may well have the means to rescue themselves. If the Uchiha can escape the whirlpool that entangles them, there's no reason the two clans couldn't work together. While the two families do compete in some industries, for clans as influential as the Hyuga and Uchiha, that sort of rivalry is hardly significant. Deeper collaboration would benefit both. The higher-ups are dissatisfied with the Uchiha, but they're not pleased with the Hyuga either. The Uchiha's position might shift with each new Hokage, but the Hyuga's stance remains constant. That's why every Hokage has wanted to dismantle the Hyuga's system. But the real question is trust. The elder looked around at the others. Collaboration can only happen on a foundation of sufficient trust, and between us and the Uchiha, there's almost none. Even if we were willing to place our trust in them, would the Uchiha do the same for us? Without shared interests and genuine trust, both sides would just be keeping their guard up. How could there be true cooperation then? Exactly, unless we were to propose an alliance by marriage or something. An alliance through marriage? The very suggestion struck the elders as absurd. How to build enough trust? That was indeed a thorny question. Hayashi pondered for a moment before saying, "In that case, let's set the matter aside for now. We'll revisit it only after the Uchiha have managed to save themselves. After all, the Hyuga clan has nothing to lose. If the Uchiha want to cooperate, they'll first have to pull themselves out of their own troubles. Only then can they sit down with us as equals to discuss partnership. Otherwise, talk of alliance is just empty air." While the Uchiha struggle to save themselves, the Hyuga are content to watch and wait. Meanwhile, the Hokage's office is unusually quiet. After Jiraiya returned, he didn't even need to be summoned. He came to the Hokage's office on his own, which pleased the third Hokage greatly. But that calm vanished the moment he heard Tsunade had destroyed an entire street. So then, the third Hokage picked up his pipe, rubbing his temples in frustration. He lit it, took several deep drags, and tried to calm himself down. So, all the destruction in the streets was Tsunade's doing? Yes. Jiraiya nodded awkwardly. She was provoked by what Yen said. Tsunade nearly lost control and chased after Yen, fighting all the way. Fortunately, Yen ran toward the outskirts of town, so the damage wasn't too severe. If they'd stayed inside the town. Jiraiya didn't dare imagine that scene. When Tsunade is in a rage, no amount of persuasion can stop her. Yen fleeing out of town had, in a way, saved the villagers from an even greater disaster. If Tsunade had rampaged through the streets a few more times, things would have gotten much worse. I did the math, and the compensation we owe is quite substantial. If it hadn't been so much, Jiraiya would have preferred to pay it out of his own pocket. But sadly, he had been too optimistic. He might earn a lot, but the debt was simply overwhelming, far beyond what he could cover. The third Hokage continued to puff on his pipe in silence, but Jiraiya could tell his mood was souring. Tsunade's return to the village had initially pleased the third Hokage. Finally, the matter with the daimyo's estate could be resolved. But now, it was clear he'd been too hopeful. The issue with the daimyo's estate was still unresolved, and Tsunade had brought back a whole new mess. A staggering debt, so large it gave the third Hokage a headache just thinking about it. The village was strapped for cash as it was. There was no way the third Hokage could cover Tsunade's financial hole. Jiraiya's urgency in seeking out the Hokage was obvious. He was hinting, "Old man, can you handle this problem? If you can, Tsunade will be much more willing to help with your affairs. After all, the debt she's carrying is so enormous it makes your skin crawl." "Sigh, Jiraiya, I'd like to help, but you know the village's situation. Without resolving things with the daimyo's estate, we won't get any funding from the daimyo, and the village simply can't spare that much to cover Tsunade's debt." Perhaps the sheer size of the debt had left the third Hokage stunned, because he didn't even notice the change in Jiraiya's expression. "Here we are, trying to discuss things seriously. Why are you making all those faces?" The third Hokage, still not catching on, continued, "We'll deal with the debt once the daimyo's estate is settled. For now, The priority is to keep Tsunade calm. We still need her to handle the daimyo's affair. How to handle it? Exactly. That was an open question. The third Hokage believed Jiraiya understood his meaning, but the younger man just kept winking and blinking. What's gotten into you today? You're acting completely out of sorts. But before the Hokage could say more, the door to the office swung open. Oh, when did Tsunade arrive? Could it be? The third Hokage's heart suddenly sank. Jiraiya had been winking at him incessantly just now. That could only mean Tsunade was here. Best not to bring it up, lest he upset her. But the third Hokage, oblivious, was still brooding over the debt issue, voicing his uncertain thoughts aloud. He was only worried that Jiraiya would keep pestering him, insisting he solve the debt problem. And now, Tsunade had overheard everything. As the saying goes, careless words, attentive ears. What Tsunade heard was, the debt is overwhelming. I can't shoulder it alone. The village needs money everywhere. Tsunade's debt is nearly impossible to repay, but even if she can't, she'll still have to do her part. The third Hokage's attitude, if compared to how he treated the Uchiha, was like night and day. On one side, it's all hesitation and obstacles. But on the other, just a wave of the hand. We'll take care of everything. Not only will we cover your losses and debts, we'll even pay off your gambling debts. Satisfied? That's the difference. Tsunade, what brings you here? Jiraiya laughed awkwardly, rubbing his hands together in delight. I'm just so happy you came back. I was worried you might run off again while we were on the road. And what's there to be happy about me coming back? Tsunade shot Jiraiya a glare, her tone a bit prickly. Sensing her mood, Jiraiya groaned inwardly. This is bad. He shrank his neck, falling silent, and tossed the third Hokage a helpless look. Old man, this is the mess you made. You'll have to deal with it yourself. I can't help you here. The third Hokage realized things had taken a turn for the worse. He set his pipe down in frustration, silently regretting not reacting quicker. Adriel was catching up to him. Tsunade, I didn't mean to shirk responsibility. It's just that the finance department really is struggling. The village's funds are tight. Understand. I never expected the village to shoulder my debt. Tsunade interrupted the third Hokage. I can handle the debt myself. The village doesn't need to worry about it. But if I go to the daimyo's mansion, convince him, and earn his trust, what do I get out of it? Since you put it so bluntly, let's be direct. If I settle things with the daimyo, what's in it for me? To be precise, what's my reward? Surely you're not expecting me to do all this for free? For a task like this, an S-rank reward would hardly be too much, right? This was the moment he dreaded most. Strictly speaking, a matter this important shouldn't be measured by mission standards. Because the third Hokage had offended Tsunade with his words, Tsunade decided to tie the task and the reward together, which left the third Hokage deeply troubled. Before he could come up with a response, Tsunade spoke up first. I'll handle the debt myself, and I'll go to the daimyo's residence, but I have one condition. Go ahead, the third Hokage replied. As long as it wasn't an outrageous share of the debt or an exorbitant reward for Tsunade's help. The third Hokage felt he could accept any other condition. Withdraw the surveillance and targeting of the Uchiha. If you agree to that, I'll head to the daimyo's place immediately. What? Tsunade's condition came out in one breath, and the third Hokage sprang from his chair in shock. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck him from a clear sky, leaving him stunned and shaken. Jiraiya's mouth fell open, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Tsunade. He began to suspect that Yin must have somehow bewitched her. Tsunade, who never involved herself in such matters, was suddenly demanding the village put an end to its surveillance and oppression of the Uchiha. That's impossible. After the initial shock, the third Hokage's voice rose sharply with urgency. Tsunade, what's gotten into you? How could you bring up such an outrageous condition? Did the Uchiha promise you something in return? And what exactly is so outrageous about my condition? Unfazed by the third Hokage's angry outburst, Tsunade pressed him. Aren't the Uchiha a clan of this village? Aren't the Uchiha people part of our own? The tragedy of the Nine-Tails Night is something none of us ever wanted to see. Old man, can you really swear on your conscience and say your targeting of the Uchiha only started after that night? Don't take everyone for fools. Do you really think I don't know what you've all been thinking? The third Hokage wanted to defend himself, but the words caught in his throat. Such feeble excuses might fool outsiders, but not Tsunade or Jiraiya. In any case, I absolutely cannot agree to your condition. This is not open for discussion. So you really have changed, old man. Faced with the third Hokage's stubbornness and refusal to listen to reason, Tsunade fell silent for a few seconds, then shook her head in disappointment and left. What's the point of all this, old man? Jiraiya could only manage a bitter smile. He couldn't afford to offend either side. On one hand was his teacher, on the other was Tsunade. Stuck in the middle, no one was in a tougher spot than him. With that, Jiraiya hurried off after Tsunade. In front of the Hokage's office building, Tsunade paused and asked the ENBU ninja hidden in the shadows, "Where is Uchiha Yen? And don't you dare tell me you don't know." At the Akimichi clan's barbecue restaurant, none of the ANBU dared cross Tsunade. With one wrong move, they'd become the target of her wrath. So in the end, they obediently revealed Yan's whereabouts. As for what happened in the office, that was none of their business. Tsunade turned on her heel and walked away. Jiraiya hurried after her. "Tsunade, the old man's in a tough spot too. Maybe you should try seeing things from his perspective. You're right, he's got his troubles, and I should be more considerate. Now you can get lost." With an expressionless face, Tsunade told Jiraiya to get out. Jiraiya stopped in his tracks, watching as Tsunade walked farther and farther away. He opened his mouth to speak, then thought better of it, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration. He knew he put his foot in his mouth again. Tsunade was already angry. What was he thinking, saying that kind of thing now? Why are you so stupid? Jiraiya couldn't help but want to give himself a couple of slaps. Inside a private room at the barbecue restaurant, Yen and Shizen were grilling meat and chatting about trivial things, mostly Shizen talking while Yen listened quietly. Suddenly, the door to the private room was flung open, rattling on its hinges. Tsunade strode in, her face dark with anger. "Lady Tsunade!" Shizen's face lit up with joy, and she quickly jumped to her feet to greet Tsunade. But as soon as she took a step, she noticed Tsunade's foul mood and stopped in her tracks. "I'm Fine." Forcing out the words, Tsunade carelessly tossed her coat aside and sat down across from Yen. Without ceremony, she grabbed Shizen's chopsticks and started stuffing meat in her mouth, eating heartily. Yen gestured for Shizen to find a server and asked for another set of dishes and chopsticks, some side dishes and more meat, and most importantly, Tsunade's much-needed sake. Even if he hadn't reminded her, with Tsunade's temperament, she'd be demanding sake the moment she swallowed her first bite of meat. Best to order everything at once. The old man turned me down. After wolfing down a few bites of barbecue, Tsunade finally spoke, still fuming. He refused, flat out and unreasonably. "I figured as much." Yen smiled, unconcerned. If it were that easy to fix, it wouldn't have dragged on until now. The Uchiha wouldn't be teetering on the edge of danger. Take it slow. Some things can't be changed overnight. You're right. Hearing Yen say this, Tsunade's anger faded a little. Shizen returned with the staff, bringing the sake Tsunade needed. These days, Tsunade wasn't just a gambler. She was also a heavy drinker. "Smart move, kid." Tsunade raised an eyebrow at Yen, satisfied, then grabbed the bottle, twisted off the cap, and took a long swig, didn't even bother with a cup. "Lady Tsunade, slow down. Eat something first." Shizen was worried Tsunade would drink too fast and get drunk on the spot, so she quickly started piling meat and veggies onto Tsunade's plate. Yen, after downing a whole bottle, Tsunade's cheeks were already tinged with drunkenness. "Even though the old man refused my terms, I'm still going to pay the daimyo's residence a visit. I don't want to see Konoha get swept up in this storm." Nodding slightly, Yen said nothing more. He felt that it was time to give the third Hokage some new troubles. "If you insist on pressing forward relentlessly, then let's see who can hurt the other more. Let's see how long you can hold out." The issues within the Uchiha clan also needed to be dealt with more swiftly. As long as the hardliners didn't make trouble, Yen didn't believe the third Hokage would dare to strike directly at the Uchiha. A united Uchiha clan was like a hedgehog. Anyone who tried to touch them would end up with a handful of sharp, backward-facing spines. So long as Danzo hadn't regained his position and had no authority, the odds of the third Hokage making a move against the Uchiha were slim to none. Since that's the case, then sorry, Danzo, but you've brought this on yourself. If I don't stomp you out, I just won't be satisfied. After a hearty meal of barbecue, which cost no small sum, Yen didn't mind the expense. What truly troubled him now was how to deal with the two drunken women. As expected, Tsunade had gotten wasted. In her foul mood, she'd even dragged Shizen into drinking with her. Unable to refuse, Shizen had bravely kept up, only to end up as tipsy as her mistress. TSK, are these two women doing this on purpose? With nowhere else to go, they simply got drunk and had no choice but to follow him back to his place. Is my home turning into an inn? Yesterday, it was just Tsunade. Today, it's two of them. Despite his grumbling, Yen still hoisted the two completely inebriated women and brought them home, dumping them in the guest room when he arrived. Tsunade was notorious for her messiness and dislike of cleaning, but now that Shizen was here, she'd help take care of things. After scrubbing away the lingering smell of barbecue and changing into clean clothes, Yen made his way toward the clan leader's residence. There were matters he needed Fugaku's help with. But he was out of luck. Fugaku wasn't home. Only Mikoto, the lady of the house, was in, and Itachi was nowhere to be seen. "Yen, have a seat and try some snacks." I've already sent someone to notify Fugaku. He should be back in about 10 minutes. Makoto welcomed Yin warmly. She promptly sent word to her husband. If Yin had come to see Fugaku at home, it had to be something important. Thank you for your hospitality, Aunt Makoto. You're welcome. Makoto smiled gently and headed upstairs to attend to her own affairs. Less than 10 minutes later, Fugaku arrived. Let's talk in the study. It's quieter there. In broad daylight, discussing things in the living room made it all too easy to be interrupted. Yin rose and followed Fugaku into the study. Glancing at the furnishings, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. At last, no need to sit on the floor. There were chairs here. Aware that Yin disliked sitting or kneeling on the floor, Fugaku paid no mind when Yin took a seat directly in one of the chairs. Unhurriedly, Fugaku hung up his coat, then took his place at the desk. I've already spoken with the squad leaders in the police department. Most of them have agreed to the reorganization, though there are still a few who refuse to accept it. After sitting down, Fugaku brought up the matter of the police department right away. That's to be expected. If everyone had agreed without question, you would actually find that suspicious. At the very least, those hardliners would never go along with it, even if they weren't leaking information. Nobody likes suddenly having someone new in charge above them, myself included. All the more so for the hardliners. But honestly, their opinions don't matter much. As long as more than 2/3 are in favor, we can go ahead and announce the outcome. If the hardliners refuse, then they're out. This reorganization is about the future of the entire Uchiha clan, not some internal factional struggle. Whether you support it or not, there's really no option here. Either you get on board, and we find a suitable position for you, or you step aside. There are plenty of Uchihas. Finding the right people to fill these roles won't be hard. As long as Fugaku stands firm, doesn't try to play neutral, and makes a strong declaration, the hardliners will eventually have to accept the outcome. If they do, maybe they'll lose out a little. But if they refuse, they'll lose everything, left with absolutely nothing. Exactly. I'm planning to announce this at the next clan meeting, and I'll need your support that day. As long as you keep your hands to yourself, you can use any other means you like. Fugaku was genuinely worried that Yin might, on a whim, lay hands on the clan elders again. Once was enough. If it happened again and again, became a habit, who in the clan would still respect the elders and the clan head? Flying off the handle and threatening violence at every turn. How could that be acceptable? It's true that the Uchiha value strength, but there must still be proper respect for elders and important figures within the clan. Otherwise, chaos would follow. Understood. If possible, Yin didn't want to resort to violence either. It wouldn't reflect well on him, and it would sound terrible if word got out. If it was just verbal sparring, he was confident he could make those hardliner elders question their own beliefs. By the way, Yin shifted the conversation to himself. I originally made a deal with Lady Tsunade. She caused significant damage to Sugi Street this time, and the compensation is no small debt. I've already convinced her. If she speaks up for the Uchiha and helps us out of our predicament, the clan will shoulder those debts, even her gambling debts. A hefty amount in compensation? Fugaku was a little taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. If Yin dared to make such a promise, it meant he was speaking on behalf of the Uchiha to some extent. Besides, the clan's finances were still in decent shape. Even if it meant paying a bit more, if it could improve their situation and pull the clan out of this whirlpool, Fugaku was more than willing to pay. Taking on Tsunade's gambling debts as well? That might just be worth it. But the Hokage refused. Tsunade will be heading to the daimyo's residence tomorrow. I hope you, clan leader, can sell this intel. As if they'd agree so easily. After decades of hostility, things don't change overnight. Fugaku had almost no hope at all. He picked up the scroll handed to him by Yin, unrolling it for a glance. His eyes quickly widened, and his breathing grew rapid. You're investigating Root and Danzo? Does it matter that much? Yin admitted it openly, leaving Fugaku with the impression that he had the means to look into the highest echelons, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At the very least, it made one thing clear. If Uchiha Yin decided to investigate someone, nobody could escape. Not even you. What matters is that most of this intel is genuine. If the Hokage and Danzo are set on not letting us go, then we'll just cut Danzo off first. Make sure he never has a chance to turn things around. As for the Hokage, I don't believe he'd dare move against a united Uchiha. Uchiha Yin, you've got some nerve. And ruthless enough, too. Fugaku's gaze flickered between suspicion and alarm. What Yin had just thrown on the table had truly shocked him. It was a real, bone-deep shock, no exaggeration. Have you considered that releasing this information could spark a war? Don't try to scare me, clan leader. You've always been like this. Never tough enough when needed, never ruthless enough when it counts. That's why the Uchiha have ended up in this mess. Va? Who are you trying to frighten? Do you really think Konoha is that fragile? Sure, Konoha is focused on recovering and building itself back up, but that doesn't mean just anyone can start a war with us. Even Iwagakure and Kumogakure would have to think twice before making a move. War is almost impossible, though trouble is certainly guaranteed. And that's exactly the outcome Yin wanted. The more trouble there was outside, the safer the Uchiha would be. Fugaku's stiff face turned crimson, stabbed right in the weak spot by Yan's blunt words. It was lucky it was Yin sitting across from him. If it had been anyone else, he wouldn't have let them off so easily. I'll handle selling the intel. It won't be traced back to the Uchiha. Let's hope you're right. Since you say I'm not tough or ruthless enough, I look forward to seeing what you can do. You think I'm incapable? Fine. I'll give you the stage. Show me what you've got. Let's see just how capable you really are. By the way, don't forget to pay me. We've all got families to feed, clan leader. Don't you dare pocket my cut. This intel could easily fetch 70 or 80 million, no problem. Business is business, fun is fun, but never joke around with my money. What's mine shouldn't be shortchanged by a single coin. These days, information is worth a fortune, especially secrets about the 5 great shinobi villages. Bounty brokers love deals like these, and they're more than happy to pay for them. One moment he was all serious, and the next he threw his back out. Who would have thought Uchiha Yin was this kind of person? Even fond of money. Not a single coin of yours will be missing. Not even one. Fugaku promised, his face drawn tight. Well, that puts my mind at ease. Clan leader, please get some rest. With the business settled, Yin was ready to take his leave. As for what came next, it all depended on whether Fugaku could handle things properly. Surely the dignified Uchiha clan leader wouldn't botch something so simple. If it weren't for the fact that his own people kept leaving the village, causing incidents in Konoha and arousing suspicion, Yin wouldn't have bothered seeking Fugaku's help in the first place. Some things you just have to do yourself to feel at ease. Damn it, if only I had a power like Kim Yui, what would I need to worry about? Come and go as I please, no one could stop me. What a shame. Such an amazing ability ended up in the hands of Obito, that fool. Wait a minute. Yin suddenly halted in his tracks. Obito had gone completely to the dark side by now, no longer a good person, and even dragging the Uchiha clan down with him. If that's the case, why bother showing him any mercy? A unique ability like Kim Yui is hard to come by, but that doesn't mean I can't get a Sharingan. Obito still had one Sharingan left, the one Kakashi possessed. So why not claim that eye for himself? It would make dealing with Obito much easier in the future, and most importantly, at this moment, he desperately needed the help that Kim Yui could provide. But lately, it seemed Kakashi hadn't been around the village. The members of the Umbu were easy to identify, especially Kakashi with his signature silver hair. Looks like I've still missed a lot of things, Yin muttered. In that case, he could only apologize to Kakashi. He intended to reclaim that Sharingan. After all, it was originally the Uchiha clans to begin with. He'd only held back out of respect for the third Hokage. But the third Hokage had taken advantage of his kindness, parading Kakashi around and turning him into the village's new hero and idol. Now Kakashi was known throughout the ninja world as the Copy Ninja. Yet, the irony was stark. None of the Uchiha ever called themselves Copy Ninjas, and yet that title landed on Kakashi's shoulders. It was hard not to see the bitter humor in it all. In Shirsue's letter, he mentioned that there were Umbu members secretly guarding the daimyo. These people stayed hidden in the shadows. But since Kakashi hadn't been active in the village, did that mean he was at the daimyo's residence? This could be a rare opportunity. It would be much easier to act at the daimyo's place than in the village. Yin had no intention of taking Kakashi's life. He only wanted to reclaim the Sharingan. As for using it, that wouldn't be a problem for Yin. After all, he hadn't absorbed all that Azura chakra for nothing. His ability to heal himself was truly astonishing. While it wasn't as terrifying as Hashirama Senju's legendary regeneration, at the very least, if he needed to replace one of his own eyes, he could recover in a remarkably short time. Once he managed to get his hands on Obito's Sharingan, he would likely become a nightmare for many. He could even pull off a cunning move, deliberately alarming the enemy to draw them out. The first step would be to expose Obito's true identity. The next morning, Tsunade, who had been dead drunk the night before, woke up completely refreshed, her energy fully restored, as if all her worries had been swept away. The daimyo has demanded that the Uchiha clan take responsibility for the upcoming security detail. You all need to be prepared. With the daimyos from every nation gathering at the daimyo's residence. If anything goes wrong, the Uchiha will end up in serious trouble. Regardless of whether the third Hokage agreed with her request, Tsunade was determined to make a trip to the daimyo's estate. And the task of protecting the daimyo's residence had now fallen squarely on the Uchiha's shoulders. With all the daimyos united in their demand, the third Hokage had no choice but to give in. If it had to be the Uchiha, so be it, just as long as they didn't get too close to the daimyos themselves. There was little the third Hokage feared. except for the possibility of the Uchiha forming an alliance with the daimyos. Meanwhile, Fugaku received an order from the Hokage's office, instructing him to select a group of trustworthy and capable individuals to accompany Tsunade to the daimyo's residence and take on this vital protection assignment. As soon as the order came down, the entire police force was thrown into a flurry of activity. Taking on additional security at the daimyo's residence was no small challenge for the police force, especially since they were still responsible for maintaining order in Konoha as well. With little choice, Fugaku gathered a team of ninja from within the clan, appointing Yin as their unchallenged leader. Whether it was the journey to the daimyo's residence or command over Shursui, who was already stationed there, everyone would be under his direct command and expected to follow his orders. For this assignment, the Uchiha would dispatch a total of 5 jonin, including Yin himself, 5 special jonin, and the rest would be composed of chunin, a security detail formidable enough to silence any doubts from the daimyos. In addition to the Uchiha, the 3rd Hokage also assembled another team to accompany them to the daimyo's residence. The Uchihas would focus on safeguarding the palace itself, while the rest of the estate would be left to the village's other ninja. Otherwise, coverage would be impossible. At such a critical moment, the 3rd Hokage didn't want to risk even the slightest mishap. Move out. Once Tsunade set her mind to something, she was swift and decisive, wasting no time as she led the 2 teams out of Konoha and headed straight for the daimyo's residence. Konoha had little time left. Any further delay, and by the time all the daimyos arrived, persuading them would be vastly more difficult. On this trip to the daimyo's residence, Jiraiya did not accompany them. Instead, he stayed behind in Konoha to keep Naruto company. Though this placed suspicion upon him, this journey to the daimyo's residence was also an opportunity, a chance to reclaim Obito's Sharingan. Kakashi belonged to the Umbu, so he never mixed with others, especially during missions. At this point in his life, Kakashi was a closed book. Plagued by deep psychological wounds, he always preferred to act alone. He would only team up with others when absolutely necessary for a mission. This, in turn, gave Yin an excellent opportunity. Captain. On the road, Yin brushed against Yan's arm. Yin looked at him in puzzlement, then followed his gaze. Well, what a coincidence. Wasn't that the rebellious teenager, Asuma? The 3rd Hokage had 2 sons. The elder served in the Umbu, though his exact position was a mystery. Everyone just knew it was high-ranking. The younger, Asuma, was a textbook delinquent. Add in his adolescent rebellion, and he constantly clashed with his father. You want me to behave? Fine, I'll do the exact opposite. I'll be a street punk, and if you tell me not to do something, that's precisely what I'll do. In the squad, Asuma was laughing loudly with his friends, chatting about who knows what, utterly out of sync with the rest. Everyone else focused on the journey, while he lounged about with a grin. If it were anyone else, he'd have been scolded harshly long ago. But not Asuma. Everyone knew this was just how he was, and as the Hokage's son, he was bound to enjoy some privileges. There's no need to pay him any mind. Asuma had once gotten into a street altercation with Yin. If it weren't for his special status, Yin would have beaten him senseless. But the mission to the feudal lord's estate to retrieve Obito's Sharingan was the top priority. Even the task of protecting the lord had to take a back seat. As for Asuma, Yin just hoped the kid would keep his nose clean, otherwise, he wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. If he got too out of line, Yin would find a way to send him to meet his maker. In the original story, Asuma ran off to serve as a bodyguard for the feudal lord after a fight with the 3rd Hokage. He even ended up brainwashed, demanding that the 3rd listen to the lord instead. Who knows if that amusing spectacle would repeat itself this time? Their journey went smoothly. The squad pushed hard, and, with no fools jumping out to get themselves killed, they arrived at the feudal lord's residence by nightfall. Thanks to Tsunade's arrangements, everyone was soon settled into their assigned posts. Yin, however, found himself rather free. He didn't need to patrol or stand guard personally. All he had to do was oversee and give orders. Once everything was in place, Tsunade headed straight for the palace to meet the feudal lord. The legendary lady, Tsunade, needed no announcement. She strode right into the palace. Her reception far surpassed even that of the 3rd Hokage. Hearing Tsunade had arrived, the feudal lord immediately had all inappropriate entertainment and unsightly distractions cleared out of sight. Oh ho ho, little Tsunade, you're here. This odd, almost eccentric tone of an elder made Tsunade's forehead crease with visible irritation, though she had to admit she was, indeed, a junior to the daimyo. If I don't return soon, I'm afraid both the daimyo's estate and Konoha will descend into chaos. Family ties aside, Tsunade wasn't naive enough to blatantly take the daimyo's side. As soon as she spoke, the daimyo, who had been all smiles just a moment ago, immediately changed his expression and burst out in anger. It's all Danzo's fault, that scheming wretch. He actually tried to plot my assassination. With Danzo absent, and all of Konoha now having to account for his actions, the daimyo grew bold, seizing the opportunity to lay into Danzo with a barrage of scathing curses. It was a cathartic tirade. Silently giving the daimyo a mental thumbs up, Tsunade nevertheless frowned and said, "Daimyo, is it possible there's some kind of misunderstanding here? Even if Danzo is audacious, he would never dare to commit such an outrageous act. I suspect someone is deliberately trying to sow discord between Konoha and the daimyo's estate, purposefully leaking those pieces of intelligence." Impossible. The daimyo refused to believe it, adamantly insisting. If this was a deliberate leak, how could they have such detailed knowledge of Root's secrets? Outsiders couldn't possibly pull that off. Does that mean there's a problem inside Konoha? How should I know? The old man has been investigating all along, but unfortunately, he hasn't uncovered anything. After considering it for a moment, Tsunade decided to lay her cards on the table. Daimyo, the misunderstanding has already occurred. Danzo is under surveillance now. Whatever his intentions, he's in no position to harm you. Why don't we speak frankly? This standoff between the village and the daimyo's estate benefits no one, and only makes us a laughingstock in the eyes of outsiders. Even if the other countries' daimyos join forces to pressure us, it's all aimed at Konoha. I know. I'm not a fool, the daimyo replied. He knew his own family's business better than anyone. As long as no one crossed the real line, any so-called help always came with its own agenda. Though he was angry, the daimyo wasn't about to lose his head. There are plenty of people out there who would love nothing more than to see the daimyo's estate and Konoha at each other's throats. Some even came to this gathering with that very intention. But I just can't swallow this insult. Why Danzo of all people? Back during the 4th Hokage selection, he threatened me, and Hiruzen Tsurutobi promised me an explanation. Well, where is it? The daimyo grew more agitated as he spoke, his anger mounting. And what happened? Danzo remains the Hokage's advisor, and that so-called explanation never came. The whole thing was swept under the rug. Now, Danzo's been dismissed, sent home to retire. Who's to say he won't be reinstated someday? I've had enough of Hiruzen Tsurutobi's empty promises. If he values Danzo so highly, then let Danzo provide him with the funds to develop Konoha. Don't come asking me. And another thing, don't think you can fool me. The daimyo's office can gather plenty of intelligence even within Konoha. I have no intention of being brushed off again. Once is more than enough for something like this to happen. There will never be a second time. But really, why is the old man so fixated on Danzo? Tsunade couldn't figure out either. So, daimyo, what are your terms? I'm here on behalf of Konoha, hoping we can resolve this matter smoothly. Neither Konoha nor the daimyo's office can afford any delays. Let's both show some sincerity, shall we? Little Tsunade, enough. Tsunade, veins bulging on her forehead, cut him off at once. State your terms. Just being called Little Tsunade made her skin crawl all over. Tsunade couldn't imagine how an old man could speak to a junior in such a soft, almost coddling tone, like an elder trying to dote on the younger generation at home. It was simply unbearable. The daimyo fell silent, pretending to ponder. After a long moment, he finally spoke. I don't want to see Danzo ever again. How deep must his hatred for Danzo run? Though I understand you, and even support you, this condition simply isn't feasible. The 3rd Hokage could place Danzo under house arrest, could keep him under control, but to have him eliminate Danzo just to keep the daimyo happy? He would never agree. And even if he could, he shouldn't. Konoha would be the laughingstock of the entire world. To appease the daimyo and maintain stability in Konoha, they would actually sacrifice one of their own high-ranking officials? How would that look? If they really did it, the blow to Konoha's reputation would be devastating. That's impossible, Tsunade refused flatly. For all his faults, Danzo was still once a member of Konoha's leadership. If we dispose of him over this, Konoha will become an object of ridicule for years to come. To make matters worse, it could even spark internal turmoil. Danzo can be kept under surveillance, but he cannot be killed. Danzo. That's all anyone talks about. The daimyo was visibly displeased. If that's not acceptable, and this isn't either, what's left to discuss? Little Tsunade, you're not being sincere. Killing Danzo outright was never an option, but dragging him down completely was still possible. After organizing her thoughts, Tsunade stated Konoha's bottom line. Daimyo, Danzo truly cannot be killed. But on behalf of Konoha, I can promise you that he will never return to any position of power. He'll remain in the village, living out his days in retirement, and will not be allowed to take a single step outside Konoha. As for Root, his organization, its members will be gradually removed. In addition, Konoha is willing to agree to a few other reasonable conditions from your side. How dull. Since they wouldn't get rid of Danzo in one fell swoop, The daimyo immediately lost interest. Well, if you're so reluctant to give up Danzo, I suppose I'll have to ask for something else instead. Let me think. He pondered for a while, and then suddenly his eyes lit up. Since that's the case, Konoha should support me in reorganizing the 12 Guardian Ninja. This time, Konoha must not interfere with the daimyo's residence. And in fact, you'll need to give your full support. You can't get rid of Danzo, can you? Fine. I'll just use Konoha's hand to build my own power base. Now you can't complain. What kind of ridiculous 12 Guardian Ninja is this? Tsunade felt a surge of frustration, almost ready to curse out loud. This nonsense. Hadn't the daimyo already tried to pull this off? But Konoha wouldn't allow it. So in the end, the daimyo could only pretend to go along, padding the roster with a few mercenaries he'd recruited for a hefty price. The problem was they were all useless. None of them could actually fight. If you can't bear to get rid of Danzo, then I'll have to start swinging my scythe. Tsunade weighed Danzo, the daimyo supporters, and the people who might get poached, then finally gritted her teeth and said, Fine. Konoha can offer support, but the daimyo's requests mustn't go too far. For example, Uchiha Shursui cannot stay at the daimyo's residence indefinitely. The smile that had just appeared on the daimyo's face froze in an instant. Shursui, he truly liked the boy. Strong, dependable, respectful. Everything he wanted in a subordinate. Most importantly, Shursui didn't associate with those misfits the daimyo had scraped together. Who wouldn't want a follower like that? And now, with just a few words, Tsunade had shut down all his plans. Shursui couldn't stay at the daimyo's residence as his personal subordinate. This was Yan's stipulation, and there was no way Tsunade would grant the daimyo's wish. If it were the third Hokage, maybe he'd think it over, but with Tsunade, there wasn't even a crack in the door. I've shown my sincerity. I've made concessions. But Konoha, not a trace of good faith. The daimyo was genuinely annoyed now, and even the way he looked at Tsunade turned sour. He lounged lazily in his chair and let out a cold, mocking laugh. He wasn't angry at Tsunade herself. His frustration was aimed squarely at Konoha. Still, he couldn't help but feel irked. Ha ha ha. The daimyo's sarcastic laughter lingered for several moments, but seeing Tsunade's unwavering stance, he finally gave up. Fine, if you're so unwilling to part with Uchiha Shursui, then give me that Kakashi fellow instead. And while we're at it, Sarutobi Hiruzen's son. I hear he's quite the troublemaker back in Konoha. Send him my way, then. He's more than welcome here. If you make things difficult for me, I'll make things difficult for your son. And maybe I'll even brainwash him while I'm at it. The daimyo had no intention of letting Asuma off the hook. If I can't get to your father, then your son will do. Poor Asuma didn't even know he'd just been singled out with a glance. There was nothing really wrong with Asuma, and Tsunade wasn't especially fond of the boy either. Along the way, she'd wanted to teach him a lesson, make an example out of him as a warning to others. But, bluster as he might, Asuma never dared to step out of line in front of her. Tsunade wanted an excuse to kill the chicken, but she couldn't even find a suitable pretext to treat Asuma like one. That's fine. However, Kakashi is currently working in the Umbu and will need some time to hand over his duties, so he might arrive at the daimyo's residence a bit late. The daimyo had shown her enough sincerity, and Tsunade knew she had to reciprocate in kind. If not, and the daimyo flew into a rage, it would benefit no one. Tsunade also believed that the third Hokage would be able to accept the daimyo's condition. Danzo was out of the picture for good. Asuma and Kakashi, well, they would simply have to be sacrificed for the sake of the village. After all, it would only be for a few years. Once enough time had passed, she could find an excuse to transfer them elsewhere. Supporting you does not mean someone belongs to you. If there are enough convincing reasons, they can still be transferred. With Tsunade at the negotiating table, the daimyo was willing to show respect and make concessions, which made the talks much simpler. Unlike last time, when the third Hokage and Mitokado Hamura went in person and the daimyo completely ignored them. There were still many details left to discuss, so Tsunade had to suppress her impatience and continue negotiating with the daimyo. Meanwhile, Yin was meeting with Shursui. Outside the daimyo's city, in a secluded patch of woods, Yin sat on a tree branch, eyeing Shursui with a teasing smile. Looks like you haven't been enjoying yourself much at the daimyo's residence. That's right. Faced with Yan's teasing, Shursui could only manage a wry smile. There are no clansmen here, no family. All I see are underhanded schemes, cliques forming and breaking, people suppressing and backstabbing each other, fighting for scraps. Just thinking about it gave Shursui a headache. He had thought the factional issues within the Uchiha were bad enough, but compared to the daimyo's court, the Uchiha were nothing. The place was a spectacle, so dark and twisted it was almost unbelievable. The most ridiculous part was that these people played their power games without any real cunning. Have you ever seen someone try to recruit an ally, and the moment they fail, turn around and start suppressing them. It was as if they were determined to drive everyone straight into the enemy camp. Luckily, Shursui had no interest in meddling with these affairs. If it were someone else, they might have gotten involved or even upended the table entirely. If you disgust me, I'll flip the table and finish you off. With his power, Shursui could make those schemers vanish overnight. Before overwhelming strength, every plot was as fragile as paper. That's right, scheming is everywhere, whether in clans, villages, or the daimyo's court. In fact, the daimyo's court is the worst of all. Yin gazed up at the sky and sighed. Itachi has changed a lot lately. He can even smile in front of strangers now, and the weight on his shoulders isn't as heavy as it used to be. Shursui, you put too much pressure on Itachi. He's still so young. There are things he shouldn't have to bear. Perhaps I was wrong. Seeing Itachi change for the better made Shursui happy for him, but also left him with a lingering sense of guilt and regret. Yes, you're wrong. You have a kind heart. You're willing to give everything selflessly for your clan and for the village. You're stubborn. Once you've made up your mind, it's almost impossible to change it, especially when it concerns the clan or the village. But what you don't realize is that everything you're doing isn't easing the tension between the clan and the village. In fact, it's having the opposite effect. Shursui. Yin turned to look at him, his eyes filled with hope and regret. The Uchiha are sick, gravely so. I always believed the elders and the clan head were the best doctors, that they could heal the Uchiha and help us stand tall again. But I was wrong. Their actions have been nothing but disappointing. He let out a self-mocking laugh. Yin continued, to be honest, I'm not ashamed to admit it. I only chose to step forward because I saw no hope left. I never liked getting involved in these things, but to heal the Uchiha, I had no choice but to act. If there's no doctor, then I'll be the doctor. No scalpel, I'll find one myself. I'll cut away every rotten piece of flesh from the Uchiha, so the clan can recover and rise to its feet again. But one person's strength is always limited. That's why I need help. We're a family, a clan. We should stand together. Sadly, you're just too stubborn. Shursui bowed his head, gritting his teeth, his fists clenched tight. Every word Yin spoke was like a sharp knife driven straight into his heart, the pain making it hard to breathe. Shursui, you have a powerful sense of responsibility. I believe that for the Uchiha, for Konoha, you'd give everything you have. So tell me, my clansman, my brother, can I still trust you? Yin raised his hand towards Shursui. Aye. With eyes reddened, veins bulging on the back of his hand, Shursui, lost in guilt, stared in shock at the hand before him. The responsibilities the clan head and elders cannot bear, we will bear them ourselves. For the clan, for the village, can you shoulder it all? Even if it means becoming the villain in everyone's eyes, bearing all the scorn and hatred. I can accept that. Two hands gripped Yan's outstretched hand tightly, clinging to it with such force that the three hands clasped together turned almost white. If it's needed, for the clan, for the village, I can bear it all, even if it means carrying all the darkness and moving forward through the abyss. I am willing. I'm grateful you can still trust me, that you're giving me a chance to prove myself. During this time, Shursui had thought about many things. He kept asking himself, had everything he'd done before truly been right? He thought it was. Yin called him stubborn. He thought there was nothing wrong with that, but reality had given him a harsh slap in the face. Yin had stepped forward and done many things that, in his own eyes, bordered on heresy. Paradoxically, it was precisely because of these actions that he gained much, and the family situation improved significantly. Even when many things seemed utterly reckless, including the relentless targeting of the Shimura clan, Yin pressed on. All of this made Shursui see a simple truth. If he wanted to improve the relationship between the family and the village, the first step was to change the Uchiha themselves. To change the Uchiha, one first had to heal the Uchiha. Excellent. I'm truly gratified that you've made such a decision. I, Uchiha Yin, dare to swear upon the family's honor that everything I do is for the sake of the family and the village. I have not uttered a single false word. Shursui, I hope you will not disappoint me again, nor disappoint the clan. I'll do my best. Shursui's promise sounded weak and frail. Just 5 simple words, but for most, it would be impossible to fathom the weight they carried. The changes within the clan, Yan's provocations, and the darkness Shursui witnessed at the daimyo's residence had all shocked him deeply, perhaps more than enough. Clan and village. Only when these were truly connected could Shursui believe in you and place his trust in you. Now, your first mission begins, Shursui. Please tell me. Shursui bowed to Yin, using the formal salute reserved for superiors within the family. Retrieve what our clan has lost to outsiders. The Uchiha's face has been lost enough. We cannot let this continue. Yin narrowed his eyes, wondering how the copy ninja would fare when faced with Shursui, the teleporter. He was genuinely looking forward to it. Truth be told, Yin didn't have much faith in Kakashi, for Kakashi had lost much of his original skill. He kept clinging to Obito's Sharingan. Yet in reality, the clan's swordsmanship and lightning-style techniques were the true foundation of his power. Just look at his father, Tsukumo Hatake. If Kakashi just put in the effort, he had the potential to become the next Tsukumo Hatake. What a pity, a winning hand played to ruin. In the end, he became someone who could barely hold his own against anyone. Why? Shursui froze for a few seconds, unable to believe that his first mission was to take action against a comrade from the village. Although it wasn't to kill the other, but merely to reclaim the Sharingan. Even so, would this not incur the Hokage's wrath? Yin gazed up at the sky, raising his hand as if trying to grasp something just out of reach. Shursui, reclaiming what belongs to our family doesn't mean we have to clash with the village. They are two different things. Remember, we are always a part of the village. This is about the family's honor and dignity, nothing more. An outsider wielding the Uchiha Sharingan and earning the title of Copy Ninja. Don't you find that ironic? As for the Hokage, don't worry. There will be no trouble. In truth, had Uchiha Fugaka shown a bit more resolve back then, Kakashi might never have kept that Sharingan. But unfortunately, Fugaka had long since grown accustomed to retreat. To put it another way, even if the Sharingan were forcibly taken back, the third Hokage wouldn't want to stir up trouble with the Uchiha at such a critical moment. After all, if things got out of hand, nobody would come out looking good. Most importantly, the radical faction led by Danzo no longer had any say in the matter. As long as no one finds out it was us, would Lord Hokage still blame the Uchiha? All I want is to reclaim what belongs to our clan, not to kill our fellow villagers. Those are two entirely different matters. So when you act, you need to be careful. Taking a life and retrieving property that belongs to the clan. These are two separate things. The former, Shursui was unwilling to do. The latter, he didn't even need to consider. He had just decided to follow Yan's lead in changing the Uchiha, transforming the clan's relationship with the village. If he balked at the very first task assigned to him, then what was the point of even trying? If you, Uchiha Shursui, can't handle this, you might as well find a place to end it all and save yourself the shame. I understand. Just retrieving the Sharingan, not taking a life. Shursui felt the burden in his heart lift. Calling you an overly scrupulous person couldn't be more accurate. Fortunately, Yin had anticipated this. If scrupulous is what you are, so be it. Used properly, even a principled man like Shursui can become a sharp blade. Luckily, Itachi hadn't been swayed completely. Compared to Shursui, Itachi was far more reliable. Right now, Itachi was obedient, sensible, and understood exactly what should and shouldn't be done. He could carry out his responsibilities without getting bogged down in pointless arguments about trivial matters. If necessary, use those eyes of yours. With those words, which left Shursui visibly shaken, Yin left the grove. Surprised, aren't you? I know all about it. And it wasn't even the clan leader who told me. So what do you think now, Uchiha Shursui? Shursui stood, dazed among the trees, for a long moment before he finally came back to himself. So he knew all along. I really am a fool. Well then, Kakashi, I'm Sora. Yin was right. The Uchiha needed unity, and the clan's honor needed someone to protect it. Since I, Shursui, can't change these things, then I can only follow in Yan's footsteps, becoming the one who shoulders the darkness for him. If Yin knew, that meant clan leader Fugaka knew as well. In that case, anything Yin wanted to do had Fugaka's approval. Shursui felt his worries melt away, although he was reluctant to use his eye techniques against his own people. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who was secretly protecting the daimyo, had no idea that he was about to take root in the daimyo's residence. Nor did he know that someone had set their sights on the Sharingan Obito left behind. With reinforcements from the village arriving, the daimyo's palace was now under strict protection, bringing Kakashi's team's mission to an end. With their assignment replaced, and no new orders from the village, Kakashi had no choice but to keep his team stationed at the daimyo's residence, awaiting further instructions from Lady Tsunade. Unlike before, he and his team finally had the chance to step outside openly and without fear. At this time, Kakashi was a loner, keeping to himself even among his own teammates. He would often seek out a quiet spot to sit and reminisce about the past. Or he might pull out a certain book written by that infamous author and read through it carefully once more. Outside the daimyo's mansion, beside a tranquil stream, Kakashi, now free of his AMBU gear, sat on a rock, his Sharingan concealed by a Konoha headband. With the tree behind him shielding him from the sun, he held a book in his hands. Shursui. Both of them worked in the daimyo's service, one in the shadows, the other in the open. They had crossed paths many times, and Kakashi could easily recognize Shursui's chakra signature. He put away his book, stood up, and looked across the stream at Shui, who was steadily approaching. Both were prodigies who had made names for themselves during the Third Great Ninja War. Meeting like this, Kakashi tilted his head, puzzled as to why Shui sought him out. He couldn't quite grasp Shui's reason for approaching him. By all rights, Shui wasn't someone who would reach out without cause. Shui stopped at the edge of the stream, his gaze fixed on the eye Kakashi kept hidden beneath his headband. You've been carrying something that doesn't belong to you all this time. That must take a heavy toll, doesn't it? The Sharingan wasn't so demanding to use, but without the Uchiha bloodline, it could never be deactivated, constantly draining Kakashi's chakra and mental energy. What was he implying? Was he here for Obito's Sharingan? Kakashi tensed, fully aware that Shui, like himself, gained fame during the Third Ninja War and was no one to underestimate. Shui, undeterred by Kakashi's wariness, spoke with a hint of regret in his tone. To you, it's a gift from a dear friend. But to the Uchiha, it's a disgrace. What the clan has lost must be reclaimed. I'm sorry, Kakashi, but I must ask you to return the Sharingan. It doesn't belong to you. That's something Obito left behind. I can't allow anyone else to take it. Kakashi drew a kunai, holding it ready, fully prepared to fight. In that case, forgive me. Words alone would never convince Kakashi to surrender the Sharingan. Shui had no choice but to act himself. The fight erupted in an instant. Shui drew his katana, making the first move. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. His hands formed seals with dizzying speed, and a roaring fireball burst forth, hurtling towards Kakashi. Kakashi, now with the headband lifted from his eye, relied on the inside of the Sharingan to dodge with ease. Not far from a clash, Yin watched from a distance with his squad. Jian watched, utterly absorbed. I never thought that one day, even Shui, that annoying guy, would obediently follow the captain's orders. I always thought he was too stubborn for that. Their relationship had never been good. Sarcasm and jeering were their usual way of speaking. Even now, when they were all working for Yin, Jian didn't bother to show Shui any courtesy. The sharp-tongued banter was inevitable. He's not as stubborn as you. It took the captain a whole month of beating before he finally gave in. Kaze, arms folded and watching the show, couldn't help but chime in. It's like the saying goes, a dog that bites keeps its mouth shut. When it finally barks, it's deadly. Sure enough, with just a single comment, he hit the mark, stabbing right into Ji Yan's sore spot. Ji Yan was tough, a born troublemaker who refused to submit to anyone. Back when Yin subdued him, it had been a real ordeal, far more troublesome than with anyone else. Nobody knew how many bones had to be broken before this guy finally gave in. A sudden burst of laughter erupted from the group. Kaze Uchiha, I swear I'll kill you. Ji Yan glared with wide, bull-like eyes, his nostrils flaring with anger. To make things even funnier, he was so furious that his Sharingan, the three-tomo pattern, activated unconsciously, a clear sign he was ready to go all out against Kaze. Cut out. You two can fight to your heart's content when we get back. For now, keep it down. Yin frowned, shooting a glare at both of them. Honestly, they were both a handful. One barely said a word most days, but never hesitated to cut deep when it counted. The other seemed to be missing a screw, always quick to shout and threaten, with a temper that didn't fit the Uchiha name at all. Kaze just shrugged. Jian fumed, but at least he didn't dare act out, only managing a frustrated grunt as he turned away. By the way, is everything ready? Yin turned his head and asked. Jian looked puzzled for a moment, then pulled out a sealing scroll and handed it to Yin. Captain, I don't have any objections to your plan, but if we're so openly taking Kakashi's Sharingan, why bother giving him another one in return? Yin unrolled the sealing scroll, revealing a glass jar inside. Soaking within it was a pair of three-tomo Sharingan eyes. It's all to give our dear Hokage a way to save face. Unless Shui used Kodoemet Tsukimi on Kakashi, manipulating his will and altering his memory. Taking the eye by force would only infuriate the third Hokage and the other higher-ups. So Yin had prepared for both scenarios. If Shui used Kodoemet Tsukimi, they could claim Kakashi was attacked by unknown assailants, and his Sharingan was stolen, even if the Uchihas were suspected. But if Shui didn't use Kodoemet Tsukimi, they'd simply take the Sharingan, and when the third Hokage came to question them, they'd hand over another one. That way, it would look like the Uchihas were resentful, but didn't dare rebel outright. It would put the third Hokage at ease, reassuring him that the Uchiha could still be kept in line. Secondly, exchanging the family's treasured Sharingan for Obito's eye was a worthwhile bargain. Does it really matter whether it's still the original eye? Fire style, majestic dragon flame jutsu. Fire style, majestic dragon flame jutsu. Watching the fierce exchange of blows, Yin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Kakashi really had some nerve, Facing off against a member of the Uchiha clan, he was using his Sharingan to copy their own ninjutsu. There was a tremendous roar as the two fire dragons collided, erupting into a violent explosion. The blast was deafening. It looked like defeating the enemy wouldn't be easy. Concerned that the commotion would draw unwanted attention, Shursui closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, his Sharingan had evolved to the three-tomo form, and he unleashed his signature technique, renowned across the ninja world. The body flicker, phantom clone technique. Multiple phantoms appeared around Shursui, launching an assault alongside his true self. What made this technique remarkable was that when these phantoms were attacked, they wouldn't vanish like ordinary shadow clones. This is turning into quite a troublesome fight. Kakashi frowned, relying on his Sharingan's insight to try and distinguish the real Shursui from the phantoms and track their movements. Why had Shursui come after him so openly? Kakashi no longer had time to dwell on it. He needed to get through this crisis first. Now that Shursui had revealed his signature technique, Yin turned to his subordinates and gave the order. Go assist Shursui. Make it quick. The battle's too loud. Someone will be here to investigate soon. Yes, sir. At Yan's command, the squad leapt into action without hesitation, with Ji Yin and Feng leading the charge thanks to their incredible speed. Ji Yin thrived on battle, while beneath Feng's silent, reserved exterior beat a restless and combative heart. Fighting was one of his favorite things, and in this regard, he was every bit Ji Yan's equal. He just didn't have bones quite as tough as Ji Yan's. Now, there are reinforcements. A few figures burst out of the woods, clearly Shursui's allies. Kakashi was stunned. Had the Uchiha gone mad? With these sudden reinforcements, Shursui was clearly displeased, since this was supposed to be his mission alone. Let's end this quickly. Yan's voice reached him, prompting Shursui to set aside any distractions and join forces with the others in attacking Kakashi. It had to be said, Kakashi's strength was impressive. Though he was no match for Shursui alone, if Shursui didn't go all out, it would be difficult to take Kakashi down quickly. But with several more opponents, two of whom had also awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, the situation changed entirely. Kakashi was already hard-pressed to keep up with the barrage of phantoms. With the reinforcements joining in, he soon found himself completely overwhelmed. Copying and perceiving with the Sharingan? Sorry to say, but when it comes to this, the Uchiha are the real experts. You're nowhere near their level, Kakashi. He had just dodged Shurien's deadly kunai, and now, before he could catch his breath, he was about to face Kaze's attack head-on. Kakashi found himself scrambling to keep up. In this kind of situation, not to mention Kakashi, even someone like Shursui would be hard-pressed and hesitant if surrounded and attacked from all sides. Damn it! Cursing under his breath, Kakashi gripped his kunai and the short white fang blade tightly, and without hesitation, slashed straight at Kaze. But to his surprise, Kaze seemed to have anticipated his move. There was a mocking glint in his eyes as he watched Kakashi. At that moment, a dark shadow darted past in front of Kakashi. In his field of vision, a pair of Sharingan, three-tomo spinning vividly, loomed larger and larger. With a heavy thud, Kakashi's movements faltered. It felt as though something had reached into his chest and gripped his heart tightly. A searing pain shot through his eye socket, and suddenly, his left eye was plunged into darkness. Shursui, you're dragging your feet. Don't tell me your Genjutsu can't even control Kakashi. Shaking the blood off his hand with an irritated flick, Yin shot Shursui a sideways, disapproving glance. Shursui lowered his head, clearly embarrassed. Let's go. Yin wasted no words. He stowed away his Sharingan and signaled everyone to fall back immediately. Someone was already on their way, and it was Tsunade herself, which was why Yin had been forced to step in. Although Kakashi wouldn't have lasted much longer even without his intervention, Yin preferred not to complicate things further. After all, being questioned was still better than being caught red-handed. Under Yan's lead, the group swiftly retreated. On the way out, Shurien couldn't help but sneer at Shursui. So much for being a genius. You couldn't even handle the copy ninja. You needed our help, and in the end, even the captain had to step in. Shursui tried to defend himself, wanting to explain that he hadn't used his full strength. But as the words reached his lips, he couldn't say them. The truth was, the fight had dragged on too long. If he had used his full power from the start, Kakashi wouldn't have lasted at all. In the end, even Yin had to get involved. That's enough. We're on the same side. I don't want to hear any more bickering. Shursui, treat this as a lesson. Don't let it happen again. Yan's rebuke silenced the two of them. Yes. Seeing Yin lose his temper, both Shursui and Shurien fell quiet. The pain was excruciating. Kakashi had lost an eye before, when Obito entrusted his own to him. But now, he had failed to protect this precious gift. It was stolen from him. Gasping for breath, Kakashi clutched his empty eye socket, every inhalation rough and ragged. Kakashi. Tsunade arrived at the scene with her team. Seeing Kakashi's twisted expression, his hand covering his face in agony, she frowned and asked, "Were you attacked?" The taste of a heart on the brink of stopping was not a pleasant one. Still panting heavily, Kakashi nodded forcefully. Uchiha Shursui came to me, wanting to reclaim the Sharingan that Obito left behind. Then Uchiha Yen attacked me and took the eye. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Yen, have they lost their minds? They actually attacked another ninja from the village. The crowd erupted in shock, voices rising all around. Tsunade's face darkened, her chest rising and falling, betraying the turmoil within her. What is that brat trying to pull? She had come to the daimyo's residence to negotiate, and things were going smoothly on that front. But now, trouble had erupted on Kakashi's side. Yin and Shursui had led people to ambush Kakashi, stealing the Sharingan from him. Although they hadn't tried to seriously injure Kakashi, such a blatant attack on a fellow villager was something no one could accept. Once the third Hokage found out, he would surely explode with rage. That little troublemaker really knows how to give me a headache. That's enough. The Sharingan has already been taken. I'll personally question Uchiha Yen and Uchiha Shursui about this. Let's go back. Tsunade clenched her fists and strode quickly from the scene, her steps even a bit unsteady. Kakashi's bloodied face was the last thing Tsunade wanted to see. Shizune, tend to Kakashi's wounds. I'm going to find Yen. Leaving Kakashi in Shizune's care, Tsunade led her people back toward the daimyo's residence, heading straight for the Uchiha quarters. She needed answers. What on earth was Yen thinking? To attack a fellow ninja at such a critical moment? Kakashi was the captain of an Umbu squad. How was this any different from attacking an Umbu operative? The crime was twice as serious. There was no way Tsunade could silence every mouth in the village. It wouldn't be long before word spread. The Uchiha had attacked the Umbu squad captain, Kakashi, and stolen his Sharingan. All right, everyone, return to your posts. Kaze, go inform the clan head. The rest of you, disperse for now. I'll handle whatever comes next. Back at the temporary Uchiha residence, Yin washed his hands clean, then placed Obito's Sharingan, now soaked in medicine, into a sealing scroll. He changed out of his bloodstained clothes and dismissed his squad. As expected, Tsunade would soon come storming in with questions. Uchiha Yen. Sure enough, less than 3 minutes later, Tsunade arrived. Well, you still have the leisure to enjoy some tea. Fuming, she marched into the courtyard, only to find Yen sitting there as if nothing had happened, sipping tea and seemingly waiting for her. Tsunade couldn't help but let out a laugh, half from anger. Do you have any idea what consequences your actions could bring? Yen calmly set down his teacup. Attacking a fellow villager is no small crime, but since I did it, I'm willing to own up to it. Everything I did was for one reason only, to reclaim what rightfully belongs to my clan. Nothing more. Assaulting a comrade from the same village is a serious matter, though how serious depends entirely on whether the higher-ups decide to pursue it. The most important part is that Kakashi's life isn't in danger. He's only lost the Sharingan. Besides, the Sharingan was never truly his to begin with. By tradition, the Uchiha have the right to reclaim any stray Sharingan that's found its way outside the clan. But out of respect for the third Hokage, Fugaku had to suppress the issue. There had already been plenty of arguments about this within the clan. Honestly, I'm amazed by you. Every ninja clan has its own unique rules, and the Uchiha's right to reclaim a lost Sharingan is something Tsunade can't argue against. Tsunade dropped heavily into the seat across from Yen, her frustration plain as she gritted her teeth. The old man never liked the Uchiha to begin with. What you did will only make his attitude toward your clan even worse. So what do you want me to do? Return the eye? Or go to him and apologize in person? Yin just gave a careless smile. You. Tsunade was so angry she could barely hold herself back from slugging him right then and there. For now, you'd better keep your head down. We'll deal with this after the business at the daimyo's residence is over and we've returned to the village. I'll warn the old man ahead of time. You were too reckless. Even if you want to take back the clan's property, this was not the way to do it. This news will spread quickly. You'd best prepare yourself. Attacking a comrade is wrong. But what's Tsunade supposed to say if the Uchiha insist on reclaiming the Sharingan from Kakashi? All they can do now is report it to the village and see how the leadership decides to handle it. Still, a reprimand and an apology are unavoidable, and it's possible the reclaimed Sharingan will have to be returned. With everything already happening at the daimyo's residence, Tsunade didn't have the energy to worry about these extra problems. Besides, Yan's attitude was sincere. Everything he did was for the clan, just to recover what belonged to his family. And they had tried to settle things peacefully first. Kakashi didn't want to hand it over, so Yen had no choice but to resort to force. At least he only took back the Sharingan. Kakashi's life was never in danger. If Kakashi had been seriously injured or his life threatened, this would be impossible to keep quiet. Yen was even willing to take responsibility for his actions, so Tsunade found herself at a loss. All the harsh words she wanted to say caught in her throat. In the end, she could only shoot Yen a fierce glare before turning and leaving. She needed to check on Kakashi and hear his thoughts on the matter. The news that an Uchiha had attacked Kakashi and taken back the Sharingan quickly spread within their circle. Fortunately, it stayed among the Konoha ninja and didn't leak beyond their ranks. Tsunade did not want to see things come to this, and the Konoha ninjas had no intention of spreading rumors. Being attacked by a fellow villager was not something they wanted to become public knowledge. It would not sound good if word got out. How is Kakashi doing? He's already received treatment. At present, there are no major problems. He's lost an eye, but there are no other injuries. Mentally, he seems a bit dazed. It's likely the after effects of a jinjutsu. Yan's illusions are very powerful. Shizune had examined Kakashi thoroughly and found that aside from the violent removal of his Sharingan, he had only suffered the lingering effects of Jinjutsu, leaving him a little unstable in spirit. Everything else was fine. This confirmed what Yen had said. He was after the Sharingan, not Kakashi's life. I understand. With a solemn nod, Tsunade pushed open the door and entered the room. Inside, Kakashi sat slumped in a chair, his left eye covered with a bandage, his whole demeanor listless and weak. Sit down. Kakashi hesitated for a few seconds, wanting to stand and bow, but Tsunade pressed a hand to his shoulder. How are you feeling? Thank you for your concern, Lady Tsunade. I'm all right, just a little out of sorts. Kakashi answered honestly. Shizune brought over a chair. After sitting down, Tsunade turned to Kakashi and said, Tell me exactly what happened, in detail. I need to report this to the old man. He'll have to handle this matter. Also, I'd like to hear your thoughts. Kakashi's mind was still a bit clouded. He took a long moment before speaking. I went outside the village to rest, and Shursui found me. He hoped I would return Obito's Sharingan to the Uchiha, since it belonged to them. I refused. Then Shursui and I fought. In the middle of the battle, Yan's subordinates joined in. I fell into Yan's Jinjutsu, and my Sharingan was taken. Kakashi recounted the events carefully. This also showed that Yen wasn't after his life, only the Sharingan. So, they only wanted to take back the Sharingan, and had no intention of harming you. Tsunade pondered aloud. Kakashi paused, then nodded silently. Although there had been a battle, he hadn't sensed any killing intent from Shursui or the others. Therefore, Kakashi concluded that neither Yen, nor Shursui, nor anyone else had truly wanted to kill him. All of this had only been to reclaim the Sharingan. That damn brat. Tsunade cursed under her breath, rubbing her temples in frustration. Then she asked, So what do you want? To get the Sharingan back and have Uchiha Yen apologize to you? I don't need his apology. Everything Yen did was for the Uchiha. I just want back what belonged to Obito. That's the last gift he left me. Kakashi clenched his fists. It was the last thing Obito had left him. He couldn't afford to lose it. As for an apology, he neither needed it nor found it necessary. If he were in their place, and someone took a ninjato left behind by the Hitaki clan, he would have tried to get it back as well, because that belonged to the Hitaki. Ninjas from great clans all shared this awareness. Even if the Hitaki clan had fallen from its former glory, this was the best possible outcome. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. Kakashi's wish to keep things quiet was precisely what she hoped for as well. I'll speak with Yen and try to negotiate. I hope he'll hand over the item, but you need to be prepared. Although the Sharingan was a gift to you from Obito, the other party is still a Uchiha. Every major clan has its own peculiar rules. As a ninja of the Hitaki, you should understand that. Get some rest. Someone else will take over the work of guarding the daimyo. After reassuring Kakashi, Tsunade left decisively. She had much more to deal with, and until news came back from the village, she wanted nothing to do with this troublesome affair. Almost at the same time, news from the daimyo's mansion reached Konoha, delivered directly to the third Hokage and Fugaku. The message from the daimyo's mansion had been sent with particular care, using a ninja hawk and the family's own channels. Sitting in his department office, Fugaku wore a look of puzzlement as he unsealed the encrypted scroll. Ahem, ahem. He had barely glanced at its contents when he shot to his feet in shock. His expression changed dramatically, and he coughed several times, as though stunned by what he'd just read. What on earth is he thinking? Fugaku could hardly believe it, even in his wildest dreams. It had only just taken people to the daimyo's mansion, and now, a day later, he'd managed to stir up a huge commotion. Back when the third Hokage had discussed Obito's Sharingan with him, Fugaku had, for the sake of the clan, reluctantly given tacit approval. In other words, that Sharingan was already considered Kakashi's property. But who could have expected that after Yan arrived at the daimyo's mansion, he would team up with Sure to ambush Kakashi and successfully reclaim his Sharingan? Now, things were seriously complicated. Fugaku was certain that when the third Hokage received this news, he would be furious. He might even hold Fugaku responsible. At the very least, a scolding was inevitable. To outsiders, Yin wouldn't have dared act without the support of Uchiha Fugaku, who was, after all, the clan leader. Without his backing, how could anything so outrageous have happened? But the truth? Uchiha Fugaku hadn't known a thing. This whole mess had been orchestrated by Yin alone. What left Fugaku most incredulous was that Sure had actually followed Yan's orders and taken part in an attack against a fellow Leaf Ninja. In the past, Sure would have considered this completely out of bounds. Yet now, Sure had stepped right over that line himself. What on earth had Yin said to Sure? Fugaku was certain that after Itachi left for the daimyo's residence, he must have sought out Sure. They had definitely spoken at length. Perhaps Itachi had even persuaded Sure. Otherwise, Sure would never have done such a thing. Good news had arrived from the daimyo's side just yesterday, and the third Hokage was in rather high spirits. Although some of his words and actions had angered Tsunade, she still couldn't let go of her attachment to Konoha. In the end, she went to the daimyo's residence and sought out the daimyo directly. As for the daimyo's rather excessive requests, the third Hokage felt they could be accommodated. Killing Danzo was out of the question. He would never agree to that, neither from the village's standpoint nor for personal reasons. Leaving Kakashi and Asuma behind to help the daimyo form his so-called 12 guardians was no big deal. At worst, they would spend a few years at the daimyo's place, and then be transferred back. To be honest, Asuma had always been something of a troublemaker in Konoha. The third Hokage was more than happy to see him stationed at the daimyo's residence for a while. However, it was a bit of shame to leave Kakashi there. Still, for the good of the village, he could accept Kakashi being inconvenienced for a few years. A new urgent scroll arrived, and the third Hokage cheerfully unsealed it. But just as he was expecting more good news, he was utterly stunned. Just like Fugaku, he leaped up from his chair in shock. He stared at the scroll in disbelief. It was a long moment before the third Hokage recovered his wits, and then, furious, he flung the scroll onto the desk. What on earth is Uchiha Itachi trying to do? He actually dared to attack a fellow village ninja. He attacked an ANBU squad captain. Kakashi had been ambushed. His Sharingan was seized by Itachi, with Sure involved in the assault. The third Hokage was both furious and deeply grieved. Sure had been painstakingly cultivated by him, shaped and inspired by the will of fire, intended as a crucial bridge of understanding. Now it seemed that bridge had collapsed. Sure had thrown his lot in completely with the Uchiha. Go and bring Uchiha Fugaku here. The third Hokage wanted to ask Fugaku just what this was supposed to mean. You had already promised me that Obito's I would remain with Kakashi. Now all of a sudden, you snatch it away. Are you trying to slap me in the face? There was no doubt. The third Hokage's pride had taken a serious blow. Yes, Lord Hokage. Sensing the third Hokage's wrath, the ENBU ninja didn't dare delay. He quickly departed and headed straight for the police department. In no time, Fugaku received the summons and hurried to the Hokage's office as quickly as possible. Lord Hokage. He pushed open the door, entered the office, and bowed his head in greeting. Fugaku, take a look at this for yourself. How do you explain it? You promised me that Obito's Sharingan would stay with Kakashi, and now you've allowed someone to take it. What exactly are you Uchiha planning? The third Hokage's anger was barely contained. His tone was sharp and demanding. Fugaku, already steeling himself for a scolding, took the scroll and glanced over its contents. It was more or less as Hikaru had reported. How on earth am I supposed to know what Uchiha Hikaru is up to? Even if I say I have no idea, would you believe me? Without a doubt, the third Hokage would never trust that. Fugaku had no choice but to shoulder the blame. And taking the fall wasn't the end of it. He also had to show proper humility, offer an apology, and seek the third Hokage's forgiveness. No matter how bitter it felt inside, Fugaku could only grit his teeth and swallow his grievances. With his head bowed low, Fugaku earnestly promised, Hokage-sama, this must be a misunderstanding. Recently, I've been reorganizing the police force, which has caused some of the clan elders to be dissatisfied with me. So they've dredged up old grievances. Perhaps Hikaru thought he was acting on behalf of the clan, which is why he did what he did. Please rest assured, Hokage-sama. I will give you a clear explanation. I will certainly punish Hikaru and Sure, require them to return the Sharingan to Kakashi, and have them offer him a sincere apology. Inside, the third Hokage was furious. His heart burned with anger. Yet, no matter how angry he was, he couldn't lose his composure. Besides, Fugaku's apology was sincere, and he promised to resolve everything to the Hokage's satisfaction. He even agreed to return the stolen Sharingan, and have Hikaru and Shursui apologize to Kakashi. Could it be that I've misunderstood, after all? Fugaku had cleverly shifted the blame onto the clan's hardline elders, implying that their stubbornness had led to this situation. It was all their fault. The police force restructuring had been announced for some time, and the third Hokage had kept an eye on it, though he hadn't interfered. After the reorganization, the village would benefit. At the very least, when unexpected incidents occurred, it wouldn't always have to be the minister, Fugaku, who stepped in. The squad captains could handle things as well. This would undoubtedly make the police force more flexible and responsive. That was a good thing. There was no need to oppose or meddle. However, restructuring the police force meant upsetting the hardline faction in the clan. Naturally, they would be displeased, and when they were displeased, they would stir up trouble. Fixating on Obito's Sharingan and making life difficult for Fugaku was only to be expected. You don't strike someone wearing a smile, especially when that someone is a clan leader offering such a sincere apology and admitting fault. The third Hokage's scrutiny of the Uchiha didn't mean he wanted to push them to the brink. That would be disastrous for both sides. With Fugaku's promises and heartfelt apology, the third Hokage felt his anger gradually subside. He picked up his pipe, lit it, and took several deep, thoughtful puffs before speaking in a weighty, earnest tone. Fugaku, if this is a misunderstanding, then it must be settled as soon as possible. I don't wish for any further misunderstandings to fester between the Uchiha and the village. And another thing, Hikaru is far too impulsive. Make sure you set aside some time to teach him properly. To simply remove Hikaru would be to risk interfering in the Uchiha's internal affairs. The third Hokage had no intention of leaving such incriminating evidence behind. However, he could give Fugaku a warning, and let Fugaku, in turn, admonish Yen. You people of the Uchiha clan, I won't interfere. I'll leave it to you to handle. Just give me a satisfactory outcome. Please rest assured, Lord Hokage. I will certainly strengthen the guidance of Yen and Shursui. There will definitely be a proper resolution to this matter. Fugaku's attitude remained sincere, his deference unwavering, leaving the third Hokage with almost nothing to criticize. For the proud head of the Uchiha clan to humble himself this much, could you really bear to keep pushing him? With the Hokage's tones softening, Fugaku knew the matter had come to an end. After repeatedly assuring there would be no further problems, Fugaku was finally allowed to leave the Hokage's office. As soon as he returned to the police force headquarters, Fugaku immediately sent a message to Yen. Meanwhile, at the Hokage's office building, Tsunade was also notified. She was told to focus on managing affairs at the daimyo's residence, and reassure that the village would handle the Kakashi incident in cooperation with the Uchiha. That very night, the message reached Yen. All the Uchihas watched Yen with anxious eyes, worried that he would face severe punishment from both the village and their own clan. Though not many people were involved in the incident, once word spread that Yen had led a team to recover the Sharingan, the Uchiha cheered him on. Yen had done what they had always wanted to do, but never dared. Even Shursui couldn't help but feel nervous. Given what he knew about the higher-ups, an incident like this was bound to infuriate them, and the punishment could be dire. Every move Yen made as he unrolled the scroll kept everyone on edge, and when he clicked his tongue with a smile, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Captain, do you think the clan head is going to really come down hard on you? Wei Yin scratched his head, unable to hold back his question. Get lost. Can't you ever hope for something good for me? Annoyed, Yin kicked at him. Wei Yin didn't even try to dodge, just stood there and took it, wincing and rubbing the spot where he'd been kicked. In truth, Yin hadn't used any force at all. Everyone was used to Wei Yin's antics, and paid him little mind. All right, enough. Yin tossed the scroll aside with a hint of irritation. Go on, get back to whatever you're supposed to be doing. There's no real problem here. I told you nothing would happen, and still you didn't believe me? Phone, take the Sharingan to Kakashi in a while, and pick up some supplements for him while you're at it. And don't forget to bring some snacks for our dear Miss Shizen. Girls like that sort of thing. It's really settled? Wei Yin was so happy he almost wanted to hug Yin, but when he saw the fierce look in Yan's eyes, he chickened out and dashed for the door without another word. I just remembered, I have night duty tonight. I'll go check on things just in case something happens. If an assassin tried to kill the Lord, that would be a real problem. You got away just in time. Yin let out a dismissive snort. What? If you want to look, then look. Before he even finished speaking, Shursui, the fastest among them, had already snatched the scroll away, leaving the others with no choice but to wait. Yin, the clan chief, said that Lord Hokage wants us to apologize to Kakashi. Yin instructed Kaze to deliver the Sharingan, but as for the apology, he didn't even mention it. Do we really have to apologize? Kaze, holding the bottle containing the Sharingan and about to leave, paused at the door. He looked back at Yin, his eyes silently asking if he should also bring a sincere apology to Kakashi along the way. People call you inflexible, and you still don't believe it. Yin sneered and said, if we really went and apologized, that would look suspicious. What we need to show is frustration, bottled up anger. Just deliver the Sharingan, and maybe buy a few health supplements. Nothing more is necessary. So that's how it is. Shui gave a slight nod, feeling as though he'd just learned something new. All of you remember this. From today on, everyone must appear very upset, but keep it bottled inside. I don't expect you to be great actors, but just keep a straight face and show no emotion. If someone talks to you, you don't need to reply. Just snort and move on. Did you all hear me? Yes, sir. The group responded in unison. Yin waved his hand. All right, get back to your duties. This matter is settled. The Uchiha dispersed in a rush, but Yin signaled for Shui to stay behind. Shui, you're smart. Itachi is smart too. But your biggest flaw is that you don't know how to adapt. Many things can't be judged by appearances alone. We took Kakashi's Sharingan by force. It looks like a big deal, but in truth, it's not much at all. As long as we give Lord Hokage a way out, and everyone gets a result they can accept, the situation becomes manageable. Most things are flexible, even the conflict and misunderstandings between the village and the clan. Shui fell silent, pondering Yan's words with great care. But the more he thought about it, the less he understood. Yet reality told him that Yin was right, and he was wrong. Maybe that's why you can help the clan, while all I ever do is bring trouble. If he couldn't figure it out, so be it. Shui only grew more determined. Yin would lead the Uchiha forward to change the clan, to repair the rift, and clear up misunderstandings with the village. And he, Uchiha Shui, would shoulder the darkness for Yin as they moved ahead. It's fine not to understand, he told himself. Truth be told, I don't really get it either. The only thing I know is that the third Hokage would never truly turn against the Uchiha. Knowing that is enough. With that, there's plenty of room to maneuver. My maneuvers operate on a level so high. Even I can't fully grasp what they signify. But what does it matter what they signify? As long as I can slowly nudge Shui off course, gradually turn him into a blade in my hand, that's enough. The rest is irrelevant. Inside Kakashi's room, both Shizune and Tsunade were present. Tsunade passed along the message delivered by the village to Kakashi. At the same time, Shizune needed to help transplant the eye back into Kakashi. Lady Tsunade, with a face that screamed anger and irritation, Kaze strode into the room. After giving Tsunade a perfunctory bow, she didn't spare Kakashi a single glance. She simply placed the items on the table, turned on her heel, and left. Pretending to be furious, but holding it all in? That's a role I play best. Watching Kaze set down the package and walk out, there wasn't even a word of greeting, let alone an apology. Neither Yin nor Shui, the key figures, had shown up at all. That in itself spoke volumes. Shizune stuck out her tongue and whispered, looks like the Uchiha are really angry. That's only to be expected, Tsunade replied, taking it in stride and showing no displeasure at Kaze's attitude. The Uchiha risked everything, even braving accusations to surround their own village comrades just to retrieve the Sharingan. In the end, they still had to return it, and even be expected to apologize. For them to swallow their anger, bring back the eye, and even include a few gifts and some supplements is already more than enough. An apology? That's out of the question. If not for the pressure from the village, they probably wouldn't have returned the Sharingan at all. All right, enough idle talk. Yin still remembers you. You see, he even sent you snacks. Now, hurry and help Kakashi with the eye transplant. That's not true, Shizune retorted, blushing furiously. Tsunade just shook her head in exasperation and headed outside into the courtyard. The rest was up to Shizune. Tsunade herself was in no mood to witness anything bloody right now. As she walked out into the yard, Tsunade muttered through clenched teeth, that brat. After all the good things I've said on his behalf, he couldn't even bring me a single bottle of sake. He brings snacks for Shizune and nothing for me? Outrageous. Hearing Tsunade's grumbling, Shizune gave an awkward chuckle and turned to Kakashi. Kakashi, don't blame Yin. Everything he's done is for the sake of his clan. He's just, well, that's who he is. I'll need to remove your bandages before I can transplant the eye. There's no operating table, so the procedure will be a bit rough. Please bear with it, all right. I don't blame him, Kakashi replied calmly, lying back and letting Shizune peel away the gauze from his head to begin the transplant. As long as I get back what rightfully belonged to Obito, that's enough. The eye transplant went smoothly, though afterward there was some rejection, the pain flaring in his mind in sharp, stabbing waves. The rejection seemed unusually strong. Before Kakashi could voice the doubts in his heart, Shizune took the initiative to explain. In theory, anyone can have a Sharingan transplanted from the Uchiha clan and use it. However, since you're not an Uchiha and don't have Uchiha blood, there will be some rejection after the transplant. It's best not to use this eye for combat in the short term. Alright, with Shizun's explanation, the questions in Kakashi's mind faded away, and he didn't dwell on it any further. It seemed only natural that something not originally his would cause rejection after being transplanted. Once everything was over, Shizun gleefully opened a bag of snacks and began nibbling contentedly. Kakashi, out of habit, pulled down his forehead protector to cover the eye bandaged with gauze. All done. Tsunade pushed open the door and entered. She glanced at Kakashi, then at Shizun, who was happily munching on snacks, and gave a disapproving snort. A bag of snacks is enough to buy you off. Would you like some, Lady Tsunade? Shizun quickly offered the snacks to her. So childish. As if I'd stoop to eating snacks? Tsunade's face was full of disdain. She checked Kakashi's condition to make sure he was fine, then dragged Shizun out of the room. Silence settled over the room. Exhausted, Kakashi collapsed onto the bed, raising a hand to his face, with a forehead protector and gauze concealed his eye, as if afraid someone might try to take away Obito's final gift to him. Meanwhile, in the daimyo's palace, the feudal lord was relishing the spectacle as he ate his melon. The fact that Konoha's ninja actually targeted one of their own and seized a Sharingan, that was quite the drama. At the very least, the daimyo was thoroughly entertained. Though Kakashi had lost his Sharingan, which might affect his abilities, the gossip didn't taste as sweet as he'd hoped. Once the village put its foot down, the Uchiha relented. At least in the daimyo's eyes, the Uchiha backed down. The stolen Sharingan was returned and successfully transplanted into Kakashi. Thanks to Tsunade's efforts and the third Hokage's concessions, the negotiations between Konoha and the daimyo's palace finally wrapped up in time for the Grand Daimyo gathering. The arrival of feudal lords from various nations to visit the Land of Fire's palace was no small affair, and the entire palace was abuzz with activity. At the city gates, crowds thronged. Looking out, a long line stretched far into the distance. Why does the daimyo need so many guards when he travels? Shuren couldn't understand. This was the shinobi world, after all. No matter how many guards you had, they were no match for powerful ninja. Ordinary guards wouldn't stop a shinobi attack. Yet the daimyo insisted on this display. Wherever he went, he was always surrounded by an entourage of guards and attendants. What do you know? It's called grandeur. Yin sat atop the city wall, munching on melon, watching as the feudal lords from every nation entered the city. The reputations of the smaller nations' lords pale in comparison. It's the entourages of the lords of the land of wind, land of earth, land of lightning, and land of water that are truly extravagant. Not counting their attendants and servants, just the regular bodyguard alone number in the hundreds. You can imagine the colossal expense required to maintain such retinues. With enough money to keep all these people, you could easily support an entire battalion of ninja. Fortunately, the ninja villages of each country would never allow their daimyo to do so. Since they can't maintain too many ninja, the daimyo settle for keeping sizable armies, mostly for show and ceremony. But when real trouble arises, it's always the ninja who must step in. With the arrival of all the nation's daimyo, the palace of the fire daimyo has transformed into a veritable pleasure ground. Every day, lavish feasts and fine wines are delivered in great quantity. Beautiful dancers sing and perform without rest, filling the halls with merriment. When the guests tire of revelry, they sit down to chat, play cards, and pass the time. It seems the tension between the fire daimyo's palace and the Hidden Leaf village has finally been smoothed over. At the card table, the lord of the land of wind drew a tile, deliberately bringing up the matter with a sly, biting tone. If you ask me, that Danzo fellow is far too bold. If it were up to the Sand Village, I'd have made sure they didn't even have enough to eat. Among all the daimyo, the Wind daimyo is notorious for his quick temper and even more notorious for his vengeful streak. When he decides to cut the Sand Village's development funds, he does just that, forcing them to tighten their belts and make do with less, steadily reducing the number of ninja in the village. They've been left with no choice but to pursue a path of elite training. The Sand Village never wanted things to be this way. But what can they do if the daimyo refuses to fund them? And with the Land of Wind being so poor, with nothing but endless sand, their options are few. Helpless, the Sand Village can only grit their teeth and live frugally. Fortunately, the village's Kazekage has always been adept at mining, managing to earn a little extra on the side. Otherwise, life in the Sand Village would be even harsher. It's more than just boldness. He even dared to assassinate the daimyo, and yet somehow got away with it. The Lord of the Land of Earth chimed in as well. Perhaps the Wind daimyo was only trying to provoke the Fire daimyo, but his own motives were different. He wished nothing more than for the Fire daimyo and Hidden Leaf's relationship to worsen. Who can blame him when Danzo is so close to Hiruzen Sarutobi, right? The Lord of the Land of Lightning let out a hearty laugh, fanning the flames from the side. Reclining leisurely, attended by maidservants and nibbling on fruit, the water daimyo joined in with a chuckle of his own. Humph. After being provoked and mocked like this, the fire daimyo's good mood vanished in an instant. Even though he knew these men meant no good. Hiruzen Sarutobi really is getting old. Seeing the fire daimyo force himself to remain calm, the lightning daimyo pressed him further, continuing to pick at the wound. He used to be forced into retirement at home because of his lack of leadership during the Third Ninja War. Who would have thought he'd come running back? Is Konoha really that short on people? Other villages work hard to nurture a new generation of elites and powerhouses, but not Konoha. All they do is rely on a bunch of old men and women to prop things up. By the way, I heard Lady Tsunade has returned. Doesn't Hiruzen Sarutobi have any intention of making her Hokage? Or is he just too dictatorial? Yes, she's back. If Tsunade herself hadn't come, I wouldn't have given Konoha this courtesy at all. The daimyo of the Land of Fire kept a straight face, deftly avoiding the provocative comments, doing his best not to let his emotions get the better of him. Seeing that the daimyo didn't take the bait, the daimyo of the Land of Water commented regretfully. It's a shame. We came here hoping to help you make a stand, to demand a proper explanation from Konoha, but you went ahead and settled things on your own. When something like this happens once, there's always a chance it'll happen again. Sigh. Wasn't it the same with the Hidden Mist Village? The third Mizuki's reign of bloody mist, then Yagura as the fourth. Nothing really changed. Could it really happen again? With the Mist Village serving as such a cautionary tale, the daimyo was starting to lose his composure. Since they hadn't managed to get rid of Danzo this time, who could guarantee he wouldn't lash out in humiliation and target them next? People who crave power, once they lose what matters most, are capable of anything in their desperation. Even though the daimyo kept reminding himself to stay calm, not to be swayed by the words of his relatives and peers, he couldn't help but feel unsettled. After all, patience has its limits. When criticism keeps coming, anyone's mind would start to wander. Once your thinking begins to shift, it's hard to pull yourself back. It seemed Hiruzen Sarutobi really was getting old. Without realizing it, the daimyo of the Land of Fire found this thought taking root in his heart. Konoha used to lack suitable leaders, but now things have changed. Tsunade has returned. If she became Hokage, the daimyo's own residence would be more secure, and the relationship between the daimyo's office and the village would surely improve. If that's the case, why not let Tsunade become Hokage? Unconsciously, this idea started taking hold deep in the daimyo's mind. Let's hope it doesn't cause too much trouble. After days of agonizing indecision, in the end, Fugaka chose to trust Yin and, through his own channels, sold the information to the Bounty Guild. Even though the village was keeping a close eye on him, as clan leader, he was a prime target for surveillance. Fugaku still had his own ways and means of getting information out and bringing the money back. No matter how strict the village's monitoring, they couldn't keep someone like Fugaku under constant, face-to-face watch. Especially when Fugaku was within the Uchiha compound. There, the village's surveillance would inevitably have gaps. If Fugaku couldn't even manage to pull off some tricks under the watchful eyes of surveillance, then all his years as clan leader would have been for nothing. Leaking information, diverting the attention of the higher-ups, and ideally even dragging them down from power. This was the outcome Fugaku truly hoped to see. But what worried him was that releasing this intel might bring too much trouble to Konoha, perhaps even cause a war. Once the bow is drawn, there's no taking the arrow back. What's done is done, and he'd have to face the consequences. Now that the information was out, all Fugaku could do was wait in silence. Each day, the feudal lords enjoyed themselves in their palatial estates. But it was a different story for the shinobi tasked with guarding the palace and the daimyo's residence. They had to stay vigilant every moment. Of all the Konoha ninjas dispatched, only 3 could enjoy some peace: Yin, Tsunade, and Shizu. Yin's only responsibility was to keep an eye on the Uchiha, so he didn't have to bother with standing guard or patrolling. Those jobs didn't need his direct involvement. Tsunade had it even easier. She was barely needed for anything. What's with all the sighing? You came here to drink with me, and all you do is moan and groan after a few cups. Can you not bring your gloomy mood here and ruin my rest? What else could it be? Worry, of course. Tsunade slumped over the table and let out another weary sigh. The people from Tsumaki Street have already come to the daimyo's mansion and met with the lord. There's no way I can dodge this debt. Suddenly, Tsunade sat up straight. Speaking of which, you're involved in this too. Why is it that nothing happens to Uchiha Yin, but I have to pay up? You've really got some nerve saying that out loud. Yin rolled his eyes. Because you were the one chasing after me, so all the destruction that followed was your doing. And you still think I should pay? You've got quite the imagination. With her deal with the Uchiha falling through, and the village refusing to cover her debts, Tsunade found herself at a total loss. Where on earth was she supposed to scrape together that much money? And that's not even counting her mountain of gambling debts. Those collectors could show up at any moment. Just thinking about it made Tsunade want to run away, to escape from it all. Sensing what was on her mind, Yin warned her, "You'd better not run off. Otherwise, the consequences will be far worse. The gambling debts are one thing, but if you dodge the compensation owed for Tsumaki Street and can't be found, those people will make a scene at the daimyo's palace and in Konoha. By then, your reputation will be ruined for good, Princess Tsunade. It's not like I want this. Then tell me, where am I supposed to get that kind of money?" Tsunade was so frustrated she wanted to punch something. "I'm useless with money. How should I know where to find that much cash? By the way, where's Shizen?" She wanted to check on Kakashi's recovery. Once again, Tsunade slumped over the table, weighed down by her worries. Yin blinked, a half-formed idea stirring in his mind. What if you let it slip that you're here? Do you think the feudal lords would come asking you for medical treatment? Generally speaking, the more carefree a person's life is, the more afraid they are of death. The feudal lord was a perfect example of this. In the past, with Tsunade, even if you offered her money, you might not be able to get her to treat you. But now, here was the opportunity. Even if you weren't sick, getting a checkup wouldn't hurt. Surely, the feudal lord wouldn't be stingy about this sort of money. You really do have a wild imagination. Tsunade shot Yin a weary look and replied with little energy. "I'd like to get paid too, but the real question is, will you actually get paid for treating the lord?" The feudal lord wasn't short on money. The problem was, if you treated him, would you really feel comfortable charging him? Tsunade felt awkward about it, even hesitant to bring it up. So lately, whenever someone tried to pull strings and ask her for medical help, she'd refused, always saying she was busy with too many matters. TCH, such a little thing stumps you? Turns out Tsunadeheim is really only good at spending money, not making it. Yin looked at her with open contempt. "I call you clueless, and you really are. Even if you feel awkward taking money, you have to look at the situation. Just get a few people to spread the word. Say you caused some serious damage over on Namiki Street, racked up heavy debts, and your mood's been pretty sour lately. You're calling me clueless?" Tsunade put down her sake bottle, veins bulging on her forehead. She glared at Yin, teeth clenched, looking for all the world like she was about to beat him to a pulp. Anyone else might have been startled, but this trick had no effect on Yin. He simply shook his head, ignoring her anger. "You really are clueless. You never think to adapt. Sure, if you go out of your way to help the feudal lord and his entourage, it's awkward to take money. But what if they come to you, waving wads of cash?" The title of the greatest medical ninja in the ninja world wasn't just for show. Countless people wanted Tsunade to treat them. Many had money, but no suitable opportunity. As long as Tsunade let a few rumors slip, these people would see a glimmer of hope. That actually made some sense. Tsunade's anger faded, and she blinked in confusion. If you're the one offering, it's embarrassing to take money. But if they're the ones shoving it into your hands, what can you do? If people are practically throwing cash at you, it'd be hard to refuse. So you just have to grudgingly accept it, treat them, and maybe do a health check for the ones who weren't even sick. Following Yan's train of thought, Tsunade could almost see stacks of colorful bills waving in her direction. Desperate for cash and buried under a mountain of debt, she could barely sit still. "When I make some money, drinks are on me." Not even stopping to finish her sake, Tsunade dropped the bottle and dashed off, faster than she had when chasing down Yen. Making money really was the best motivation. People in debt have a lot of pressure, but it also drives them. Such is the fate of a gambler. Tsunadeheim looks like she's in quite a hurry. Shursui stepped into the courtyard, handing Yin the scroll sent from a clan. Yin couldn't help but laugh. If you were saddled with as much debt as she is, you'd be anxious too. He unfurled the scroll and glanced through it, only to find it filled with trivial, useless information. With a shrug, Yin simply handed the scroll to Shursui, inviting him to take his time with it. No matter how impulsive his actions toward Kakashi had been, what was done was done. All Fugaku could do now was minimize the fallout, smoothing things over rather than holding Yin accountable. Fugaku merely reminded Yin not to let his temper get the better of him, and offered a few words of caution. There was no blame in his tone. Soon, whispers began to circulate throughout the daimyo's residence. Lady Tsunade of Konoha, burdened by staggering debts, was in such a foul mood that she couldn't even be bothered with matters of the daimyo's household. A myriad of rumors spread like wildfire across the entire estate. The people of Suemu Street even came forward to file complaints, lending further credibility to these reports. Though these rumors inevitably tarnished Tsunade's reputation to some extent, when weighed against her crushing debts, Tsunade would gladly let others mock her if it meant earning a bit more to pay off what she owed. Before long, just as Yin had predicted, events began to unfold. Those who had previously sought out Tsunade for treatment suddenly realized an opportunity had presented itself. Whether it was among the 5 great nations or even the smaller countries, the daimyos and their entourages were rarely short on cash. What they valued most was their own lives. With a medical ninja as formidable as Tsunade around, they were happy to throw money her way, not just for treatment, but even for a routine checkup. True enough, by the very next day, someone had already come to seek out Tsunade of their own accord. Lady Tsunade, I know you're in a difficult spot, but as one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, you wouldn't want creditors chasing you all the way back to the village, would you? Here, think of this as a small token of appreciation. Tsunade was speechless. My God. Peering into the chest at this so-called small token, Tsunade's hands trembled with excitement. This small token had to be worth at least 1,000,000 ryo, and that was just a small token. If their appreciation were any greater, Lady Tsunade, could it be that we're finally about to live a debt-free life? Shizen was nearly moved to tears of joy. Living on the run, burdened by debt, had been truly exhausting. And so, unable to resist the lure of these generous tokens, Tsunade reluctantly agreed to see her first patient. And where there was one, more soon followed. For the daimyo, if money could fix it, then it wasn't really a problem at all. Even the daimyo of the Land of Fire himself personally sought out Tsunade, waving cash in hand for a thorough examination. He was especially insistent about a checkup for his lower back, and in addition to the examination, had Tsunade concoct all sorts of restorative tonics for him. It was clear the daimyo valued his quality of life above all else. With this wave of patience, Tsunade was soon raking in money hand over fist, beaming with happiness every single day. Although the money she earned was quickly used to pay off her debts, Tsunade couldn't help but feel delighted as she watched those debts shrink. Tsunade was in high spirits, but not everyone shared her mood. Take Danzo, for instance. Now that the negotiations between the village and the daimyo's estate had wrapped up, Danzo found himself completely cornered. Everyone who used to stay by his side had been reassigned elsewhere. Previously, the third Hokage had at least allowed Danzo some degree of autonomy and left him a handful of trusted people. But now, all of his rude operatives were gone, and the level of surveillance on Danzo had been raised several notches. Faced with this new reality, Danzo understood all too well he'd been abandoned for the sake of the village's interests. It was time for the ANBU's shift change again. As the masked shinobi swapped places, a small summoned beast slipped quietly into the courtyard and made its way to Danzo's side. After Danzo detached the scroll tied to the summoned beast, it vanished in a puff of white smoke. All of his root subordinates had been reassigned, and a significant number would likely be eliminated altogether. The third Hokage knew perfectly well these people had been thoroughly indoctrinated by Danzo. If they weren't dealt with, they would become hidden threats, waiting to explode at the slightest disturbance on Danzo's side. Despite all this, Danzo still had ways and means to gather intelligence from the outside world. His trump card was the ANBU itself. In name, the ANBU was supposed to answer directly to the Hokage, but in reality, it had long since become more like a sieve, full of holes. Danzo had placed many of his own agents within the ANBU ranks. He wasn't the only one. Even the 2 Elder Council representatives had done the same. This guaranteed that they could get their hands on classified information at the earliest possible moment. Now, those planted agents were finally proving their worth. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Furious at the contents of the scroll, Danzo erupted into a torrent of curses. After destroying the scroll, Danzo, seething with rage, marched into the courtyard and bellowed at the surrounding ANBU. I demand to see Hiruzen Sarutobi. Bring Hiruzen Sarutobi to me at once. For the sake of the village, Danzo had been forced into retirement. He could accept that, even if it chafed at his pride. But he believed that as long as the third Hokage remained, he would eventually have a chance to return. All this so-called monitoring and control was, in his eyes, merely an excuse to appease the daimyo's estate. He could accept the dissolution of Root as well. After all, Danzo still had plenty of hidden assets scattered throughout every corner of Konoha. Even if all the people around him were purged, Danzo remained unshaken. But this stoic man, who could endure almost anything, finally snapped when he heard Kakashi had been attacked by the Uchiha at the daimyo's estate and had his Sharingan stolen. The village's response was to settle things with a simple apology from the Uchiha, a promise, and the return of the Sharingan. Nothing more. That was the one thing Danzo could not tolerate. He could endure anything but the Uchiha. As more and more good news arrived from the daimyo's estate, the third Hokage, whose heart had been heavy with worry, was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. With his mood lifted, he even found himself eating an extra bowl of rice at dinner. The troubles at the daimyo's estate had truly worn out his old body. At least now, Everything seemed close to wrapping up, although the various lords from other nations strutted about the daimyo's estate, stirring up trouble with their cryptic remarks and veiled provocations. The fire daimyo showed no sign of falling for their tricks. He might have been frustrated, but he paid no heed to the jeers and coaxing of his peers and relatives. After all, the daimyo's estate and the Hidden Leaf Village were deeply intertwined. If one side faltered, the consequences for both would be dire. If the leaf were truly weakened, what would happen if the other villages launched an attack? The daimyo wasn't a fool. He understood this much at least. And, worst-case scenario, what if villages like Awagakure or Kyomogakure, who had always been eyeing Konoha with hostility, decided to strike if Konoha was pushed too far? The daimyo couldn't afford to gamble on that. If something happened to him, could he really count on those scheming relatives to avenge him? Besides, one's life is one's own. You have to keep it firmly in your own hands. How could you put your fate in the hands of others? This was the main reason the fire daimyo had been holding back all this time, even if he wanted nothing more than to see the third Hokage step down. Once the other lords departed and the daimyo's estate released the funds it owed, the village's financial woes would finally begin to ease. Already, the third Hokage was mentally reviewing the budget, considering how best to allocate the coming year's funds. Hokage-sama, Lord Danzo, is demanding to see you. Danzo's position in the Hokage's mind went without saying, and the ANBU knew full well their Hokage's temperament. So, even though Danzo had been stripped of his position and placed under surveillance, the ANBU still addressed him by his title. He wants to see me? His train of thought interrupted. The third Hokage frowned. What does he want? The ANBU who'd come to report paused for several seconds before answering truthfully. It's regarding Captain Kakashi being ambushed at the daimyo's estate. Lord Danzo is furious and insists that you go to him. Absurd. The third Hokage's mood soured instantly at these words. Is this really Danzo's business? Has he forgotten his current situation? Wait, how did Danzo even find out? He stopped mid-sentence, realizing something was wrong. Root had been completely reassigned, its members scattered or hidden away. Danzo had no one left at his disposal, and ANBU had been watching him closely. There was no way anyone could easily reach him. So how'd he get the news? It had to be ANBU. Knowing Danzo's nature, it would be stranger if he hadn't planted some pieces within ANBU. The third Hokage's face immediately fell. I do not want to see this happen a second time. Usually, he couldn't be bothered to deal with Danzo planting his pawns everywhere. He would just turn a blind eye. But now, someone was still gathering intelligence for Danzo, and that truly made the third Hokage uneasy. If anyone let something slip and news leaked out, the daimyo's office would come down hard on them, and that would be a huge headache. Right now, the last thing the third Hokage wanted was to clash with the daimyo's office. After all, the annual development funds hadn't been allocated yet. If the daimyo got even the slightest notion to withhold the money, the third Hokage's troubles would multiply tenfold. Yes, sir. The ANBU ninja dropped his head guiltily, cursing inwardly. Which idiot was responsible for this mess? Since Danzo was demanding to see him, the third Hokage couldn't just pretend nothing had happened. And after all this trouble stirred up by Danzo, he had lost the mood to continue handling paperwork. He simply left the Hokage office and went to Danzo's secluded little courtyard. Sarutobi, what is going on with you? Why are you acting so spineless? Have you forgotten our original intentions? The Uchiha clan is incorrigible, and as for that Uchiha Yin, what an evil brat. He actually dared to attack one of our own ninja, and Kakashi is an ANBU squad leader. What exactly are the Uchiha planning? The moment the third Hokage arrived, he was greeted by Danzo's barrage of complaints, while the surrounding ANBU could only watch, sweating nervously. Sir, we understand you're angry, but could you please not take it out on the Hokage? Not only had his good mood been ruined, but after coming here especially to see Danzo, he was met with a face full of scolding. It would be a miracle if the third Hokage wasn't upset, especially since Danzo didn't give him the slightest bit of face, reprimanding him right in front of a whole crowd of ANBU. Who could tolerate that? Danzo. The third Hokage's expression darkened as he barked. As for Kakashi, the Uchiha have already given their explanation, apologized, and even returned to Sharingan. They've promised nothing like this will happen again. What more do you want? You think an apology, a promise, and returning to Sharingan are enough to settle this? Danzo shot back, his voice strained with indignation. And is this really for you to decide? The third Hokage was losing his patience as well. Danzo, are you really not aware of your own position right now? The daimyo's office has been watching you, watching me. And at a time like this, you're still fixated on the Uchiha, still plotting against them. What does he mean, I'm the one fixated on the Uchiha, plotting against them? Hasn't this always been our shared strategy and stance? How did it suddenly become all my fault? Utterly baffled, Danzo was left speechless as the blame landed squarely on his shoulders. Fortunately, as the scapegoat-in-chief, he didn't mind taking the blame. He accepted it without a second thought. It made no difference to him. In any case, we can't let Uchiha Yin walk away unpunished. And Uchiha Shursui, too. All of these Uchiha must be apprehended, every last one of them. I made myself perfectly clear. Why are you still clinging to this? The third Hokage was so furious it felt as if his liver was about to burst. Danzo's real intention was obvious. He wanted to wipe out the Uchiha in one fell swoop, to drive them to the edge of the cliff and force a desperate confrontation with the village. Nothing short of mutual destruction would satisfy him. For a moment, the third Hokage lost all interest in arguing with Danzo. How to handle this is for me to decide personally. I won't trouble you to meddle further. You best focus on your recovery here. I am the Hokage, yet you'd presume to issue orders over my head? There is considerable suspicion surrounding the Uchiha, but suspicion is all it is. Your approach is far too extreme. Danzo, if you push the Uchiha to the brink, it will only harm the village. Should something drastic happen within the Uchiha, it's the village that will ultimately suffer. I hope you can put away those dangerous and unrealistic notions. And by the way, from now on, the ANBU will no longer deliver any messages or intelligence to you. Just concentrate on your recuperation. With these words, the third Hokage turned and left without another glance. As he exited the small courtyard, he shot a sharp glare at the squad captains, making it abundantly clear. This sort of thing must never happen again, regardless of who is responsible. You squad captains need to keep your people in line. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Danzo's roar echoed with bitter frustration, but it fell on deaf ears. The third Hokage had no desire to tighten the screws on the Uchiha, nor did he want to stir up more trouble at a time like this. Least of all did he want Danzo to keep making waves. What the village needed now was stability. With the third Hokage gone, Danzo was left fuming, nearly beside himself with rage. Meanwhile, the ANBU squad captains assigned to monitor Danzo were in a foul mood. One after another, they gathered their subordinates. I don't care who is responsible. Just know there won't be a next time. You saw the Hokage's stance for yourselves. If anyone can't control themselves, don't drag your comrades down with you. From this day on, no one is allowed to act alone on any mission. Everyone must operate in pairs. No one is to leave their partner's sight, not for a moment. Catching the traitor within? Utterly pointless. The price of rooting out an ANBU mole was simply too high. With no other option, these squad captains could only rely on stern warnings and the buddy system to keep Danzo's planet agents from passing on any more information. The Hokage was deeply displeased by what had happened, and this must never be repeated. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace for everyone involved. Danzo had hoped to deal a fatal blow to the Uchiha, or if not that, at least to throw dirt in their eyes and make trouble for them. Who could have guessed? Searching for trouble with the Uchiha clan only landed him in a mud pit of his own making. And the most infuriating part was, he dug the hole himself. In the daimyo's capital, there was a barbecue restaurant with a decent reputation, a favorite haunt among Konoha's ninja. The Uchiha were no exception. After their shift, Uchiha Ryoichi and his teammates headed to the barbecue place, planning to reward themselves with a good meal. It was dinner time, and the restaurant was packed. Their table was assigned to a corner, and, as luck would have it, the table next to theirs was occupied by someone the Uchiha could barely stand. Sarutobi Asuma. Asuma looked like he was in a foul mood. He dragged a few companions along, was eating barbecue, drinking, a cigarette dangling from his lips, one leg propped up. He looked every inch the street tough. Today, instead of lounging in the palace, the daimyos were having a gathering in the garden, and Asuma happened to be assigned as part of their security detail. What he hadn't expected was that such a routine task would leave him simmering with anger. The daimyos had banded together, indulging themselves, not only with food and drink, but also by complaining at length about the third Hokage. Asuma never got along with his father, but hearing others badmouth him so carelessly made his blood boil. The worst part was, he couldn't do anything about it. If it had been anyone else mouthing off, Asuma would have put them in their place long ago. But the ones criticizing the third were the daimyos of various nations, not people Asuma could touch. He was seething inside, but had to keep it hidden. So, once his shift ended, Asuma rounded up a few friends and went to the barbecue joint, hoping a good meal and some drinks would take the edge off his frustration. But before he'd even finished eating, a group of Uchiha sat down at the next table, uncomfortably close at that. Asuma didn't like the third Hokage, and he didn't care for the Uchiha either. Well, isn't this the proud and arrogant clan we all know so well? Asuma's mocking, provocative tone set his companions off in laughter. What's that supposed to mean, Asuma? Ryoichi barely managed to keep from calling him out by name, unable to hold back his anger. I never said you, so why take it personally? Don't you all agree? Asuma raised his eyebrows in triumph, wearing a look that practically begged for a fight, making Ryoichi and his teammates grit their teeth in frustration. Asuma might be a rogue, someone who rubbed people the wrong way, but with a Hokage for a father, he was practically untouchable in Konoha. Even Tsunade had been annoyed by him on her way here, but Asuma was clever enough never to provoke her, leaving Tsunade no excuse to deal with him. Ryoichi's face flushed with anger, wanting to argue, but not knowing where to begin. Oh, look at you. No wonder you Uchiha are always targeted. Ninja from a big clan, and you can't even curse properly. Laughter broke out. The more the Uchiha held themselves back, the more triumphant Asuma became. He had already decided to take out all the frustration he'd suffered today on these few people. After all, he simply didn't believe they'd dare to lay a hand on him. Kakashi? He was just an arrogant guy. Sure, the Uchiha might dare to attack him, but would they really strike at Asuma? At least, Asuma didn't think the Uchiha had the guts to touch him. You bastard. As Asuma's taunts grew more outrageous, Ryoichi, seething with anger, finally lost all reason and lunged at him. Just what Asuma was waiting for. He might be a bit of a troublemaker, but Asuma knew all too well the serious consequences of being the first to attack a fellow villager. That's why he kept provoking Ryoichi, just waiting for him to snap. In the end, the young Ryoichi, who cared deeply about his clan's honor, fell right into the trap. Asuma easily dodged Ryoichi's punch and, grinning, landed a blow to Ryoichi's ribs. With a cry of pain, Ryoichi flew backward, crashing into several tables and scattering them, even getting burned by some hot charcoal. He ended up in a thoroughly sorry state. Ryoichi, his teammates tried to rush over to help, but Asuma's companions blocked their way. Chaos broke out in the barbecue restaurant. Customers screamed and hurried to escape. Watching his patrons flee without paying, the barbecue shop owner was on the verge of tears, but he didn't dare step in to stop the brawl. Meanwhile, business at the daimyo's residence was wrapping up. Knowing that Yin was the head of the Uchiha, the daimyo had sent someone to hint at wanting to strengthen ties between his household and the Uchiha clan. Yin was still weighing whether or not to accept this overture. The Uchiha could form a relationship with the daimyo's residents, but they couldn't get too close. He needed to keep things in balance. Captain Uchiha Yin, your clansmen have gotten into a fight at the barbecue restaurant. We hope you can step in and stop it. An ANBU ninja landed in the courtyard to deliver the unwelcome news to Yin. The uproar at the barbecue restaurant was impossible for the ANBU to ignore. And it just so happened that on one side were Uchiha clan members, and on the other, Asuma, the third Hokage's son. Neither side was easy to confront. So, the ANBU decided to notify both parties' leaders, Yin and Tsunade, and let them handle it directly. Oh, a fight at the barbecue restaurant? Even the ANBU was alarmed. Things had clearly escalated. Without a second thought, Yin called out to those inside, enough playing around. Everyone come with me. Led by Yin, the Uchiha quickly headed for the barbecue restaurant, even Shursui joining them. Meanwhile, Tsunade, who had also been notified, brought Shizune along and hurried to the scene. Such a disgraceful incident left Tsunade fuming. After all, this was a stain on Konoha's reputation. She was quite curious to see who had the nerve to stir up trouble at a time like this. Upon receiving the news, Tsunade set out with Shizune right away, not even bothering to ask who was fighting. As fate would have it, she ran into a group from the Uchiha clan on the street. Are your Uchiha people involved in this? One look at the situation and Tsunade knew immediately the Uchiha were mixed up in it. Otherwise, why would Yin show up with a whole squad? Is there anywhere you people aren't involved? Are you aiming for first place in every brawl in the village? Oh, some of my clansmen got into a conflict with fellow villagers, and it came to blows. I'm just here to check things out, Yin replied casually, falling into step with Tsunade as they hurried onward together. By the time they arrived, the chaos at the barbecue restaurant had already died down. All the Uchiha were sprawled on the ground, each one battered and bruised, struggling even to get up. Ryoichi, in particular, looked bad. One arm and one leg were twisted at unnatural angles, clearly broken, his injury severe. On the other side, aside from some rumpled clothing, there didn't seem to be any real harm done. Not good. When Tsunade saw that Asuma and his companions were completely unscathed while the Uchiha lay on the ground, badly injured, her heart skipped a beat. That troublesome brat, always finding new ways to make my life difficult. Bastard. At that moment, the Uchiha's eyes blazed with fury. Even Shursui clenched his fists, glaring at Asuma and the others in anger. A fight had broken out. Not only had they lost, but they'd been thoroughly beaten. This was humiliating. Yin shook his head slightly, glancing at Asuma's group. It was clear that Ryoichi and his team had lost fair and square. Shizun. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Go treat their injuries first. Wait a moment. Yin stopped Shizun in her tracks. Tsunade raised a hand to her forehead, realizing things were about to get complicated. Despite Yan's calm demeanor, Tsunade almost wished he'd show some reaction. Maybe anger, maybe a tirade. The calmer he was, the worse things would get when he finally did explode. Yin stepped forward and knelt down. Ryoichi, almost unrecognizable, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, mumbled through swollen lips, "Captain, I'm sorry, Their clan had been insulted. He'd taken action, but even so, they'd been beaten. Ryoichi's heart ached with guilt and frustration, but he knew he'd done everything he could. Tell me, what happened? Off to the side, Asuma just shrugged indifferently. What was done was done. At worst, he'd get a scolding or some punishment. He was used to it by now. So what if he'd gotten into a fight with the Uchiha? He didn't believe for a second they'd dare gang up on him right in front of Tsunade. It's all Asuma's fault, that bastard. Liang, he gritted his teeth and said, I came here with Yakumo and the others to eat. We sat next to them. That bastard started insulting our clan. As soon as he opened his mouth, I couldn't take it and argued with him. He just got worse and worse, so I finally lost my temper and hit him. I see. Now the cause of the incident was clear enough. The details hardly mattered. Yin slowly stood up and nodded to Shizun. Thank you for your trouble. Not bad, young man, you've got guts. Yin walked toward Asuma. Tsunade had already left the barbecue restaurant. She didn't want to see blood, and the scene inside was nothing short of gruesome. Yin stopped in front of Asuma, while outside the door Tsunade grew tense and called out, Yin, don't do anything rash. I'll deal with Asuma myself. Yin paid no attention to Tsunade and beckoned over his shoulder. The clan members, who had been barely restraining themselves, surged over in a group and stood behind Yin, each one glaring angrily at Asuma and his friends. Asuma's companions sobered up instantly from fear. Even if Asuma wasn't afraid of the Uchiha, they certainly were. These people, could they actually be bold enough to go through with it? Seeing this, even Asuma felt uncertain, his confidence faltering. Yin smiled and said to his clansmen, Remember the faces of those bastards. Give me their information later. We'll settle this when we're back in the village. Nice and slow. We'll have our fun with them. Uchiha Yin, what exactly do you want to do? At the door, Tsunade was pacing anxiously, but she dared not come in. The sight of blood was unbearable for her. And Yin, for his part, ignored her completely. Shizun, who was treating Liang Yi's injuries, realized just how much trouble this had become. Her gaze toward Asuma grew cold with disgust. As Asuma's classmate, she knew all too well what sort of person he was. Some people never change, no matter how much they grow. You should count yourself lucky your father is Hokage. Facing Yan's smiling face just inches away, Asuma felt a pang of guilt. He'd heard stories about Yin, stories everyone knew. The ruthless Uchiha who dared to lay hands on his clan elders, who once publicly berated Danzo right in the police force headquarters. In plain terms, someone who played by no rules. Compared to Yin, Asuma's only advantage was his status. Everything else meant nothing. So what do you want? Forcing himself to stay calm, Asuma gritted his teeth and said, If I've done wrong, the village will punish me. It's not your place, Uchiha Yin. But before he could finish, Yan's hand flashed out. Even though Asuma had been on guard, he couldn't dodge in time, let alone fight back. His mind registered what was happening, but his body just couldn't keep up. A cracking slap echoed through the room as Yan's palm struck Asuma's face, sending him sprawling to the floor. Everyone present froze in shock. Because it all happened so suddenly, no one expected Yin to make a move out of nowhere. That's it. Blowing on his palm with a look of disdain, Yin sneered. I seriously suspect that the village examiners took bribes. With your level, Asuma, you actually passed the special Jonin test? Unbelievable. I don't care how the village wants to deal with this, but you picked this fight and laid hands on a member of the Uchiha clan. Don't say I never gave you a chance. The lot of you, does it feel good to gang up on someone weaker? Beating up an Uchiha kid, does that make you feel tough? Uchiha Ryoichi was only 14, with rather average talent and merely a Chunin strength. His two teammates were about the same. Compared to Asuma and his companions, they weren't even in the same league. A special Jonin against a Chunin. Unless we're talking about someone as monstrous as Itachi, how many Chunin could really handle that? We can settle accounts with the others later, but Asuma is a different story. You like stirring up trouble? You like causing scenes? Fine, I'll play along. Casually shrugging off his jacket, Yin tossed it to Shuren and loosened up his arms. Don't say I'm picking on you. In terms of age, Asuma, you're 5 years older than me. In terms of strength, you're a special Jonin, and so am I. Don't you just love looking down on the Uchiha? Today, I'll give you a shot at me. As he spoke, he even crooked a finger, beckoning. Don't give me a reason to look down on you, or your entire Sarutobi clan. So you like shaming people by dragging their families into it? Well, I can do that too. Shizune, stop him. Tsunade was furious, but Yin knew exactly how to exploit her hemophobia, knowing she wouldn't dare charge in recklessly. What drove Tsunade mad was that, even if she did rush in, it probably wouldn't make a difference. Special Jonin? What a joke. Yin called himself only a special Jonin, but Tsunade could flatten the examiners who hand out the Jonin rank. By rank alone, Yin was indeed only a special Jonin. He'd never taken the Jonin exam. So, technically, he was on the same level as Asuma. Trying to stop me? Yin activated his Sharingan, locking eyes with Shizune. Shizune, who had just finished stabilizing Ryoichi's wounds, lifted her hand, her smile fading as she met Yan's triple Tomo Sharingan. Instantly, she shuddered, instinctively lowering her head. Don't get cocky, Uchiha Yin. Yeah, I hate your clan. I was coming for you. What are you going to do about it? Asuma struggled to his feet, half his face swollen, his speech slurred and twisted with rage. Yan's gaze swept over him, their eyes locking. Asuma wanted to look away, but his heart pounded uncontrollably. It's over. Why was I so stupid as to look him in the eye? A sharp slap rang out, clear and unmistakable. Another handprint bloomed on the other side of Asuma's face, knocking him to the ground again. Lifting his foot and pressing it against Asuma's chest, Yin spoke with obvious disinterest. That's it? Is this the strength of the Sarutobi clan's special Jonin? Don't tell me you bribed the examiners to pass your test. I think the village should investigate whoever was in charge of your evaluation. He let out a dry laugh. The Uchiha couldn't help but burst out laughing. Even Shursui, who always kept a serious face, couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching. Yin was relentless, never missing a chance to throw shade at the Sarutobi clan. He did everything to smear and humiliate Asuma, even suggesting he only made special Jonin by greasing the right palms. Uchiha Yin, if you got the guts, kill me. Do it. Yin didn't hesitate. He leaned down and slapped Asuma hard across the face. The force of it was clear as two of Asuma's teeth flew from his mouth. Sorry, but I don't go all out against my fellow villagers. Besides, I, Uchiha Yin, have no desire to kill trash. In my eyes, you're no different from garbage, understand? Trash from the Sarutobi clan. You really are a disgrace to the Sarutobi name. And to think you're the Hokage's son. How shameful, utterly shameful. As he spoke, Yin kept smacking Asuma's face, one open-handed slap after another. I won't break your bones or beat you half to death. No, I'll just keep slapping you, over and over. Uchiha Yin, that's enough. Asuma's pitiful state was too much for his companions to bear. Yin shot them a cold glare. Those who try to plead for Asuma, or threaten, Yin suddenly clutched their chests in pain, their faces contorting. Whatever Kakashi had felt, Yin now inflicted on them as well. Their hearts felt as though they might stop at any moment. Where am I? Why is my heartbeat slowing? Uchiha Yin, stop. Your Jinjutsu puts too much strain on the heart. Tsunade felt herself on the verge of snapping. Damn it, Asuma. You idiot. Couldn't you just stay out of trouble? Of all the people to provoke, why did it have to be the Uchiha? Idiot, idiot, idiot. Pathetic. Yin spat out the word coldly, then kicked the dazed Asuma aside. After taking over a dozen slaps, Asuma's mind was buzzing and unfocused. There are many types of Jinjutsu. Shursui liked to use it to control others' minds, and then also enjoyed manipulating consciousness, making his victim's body involuntarily squeeze their own heart. That feeling, only those who've experienced it would understand. Yin signaled for his clansmen to carry away the injured, then swept his icy gaze across those gathered. The Uchiha have suffered many misunderstandings. There's a great rift between us, the village, and its people. But remember this, not just anyone can insult the Uchiha. If you ever think of stepping on us, be prepared for the consequences. I don't mind breaking your legs or knocking out your teeth one by one. It was terrifying. Yan's icy gaze sent shivers through everyone nearby. Those caught by his eyes immediately lowered their heads, not daring to meet his stare. Asuma's companions were still lying on the ground, groaning in pain and gasping for breath. Who would dare get involved now? For a moment, many people looked at Asuma and his friends with a touch of pity in their eyes. Of all people to provoke, why would you mess with Uchiha Yin? Don't you know he's a notorious hardliner? And special Jonin? Please, who's ever seen a special Jonin this powerful? I'll settle the score with you later. Tsunade was so furious she could barely contain herself. Shizune, treat their injuries. The rest of you disperse. What are you standing around for? Looking to get involved? If not for her hemophobia, Tsunade would have slapped Asuma herself. That idiot was just looking for trouble. Captain, are we just gonna let this go? On the way back, Jin and the others still felt indignant. In shot and glare. What do you suggest? Kill them all right now. Let go. Of course not. It's just not time to settle the score yet. Just wait, it won't be long. Remember those guys. When we get back to the village, we'll deal with them slowly, along with their families and friends. If they dare insult the Uchiha and target us, they can't complain when we take revenge. You want to talk about personal responsibility? Sorry, you've escalated this to a clan affair. So don't expect your families to get off easy. I, Uchiha Yin, have never been one to forgive and forget. Cross me, and no one escapes. Shizune, why didn't you stop him? Tsunade tapped Shizune's head in frustration. Shizune answered aggrieved, I didn't dare. Not just Yin, either. At the time, every Uchiha had their Sharingan activated, and with so many pairs of those eyes fixed on her, who in their right mind would dare make a move? Besides, she genuinely didn't want to intervene. Asuma was such a jerk, he deserved a beating. Maybe then he'd stop swaggering around with that cocky attitude. Tsunade was momentarily at a loss for words. Thinking it over, it actually made some sense. Shizune was strong, but compared to that group of ruthless Uchihas, she didn't stand a chance. If she tried to step in, she'd probably have gotten slapped around too. Frankly, even a stray dog passing by at that moment would have caught a couple of slaps. Forget it. At this point, what's the use of talking about it? Tsunade rubbed her forehead in frustration. All right, it's not your fault. Go help treat Asuma. Right now, that kid probably wouldn't even recognize his own father. I won't. With that, Shizune slipped away. Hurry up and come back once you're healed. Wait, did you say you're not? Tsunade turned around, but Shizune was already gone without a trace. One after another, none of them give me any peace. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Come to think of it, since Tsunade herself couldn't go, and Shizune refused, what about Asuma? If no one helped with the healing, that brat's swollen face would probably take at least 10 days to half a month to recover. Forget it, better let some of the other medical nin handle it. There were a few medical nin in the accompanying team, but compared to Shizune, their skills were rather average. Still, they'd be more than capable of reducing Asuma's swelling and easing his pain. As for whether to report the incident, Tsunade decided to leave it for later, once they returned. After all, Asuma had brought this all on himself. If he got beaten and humiliated, he only had himself to blame. Tsunade knew, at most, this would earn Yin a mild warning, but judging from Yan's attitude, he didn't care in the slightest. What a headache. Why are there always so many troublesome things? How did the Uchiha produce such a ruthless one? After all, this whole mess started with Asuma courting disaster, provoking and insulting the Uchiha. Someone from the Uchiha was injured, and not lightly. But Asuma didn't get off easy either. Any reasonable person would rather take a beating, maybe even break a few bones, than be slapped into unconsciousness while being insulted. Between the two, the latter was far more humiliating. It's enough to make someone never want to show their face again. Asuma hit someone from the Uchiha. Yin hit him back. Asuma insulted the Uchiha. Yin returned it with interest. The ridiculous part was, even if this incident blew up, Asuma would still get the worst of it, because it all started with him. If he hadn't shot his mouth off, none of this would have happened. Compared to the attack on Kakashi, this fight was really nothing. Even if things escalated, Yin and the Uchiha wouldn't be punished too harshly. Instead, it'd be Asuma who became the laughingstock. Especially now that Yin had said Asuma bribed the examiner just to pass the special Jonin test. Something this sensational happening right under the daimyo's roof was impossible to keep secret. As soon as word reached the royal court, daimyos from all nations began to revel in the gossip. Haha, this is hilarious. Who'd have thought Hiruzen Sarutobi's son would be such a disappointment? He had to bribe the examiner to pass the ninja test. What a disgrace. Absolutely shameful. Is the bribery part real? If you don't believe it, you tell me. How come, for all that he's a special Jonin, Asuma can't even compare to a single finger of Uchiha Yin? He's only good for picking on the Genin and Chunin from his own village. Exactly. What a disgrace. The daimyos dared to mock even the third Hokage, let alone a mere Asuma. Sure enough, once the news passed through their lips, it transformed into a rumor that Asuma had bribed the examiners to pass the special Jonin assessment. Even the Hokage's own son is this arrogant and lawless. Konoha is truly fascinating, some began to say. Naturally, the feudal lords of other nations, always eager to sow discord, seized upon Asuma's story to provoke the Fire Daimyo. What they didn't know was that the Fire Daimyo was secretly overjoyed. He'd been racking his brain, wondering how to finally remove the third Hokage from power. He was thoroughly fed up with the third's evasiveness and incompetence, not to mention Danzo. But the third Hokage just couldn't bring himself to deal with Danzo. Fine then, let's see who you value more, your own son or Danzo. On the surface, the daimyo put on a furious expression, loudly denouncing Asuma's misconduct, while secretly instructing his people to spread the news as widely as possible, ideally, until everyone knew. Let's see how the third Hokage dares to face the villagers of Konoha after this. Did you hear? The third Hokage of Konoha actually let his son bribe the examiners to pass the special Jonin test. Seriously? Has Konoha really grown this corrupt? That's not all. This Sarutobi Asuma is a notorious troublemaker. He's always acted with impunity in Konoha because his father is Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage. No one dares rein him in. And now, at the daimyo's residence, just because he was in a bad mood, he picked a fight with a fellow villager and insulted their entire clan. Rumors swept through the daimyo's residence by the next morning, spreading like wildfire, impossible to contain, and swiftly becoming the hottest gossip in the palace. Curiously, the Uchiha were left out of the story entirely. Hiko, tell me, was this your doing? She'd wanted to handle this calmly and wait until they returned to the village. But now, with these rumors spreading everywhere, Tsunade could already imagine the storm awaiting them in Konoha once word got back. Every rumor seemed aimed straight at the third Hokage. This has nothing to do with the Uchiha. Lady Tsunade, if you have time to question me, you do better to ask the daimyo himself. Maybe he's the one stirring the pot. With rumors flying everywhere and the Uchiha family's name carefully left out, the clan actually stood to benefit. Unfortunately, Hiko would never stoop to such things. It truly had nothing to do with the Uchiha. In fact, when Hiko first heard about it, he was momentarily stunned. Who could it be, so intent on discrediting Asuma and the third Hokage, so determined to blow things out of proportion? On closer reflection, Hiko suspected the palace itself. To see rumors spread throughout the night like this, if it wasn't orchestrated by the daimyo's palace, he'd never believe it. After all, only they had the means to pull it off within the daimyo's residence. Don't look at me like that. I, Uchiha Hiko, stand by what I do. But blowing this up serves neither me nor the Uchiha clan. Besides, with so few members in the Uchiha clan, do you really think rumors could have spread this far in just one night if they were the ones stirring up trouble? Seeing Tsunade's disbelief, Yin spread his hands, looking both innocent himself and implying that the Uchiha clan was equally blameless. I understand. I'll go meet with the daimyo. In the meantime, your Uchiha clan should keep calm. Whatever you do, do not let anything like this happen again. Tsunade was well aware that the Uchiha wanted to take revenge on Asuma's companions. But no matter what she said, Yin wouldn't listen. He had no intention of following her advice on this matter. The Uchiha were all simmering with anger, just waited to get back to Konoha and settle the score with those idiots. Stop them now? There was no way. Tsunade-sama, surely all this has nothing to do with the Uchiha, right? Shizen stepped forward to meet her. It shouldn't have anything to do with them, Tsunade replied with a stern face. Yin is right. While Asuma started the trouble and the Uchiha will want payback, these are all internal conflicts within Konoha. They shouldn't drag the daimyo's mansion into it. For the news to have spread this far, the daimyo's people must be involved. So, should we send someone to investigate? Investigate what? Just focus on treating patients and earning money. I'll go to the palace myself. Investigate? Investigate the daimyo's people in the daimyo's own court? Do we have nothing better to do? Even though the daimyo's people are mostly small fry, if Konoha sent someone to investigate, it would only make things worse. Tsunade had no intention of doing something so thankless. If, by chance, the investigation pointed back to the daimyo and he caught wind of it, things could get very interesting. Who knows what kind of chaos might break out? It could even blow up into a situation where Konoha was accused of spying on or investigating the daimyo. Even if she knew it would be a wasted effort, Tsunade had no choice but to make the trip. As expected, when Tsunade questioned the daimyo, he feigned complete ignorance, looking utterly surprised. What? Something like this actually happened? This is completely unacceptable. Clearly, Asuma needs stricter discipline. Well, that was a waste of time. The daimyo was clearly feigning ignorance, though his acting wasn't very convincing. There was no doubt he was the one behind it. As for his motives, Tsunade couldn't say, nor did she have any intention of pressing him for answers. If she pushed further, it would only make it obvious she suspected the daimyo. If he got angry and started causing trouble, Tsunade had no desire to see things take that turn, so she decided it was best to let the third Hokage deal with his headache. She hadn't planned to report this, but now she had no choice. It would be impossible not to. Leaving the palace, Tsunade immediately sent word back to the village, warning the third Hokage to brace himself. Your son just helped the daimyo deliver a rather shocking surprise. The third Hokage's reaction might be a bit intense, but if you compared him to Asuma, Tsunade believed her teacher had a much stronger capacity for handling bad news. After all, He was someone who had weathered countless storms, not like Asuma, who had been so humiliated that he fainted from sheer anger. His mental fortitude really left much to be desired. In recent days, the third Hokage had been eating well, sleeping well, and even found himself more energized while dealing with village affairs. So when the scroll Tsunade sent was delivered to the Hokage's office, he assumed it was more good news from the daimyo's estate. But as soon as he unrolled it and glanced over the contents, it was as if a heavy hammer had struck his mind. His thoughts became a tangled mess. Inside the scroll, Tsunade described the incident with Asuma stirring up trouble, and also mentioned Yan's intervention. The main events were summarized succinctly. Nothing important was left out. How could this happen? The third Hokage leapt to his feet in alarm, rubbing his eyes vigorously, afraid he might be seeing things. He picked up the scroll and read it all over again. Damn it! After reading it several times more, the third Hokage, seething with anger, slammed the scroll down on his desk. Just when his mood had finally improved, trouble had come knocking once again. And to make matters worse, this trouble was all started by his own son, Asuma. Then the daimyo delivered a perfect follow-up blow. Why would the daimyo act this way? Hadn't the negotiations between the village and the daimyo's estate already been settled? Why were they still clinging to Konoha, refusing to let go? Compared to the daimyo's unexpected interference, Asuma's provocation and subsequent beating were nothing. The third Hokage barely gave it a second thought. He knew exactly what kind of person his son was. Even if Yen had gone a bit too far, struck a bit too harshly, or said things that were hard to swallow, and even dragged the exam proctor through the mud, none of that truly mattered. The real issue here was the daimyo's meddling. This could easily give people the impression that Hiruzen Sarutobi was deliberately turning a blind eye to his son's mischief, letting him run wild and cause endless trouble. Don't underestimate the impact of such a rumor. Once it spread, it could cause serious misunderstandings. People outside the village might just treat it as gossip, something to laugh about over dinner. But if the villagers of Konoha took it seriously, that would be real trouble. This couldn't be allowed to spiral out of control. Go and notify the 2 council elders, as well as all the honorary elders. Ask them to come to the Hokage's office. The third Hokage understood all too well how powerful public opinion could be. Although he was skilled at using it to achieve his own goals, if the tide turned against him, then he'd be in real danger. When Konoha was first founded, the Elders' Council was created to prevent the Hokage from having unchecked power. Every clan that had made significant contributions to the village was granted a seat, including the Uchiha. Sadly, after Madara Uchiha's defection, the Uchiha seat on the council became little more than an empty title. Not to mention the elders' authority. Now, the Uchiha clan didn't even have a seat at the Council of Elders. Look at this. Even when the Elders' Council convened, and even the Hyuga clan was present, it had nothing to do with the Uchiha anymore. As the clan head, Hayashi Hyuga naturally secured a seat among the elders to represent his family at the meeting. Everyone, let's keep it brief. Please take a look at the documents first. The third Hokage had already arranged for the contents of the scroll to be copied and distributed to everyone present. What could have happened to make Lord Hokage look so grim? Could this be related to the daimyo's mansion? Everyone attending was filled with questions as they opened the documents to read. After a few seconds, a tacit understanding swept through the group. They squinted, or their eyes widened in shock, and they looked up in astonishment at the third Hokage, then back down at the documents in their hands. Asuma has gone way too far this time. While the others were still too stunned to speak, Koryudatane was the first to break the silence. She had no intention of showing mercy, even though Asuma was the third Hokage's own son. How could he do such a thing at the daimyo's mansion? Just because he's in a bad mood, he thinks he can pick a fight with a fellow Leaf shinobi and humiliate an Uchiha for no reason. And as for Uchiha Yen, after everything happened, instead of trying to smooth things over, he actually hit Asuma. And just look at what's written here. Asuma tried to bribe the exam proctor. The more Koharu spoke, the angrier she became. She even lashed out at the proctor, who was responsible for supervising Asuma's exam in the first place. Everyone fell silent. Could it really be that Asuma had used connections to pass his exam? The third Hokage's face darkened. He coughed and said, "There was nothing wrong with Asuma's exam. It's true, he has his flaws, but he passed the special Jonin assessment on merit. Maybe the proctor was a little lenient, but it was absolutely impossible that he bribed his way through. Still, even among special Jonin, the gap in strength is enormous. Up against someone like Yen, all Asuma could do was take a beating. So this is the examiner's fault." Fuming, Koharu slammed the document on the table and said sharply, "Hiruzen, I warned you. Asuma's reckless behavior was bound to cause trouble one day. And now look, it has." That's right, Hiruzen. Asuma needs to be properly disciplined. Uchiha may have struck back, but all of that is secondary. The real issue is that word has already spread throughout the daimyo's mansion, and it's obvious who leaked it, the daimyo himself. He's still watching Konoha. He might even be watching you. Hamura Kado added this in a measured tone, laying the situation bare. The daimyo's mansion had its eyes fixed on the third Hokage. This whole affair was meant to smear his reputation and drag his name through the mud. Everyone present felt their hearts skip a beat, especially Hayashi Hyuga, who couldn't help but recall what Hisashi had said earlier. Could all of this be connected to the Uchiha? If the Uchiha want to escape their predicament, the best way would be to remove the third Hokage and replace him with someone who isn't biased against their clan. Someone like Tsunade, or perhaps Jiraiya. If this really did have something to do with the Uchiha, then the Hyuga clan would have a lot more to consider. In the end, it all comes down to Danzo. Akimichi Choza, who rarely attended meetings, shifted uncomfortably on his chair, dissatisfied with its size. It was far too small for comfort. The daimyo has been insistent that the village deal with Danzo. Even though Tsunade stepped in and managed to calm his anger, not everything is so easily resolved. Once a mirror is shattered, how can you ever restore it to how it was? His words were pointed and clear. He was speaking directly to the third Hokage. You refused to deal with Danzo, so now the daimyo is making things difficult for you. Choza's blunt honesty brought a hush over the Hokage's office. Those attending the meeting exchanged glances, choosing to keep their silence. When it came to Danzo, it was best to say as little as possible. No one wanted to risk offending both Danzo and the third Hokage at once. Choza wasn't afraid, but the others certainly didn't dare provoke those two dangerous men at the same time. We should be prepared for the worst. During the Third Great Ninja War, the village suffered such heavy losses and constant fighting that the third Hokage had no choice but to retire. The villagers were simply fed up. Faced with a situation like that, the third Hokage had to nominate Minato as his successor. If history repeated itself, what would the third Hokage do then? Choza, don't talk nonsense. Hamura Kado, growing anxious, quickly cut him off. Are you here for the meeting, or just to stir up trouble? Prepare for the worst. Why don't you just come out and say Hiruzen should step down right now? The third Hokage's face remained calm, but his tightly clenched fists betrayed the storm raging inside him. First Danzo, then the daimyo's mansion, and now Asuma, one incident after another, so much turmoil, piling up again and again. If this continued, the villagers would inevitably start to question, to lose faith in the third Hokage's abilities. At that point, it would be hard for him not to retire. Fine. I'll keep quiet. Pretend I never said anything. Choza raised his hand and waved it dismissively, leaning back into his chair and saying no more. No one could have expected that. Before Konoha even had time to come up with a plan, an even greater storm was about to break. At the daimyo's palace, everything was as usual in the familiar halls. The same unlucky, long-suffering advisor came rushing in, wearing a face as gloomy as if he'd just lost his father. My lord. The advisor approached the daimyo, speaking in hushed tones to alert him that something was up. What is it? Daimyo, who was in the midst of revelry with relatives and friends, frowned in displeasure. His advisor, on the verge of tears, quietly handed him a scroll. As he passed the scroll to the daimyo, the advisor lowered his voice as much as possible. My lord, it's intelligence from the same source as last time. What intelligence from last time? Oh no. The advisor hadn't expected the daimyo to be so forthright, opening the scroll right there in front of everyone. What if the daimyo comes to his senses later? Will he have my head for this? Remembering all the earnest warnings from last time, the advisor was so anxious he could die on the spot. Let me take a look. Oblivious to the turmoil in his advisor's mind, the daimyo narrowed his eyes and began reading the contents of the scroll. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning, sitting beside him, leaned over out of curiosity. Everyone else was still immersed in merriment. Yet here was the advisor, awkwardly handing over a scroll of intelligence, shrouded in secrecy. Well, now I'm curious to see what valuable secrets are inside. Since the fire daimyo had opened the scroll so openly, making no attempt to hide it, it was clear he didn't mind others seeing it. It couldn't be anything too earth-shattering. Information about the Hidden Leaf Village. The third Hokage and Danzo never stopped researching would release, always hoping to recreate the first Hokage's legendary power, even sending many war orphans to be experimented on. Orochimaru was involved too. Unbelievable. They didn't even spare their own villagers and shinobi. Wait, the fire daimyo was still processing what he read, but the lightning daimyo broke into a cold sweat on the spot. What kind of infernal information is this? Where did it come from? The Hidden Leaf never gave up on wood release research, even capturing people for experiments. They didn't even spare their own villagers and shinobi. Utter madness. What's worse, they actually succeeded. What did you see to make you so scared? The water daimyo teased, noticing the lightning daimyo's drastic change in expression, and leaned over for a glance himself. His tipsy eyes suddenly widened in shock. The cup in his hand slipped to the floor with a dull thud, bouncing twice before coming to a rest. Hidden Leaf actually captured war orphans for wood release experiments. Even their own villagers and shinobi weren't spared. The water daimyo's exclamation instantly drew everyone's attention. What? At those words, the room fell silent in an instant. The lightning daimyo's mouth twitched, and he looked at him in exasperation. Are you an idiot? If you see intelligence this important, keep it to yourself. What has happened? By now, the fire daimyo was slowly coming back to his senses. Having drunk too much, he still hadn't realized that he'd just let slip a critical piece of information, his reactions dulled by the alcohol. Oh no, it seems I've just done something incredibly foolish. The daimyo of the land of fire snapped back to his senses, his heart skipping a beat. Instinctively, he wanted to stow the scroll away. Unfortunately, it was already too late. He only felt the scroll slip from his grasp. It had already been snatched away. The daimyos of the other nations, having had their attention captured, crowded together to take a look. Are the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo really this ruthless? Experimenting on war orphans was bad enough, but they didn't even spare their own villagers. That's not all. They even had the audacity to tamper with the first Hokage's remains. Is there anything they wouldn't dare to do? I never imagined Konoha would actually succeed in recreating someone with wood release. The daimyos launched into a flurry of animated discussion, each one louder than the last, taking turns to denounce the third Hokage and Danzo as heartless, inhuman, and utterly depraved. I just remembered I have some business to attend to. Everyone, how about we end this gathering here? The daimyo of the land of lightning's eyes darted about as he quickly proposed an exit. Let's leave together, then. Just moments ago, the daimyo of the land of earth had been tipsy and jovial, but now his drunkenness had instantly vanished. He stood up, motioned to his guards, and prepared to take his leave. Seeing the daimyos of lightning and earth getting ready to withdraw, the others finally caught on. This isn't just about whether something is cruel or not. The real issue is that Konoha has managed to reproduce someone with wood release. If their experiments continue, could Konoha end up producing a whole host of shinobi wielding the wood release? Even if none of them match Hashirama Senju's power, it would still be enough to upset the current balance of the shinobi world. This concerns every nation and every shinobi village, big or small. It would be strange if the daimyos could just sit still. And so, led by the daimyos of lightning and earth, everyone hurriedly announced they would return home, thus ending this gathering. You're all leaving, but how about leaving the scroll behind? Who the hell snatched the scroll amidst all the commotion? Just a few minutes ago, the place had been bustling with noise, but now, only a chilly hush lingered. Only the daimyo of the land of fire remained, sitting on the ground, staring blankly. Things had taken a rather serious turn. Idiot! Why didn't you warn me? The daimyo, furious, hurled his wine cup at his advisor. The terrified advisor ducked and tried to explain, his voice full of grievance. I did warn you, my lord, but you were too drunk to notice. And you dare talk back? The daimyo fumed with rage. The advisor hastily added, My lord, we should take the initiative now. Strike before Konoha has time to react. If we make our position clear, we won't get trapped in a stalemate. Besides, if Hiruzen, Tsurutobi, and Danzo are bold enough to commit such atrocities, who knows what else they might do? Before receiving this information, the daimyo had already thought the third Hokage and Danzo were outrageous and ruthless enough. A single intelligence scroll shattered the limits of his understanding. There was nothing the third Hokage and Danzo couldn't do, only things you couldn't imagine. Yes, you're right. Notify Tsunade immediately. I want to see her. And Uchiha Yen as well. Also, spread the word about this matter. I want to see how Hiruzen Sarutobi will explain himself. Does he still have the face to sit in the Hokage seat? As the intelligence left his hands, the daimyo felt no guilt. At most, he might regret it a little. Besides, the information was purchased from the Bounty Guild. If he could buy it, so could anyone else. In just a few days, this news would spread like wildfire, and the entire ninja world would know the sordid deeds of the third Hokage and Danzo. Oh, and Orochimaru as well. He was mixed up in all of this, too. Yes, sir. The advisor wiped the sweat from his brow and hurried to send people to notify Tsunade and Yen. He knew he had dodged a bullet. The daimyo had spared him and shifted his attention to the third Hokage and Danzo, pinning the blame on them instead. Was there even any reason to doubt the authenticity of the intelligence? Even the replicated wood-style ninja's personal details were recorded so precisely, It was as if they'd only omitted the color of his underwear. What was there to question? A little investigation would be enough to verify the truth. Were the daimyos preparing to withdraw? This gathering seemed unusually brief. The nobles from every land hurriedly departed, their entourages in tow. Tsunade found it odd. These people were dead drunk, yet suddenly rushing off as if their homes were on fire. Lady Tsunade, the daimyo requests your presence at the palace immediately. Understood. Setting aside her tasks, Tsunade straightened her clothes, preparing to enter the palace and meet the daimyo. But she hadn't gone far from her courtyard when she bumped into Yen. Going together? Yes. Yen nodded, and the two walked side by side. Tsunade said, puzzled. The daimyos from all the countries left in quite a hurry. Maybe something urgent came up, Yen replied. Yen hadn't yet realized that the intelligence he had provided had thrown the nobles into chaos. They had abandoned the gathering, no longer concerned with applying pressure on a land of fire's daimyo, and rushed home without hesitation. The two enter the palace. Tsunade, if I recall, there used to be an Yinbiyu named Tenzo, right? That was the daimyo's very first question upon seeing them. Tsunade paused for 2 seconds, shook her head, and answered, I'm not entirely sure. She had been away from Konoha for years, and after returning, she'd come straight to the daimyo's residence. She truly wasn't certain if there was such a person in the ANBU. Do you know? Tsunade looked at Yen. I think there's someone by that name. He seems to have a pretty good relationship with Kakashi. Here it comes. The real show is about to begin. When Yen heard the daimyo inquiring about someone named Tenzo, specifying that he was a member of the Umbu, he immediately understood. Fugako had succeeded in getting the information out, and the daimyo had also smoothly obtained the intelligence from a bounty guild. No, to be precise, he had bought it. Tenzo, who would later be known as Yamato, was a wood-release replicator. In the Foundation, his codename was A. Later, after meeting Kakashi and with the third Hokage's assistance, he transferred to the Umbu, where his codename changed to Tenzo. It wasn't until he left the Umbu that the third Hokage bestowed upon him the name Yamato. Once this news spreads, just how big will the reaction be? Yen admitted he was looking forward to it. Is there really such a person? The daimyo pressed the question. Yen nodded affirmatively. Because the Uchiha have always been under Umbu surveillance, and I'm one of their main targets. I frequently run into Umbu members. Outrageous! Receiving confirmation, the daimyo slammed his hand on the table in anger. Though his acting was a little stiff, after a few drinks, his face was already flushed, so he didn't need to pretend. What's going on? He summoned them specifically, only to immediately inquire about an Umbu named Tenzo. Then, upon getting a positive answer, he got angry. The daimyo's bizarre behavior left Tsunade completely bewildered. She couldn't quite grasp what message he was trying to send. I thought I had already overestimated Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, but I never imagined their hearts could be this dark. They are a disgrace to Konoha. How could they ever face those innocent orphans and the villagers of Konoha who died in vain? What on earth had the old man and Danzo done this time to make the daimyo call them out by name like this? Don't look at me. I have no idea, either. Yen glanced at Tsunade, sending her a look that said, I'm just as clueless as you. Tsunade, see for yourself. Before Tsunade and Yen had arrived, the daimyo had already had his staff transcribe the contents of the intelligence scroll. Let's hope it's nothing too serious. Tsunade sighed inwardly, already weary of these endless headaches. But trouble, it seemed, always came one after another. She unrolled the brand-new scroll. At first glance, she thought she must be seeing things. She looked up at the daimyo, then lowered her head and continued reading. Standing beside Tsunade, Yen caught a glimpse of the scroll's contents and couldn't help but grin inwardly. Fugaka hadn't let him down after all. He had successfully gotten the information out. No, he had sold it. This can't be. Tsunade's expression shifted from confusion to suspicion, then to a frown. By the end, her face had completely changed. So that's why the daimyo began the meeting by asking whether there was an Umbu named Tenzo. He was just waiting to confirm the authenticity of the intelligence. The old man actually did something like this? The village was secretly researching grandfather Hashirama Senju's cells, all in an attempt to recreate wood release. Tsunade knew about these things. It was just that progress was slow, and eventually the research was ordered to stop. Who would have thought that, while it appeared to be halted on the surface, the secret research would continue in the shadows? Even Orochimaru had taken part in it. No wonder Orochimaru started acting so strangely back then, always staying close to Danzo. No wonder Danzo seemed so charitable, running around to take in war orphans. So it was all in preparation for the research. The scroll was gripped so tightly that Tsunade's fingers pierced through it. The skin on her fingers and the back of her hand had turned pale from the force. She was squeezing it far too hard. Where did this information come from? Tsunade's anger was palpable. The torn scroll in her hands and her clothes, nearly bursting at the seams, made it clear just how furious she was. The Bounty Guild. The daimyo had no intention of hiding anything. After all, the information was just something he'd bought. It wasn't as if he'd sold any secrets himself. Besides, with something like this happening, the ones who deserved the most condemnation and questioning were the third Hokage and Danzo. It had little to do with him. As for Orochimaru, at most he'd be blamed, but he was already a rogue ninja. Ever since the attack, Kakashi had been recuperating. With nothing else to do, he now lay in the courtyard, reading a book. The sound of hurried footsteps drew near. Kakashi put away his book and looked toward the gate of the courtyard. Lady Tsunade. Seeing that it was Tsunade and Yen approaching, Kakashi quickly stood up and bowed his head in greeting. At this moment, Tsunade had no patience for formalities. She was in a state of rage, and it showed. She gave Kakashi no courtesy at all. Grabbing him by the collar, she demanded furiously, "Kakashi, tell me, is there someone in the ENBU named Tenzo?" Kakashi was taken aback, then nodded obediently. Yes. This Tenzo, did he transfer from the Root Division? Was his code name en route? Yes. Does he know what release? That question was far sharper, and Kakashi hesitated. The third Hokage had instructed secrecy regarding Tenzo. But Tsunade was a top-ranking leader of the village and had the right to know this kind of intelligence. Should I step out for a moment? Yen shrugged his shoulders. That's not necessary. Tsunade's face was still cold as she released Kakashi. Kakashi, tell me the truth. This is important. Lord Hokage, this isn't me leaking village secrets on my own. Lady Tsunade is forcing me. Kakashi silently apologized to the third Hokage in his heart. Yes. A brief answer, yet it shattered the last sliver of hope Tsunade held in her heart. It was all true. Every piece of information was real. As for how the intelligence had been leaked, Tsunade no longer cared to find out. It was time to make a swift exit. This show could no longer be watched, or else she might get caught in the crossfire. Yen withdrew decisively. From this point on, he would simply be an onlooker, quietly watching events unfold from the sidelines. Captain, what's making you so happy? Get lost. You're everywhere I go. Pushing the ever-curious Yen aside, Yen replied irritably. Pass the word. Have everyone in the clan prepare. We're heading back to the village tomorrow. Also, tell Shui to come see me. Got it. Overjoyed at the news they could finally return, Jian dashed out to inform the clan to get ready for the journey home. Before long, Shui arrived at Yan's room. Have a seat. With a teacup in hand, Yan gestured for Shui to sit, and Shui did so obediently. Once Shui was seated, Yan set down his teacup. Just now, Lady Tsunade and I went to see the daimyo. From him, we learned something both shocking and disgraceful. Does it concern the village? Shui immediately caught the key point. Since the daimyo had summoned both Yin and Tsunade, and the information came directly from him, it could only mean it was related to the village. Yes. Shui's sharpness saved Yin a great deal of explanation. Yin then gave a simple account of what had transpired in the palace. Shui's expression shifted from shock to disbelief, and soon he was completely unsettled. It was as if his mind had exploded. The village? No. Even Lord Hokage had been involved in such things? Experimenting with the first Hokage cells was one thing, but deliberately gathering war orphans for experiments, even using villagers and shinobi as test subjects. Was this truly the Hokage he thought he knew? There were many things the third Hokage hadn't taken part in, but, unfortunately, Yin had implicated him as Danzo's accomplice all the same. What Danzo did meant the Hokage supported it. After all, without the Hokage's backing, Danzo could never have wielded such power. That was as good as being complicit. Shui was left in utter shock.